reason you haven't felt it is because it doesn't exist. What you call love was invented by guys like me.
Is that right?
Are you sure about it? Living like there's no tomorrow, because there isn't one.
I think I realized it until this moment.
Are these real? Has she always been tatted up? The North PISSCO Josiah debate. What did they debate about? Streamed 1 day ago.
Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Josiah, you there? Just chill, North. Let me get. Please, God.
All right.
Hey, how about now? Test 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, no. That was my wife beeped in. Sorry.
All right, no worries. Can you join
I
one of the
did, I'm on my
voice channels
phone.
in my Discord? Just real quick.
Sure.
Yeah,
No,
just real quick.
wait. I was just saying. Wait a minute. Jesus
Okay.
Christ. Wait a second. Let me find it here. For the love of God.
North, go to the one of voice
All
channels.
right. I'm going to disagreements.
All right, cool. North, go to the a voice channel. I'll drag you in.
Wanna be all by myself.
Myself.
Right, off of just live streaming, plus my internet's been
Yeah.
dead for a
Well,
while.
Dude, the fucking internet. The internet. Finally, a kindred spirit. I'm stranded here. I'm awash in, 18th century living at the moment.
My apartment switched my ISP to I forget what this new ISP is, but it fucked over my my Ethernet connection to my computer, and I was only streaming at 200 bits. So I got an AT&T router that went through data, and that is now apparently it's overloaded on the tower. So
Now
I'll
that's
get,
what
like,
I call a
7K
cool
bits on
story,
the live
bro.
stream,
Holy
but
shit.
it'll occasionally go down to like 300 every like 1 to 5 minutes.
That
And it's
sucks.
terrible. Yeah, very terrible viewing experience. So
I also have AT&T, and this morning I was not able to get on the internet. My wife was trying to do some work, and so the entire neighborhood contacted AT&T. And at first they're like, it's going to be 72 hours, and then we just bitch. And so they're like, okay, we'll get somebody out here. We'll have it done by 8, and then it was 6. And now I check my smart home app or whatever. It's like 11 o'clock. I'm like, fuck. So I hear you, man. The AT&T blues. That felt good. I felt good bonding over that. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest because it's been
they told me that
what
it'll
a
take
fucking
8
day.
months for them to repair the tower to upgrade it.
8 months?
For the whole because it works. It just is not smooth. It's just overcapacity on the tower. So
God.
what are you gonna do?
You guys
Dude,
want
that
to like
sucks.
printers and shit?
Look, man, you don't understand. You're living in a first-rate city right now, in a first-rate nation. The rest of us are slumming it in Trump's America, trying to make it by on just fucking cell phone data. Sorry
Yeah.
that inconveniences you.
Yeah,
but
because I definitely
obviously
have
it's
internet
free.
issues for like a little bit. All right, North, what's up with you? What are you thinking? What's on your mind? What's going
I
on?
wrote down a couple questions, a couple topics I want to go over, both for you and like Josiah. So let's get into it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
This is first mainly for PISSCO. It's the anti-Semitism thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Just for my own clarification, because I didn't watch the conduit thing like all the way. What do you define as anti-Semitism?
One thing okay, now that I guess we're all separated. One thing that I never understood, and I don't know if this, I'm trying not to ascribe intentionality to strategy or whatever, but I don't understand how this weird obsession these guys always had with, if I would have a point or a thing that I would talk about, for some reason they would always have to go and debate like every other person around me about the thing. Is there like a strategy here, or is there like a thing that other people, I never understood this. Could somebody explain this to me? So like I might give a take where it's like Destiny says that we need to have a 5th NASA, and then like the Live and Learn guys will talk about on their show like, well, there's been some talk about like a 5th NASA, and then they'll be like taking call-ins to debate this idea in the space about it, but no one will like ever say my name or anything. It's just like such a weird boogeyman feel. I don't know what the point is. Like, why not just like not talk about the thing at all? Or if you're not interested, or maybe they are interested, but they want to avoid the conversation with me, I guess. I don't know.
I take anti-Semitism as indexed to individuals to be essentially prejudice or mental bias against someone on account of their Judaism, and or a person who commits some non-trivial amount of discriminatory individuals to be essentially.
Just for my own clarification, because I didn't watch the conduit thing like all the way. What do you define as anti-Semitism?
I take anti-Semitism as indexed to individuals to be essentially prejudice or mental bias against someone on account of their Judaism, and or a person who commits some non-trivial amount of discriminatory acts on the basis of Judaism. So one of two kind of visions.
Okay, do you think that someone can express anti-Semitic discrimination without having, I guess, the hatred of Jews in mind?
I need to know more about what you mean by that. Do you mean, first of all, do you think are you asking if it's possible?
Is it logically
Yes.
possible?
And you said to state anti-discriminatory views
No, to like commit anti-Semitic acts
without having the bias.
without necessarily having the internal bias
Yes.
of like, oh, I'm doing this explicitly because I hate Jews. Okay.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Do you think that Hassan Piker is like anti-Semitic?
I'm not convinced of that.
You're not.
I mean, this is going to be another painful white people's takes on social issues argument. If that's not enough, then I mean, I just truly don't understand how PISSCO could ever ascertain anybody is bigoted unless they literally come out and say, I am bigoted. I hate this group of people. It sounds like I can't imagine any other standard he holds, I guess.
Not convinced of that. Okay. Do you think that like Hassan Piker is, I guess, discriminatory against the vast majority of like the Jewish population?
What are you asking? On the basis of Judaism or on some other ground?
Like the Jewish population, as in like he would discriminate against like 90% of the Jewish population.
On the basis of what? Discrimination with respect to what?
On the basis of the support of Israel.
Yeah, so I don't take that to be discrimination of Jews, do you?
I would.
Why?
I just got to know. I already know the answer, but he didn't support Alito's decision, did he? I'm curious what he thinks is the difference between the Voting Rights Act decision and his take now, because I feel like it maps on 1-to-1. Destiny Josiah basically says that he said that Al Sayed would have to have Hassan express anti-Semitic views on stage with him to disavow. That's a lie. I think that a lot of these guys are either further left or they want to like move or grift further to the left because that's where the audience is, but they don't want to lose their lib audience. The super simple test for that, and you don't even need to ask them because I know I'm correct on this, is to say, oh, okay, if somebody wanted to campaign with Nick Fuentes, would it be okay as long as Nick Fuentes doesn't express any racist or whatever views while on stage with the person? But like nobody here in that space would ever agree to that. They would immediately, revile against that or whatever. So it's just a stupid. It's a fictional standard because you have to hold on to the Hassan clout and then the whatever this like weird left lib space is where you just have to constantly try to cater to whatever these commies are all day basically.
Jews, do you?
I would.
Why?
Well, do you think that like him discriminating against
But no, can you answer that? Wait, so answer that.
North is not picking up the escape. The little escape that PISSCO has crafted for himself here is on the basis of. So like, you have to basically, and on the basis of is you have to come out and say it, right? You have to come out and say I am discriminating against this person because they are Jewish on account of their Judaism or whatever. So like, if I were to start crafting rules for a restaurant that I own, and I'm like, nobody that listens to rap, nobody who is poor, nobody who has any immediate family members that have ever been in prison, and somehow my restaurant ends up as like 99% white people, and PISSCO's... Actually, I don't even know why I have to give all those examples. He already said that if you put up a sign saying no blacks allowed, it wouldn't necessarily be racist, because maybe you just think the white people have more money. So this is a very goofy ad hoc definition of bigotry so that we don't ever have to think much about it.
Answer that question. Why do you think the discrimination
against Jews? Because you're specifically singling out like one particular ethnic group and saying that like the nation state that encompasses that ethnic group has like no right to exist when you would never apply that like standard to anyone else. It's discriminatory because like the selection bias is. So if I say that Israel as a state should.
The lefties are so fucking active on Twitter. I commented on a couple of the people signal boosting Tom Tiffany on the Crowley shit, and I get the most responses I've ever gotten on anything. They're very active on all the social media. I don't know what they is, like actual people or bots. It's hard to say, but yeah, there's a lot of activity relating to them.
Should not exist. Is that an anti-Semitic view? Yes or no?
Arguably, yes. I would say so.
So you would so then you would say that, in other words, criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic.
I think for the most part it is, and especially the way that Hassan.
No, that's not true though. That's not true.
Uses his justification for his I guess you would call it like his hatred of the nation state of Israel. I would consider that anti-Semitic.
So when an internal Israeli Jew criticizes Israel, they're being anti-Semitic on your own view.
I'm sorry, did I say criticize Israel?
Well,
that's what PISSCO said.
Or is it just the views that express the desire that Israel not be a country? Is that the only view which is anti-Semitic in this theory?
Like the reason why it's anti-Semitic is because Hassan specifically considers Israel to not have the right to exist when he would not apply that like standard to like any other country. Nor have I seen him. Like he's specifically singling out the Jewish state in order to say that standard
on the basis of
exist.
Judaism.
On the basis of On the basis of?
virtue of it being the Jewish state?
On the basis
I
of?
would argue so. Yes, I would
All
argue
right,
that he's
so-
anti-Semitic. And
I don't think
believes
North
that he's a Jewish
understands
state.
what
So how would you
PISSCO is
establish that
saying
it's
here.
because of Judaism that he's discriminated against Israel?
Oh, how would you establish that? Uh-oh.
Because there are other nation states that would fulfill the same criticisms that he has of Israel, and he did not apply those same criticisms to those other states, and thus we have to
Indicates a
infer,
bias, right?
that he has a bias towards that. One
So
particular
you agree
state.
with my? So
Yes.
you think that my definitions of anti-Semitism are fine? You're just trying to show proof of it, right?
Well, hold on. If he's showing bias against the nation state of Israel,
What is
it
anti-Semitism?
and
If
he's
you're not gonna bite that bullet, I'm asking you what
if you,
anti-Semitism
hold on,
is.
if you were applying,
If you're not going to answer the question easily,
like,
stop
ethnic
doing
group,
this. Just you're
Oh
going to
my
pause.
gosh.
I'm going to write down, and you're going to tell me what is anti-Semitism because you didn't accept mine. So go ahead, tell us what anti-Semitism is.
Well, I don't know if I ever except I was sort of delving further into your definition of anti-Semitism. I never agreed or specifically disagreed with
you
it.
don't have a view whether he's anti-Semitic, do you? Because you don't know what
I
anti-Semitism
do
is.
have a view that he's anti-Semitic.
So what is anti-Semitic?
I would argue that
what
it's
is anti-Semitic?
I would argue anti-Semitism is
The funny thing is that somebody in chat pointed out, the funny thing is, but I already know that PISSCO would try to find a way to ad hoc weasel out of this too, is you could say, so you're telling me that people that are highly critical of Israel having a right to exist, that these people are not anti-Semitic. And it's like, yes. Okay, why? Well, because it's not on the basis of their Judaism. Okay. Doesn't Zionism mean a Jewish ethno-state? And it's like, well, yes. It's like, okay, so if somebody is hateful of an ideology and the basis of that hate is calling their state an ethno-state, how are we not connecting these two things at all? It's like, you have to create so many layers of, and then also, and even if you think that sounds a little bit tortured, if you're like, well, I don't know, maybe, I mean, protecting the existence of an ethno-state doesn't necessarily make you bigoted. We wouldn't want a white ethno-state or something. If you were to apply this lens to any Muslim majority state, to any, Arabic peoples, these people would be screaming Islamophobia. Because remember, for a lot of these guys, and I'm curious if actually he's changed his mind since then, when Trump came into office, Trump wanted to ban, in 2017 when he came into office, Trump wanted to ban every Muslim from coming into this country. A lot of people, rightfully, called it bigoted, xenophobic, racist, whatever. Trump, at the end of the day, wasn't able to do that because it would have been illegal. But he managed to find 7 states that he could ban that were all Muslim majority. And then he switched to one of them at the end, I think. I wonder if PISSCO would say, well, no, that actually wasn't bigoted in any way because it wasn't every Muslim that was banned and it wasn't every, I'm just curious what he would, how he would navigate that at the end of the day.
A series of either discriminatory actions or sorry, not a series. I ignore it. It is a discriminatory action or speech against Jews.
Action or speech against Jews because they're Jews?
It doesn't have to. It can include that, but doesn't necessarily have
Not
to
necessarily.
do that.
Okay, so then we'll ask that. So if you say Netanyahu's bad, is that speech against Jews?
Sorry, I was picking up my DoorDash order. Repeat the question.
So Netanyahu's a Jewish person, right? If you say Netanyahu should be out of power, is that speech against Jews?
No, but if the standards that he's applying for removing Netanyahu out of power is only selectively applied to a specifically the Jewish head of state, then I would consider that anti-Semitic. In the same way that his criticisms of the state of Israel are being selectively applied
Stop with this
million. Israel, and thus it is
we're focusing. Okay, you're trying to get as narrow as possible to avoid the gaping flaw in your conceptual analysis. That's why you're trying to get as specific as possible.
How do you think this combo so far compares to his combo with the Vanguard? I haven't listened to that one yet. I haven't heard that one yet.
And it's tiring. It's pathetic. So I'm not going to get confused by it. Let's go back to what you offered.
Jeez.
You said a discriminatory action or speech against Jews, and it's not necessarily on the basis of their Judaism, right? That's what you
said. It can
said.
include that, but it
can, but not necessarily, right? So if I say Benjamin Netanyahu is the worst prime minister in Israeli history, he stinks, he's got to go, he should be indicted, and it's a shame that the Israeli people ever elected such a person. Why does that not fulfill the criteria?
Well, because if the standards that you are applying are, I guess you would call consistent with how you would apply it to the rest of the world, then it would not be
consistency. Consistency is not part of this definition. Where is consistency?
Well, yes, it is, because if we're calling it bias, right?
That's what I say.
He's
You didn't say
a white
bias.
supremacist who's discriminatory. Would we not argue that a bias is a part of discrimination?
So I think that bias is not necessarily. I actually think bias is probably a form of mental discrimination. Yeah, I would agree with that. But It's not
yes.
necessarily so. And so I'm asking, why is it the case that
I thought he doesn't want to talk about this topic. Usually when they say, if Josiah Pisco say there's a thing they don't want to talk about, what they really mean is say, we'll talk about it endlessly. They just don't want to talk about it with me. For some reason, is generally how it went, but that's all good.
a speech against Netanyahu, who is Jewish, would not be covered? Unless discriminatory is indexed to on the basis of a given trait, and that trait being them being Jewish, then I would agree that that's not. But then you rejected that.
That's why you can. That's why no. Hold on. I rejected that because you're applying the context in like a vacuum. Like, let's say that
I'm not going to get distracted.
you have like
Don't try it.
Not
Don't
gonna
try
get
it.
distracted.
Discrimination with
What do you
respect to
mean?
what?
Not getting-
Discrimination with respect to what? What's the trait?
with respect to the trait is them being Jewish, and the reason why we are
okay.
analyzing it
Because
in the
they're Jewish,
background
right?
Of other things.
Because
is
no,
we can use this as
By making this a Semitic game, you basically get to logic away everything. It's not bigotry. Progressives are supposed to be able to read between the lines. Well, again, and I've said this a million times, and I welcome anybody to seriously consider this, is it fundamentally misunderstands what bigotry is, right? Because it's like saying, you know, well, what if you could read, I think somebody in chat asked earlier, what if you could genuinely read the mind of a person and you could genuinely find out that person wasn't racist when they said no blacks allowed in their store? They really weren't. They just thought that all black people were poor or whatever. Well, that all bigotry kind of works that way, right? Like I said, it's pretty exceptional that you just have a person whose heart is tainted with evil and they just hate for absolutely no reason some racial group that they, for all intents and purposes, think are basically the exact same as their own. Usually people have some sort of like perceptible difference or they're perceiving some difference in how the races are, their race versus another race. Generally speaking, that's how bigotry works. Like, I don't know what you want to say. Like,
Or just
an
on the
analysis
concept
to determine whether is this based off of like
So, Nor,
hatred
I'm
of
not
like, the
going to get
nation state of
distracted.
Israel based
I'm
off
not
of like
going to get
Palestinian
distracted.
stuff, or is it based off of just specifically because they're Jewish?
So just to pause real quick. Your notion of discrimination is exclusive to it being discrimination on the basis of their Judaism, correct? Exclusively.
The factor of the Jewishness is affecting the outward opinion in a biased manner. That is what makes it
I
anti-Semitic.
mean, that's crazy what you just said, but like, let's just deal with it. Is it or is it not?
Wait, hold on. Explain why it's crazy.
Yeah, because you're saying it somehow affects. It's based on the outcome of it. That's crazy. But we can get to the effects test stuff. I mean, this is all.
Well, we're calling
this
it
is
about
crazy,
the outcome. What I mean is like when you. So the reason why we're calling this like the anti-Jewish bias is because if you were to have, if you had a Jewish politician and a non-Jewish politician,
I'm not,
and you were
North,
applying the same standard,
you're not.
For some reason, one standard
this is a failure on your part. Why we raise something? So I just want to be clear. Why we're raising something isn't at issue. Why is not the issue here. The question is what anti-Semitism is, not why it is, right? You get me? We're talking about what it is, okay? And you said that it was a discriminatory action or speech against Jews. And I asked whether discrimination in that context was indexed specifically to being discrimination with respect to their Judaism and exclusively their Judaism. And I'm asking you whether that's the case.
It is not exclusive to it.
So what is a form of discrimination that isn't related to Jewishness that it would be encompassed here? Give an example. For example, pro-Israel, discrimination against Israel, would that be included here?
It can be, yeah.
So I'll give you the example.
Like a person can, okay, hold on. Do you think that someone can have like not have like Jews in mind, but still be discriminatory towards like the whole Jewish population? That's like the contention that we're having here.
I'm not going to
example
get
that would probably be like, oh my gosh, I hate all Israelis and all.
I'm not going to get distracted, right?
Do you do debates like this and I'm just blind to it because it's you, or is he doing debate necrophilia? No, this is just the most absurd approach. Like it's like he's trying to fixate on like a hyper narrow definition of bigotry that is basically exclusive to him and whoever needs to defend these were anti-Semitic arguments. And he is applying absolutely zero charitability to the other side. So he can just like endlessly needle the other side with pedantry or hardcore fixation on a particular word. Like he's not trying to help him build his definition or come to some mutual understanding at all. It's just, this is in its purest, most distilled form. Debate pervertry.
So we can get into what we would constitute as evidence against people who are discriminating against Jews on the basis of their Judaism. But we're asking what this discrimination concept is including. Does it include or does it not include anti-Israel bias?
It can.
It can, meaning it would include, right? Oh,
actually, we do. Yeah, true. We do debates like this only when me and Moot are trolling Dan, though.
Just for Hassan Piker?
No, not just for Hassan Piker. Don't put words in my mouth, Pisco. When I mean that it can, as in like there are probably some good faith criticisms you can have of like the Israeli state that are made, without the bias of like Judaism in mind. But I would argue that when it comes to Hassan Piker,
You're not
the
getting it,
argumentations that he gives,
North.
when
Stop
the
trying to apply it.
argumentation
Stop
that
trying to
he-
apply it. Stop trying to apply it. So
Hold on.
North, we cannot apply something.
You keep
we can't
dodging this
apply.
one point.
I
keep repeating it over
I
and over
will
again,
not
and
allow you.
refuse to
I
engage with
will
it.
not allow. I will not allow you to attempt to apply a term like anti-Semitism before we understand what the fuck you're talking about. I will not
Oh my
allow
God.
it. I
Do
will
you
not allow
think
it.
that, like,
I also think, sorry, I'm being a bit meaner now since apparently I've been all personal and evil anything. I also think it's very bitch made for Josiah, who like at the slightest push of anything has to start like rage posting and talking about how he has to disconnect from the internet for weeks at a time because he can't handle literally any kind of pushback at all, which is why he posts only the safest content ever. To be sitting in here in this chat, be like, I'm dying, withering away, like kind of like shitting on North. Like, if you, do you like the drama conversation stuff like this or not? Because if you don't, then I don't know why you're here watching this here. It's very bitch made behavior, I think, but whatever.
To determine a bias that
We
is
need to know
being
what
applied
bias it is.
in-
So
by
I
picking the
will
same
not let you do that.
standards and applying it to either a
I
Jewish or
will
non-Jewish
not let you do it until. So,
and then
so what kind of discrimination does your definition account for? Is it anything more than anti-Jewish bias or discrimination?
I hate to interrupt, but is there a way? Because I know this is going to go on forever, and this has nothing to do with me, and I frankly don't care. Is there a way that we can put a pin in this? Because I don't want you guys to stop having this conversation, and you can ask whatever it is you had for me or me and PISSCO that was joint, and then I'll leave, and then you guys can continue to litigate this.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sorry, I apologize. I just I'm trying to hang in there, but like I know you guys are very
sort of like leads into like my other questions.
Sure.
I guess where do you think that Hassan Piker is in the coalition, Josiah?
I'm not entirely sure I consider him part of the coalition. I'm not exactly like married to that idea. I mean, he's certainly more part of the coalition than he's been in previous election cycles because he's trying to get Democrats elected.
He's trying to get Democrats elected or DSA members elected in the primaries. So again, I'm not sure because I don't know how mindfucked people get. Maybe Josiah forgot, but in the primaries, you're always trying to get Democrats elected. That's what a primary is, right? You're always like trying to get some Democrat elected. That's the definition of what a primary is. It's Democrats against Democrats. I don't know what that phrase meant, but okay.
At least in the primary race, and now he's publicly stating he's going to get behind David Crowley in Wisconsin and Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan or whatever. So to the extent that Hassan Piker's ever been part of the coalition, I think he's more part of the coalition now than he's ever been. But like if you were to ask me about somebody like Mike from PA, I would say he's not part of my coalition because like he's not a guy who just gets behind Democrats when they win elections, and that's basically my general dividing line.
Since it seems like you generally feel that Hassan Piker is not part of the coalition, although you acknowledge that like he's getting more and more in support of the Democratic Party. Do you think that it is worth like making content against him or like I guess condemning politicians who like who work with him, or what is your like position on that?
No, because if I were to condemn politicians who work with him, I'd have to condemn one of the politicians that I endorsed in the primary, which is Abdul El-Sayed.
So just ask a question with Fuentes. Ask the Fuentes question, and then ask what the difference is, and then let them squirm around it. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just such a brain dead argument.
And he's won the general, or excuse me, he's won
in a post. What about in a primary setting, like Abdul El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens? Did you endorse?
Yes, I endorsed
Abdul El-Sayed in the primary.
Yes. Okay.
So like, why would you endorse Abdul in the primary? When there is an alternative candidate available, like we aren't running against a Republican yet, and he has not only just like not condemned Hassan Piker, but he is like actively campaigned with and supported Hassan Piker.
Because Abdul El-Sayed is somebody that I favor on certain policies more than Haley Stevens, like particularly court reform. I'm not convinced. Number one, I don't think she endorsed Supreme Court expansion the way that Abdul El-Sayed did, number one. And number two, I'm not convinced, given her more moderate instincts, that she would use her position as the senator from Michigan to like make a case for it. Like the sense I have of Abdul El-Sayed is that he would be much more aggressive in leveraging the power that he has as a member of the United States Senate to push for the changes that I think are.
Now Destiny sounds like a 2024 Jill Steiner who bitched about Kamala not being democratically chosen. This might be the most retarded set of words I've ever read in my entire life from KickChat. Good job, Royal Rab.
Necessary first step to preventing kind of a dark age of Republican rule and potentially one-party rule at the federal level, depending on how the census goes.
And also, just to clarify, sorry, you go and then
No, go ahead.
Oh no, just to clarify, do you consider Hassan Piker to be like a terrorist supporter?
I think he expressed support for the Houthis in Yemen. That's what I've heard, but I've not seen the clips.
Express support for. I love the babying. I love the babying. Why even have an opinion on this? You don't have to, right? You could just say, I don't know anything about Hassan, and just be honest about it. Man. Team sports is one hell of a drug.
So based on what I've heard from people in the space, yes, he has expressed at least sympathy, if not outright support for terrorist groups.
Sympathy.
Do you
He's
think that,
sympathetic. Oh, okay.
Let's say you accept the premise that Hassan Piker supported Hamas, supported Hezbollah, supported the Houthis, supported terrorist attacks in like the UK against jets that were being sent to Ukraine. Assuming you accept all this as fact, do you think that that might outweigh the and letting that be like a part of like a tolerated part of the Democratic Party? Do you think that like might outweigh the Abdul El-Sayed support for reform?
No.
Is there, what would be your standard for like
nothing?
Or is
there's
there
probably
then he has to bite the bullet on Fuentes campaigning with El-Sayed would be fine. He'd still support El-Sayed. He has to. He has to bite it. Or he is less spine than a MAGA Republican. He has to bite the bullet on that. Both of these guys should very easily then.
like
there's probably no one.
Fuentes doesn't even support terrorism, and with this in this regard, Hassan is far more radical than Nick Fuentes is. Like he has to.
Probably no one that Abdul El-Sayed could have a conversation with or a friendly conversation with or appear at a campaign event that would make me not support them in a primary if he supported court reform and the other person did not. I would have to really think about it.
Like
there's not off the top of my head.
Fuentes,
There's
like Yee, and we had Nick Fuentes. What was his name? The music.
Yay.
Yay. Sorry, fuck me. You can tell I don't listen to his shit. Like if you had Yay and you had Kanye West and you had Nick Fuentes on, and they're doing like Heil Hitler thing.
So you think Kanye West is a different person than Ye? Or was he just
and
repeating?
they're being, let's say, they're campaigning with Abdul El-Sayed, and Abdul El-Sayed like supports those people.
Are you farming?
With that?
It would if he was so if a person that a candidate was campaigning with was actively promoting or supporting terrorism on stage with that person, and the candidate was also supporting their support of terrorism, like if they were all, hailing Hitler together and doing a Nazi salute, then yeah, that would probably motivate me to not support that person.
But not in the past.
Sorry?
But not if they did that action in the past and they were more mask on stage.
The candidate or the person the candidate is speaking?
The person the candidate is like
the surrogate.
The candidate is not going to condemn that action, and the people on stage will not refute their previous actions. They will say like, yeah, I did that, so what?
So in your hypothetical,
the reason why I ask this question is because in your hypothetical world, they would have to specifically do it on stage. And I'm just wondering if
in order for me to not,
they only did it in the past.
In order for me to not support a candidate who, like, there's some things that would cause me to not support a candidate in a primary who supports court reform. Like, for example, if I genuinely believed that they would lose a general election, like they didn't have snowball's chance in hell, then I would probably not support them in the primary because I would not want to set them up to lose in the general. Now, if they were competitive in the general and they supported court expansion, then I would have their back. Now, as far as like reputational consequences and people that they campaigned with, it would have to be, in order for me to reconsider my support for a person who supports court reform, who's competitive in the general, the surrogate that they're campaigning with would have to be actively supporting terrorism in their presence. And this person...
What? So somebody could get off the plane having done a terrorist attack and then hop on stage, as long as they change their clothes, we're fine with it? What is this? This cannot possibly be real. I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled by reality. I'm in my mushroom trip still. Wait, what?
Competitive in the general, and they supported court expansion, then I would have their back. Now, as far as like reputational consequences and people that they campaigned with, it would have to be, in order for me to reconsider my support for a person who supports court reform, who's competitive in the general, the surrogate that they're campaigning with would have to be actively supporting terrorism in their presence. And this person would have to co-sign it or excuse it. That would be the only thing that would prompt me to reconsider.
I'm just confused on like why in their presence is like the qualifier here, or the thing that like
because that would be the only way I would know that the candidate in question knows that the surrogate.
I don't know what this is. It's gotten through power. powerful. We need to patch this, okay? The I don't know strategy needs to be patched because it can't be that every single person can forever use the I don't know, and I don't know what they know, and they don't know what I don't know what they don't know, and I don't know, and I can't know unless they say they know, or they like that. It can't be that we're doing this forever. This is the most retarded defense in all of politics. It can't be like this.
Supports terrorism.
Well, like, if someone was to go up to Abdul al-Sayed and said, Hassan Piker said that, like, he hopes that, like, you know, all the capitalists, their blood runs red down the streets, and we got to kill.
And if Abdul al-Sayed said, hell yeah, if Abdul al-Sayed said, hell yeah, that sounds base, man, then I would probably reconsider my support for Abdul al-Sayed. Now, if what he said instead, which is what I expect he would say based on other things he said when confronted with Hassan's statements, if he said something to the effect of, I reject that statement, I find that reprehensible, then no, that wouldn't bother me.
Now, as I understand it, he has not actively condemned those things. He has.
Has he been confronted?
I wouldn't. Yes, he has been confronted about like Hassan Piker and his support
with every single one of those statements,
and him like allowing Hassan Piker to campaign with him.
No, I understand that.
I believe the it wasn't exactly like a full-throated support, but it wasn't exactly like oh yeah, this was like.
Well, then he doesn't give a fuck.
So I've seen Abdul al-Sayed get confronted with examples of some of Hassan's statements, like again, the one that's going viral is, of course, America deserved 9/11. And I've seen Abdul al-Sayed categorically condemn that. So
saying, just so you know, saying, oh, that was a stupid statement, that's not a condemnation. That's like an escape, right? That's a weasel out. Like, oh yeah, he said that, but it was like a stupid statement. He knows it was stupid, right? He knows that was dumb. That's why he disavowed and apologized, and everybody forgave him, and because everybody heard him saying, I'm sorry.
That is sufficient for me. So you would have to show me an instance of where they say, hey, did you know Abdul al-Sayed expressed support for this particular terrorist group? And then Abdul al-Sayed would have to give a really bad answer to that question for me to reconsider my support for Abdul al-Sayed. And quite frankly, now that we're in the general, it still wouldn't change anything because I would rather have Abdul al-Sayed in the Senate as opposed to Mike Rogers.
Jesus.
Okay.
Then why did he even give the answer before? Oh, and like he's like so proud of his boy, of how like shameless both of these cucks are for the far left. It's so shameless. It's so shameless. Like they think they're making like the sickest points. Yeah, I would support fucking terrorists. I can't wait for these guys to hop on the bandwagon in like 3 years. I'm like, oh shit, this is actually really fucked up. Not good, guys. What was the whole point about the rattling off the retarded statements before, where it's like, well, if it had to have been in his presence when he saw the thing, so that I know he could condemn it. But now it's like, well, actually, Hassan could literally like fucking eat children in front of him. And actually, I wouldn't give a fuck as long as he's for court reform. Which who the fuck even? Why the fuck would court reform and all this shit even matter? Like, this is one of those things that makes me wonder if these people even care about politics. Like, what? Why are you advocating for court reform if not to save what you think is like some noble or worthy vision of the United States of America that you're trying to preserve? Does that version of America include supporting terrorism? Like, what are we doing here? What are we thinking here? It's so brain dead. That's just crazy to me.
Let me see if I have any more things lined up on my list.
Sure.
I guess everything else is really just for PISSCO. So, do you have any questions for me?
No. You're the Republican guy, right?
I'm getting a DM by a particular individual.
I guess that you're not a Republican anymore, right, North? You're a Democrat now?
I am still a registered Republican.
That's not what I fucking asked.
I will be supporting the Democratic Party in the 2026 and 2028 elections. With the context that like I know now, things could change. Like if the Democratic Party went like full tits up, and who knows at that rate.
Sure, me too.
No, not PISSCO.
PISSCO, what about you? What about anything I said? Do you take issue with it, or do you have a different answer?
We're supporting terrorists.
So. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. My eyes kind of glazed over, but it sounded like those are the calculations I'd make. I mean, like fuck Mike Rogers.
Yeah, especially in the general. Like, there's no Republican I would vote for out of the current batch of Democratic candidates.
Yeah, I think I would vote for Lisa Murkowski, but
over who?
Over who? She's not up, but over who?
My audio switched over. Hello.
It's worse.
Yeah, we hear you. You're a bit far away.
Yeah, hold on. There we are. Does that fix it for everything? Hello.
It was way better before.
Yeah, you sound a bit distant, North.
Every time I turn on my car, whenever I deliver a DoorDash, it switches.
Yeah, just go back to your phone. Up. Yeah, there you go.
Now you sound better. Now you sound good. You sound like you switched back.
Wait, hold on. So with Abdul al-Sayed said, quote, "That's dumb." in response to the 9/11 comment. Do you think that's like a sufficient response?
Dude, stop virtue signaling. What you want?
Oh my god! Stop virtue signaling. Oh, dude, how do they turn into how does the MAGA brain is infected too much of our political system, bro? It's infected too much. Holy shit. Is this maybe they're like eras of politics and this is like the next era? This is what it's going to be?
I think he said that's dumb. Of course, I don't agree with it. We would need to see the full context or the full.
I need more context. I need more. I can't do anything. I can't read his mind. I need more context. I need more context of everything. I need every context, all the contexts of every, and I didn't know that he had every context, all the contexts. There might be a missing context somewhere. Did we check? Did we check all the contexts? Hello? Does anybody know if we checked every context? Did we miss one?
Full statement. I don't think he said just that's dumb. And I think he's been questioned about this multiple times. So I think he's given multiple iterations of that answer. But that's dumb, yes, is obviously not an endorsement. It's a condemnation of the statement.
Oh my god!
If I say you're dumb, I'm not endorsing you. I'm probably condemning you.
No, you're not! He doesn't even believe this. I can't believe, it has to be bad faith though, right? I can't believe they were always this fucking retarded. This can't possibly be the case. This is like the politics ignition is turned on and then the brain is turned off, right? Fuentes says he wants to murder every black person, every Jew in the country. And you standing by him? Can you explain that? Well, hold on. That was dumb when he said that. That was dumb. Okay. He was being dumb. He knows he's being dumb. He was dumb. Like, what?
Like, I mean, ideally, I would want, if a politician was asked the question,
course.
like, this supporter of yours who you campaigned with.
Yeah, but you didn't ask me. But you didn't ask me if it was the ideal response. You didn't ask me if that's dumb is ideal or even optimal. Certainly
Well,
not.
if it's like unideal, then like I guess it would lower your opinion of him, which I guess it was. It's just not to the point where you
Marginally.
Yeah,
of
I can't.
Thanks, PISSCO.
Yeah, I really can't stress it enough.
Marginally.
I'm trying to engage with the hypothetical, assuming it's like in good faith as much as I possibly can.
Because it's so hard to imagine this asked in good faith. What he said, it's dumb. What more could you possibly want? What stronger of a condemnation could you possibly need than it's dumb? My God.
But given the existential threat we face, I can't imagine a set of practical circumstances that would prompt me to withdraw my support for a Democratic candidate, particularly in the general, over a Republican, especially if they endorse court reform. Now, in the primary, again, I'm still inclined to support a candidate who supports aggressive systemic change like court reform, DC statehood, stuff like that. And the only thing that would immediately prompt me to reconsider that is if I thought that they were going to, because we've seen these like, ABC polls, right, where they may do well in the primary, but they're going to get shellacked by 50 points or whatever in the general. Then I might go, damn, I wish you were more electable, but just keeping a Republican out of the seat is even more important than having a Democrat in the seat who embraces my support of court reform. And as far as like a moral consideration, again, you would have to show that they support the reprehensible views of the surrogate in question to make me even consider withdrawing my support. A suboptimal or unideal condemnation in the face of terrible things that the surrogate has said, it would not be enough.
Am I remembering correctly that like Haley Stevens had better polling against Mike Rogers than Abdul El-Sayed?
It was like marginal. It was like 2 or 3 points. Maybe.
Yeah.
None of that matters. These guys will always simp for whatever their far left friends are simping for, meaning endorsing beforehand on every fucking election and everything. It's like the most obvious thing in the world.
Okay. If Abdul
and to be
loses this
clear,
election,
if the polling was, and if there was strong evidence that
7, 8,
Abdul
9.
stands no chance or stood no chance in a general election, and the only viable path, like, kind of the Doctor Strange thing in Avengers Endgame, like the only viable path in the, preponderance of evidence and all the timelines in the multiverse is for Haley Stevens to win, then
We would endorse her in the
that
primary.
probably would have caused me to support Haley Stevens.
If it was a
because keeping
significantly
Republican-
big poll lead, more than it was, I would have endorsed Stevens, even though she would be unideal.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Hold on.
That probably would have caused me to support Haley Stevens.
If it was a
because keeping
significantly
Republican-
big poll lead, more than it was, I would have endorsed Stevens, even though she would be unideal.
What? I thought Stevens has always been like 5+ points ahead of Abdul when polled against the opposition in Michigan. Was that not true, or? Oh, she's APAC. True.
Yeah.
if Abdul Al-Sayed loses, would this make you like rethink any of
Nope.
like your priors?
Nope.
I mean, certainly it would make me think, okay, well,
Why did the Democrats fuck this up so hard?
we have to take even more seriously like the polling gap between candidates in a primary in a swing state election. But again, as Pisco said and others said, it wasn't like a 10-point blowout. It's not like a 15-point blowout. It would just say, okay, well, the 3, 4, 5 points in some of the polls, that's going to be more impactful the next time around. But as a general heuristic, again, I'm balancing two things: the necessary reforms that I think a candidate needs to embrace in order for the Democratic Party to, win and sustain power in the future, versus their ability or their likelihood of winning a general election in the first place. Like, I'm not such an ideologue that I'm going to back an unlikely candidate in a primary simply on preference. I mean, I suppose I would if I felt that the seat was not necessary. Then maybe I would be willing to back a preferred primary candidate who's less optimal in the general. But Michigan is not something we can afford to lose. So if El Sayed loses, it could seriously cause me to reconsider my priors, but it also depends on why he loses. So like if the Democratic coalition comes together and we unite as a caucus, and we give it our full best effort, and for what
Oh my God, all the hedging. Do you know what we're setting up here? The whole he only lost because the Democrats didn't support him enough. Holy fuck, there are like 12 different qualifiers there. As long as we all come together and we give it our full effort, and as long as Jeffries rides north and he gathers all the bannermen, and as long as everybody is in total war, and we're all doing all the commercials, and everybody's endorsing with every single commercial,
comes together and we unite as a caucus, and we give it our full best effort, and for whatever reason in this political environment, which should be pretty favorable to Dr. El Sayed, if he fails to prevail, then I think it should
Doctor, does I want to kill myself? Sorry.
be a come to Jesus meeting, not just for people who endorsed him in the primary, but for leftists writ large. Like, hey, we ran your fucking experiment, right? We ran, we did the opposite of what Laksha Jain and others recommended. We went with a more progressive preferred candidate over the moderate, and the Near Tandons of the world were correct. And so if you want to push for a more progressive candidate in a safe blue district or a safe blue state, that's fine. But in swing states, we're going to vote for moderates, and you just need to make your fucking peace with it.
I have a question for you, North, before Josiah leaves. Who would you vote
North,
for?
does that make sense? Wait a minute, before
Who
you
would
ask
you
your
vote for? AOC or Hitler?
Does that make sense, North?
I would have like one more question.
Well, just ask it to me, and then you can throw it back to Pisco.
Yeah. It's adding on to the reassessing your priors. Would you make content like condemning progressives for further pushing like progressive candidates in swing states if Abdul loses, or would you continue on the same?
It would make it more likely that I do so if I believe that this is indicative. If I am convinced based on the results of the election, if Abdul Al-Sayed loses, we would need to see the extent to which he lost. We would need to see the exit polling. We would need to examine the data. And if basically at the end of the day, what it comes down to is progressive candidates just simply can't win in swing state elections, then yes, I would be much more inclined to make content saying, hey, listen, those of you when we always said that, just vote your heart in the primary or whatever it is, vote your preference in the primary, come together in the general. Well, again, leftists, progressives, whatever. We ran this experiment. We got behind our guy. We were in lockstep as an army together.
It's just so funny when you're in control of like your end of the media cycle, how much you can forget. Like, remember Plattner? I'm sorry. Remember that guy? Nope.
NC, the money, the influencers, the endorsements, and it wasn't enough to get us over the finish line. And keeping these seats, these swing seats and swing districts out of Republican hands is more important than putting progressives in them. And so, yes, I would call that out.
Okay, sweet. All right.
But again, North, I want to be clear. Hang on, North, I want to be clear. The fact that if El Sayed loses, that is not enough. So if he loses, which he may very well be, I don't want you and other losers in my mentions go, aha, you lost. Where's my fucking video? Because the answer is going to be,
despite the fact that Stevens has been 5 or more points ahead. I don't know if I missed one. I don't know if El Sayed has been ahead of Rogers in any poll head to head. But,
depends on how much he lost by, why he lost, and all the facts leading up to it.
How about this? If he loses, how about we agree verbally to schedule some sort of like post autopsy stream, and we can go over it together.
Maybe we should do that if he wins too, and I'll gloat and you'll all bend the knee. How about that?
You know what? I'm willing to. I'll be willing to take that bet.
There was one Democratic poll where Abdul was ahead. Okay, gotcha.
Well, I had a question for you, North.
What's up?
Who are you voting for? Hamas Piker or Jefferson Davis from the Confederacy?
What manage the clip farming. I would take the Confederacy though. I don't like terrorism. I don't really like slavery either. But it's not like Hassan has some principled fucking opposition to any of these things either. It would just be enslaving different classes of people.
Hamas, Piker, or Jefferson Davis?
Yeah.
It would depend.
Really?
Yeah, it would depend.
All right. Is there anything else that we have to cover with Josiah?
Not that I can think of. No, I'm sure I could like think of other questions, but like a combination of like the things I already have prepared for you, Pisco, and like me DoorDashing it, I just can't think of anything right now. So.
Word. Hey.
Well, this was fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, we got to do this again sometime.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, listen, Pisco, I just got to say, I'm still to rub one off on that. I'm so funny. Did you appreciate that clip? I thought you were pissed off. Did you appreciate that clip?
Oh,
I sent in the group chat? Yeah.
Of the guy?
Of you.
Oh, no, I wasn't mad. Don't worry.
Okay, just making sure because that was so funny to me. Just, I don't know. I appreciate that. But anyway.
We like your
listen.
stance.
Yeah, I know. No more because I have an editor now. Such things are beneath me now. I will no longer have those gaffes. It will be sneeze free. So, but guys, listen, I appreciate it. Appreciate you keeping me company in my internetless moment. And I'm going to go suffer, I guess, in silence now. So,
all right, brother.
Bye, everybody.
Later.
Bye.
Okay, North, where we were at, we're discussing your definition of anti-Semitism. You said a discriminatory action or speech against Jews, and I was wondering whether the discrimination needs to be indexed to specifically the fact that they are Jewish, or if some other kind of discrimination is included there. That's where we left off.
I would argue that like if you have a discriminatory act that is, if we can prove the bias is like if we removed all, or if we checked all the other factors and all the other factors were consistent, and the only thing that was different there was the fact that like one person was Jewish and one person like wasn't Jewish, then I think we can determine that there's like a bias there. Would you agree or would you disagree?
Not necessarily.
You didn't listen to my fucking question. Listen for 2 seconds.
He's so mad too.
Repeat my question.
Okay, Pisco.
Oh my god.
You repeat the question. I cannot repeat the question.
So I need you to listen and not listen. Maybe I should get Avi in here if he's around because I'm not able to communicate to you. Because you're clearly not listening.
How can he be so ass-pained arguing with people that disagree with him? But like, obviously they won't disagree with me or argue with me because I guess I'm bad faith or something. But then every time somebody comes on, he's like, "Why are you so bad faith?" Like, what is everybody bad faith? Okay.
You're dashing. My bad. Let me know when you're back.
Yeah. One moment.
My fries are cold. You debating Israel again? We're told you not to do that on the job.
I guess anti-Semitism can be applied. Anti-Semitism can be applied.
Just pause.
Against Jews.
Holy shit, he's an android.
Pause. Can you hear me? Test 1, 2, 3.
He just got
I
revealed.
think you're breaking
No,
up.
there's
on
a
my end.
robot.
Hello?
Okay, it should be better now. Just refresh. Everyone
Okay.
refresh. Everyone refresh.
Oh boy.
All right, we're back up. You can hear me, right? Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
I can hear you.
All right. We disconnected for a second. I think we're fine. Everyone press 1 if you can hear me. 1 if you can hear me.
Oh boy, you're breaking up again.
Oh no. 1. You're good on YouTube? Why aren't you guys typing 1? Okay. All right. North, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's going on?
Okay. So the question I asked was regarding whether or not the discrimination you're envisioning as part of your definition relates to discrimination against Jews because they're Jewish, and only such discrimination.
And only.
It does not have to include that. It can include discrimination against Jews just because they're Jewish, but it can be slightly more nuanced than that.
Well, what other discrimination could be included in the definition?
Yeah, idiot.
I'm bringing Avi in here.
Okay, so if you were to discriminate against someone, you might not have. Do you agree that like someone might not have like anti-Jewishness in mind, but they still might have like an anti-Jewish bias? Like, do you believe that like
No.
something like that is like inconceivable?
Impossible.
It sounds like you're saying someone could have an anti-Jewish bias without having anti-Jewish bias. I don't know what you're asking.
No,
Because the only way to have anti-Jewish bias is say,
anti-Jewish bias without that
I
being
hate
in their
Jews.
thoughts. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, yes, and that is basically what it would encompass.
No, but like it's all indexed to whether it's discriminatory action or discriminatory mindset. It's the discrimination component of that is indexed to
don't say intent.
anti-Jewish discrimination,
Oh my
right?
God.
Not just that's the thing that is okay. So there's not like
Yes.
some additional thing. Okay.
What if you just hate
All right.
all
So what is
bankers?
it-
I'm sure I can
with
think
big
of like more
noses?
nuanced things. I just want to be like entirely limited to that.
So
and I
what's
don't know
your
why
issue,
you
then?
keep. Like, no, hold on. Why do you keep like harping on this issue? Like, is there a specific reason why, outside of you saying like we're just trying to get our definitions down, that you keep harping on this issue? Because it feels like
you'll start asking
ultimately
me.
this doesn't like
I don't care about the meta.
against.
I don't care about meta. I don't care about meta. So
Well, this is like a bit of a meta conversation, but okay.
So I need to know what you mean when you.
Didn't he just talk to Connor, who's like the king of all fucking annoying fucking meta conversation? Actually, PISSCO is the king of all annoying meta conversations. I don't know. Good names.
Ask me whether something's anti-Semitic. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
But like, does me saying that like it can be a little bit nuanced, does that like inherently discredit what I have been trying to talk about or what I've talked about before?
Does saying it's nuanced discredit the things you say? No.
Yes. Okay. So then, yeah, I don't understand why we keep having like this like major contention, and you keep
I
like
just
trying to
told
shit
you.
on me when we could just like keep moving on.
No, because it was clear that there was like a mismatch between what I was meaning with anti-Semitic and what you were meaning with anti-Semitic, and so that's why I wanted to clarify.
Hey, sure.
But it sounds like we don't disagree. So, for example, if someone just because someone harbors, Holocaust denialist ideology, you would agree that's not inherently anti-Semitic. Yes or no?
The actions reflect into anti-Semitism. Yes.
It's strong evidence. It's strong evidence for anti-Semitism, but it's not inherently correct.
Like Holocaust denialism in the action reflects into anti-Semitism.
No,
like if you
listen to what I just said.
Listen to him.
Holocaust denial beliefs. Those are not necessarily. It's not necessarily the case. The person who harbors such beliefs is an anti-Semite. Correct?
I would argue that they are an anti-Semite because that is like a
Is
discriminatory.
it necessarily
North?
the case?
That's not necessarily true.
Can you help me?
Like,
I can't get there. I can't. Do this.
We can't get through to him. He's too retarded.
As someone who
Bring in
there
the
is such a
Jew.
thing, but maybe it's like one like a trillion percent. This is like not applicable at all. That there might be an anti-Semitic person or a non-anti-Semitic person who's a Holocaust denier, and like they don't express that belief at all in like their actions or their speech. Like sure that's like possible, but this is like so in the weeds that like I don't think it discredits like what I'm talking about.
I don't
That didn't
think
mean anything.
PISSCO is asking you, North, about what the probability of a situation like that obtaining is going to be. We could all agree that's going to be like ridiculously low. It might even be an empty set. It might be just like there is no
I would argue that it probably is like an empty set.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. It might be an empty set, but that's fine. He's not trying to make a claim about whether the set is empty or not.
Well, he's saying that in order to discredit my definition of like anti-Semitism when his example is so non-existent that it just doesn't even matter.
Well, I think he's giving a non-existent example because he's trying to tease out whether there's a component.
Oh, he believes in this. This is what he says that he believes is existent.
Well, no, he's in the hypothetical he's offering. He's not saying,
Kiso, you believe this, right? You believe that there's such a thing as like a
what?
Holocaust denier who's not anti-Semitic.
In the hypothetical, it's possible. That's all I'm saying.
Do you believe that in the hypothetical, as in like as part of your definition of anti-Semitism? Do you believe that you can have like a Holocaust denier who is not anti-Semitic?
That it's
the
possible.
can
Yes.
there is the hypothetical. He's not claiming like right now there's someone out there that is.
I'm
denying the
asking
whole-
as part of his definition, is that true?
Is what true?
Is as part of your definition of
sorry.
anti-Semitism, can you have a Holocaust denier who is not anti-Semitic?
I'm done.
It's possible.
Logically possible.
So yes, he believes in this.
No,
part of
he
his
just thinks it's
definition.
logically possible.
Yeah, he believes.
North is missing the PISSCO is logic lording right now, and North is like missing the actual argument that's happening, and that's what Avi is trying to clear up. Because North is saying that in reality, there's probably never going to be an Holocaust revisionist or Holocaust denier that is anti-Semitic, and PISSCO is asking if it's logically possible. I mean, we can hypothesize a person who doesn't believe in the Holocaust. We can, and even, I don't know, PISSCO's too stupid and can't think of an example. But like, we could say, like, what if you were raised in a country where they literally just didn't teach the Holocaust? They taught all of World War II, and they never taught that the Holocaust happened. But this person goes through life. They don't harbor any other ill or weird beliefs about Jews. They don't discriminate against them. They don't believe in any Nazi shit. Like, would that person be anti-Semitic? Probably not. I don't think we would say that. Not at all. So, but PISSCO has no charitability for anybody that he's arguing with on this topic, and then or he can't navigate it himself. So hopefully Abby can clear it up.
It's possible. He also would believe that he could also believe that's an empty set, though. Like
That's what Avi means when he says it's an empty set. That you've created some definitions, and now from this definition, and now from these things we understand. So, for instance, like we have some definition of anti-Semitism, we have an understanding of Holocaust revisionism. Like there could theoretically be in a hypothetical world, there could be Holocaust revisionists or Holocaust denialists who aren't anti-Semitic. Hypothetically, logically, there's nothing that would make this an impossibility. But like if we were to analyze in the real world, who that describes, it could literally be nobody, right?
realize those two things are compatible. He could say, if you ask him, is there any person on Earth right now who denies the Holocaust and is not an anti-Semite,
I would doubt it.
he would say he can say, I think there are none. Like, you can hold that view and also hold the view that it's possible to deny the Holocaust without being an anti-Semite.
Okay, when we apply this, okay, let's apply this to reality. Do you think this applies to Hassan Piker?
What applied to? Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know why. I don't know how PISSCO is so retarded and can't follow the argument though. Like, I don't know why he thinks that it's so difficult for, or he just can't understand what North is getting at. I don't understand why. I don't understand.
I'm not
Do you think
doing
that
it,
Hassan Piker and like his hatred for Israel is insofar as like it is not like anti-Semitic?
Yeah. Well, the answer is motivated reasoning or something. Something in the politics brain has shut off our ability to function.
You're asking me whether I think Hassan. I don't know how that relates to what we were just talking about.
What do you think the whole conversation?
So I think
about?
what PISSCO's trying to get like a clarity on the notions of anti-Semitism you both have, because there's a focal point that he seems to be detecting that you might not be on the same page on, and so he's going to answer the question differently depending on whether that focal point is present or absent from
Like
this notion.
we're getting bogged down in this Holocaust denier anti-Semite thing when it's just not applicable to reality, and I just kind of want to move on from it because it ultimately does not matter.
You don't have to use that example to illustrate the difference.
Yeah, you two have a good night.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Listen, I'm on your side here. I think
he's door dashing.
I think Hassan's anti-Semitic too. I'm just able to see the difference between where you guys are getting hung up on. I'm trying to clear it up. I'm trying to help at least. I'm not trying to like fight you. I agree with you on if the debate proposition is Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite. I agree with you.
The nice waitress who was giving me the DoorDash order as I was waiting.
He was door dashing. He wasn't leaving.
Yes.
Sorry. I thought he was like.
No. I would be polite to the nice
me.
waitress who decided to come out to my car to go hand me the food I'm delivering to a person.
Okay, because when you said like you two have a nice night.
No. I said have a nice night to the lady. I'm sorry. I should have needed.
Okay.
Look. Ultimately, what is the point of you trying to bring up the non-anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, PISSCO? What is the exact point you're trying to bring?
So I can explain. I can try to explain. I think you might be here better.
Where is North at? Does North eventually figure out what's happening in this convo? PISSCO is just trying to figure out what is your like strict logical definition of anti-Semitism before moving on to the next part of the conversation. Like that's what PISSCO is trying to do. PISSCO can't clarify this in words, which is why I guess Avi's here now to try to clarify this. But this is the contention right now.
Better from Avi, but.
Wait, I want to hear from you because you're the one
Okay. So
right?
the reason I bring up this hypothetical is to suggest to you that there's a mismatch in how we're using the term anti-Semitism, that you seem to be using anti-Semitism in a way that I don't quite understand. And so the example illustrates that mismatch.
I'm gonna VC. No, I'm just kidding. I'm already explained it. You can hear me. I'll be. PISSCO is just horrible at explaining it. Like I don't even understand what he just explained.
Okay, let's say that we disagree on this specific part of like a definition for anti-Semitism. Could we go into the Hassan Piker, and as I've said before, like if he has this justification for hating Israel, and then he doesn't apply that same justification for other states, then and we link that to like a Jewish bias or not, then this contention that we're having over anti-Semitism does not apply to what I'm trying to bring up, right?
I'm not sure. It depends on what you mean by anti-Semitic and what you're asking to evaluate with respect to.
Hold on, but when we're talking about anti-Semitic in this case, I'm saying that Hassan Piker has a series of justifications for hating on the nation state of Israel and like Israeli politicians and people who like support Israel. And I would argue that those justifications for that are selectively only applied to Jews, and that is like the bias that we're seeing. Because if you would apply it to like anything else, you wouldn't apply like the exact same standard.
So you're asking if you were able to show that he has an anti-Jewish bias, would he have an anti-Jewish bias?
And would that be anti-Semitic?
I would think that anti-Jewish bias is by definition anti-Semitic.
Oh my
I don't know about Avi. Do you?
Yes, so then we agree. Yes, so can we get into the substance of it instead of going over
I
this?
just want to make sure.
Definitely don't agree. You definitely don't agree.
Definition debate. You understand that, right?
That's funny.
Like we're going
over
over this anti-Semitism definition thing, but ultimately it doesn't matter to like maybe if we get into a new situation with like Hassan Piker where like that contention in the definition applies, maybe then we can get into that
The reason why I want to clear up the semantics first.
It doesn't apply. So
the reason why I want to clear up the
just shouldn't
semantics
matter.
first. The reason why I want to clear up the semantics first is because it might bear on what evidence you're going to present to me, right?
Well, shouldn't I just present the evidence first, and then if it does contend, then we can get into it? But if not, we're just going to be wasting our time over nothing.
Avi, can you explain? Because I can't.
So
No, hold on.
Yeah, it sounds like what,
Why do you need Avi? Why do you need Avi?
Because I can reach your head. You won't listen to me.
Well, you're not contending with what I'm saying.
I don't think you're going to listen to me if I explain it.
Like we're not talking about like when we're talking about the definition of anti-Semitism, it is not like 5 different bullet points and all of them have to be true. If we agree that like an anti-Jewish bias is anti-Semitic, and I'm trying to demonstrate that HaSLOP has an anti-Jewish bias,
Yeah, I can work with that.
Definition thing that we have a contention over.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's
then
fine.
It should not apply to the conversation.
Yeah,
because even if we disagree with that, we still.
Oh, hello.
Hello?
Are you okay? Is something wrong with your voice?
What? No, my voice is fine.
Oh, it sounds a lot higher than normal. What's up?
Why is it so quiet? Can you make it not quiet?
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 of you. It's Darius. And Zug. Hi, what's up?
Oh, it is quiet as fuck.
Yeah, why is it so...
Because you have it set to the phone thing instead of like the speaker option if you're using mobile Discord.
Are they good enough?
I know. All right. Listen.
Hi.
It's Zug. I don't understand why semantics of Holocaust denial are even... Why is it up for negotiation at all? What is wrong with this dude, PISSCO?
Well, this is... It would take me a long time to explain this. This is very complicated. PISSCO's doing a very complicated like logic argument. The argument that PISSCO is making is before you define whether or not somebody's anti-Semitic, you have to figure out like what do we consider anti-Semitism or any form of bigotry at all. And especially for anti-Semitism, it's more confusing because it's also mixed up with a religion and it's mixed up with a country, and it's only one religion and it's only one country. So sometimes people...
And an ethnicity.
Well, yeah, well, that was a given. I was giving it. But like, imagine if there was like one country of black people and it was just the United States of America. Well, a lot of people, instead of being racist against black people, could just say, I hate all Americans. I hate everybody from the U.S. or whatever. And now it's a slightly more sophisticated conversation. What?
It's just this like, it's this like weird... like underhanded projection, and it's just sleazy because we all know what he's fucking talking about. This is like why anti-Semitism is what it is. That's why it's so pervasive. That's why it seeps into every part of the society. That's why the Holocaust even happened, because it's so hard to identify, because it's so subversive and it's so and it's so sleazy and shit that like
Sure.
You just... It's hard to pinpoint, and then people don't see it, but there is always this undercurrent. So to even try to play into that undercurrent and make it seem like it's some kind of intellectual conversation is inherently anti-Semitic in itself. To even say like, oh, is Holocaust denial like anti-Semitic or no? It's not even up for debate. It's not like a Holocaust denial is the final stage of a genocide. That is the final stage so that it can happen again. And any time that you have prevalent anti-Semitism in a society, it's an indicator that there are deeper underlying issues within that society. It's like one of the first indicators of a sick society. Like, because it doesn't end with Jews, you know, like it ends with other groups. That's where that whole first they came for this, then they came for that, but I didn't say anything because it wasn't me. They taught it to us in schools. I just don't understand what he gets out of this. What does PISSCO get out of this but some sense of like entitlement and superiority intellectually? Like, he doesn't have that.
Okay, what do you want me to say? Gee, yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I just like,
bad. What do you want me to say? It's not good.
Dude, I was just listening to this on Darius' stream or on Darius' computer or whatever, and I was like, this is so fucked up. Like, none of this is up for negotiation. And even saying like, oh, could Hassan be not anti-Semitic because it's about Israel, blah, blah, blah. No, because he would never say anything about the genocide in Sudan. He would never say anything about Russia and Ukraine. Like, it's just beyond me, dude. It's beyond me. Anyway, that's all I had to say here.
Well, thanks for your...
Ducker Z.
What do you think about that, Darius?
All right. Fuck, dude. Hasn't Sudan a car?
Okay, I love you.
Still agree that HaSLOP would be anti-Semitic.
Take a fucking breath. I'm losing my temper with you, okay?
Oh my god, he's so mad.
Chill, all right? So if
Take
you
a
want to work off my
fucking
notion
breath.
of anti-Semitism, where one of the notions indexed to individuals is anti-Jewish bias, I'm happy to do that. The problem is, North, many people have been unwilling, many people in these conversations, and how it seemed to be as you entered, since you seem to take issue, don't want to do that. They want to say that anti-Semitism is like something about effects and functional anti-Semitism and like causing anti-Semitism or whatever, something to increase.
Well, do you disagree that like if you have no, we're gonna get bogged down to this debate again. First, let's agree or disagree on that song everything, and then we can get to the contention. Because I agree with you. There has been contention on the anti-Semitic thing, but the problem is we keep getting bogged down in that conversation without actually getting.
It's
to, like,
not my fault. It's not my fault that we're getting bogged down.
Hold on, you're applying other people's arguments to me.
No,
like,
you were
I
also
agree with those
also
other people,
started down that path.
You tried to draw.
No. You started down that path. You asked me what I viewed anti-Semitism as, and you were taking issues. You were having some issues with it.
Problem, troll face.
That's why you offered an alternative definition, right?
Well, I offered a personal definition. I wouldn't say it was like an.
Yeah, so there was an issue there. It wasn't my fault.
You
think
it was
I have
your
an issue with
fault,
applying my
bitch.
own notion of anti-Semitism? You think that's been the problem?
Like the one thing that I had in contention with your definition was the like it felt like you were trying to group like that it had to be specifically with in mind that something had to be like against that had to be like hatred of Jews in their brain for it to be like anti-Semitic.
What are you
when
saying?
I think that
What
there
are you
can
saying?
be like the action
You're
in and of
sick.
itself without the hatred.
You're a fucking sick
can be
wacko.
anti-Semitic. As in, like, the
I've
action can
granted
be
that.
anti-Semitic
Wait,
without like the hate.
but you heard me grant
Well,
that.
that's what I thought you were implying with the definition, and that's why I asked you the question. I
No,
guess if you don't
didn't
disagree with
think that.
and
No.
then we don't.
You didn't, but we can move on if you want. All right, so using my notion of anti-Semitism.
Okay, can we get into the Hassan thing, please? And then we can get back to this is an interesting discussion, and I don't want to leave the discussion. I want to get back to this discussion. The problem is that we're getting like you agree that we're getting like bogged down in this discussion.
If you go crazy, if you go crazy again, I'm ending this fucking call. All right, just chill for a second.
Am I going
all right?
crazy?
Yes, you're going crazy. You're making me mad.
Okay.
All right. So yes, I'm happy to move to Hassan, whether he's anti-Semitic, on my notion of anti-Semitism.
On my terms,
I've never had a problem with that.
You little bitch.
Avi and Loner and I I mean, it's difficult because we're in fucking different time zones. Avi, I think that the time window is like between 9 and 4 Eastern. If you're available,
Yeah, that's fine. I could make.
Okay.
Listen, I think the last in our group chat, I said I was free during at least a little bit in that time window.
Okay. All right, so let's we're gonna have a conversation about that too, and I want Lonerbox, to hear him out too. But like, I'm happy to hear your case for
every single person.
If you want to do that now,
I'm
on
the
my
only
notion of
bad faith
anti-Semitism.
one. All those people are good faith, but I'm bad. What the fuck?
Freaking DoorDash is yelling right here. Give me one moment. Okay, here.
They're like, my sandwich is cold. I was debating about Israel and Hassan.
It's when I pull up, it talks in my ear saying like, deliver to door.
Can I just ask, like, what happens if you like deliver to a Jewish family when you're in the middle of this?
Okay,
They start clapping and crying.
Anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
First off, do you believe that like Hassan displays a anti-Jewish bias
I'm
in
not
terms of
convinced
like,
of it.
let's say all else equal? Okay.
But I'm open to it.
What
I'm not
do you?
convinced.
Okay. I think the greatest example of this would probably be the difference in Hassan's rhetoric versus Turkey and for Israel. That would be my greatest argument for an anti-Jewish.
That's the best
bias.
piece of evidence you have is the difference between his rhetoric on Turkey versus
I think
Israel.
it was.
Is he breaking up for you, Avi, or is it just me?
He's breaking up for me as well.
Oh man, what a debate.
Pro-Israel internet.
There's North. There's a lot of better options to pick for evidence here. This wouldn't be my first book.
Hello.
Hey, you're there. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Well, it was a bit of a.
By the way, I never asked people this question, but should start. Ask North what it would take for him to start focusing more on the right than his current focus on the left. Must a fascist become POTUS 3 times since 2 isn't enough? Oh, it's the Trump third term thing? Holy shit. Josiah's starting to believe his own clickbait titles. Oh no. That's what we're worried about right now?
The reason why I
Not just me, right?
It is.
like how the state of Turkey has acted, how the state of Israel's acted, Hassan's justification for opposing the state of Israel, and then applying that like the state of Turkey, there's an inconsistency there that I think can only be applied to like an Jewish bias. And
What about
and I bring
pro-Turkey
this up
bias?
specifically because there is like
Is that possible?
well, you could apply it to like other nation states as well. Like Turkey,
So
like
this was
the
but this
best
is
one
the
to go into
strongest
in terms of like
evidence.
substance.
You're not going to give up that easily
Like,
on the best.
by strongest evidence, I mean like it is the easiest to go into in terms of like substance while I'm like in my car.
Yeah, so why don't we do
I
that?
don't have the song clips on hand for me to be able to send
Okay,
you.
so then why don't we do the Turkey point?
Okay. Turkey is I guess you call it like an ethno-nationalist state. So it is a state for the Turks, by the Turks.
Hello, can you hear me?
It is.
Hi, what's up?
All right. This is probably not my best argument, but because I was in my car at the time, I couldn't like bring up specific clips or anything like that. This was like what I thought at the time was like the easiest thing to get into in terms of substance, just off the top of my head. So this part's just a little bit cringe. I'm forewarning you and the audience.
Be careful.
So, have fun.
Is engaged in discriminatory behavior against the minorities within the country, as well as occupying territories outside of the country.
Agreed.
And
These don't start
in the same
things don't start spoiling until they come out. I didn't know that.
manner that HaSLOP would call apartheid in the nation state of Israel.
Oh, that's unclear to me. Wait,
Turkey,
that's unclear to me.
Uh-oh.
Well, they occupy like other. I guess they don't occupy like an entire country next to them, but they do occupy like territory outside of like their country against a ethnic minority that resides like within their country, with the fear that that ethnic minority is like going to like rise up within their country. Like, do we not see like a little bit of like equivalency there?
So he could. I'm just, again, these are not my views necessarily, but he could say he views the conditions in Gaza versus whatever Kurdish security zone or whatever, or even internally in Turkey, that he views those conditions as fundamentally different. It could be that he is Turkey biased and that he's willing to because I think he's partly Turkish. If not, he might have Turkish citizenship. I'm not sure. So that could explain it as well.
I think he grew up in.
They don't know anything about this guy at all. Why do they have such strong opinions? I don't understand. Jesus.
Turkey, so I'm assuming he has Turkish citizenship.
Okay, so I don't think that you've done your job of convincing me that's because it's Jewish. I mean, it could just be that he views the conditions differently, and he views Turkey as
well. Hold on,
biased in favor of Turkey.
Hold on, does bias in favor of Turkey mean that Hassan? Hold on. So if we were to like have other states that he would also hold like the exact same rhetoric for,
he's stumbling here because he's getting fucking
Turkey,
owned. By the
then
way,
that would also show just beyond like a bias for Turkey, right? It's like a bias against Israel. Would you accept that premise?
I mean, it depends if there's some other, the pro-Turkey rationale wouldn't be, if what you're asking is a pro-Turkey rationale, I'm assuming that wouldn't be a plausible comparison.
Like if there were other states that also engaged in this behavior, which he similarly like excused, then. And which you would not like apply that to the specific example of like Israel, then we would call this like the anti-Israel bias.
Okay, but now we're having that problem again. Avi, can you? I can't get through. So the anti-Israel bias.
Or I guess we'll call anti-Jewish bias.
That's what you're looking for, right?
He's so triggered.
Okay, so yeah, if you could show different countries where there's like an inconsistent standard or something, that would be some evidence.
China, Turkey, I guess you could say Russia. Those are like the big three examples of where he would support like ethnic cleansing, like the annexation of like or occupation of other territories in like other countries, as well as like promoting like ethno-nationalist states. While
so
also,
let's just pause real quick. So you're saying Hassan is in favor of you're saying Hassan is in favor of ethno-nationalism in China?
It would be the promotion of the Han Chinese population against the minorities in China, that being like the Tibetans as well as the Uyghurs.
Sorry, did you hear my question?
Yes. The answer would be yes.
Okay. And so what are the statements that indicate he's in favor of ethno-nationalism in China?
Meanwhile, sorry, I just read the first sentence of this. Maybe he won't say what I think he'll say. Okay, so Holocaust revisionism, not necessarily anti-Semitic. Hates Israel, country for Jews, not necessarily anti-Semitic. Thinks AIPAC is controlled the government, Jews, not anti-Semitic, not necessarily anti-Semitic.
So to agitate.
Meanwhile, what does it mean to be xenophobic, to hate China?
But your point is also to agitate. As you told us the last time you were with us, I saw your speech to the College Democrats of America in July 2026. And I also saw that you wore an outfit reminiscent of the former Chinese communist dictator, which sparked some controversy. You got your suit on today. But those things will find themselves in Republican attack ads and have angered some Democrats. I'm asking about actions like that. Do those things make it harder for Democrats to win in November?
No, it's entirely dependent on how they use this opportunity. I think it's ironically a good opportunity, right?
It's a good opportunity. He's being so helpful. Yes.
Because that's precisely what happened with Abdul al-Sayed's race as well. But Abdul was so good, just like Zoran was, and just like Zoran still is, at reframing that moment in the spotlight to turn that into a moment where you can deliver your policy platform. The reality of the matter is, these things are immaterial. That I was wearing this Zhongshan suit. It's not just Mao Zedong, obviously.
But you know what you're doing. You know good and well.
I do, and I really love that suit, by the way. I mean, it's tailored. I got it tailored in Shanghai from the family that actually invented the Zhongshan suit. Like it has significance for me. But the way that people were looking at that, the way that Facebook boomers were responding to the Fox News comment on that news hit was very reflective of where Americans are broadly, where the base is broadly, where they almost harken it back to the Obama pantsuit. There was a lot of like Obama pantsuit comparisons, but they were like, the president's a pedophile.
Dude.
Who cares what this one random guy is wearing as a suit?
The question is not really whether they stay home, or does that motivate them to vote for the other candidates? Does that motivate them to vote for Stevens? Does that motivate them to vote for Crowley?
No, I don't think that is what that's what allowed Haley Stevens to perform as well as she did, especially in comparison to the Gretchen Whitmer endorsement and Gary Peters endorsement. The outbound
other things matter more.
Of course, they mattered a lot more. So it's always a calculation, right? It's always a calculation for the campaigns. They poll me in these districts. It's not like these guys are out in the water, totally blind, where they're like,
they poll me? What does he mean by that? Like poll how Hassan does them? Hassan keeps implying there's like this really high level coordination where like these campaigns are begging him to come and show up and leech off
yeah,
them.
it's a song guy. Like, listen,
This is an intentional choice around the audience.
Wasn't Taylor so happy that you wore a suit that he printed out a picture of you wearing it and put it inside his store? Yes, he did. And I love that suit. And I'm gonna keep wearing it too. I'm not gonna stop wearing the suit, just for the record. I just wear it to like special events, right? I really like it. It has special significance for me. It's a reminder of my trip to China, which I enjoyed.
God.
It's a great suit, and I look good. I look good in it. I'm not gonna stop wearing it. I don't care if people are. I don't care if people take it in a very like, I would go so far as to say xenophobic direction.
Really? Even in China, remember, they don't fucking wear these fucking suits, by the way. So anti-Chinese racism, if you have a problem with that suit. Okay, back to our good memes.
Support for the nation state in China, and in spite of the fact that they are engaged in, I guess you would call it cultural genocide, although some people sort of like contest that term, against
you would say that
the Uyghur,
a country,
the Uyghur genocide.
So pause real quick. Can you pause real quick? Can you pause real quick? Is it your contention? Let's do it one at a time. Is it your contention that supporting a country which is an ethnic nationalist country, or that has an ethnic preference, commits you to being ethnic nationalist?
Well, the reason why he goes
answer the fucking question. I'm not going to ask again.
The answer is yes. Or sorry, no,
in virtue of
it
what?
doesn't even make you an ethno-nationalist. It's more so the fact that he's willing to ignore the ethno-nationalism with certain states, and then other states he will not ignore the ethno-nationalism.
Avi, I can't deal with this.
He's so mad.
So, I mean, I don't know if you want me to.
I do.
Fine. Okay.
Okay, Avi,
So-
what's going on?
What's going on, North? Okay. So just want to make sure we're clear on this. So PISSCO has a notion of anti-Semitism that it's going to have to be, whether it's like in the mind or whether it's an action, it's going to be the sort of thing that it's going to at least have to be partially explained by the fact that it's prejudice against Jews and it's explained because they're Jews and not some other sort of thing. It's not like some other sort of ideological thing independent of that. It doesn't have to fully be explained by that, but at least has to be partially be explained by that.
But the problem is that the rhetoric applied against the Jewish state, it is the only state that he will apply that rhetoric to. Like, when is the last time you heard Hassan, like if you want to say that like Hassan Piker has like a anti-West, like pro, I guess countries that like hate America bias, instead of saying like it's an
I
anti-Jewish
would say
bias.
that, by the way.
Hassan Piker has never applied the exact same rhetoric for, let's say, Germany or Poland, at least not in the same way of calling them like ethno-nationalist states.
So what I just said. So I hear you. But what I just said was that it's going to have to be explained, at least in part, just by the fact that they're Jewish and not because of that they're a Jewish state. Unless there's some way of saying that.
Well, hold on. There's only one Jewish state.
I know there's only one Jewish state. Whether there's this is going to be true whether there's one state or Jewish or 2 or 3 Jewish states or 10. It doesn't, like, regardless.
So if we're like discriminating against like the one Jewish state, then like would we not consider that like to be an anti-Jewish bias?
No, so on the notion PISSCO just gave you, you can have a anti-Israel bias without having an anti-Jewish bias. So, and yes, you would have an anti-Jewish state bias without necessarily.
Yes, but like the bias that we're talking about here is only applied selectively to the Jewish state.
It would be an inconsistency. Yes, you could have an inconsistency.
Well, hold on. What are we calling would we not call like an inconsistency in like applying your standards? Would we not call that like discrimination?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be against Jews qua Jews. It wouldn't be like, that's what PISSCO is going to tell you. He's going to say, like, on the
but like if you're only applying it like against just one particular state, then yes, that is like the changing factor.
It doesn't necessarily. Look, the point is that what PISSCO is going to, the notion PISSCO just gave you, and this is what I really want to grasp before like either making the decision of whether you want to either fight him on the notion and saying the notion is going to commit him to something weird, or just going on to evidence. You want to grasp what he's going to say to those things based on his notion. He has a notion where he's going to tell you that even all the things you're saying, you could have this inconsistent standard about Israel. You can be like completely unfair to Israel and uncharitable to Israel, unfair to the Jewish state. You can like not apply it consistently anywhere. But none of that is going to commit him on his definition to an anti-Semitic notion. Like you can do all of that without being anti-Semitic. It might be evidence he's anti-Semitic, but just so you know, like,
hold on.
It might be.
Wait, how can something be evidence of anti-Semitism? Like, as in it fits within like the standard of what we call anti-Semitism, that being like bias.
Well, evidence would be
and be like anti-Semitic. And we also agreed earlier that like the.
So
sorry,
North.
Say that again.
Wait, fuck. Okay, hold on. Where is North? North, if you're listening, you can join for like 2 seconds. I can explain this.
Yeah. So the way you
no, please go repeat. I didn't hear what he's going to say.
I said it raises the credence.
It raises the credence. Okay.
Yeah. So if, for example, like someone could be like a raging anti-Zionist that is genuinely unfair and has double standards and is unfair against Israel. Like it is possible on the notion that PISSCO gave you that someone would be just completely unfair to Israel, but still not. It's not because they're Jewish. It's not because. It's because they're Israel, like that.
So then how are we going to be differentiating?
All right.
I would argue that the when we're talking.
Okay, real quick. Okay, so one of the things that's missing here is like some kind of like definition, some kind of functional definition of like anti-Semitism or bigotry is what the question that PISSCO is trying to tease out. So you're trying to go, you're trying to get up to. You want to lay out a standard of evidence for why you believe either PISSCO or Hassan is either anti-Semitic or supporting anti-Semitic people, right? That ultimately that's the goal, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the problem is you're providing evidence for, it would be the equivalent of me coming into I'm coming into a conversation with you, okay? And we have our friend Alish, and I want to prove to you that Alish is guilty of like Zubvupfar, okay? And then you're asking me what that is, and I'm saying, well, let me just like, I just want to tell you like what they've done, and then we're gonna like build towards this. And then you keep asking me like, what I need to know what your standard is for like whether or not somebody has done like Zubvupfar or whatever, right? But you're not. It doesn't matter if I'm laying out the evidence for why I think they've done this thing if you don't have like a definition of what is, like what criteria even need to be met for it to be that thing.
The problem is that if we have like at least a partial common definition of anti-Semitism, that being like proving that there's like an anti-Jewish bias when you like remove all factors. If we can just agree on that, and then the contested part of the definition for anti-Semitism does not come up with like the rest of the conversation, then like it might be an interesting conversation to have like afterward, but it shouldn't.
Sure,
like,
but I think the issue you run into here,
shouldn't.
Sure, I understand what you're saying there. The issue that you might be running into here, though, is I don't think you'll ever be able to define any kind of bigotry absent everything else, right? Like if I tell you that I have a person who's in charge of hiring, okay, and this person never discriminates on race, but if they see like a Tyrone or like a LaQuisha name or anything like that, they'll throw it out. But like all else equal, if like assuming they don't have those two names, even if they know a person's black, there's a guy named John White and John Black. And then on paper, you know, they're more or less equal. Maybe John Black is a little bit more qualified. He'll always hire John Black. Would you say that the guy's not racist because he's only discriminating on those names that are exclusively black names? Right? It gets a little bit more complicated at that point. So we probably need a slightly expanded definition of what our racist or bigoted definition, right? Otherwise, essentially somebody can always escape being anti whatever or bigoted in some way because that person is just going to be able to use proxy traits that are mapping on like 100% of the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. So, but you have to flesh that definition out, and then it's especially complicated because Jew is like a state, a race, and a religion. So technically, somebody could always just be anti-Semitic, but never have to actually be anti-Semitic because they just replace Jew with Zion. And they'll always basically be able to get away with that. And then you'll see, like, for conservatives, what kind of it is with black people, and that you can just replace black with, sometimes words like thug or, any other number of proxy traits. And then you can say, well, I'm not racist. I'm just, these are just the kinds of people that I don't like. But if that group of people ends up encompassing, like, 80 to 100% of the people that you are talking about, or I'm sorry, the people that you're not supposedly targeting, but you're essentially targeting all of them anyways, I think people would start to look at that in highly sus ways, and then you can move on to the next part of the conversation. It's like, okay, well, let's assume somebody was anti some group of people, anti-Semitic or whatever, and then let's assume that the person is also just anti-Zionist. Like, how would we see these behaviors like play out differently? So, like, I think, for instance, it's really, 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 really weird when like there's a term that gets thrown around called spiritually Israeli. That's a really weird thing, and there's also things where people start to harp on I don't know if you say like genetic characteristics. Like, I don't know if you notice this, but anytime people are posting stuff of like settlers fighting or whatever, but just Israelis in general, they always have there's like this picture of this inbred dude. I don't even know if he's inbred or whatever. A guy with a fucking big jar or some bullshit, and they're like, oh, like you can tell that this guy is fucking Israeli because he's inbred. And it's like, well, I thought that was just a nationality, bro. Or I thought that was right. So something else is like obviously going there. It's obviously going on there. And then on a further point, you have to get into the weeds on this. But on a further point, you know, if somebody were to say like, oh, well, I think that like I think Israel is like an apartheid state or whatever. It's like, well, why? Well, there's a super disparate treatment in the West Bank. And it's like, okay, well, do you think that's based on race or do you think it's based on nationality? And like, well, I think it's based on race. Like the nationality here or something is irrelevant. I don't know how you then explain, okay, so then when you hate Zionists and you hate people in Israel, does that include the 2 million Arab Palestinians that are Israeli citizens? Because they don't experience the same discrimination that people in the West Bank experience. So, but they're all Israeli. Even they wouldn't like you to call them up. They're all citizens of Israel, but like you probably wouldn't call them that, right? So then what do you delineate on then? On race? Or you could do religion, which gets weirder, but like, but you have to, these are like very in the weeds arguments, but I'm just trying to come back to stress it, like what PISSCO's trying to do here, but he's too dug in or autistic to frame it. And what Avi's trying to assist here is that like, you just have to have some shared definition of anti-Semitism before you start building the case for why you believe some person's anti-Semitic. Does that make sense?
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. I love you. Be careful.
Yeah.
Talking about, okay, so if we have the raging anti-Zionist, and we're assuming that they're not going to be anti-Semitic, I would argue the burden of proof should be on proving that they are not anti-Semitic.
Who's talking about burdens?
That they like are
Well, hold on.
anti-Semitic.
Okay, well, wait. But before we get to further argument, like you understand the North. Before we can move on, before we go on to that, like you understand, like this is the notion PISSCO is working with, and it might be different from your notion.
I understand sort of where PISSCO's coming from. Like,
Okay,
I think it's wrong, and I would argue against it.
Okay, fine. But I'm just okay. But it's important to realize, like, if you're going to move on to like the practical, like, okay, I'm going to present evidence for his notion of anti-Semitism. It's important for you to recognize like where that's different from yours.
Sure, and we can operate within his definition of anti-Semitism, and then if the evidence that I proves, like if I can prove that like there is a Jewish bias beyond an anti-Jewish bias beyond
anti-Israel bias, beyond anti-Israel.
Like,
anti-Israel
bias. Like, I would argue that like the anti-Israel bias is like where we would start, and then like we can continue this on to like his other actions, like whenever there was like the synagogue shooters, him and how his chat sort of like reacted to that being like generally supportive. When there are I think he was perpetuating like the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories of like the New York tunnels. If anyone remembers that, I have to double check on that. If he was perpetuating those anti-Jewish like conspiracy theories, like he uses the term like pig dog a lot. We generally consider pig dog to be like a historical anti-Semitic phrase used in Poland and Germany. Like all these things in together with like. If we're talking about like an he's applying an inconsistent standard in which he wishes the complete destruction of the one Jewish state that exists, then
sure. But
I think all this in its totality will show that HaSLOP Hiker is anti-Semitic. Is there anything that I said that was wrong? Is there anything I just said that was wrong?
Okay, hold on. Slow down, North. Okay, I'm just trying to get you to see the big picture task here. Like the big picture.
No, hold on. Is there anything that I said that was just wrong? I just want you to answer that.
Oh man.
In terms of like factually, like I'm not sure if you said anything factually incorrect. I'm just trying to get you to understand what the picture is and where you're going to apply those facts to convince PISSCO. So the key point here is that you're going to want to.
Sorry, sometimes I talk about like the logic loading that comes from the Ask Yourself Discord server and stuff. Okay. First, to be fair, I don't actually know if it's like this anymore. Okay, I know that I don't know how long ago actually, because I have no sense of time. But like 5 years ago, all of the like most hardcore like vegan debate people kind of came out of there. Avi and Isaac themselves. I said this last time, are generally pretty good. I don't think not generally pretty good. I think they're very good when it comes to like logic and not completely and totally missing the point on stuff. I feel like PISSCO is like picked up a little bit, just enough to be insanely fucking annoying. And then, that's why I bring that up. But generally speaking, I think Avi and Isaac are good at following conversations. Yeah.
Present. you're going to want to make him have a credence that it's more the explanation for all of these things that all these observations that you're bringing to the table, whether it be the use of the term pig dog, or whether it be the use of, or whether it be an inconsistent standard toward the Jewish state, or whether it be any other sort of thing that a conspiracy that Hassan Piker may have peddled. You're going to want to present a case that the hypothesis that is most likely, that is most expected, that expects these observations more so, is going to be that it's, at least in part, a bias against Jews explained because they're Jews. Not that some rival hypothesis is going to fully explain.
Can you give me perms so that when I get heated, I can say stuff?
Maybe I'll think about it. Sure. Just don't barge into
All right, thank you.
Be careful.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Rival hypothesis like, oh, he is biased against Israel. Or a rival hypothesis like, oh, he is biased against Zionists. Or a rival hypothesis that he is biased against settlers, or he is biased against like any of these things. Like all these other rival hypotheses, you want to make the case that all of these other potential rival hypotheses, they are not going to plausibly account for all of the observations we're seeing. They may account for some of them, they may account for partial of some of them, but they're not going to fully explain this without also having us commit ourselves to saying, well, they're also having us take on board the hypothesis that there's something about Jewish because they're Jews here. That's the goal. That's the big.
How do you explain then? Because this is also work. This can be applied to you as well. This is not just applied to me. How do you explain plausibly that Hassan Piker is? Let's see here now. He uses anti-Semitic slurs. He applies a extremely inconsistent standard.
Unless I missed it, I still don't think there was a consistent definition or a strong, positive definition given by North yet. I think for Avi to even contend with here.
With the one Jewish state that exists, when it comes to like synagogue shootings, him and his community are unusually supportive. He went to emote only mode, and all of his emotes were like hearts when he was reading out the shooter's manifesto. What is the plausible explanation for him to just be anti-Zionist and not like anti-Semitic?
Is that to me or to PISSCO?
Both of you. I mean, you're
okay.
defending
Just to be clear,
so
just to be clear, I think Hassan is anti-Semitic. I don't know if you realize that, but I'm able to see. I'm able to see where you're floundering in the approach that would convince PISSCO. So I'm trying to help you. So I can play devil's advocate. If you're asking me to play devil's advocate, I can do that. I can play
why can't PISSCO respond to?
Wait, so what do you want me to respond to?
Okay.
So you said anti-Semitic slurs. What are the anti-Semitic slurs?
What is him calling Jews pig dogs, and then also saying
you said anti-Semitic slur
as well, which is also like
an anti-Semitic slur is evidence that would raise my credence. So what's the anti-Semitic slur that he uses?
It has to be kike. That's it. And then nothing else will qualify. Nothing else will qualify. Guaranteed. No matter how. That is 100% what he's about to do.
Pig dog.
Okay, so what's the evidence that pig dog is an anti-Semitic slur?
It's just too much. It's too good, man.
I believe it is like if you look up anti-Semitic slurs, it is a slur used.
The only way he can possibly know that is if I'm sorry. My bad. If Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is on stage with Hassan when Hassan says it, and Abdul's grandmother is there with the dictionary confirming that it is indeed an anti-Semitic slur, and then a panel of 3 Jews, 3 Arabs, and 3 Christians, like our model Lebanese government, is there to sign off on it. Okay. I know they don't have 3. I don't know it's not 30% Jews.
Used in like Poland and Germany, specifically in like Nazi Germany. Like the Nazis would call the Jews pig dogs, and like their rhetoric.
Doesn't matter. Okay. Never heard it before.
I don't deny that Nazis may have used the term pig dog. I understand the term. It also has uses in non-anti-Semitic context. That is.
What racial slur doesn't? What racial slur doesn't? That's part of the whole thing of racial slurs. What, like, my grandpa used to say Polak all the time, which I think is an anti-Polish slur. I don't even know why he would have anti-Polish slurs. My grandma's in Vietnam. Why did people even fucking say that? But like, I didn't even know that was an anti-Polish slur until I was like fucking 29 years old. What is it's the definition. I don't even know what you would call it. This is crazy.
This is a non-hateful against Jews context. And
what is the non-anti-Semitic context that someone uses pig dog for?
That it's a broader term that is used to denigrate people or insult people, not just in Jews.
What about the N-word? Can't you just call a non-black person the N-word, but is it okay as long as they're not black?
What's the evidence that it's exclusive to Jews?
What is an example
Jews?
outside of
no,
I'm talking
about?
Oh,
my God.
That, because obviously,
hold on.
suggested that to me, and he's a well-read person.
I can answer, if you're asking, I can, if you're asking about the historical usage of the term, the Nazis used that term as an insult. It was certainly toward Jews, but not exclusively toward Jews. Like it was a generic insult.
Got him. That's all he needs, baby.
Used heavily towards Jews.
He's out. He's out.
Okay, so when Hassan Piker is talking about quote unquote Zionists and he's calling them pig dogs, is there not like a connection we can make here?
Doesn't matter.
Like
he's on.
This does not like increase the plausibility of it being anti-Semitic.
Wait, is that to me or to Pisco?
Both.
Okay, so
you said you need to agree with me, so I don't know why you're the one that's like, no offense, but like I don't know why you're the one mostly talking. Like I don't know why Pisco's like checked out of this debate here when I'm here to talk to him. Like
because you're not doing a good job, and I'm trying to help you, and he's okay. Well, look, no, it's true though. I mean, look, it seems like I'm not look. Pisco can explain why, but it seems like I don't think you're actually meeting Pisco where he's at. I don't think you're understanding what he's saying. Because of that, it doesn't seem like you're going to eventually present the best arguments that are going to convince them. Now I can
when using the term pig dogs in combination when you're referring to Zionists, can we not infer that probably has an anti-Semitic meaning?
I'm not convinced of that.
Why?
Because it seems like, based on what I'm hearing, it's a generic insult that could be used in contexts that don't necessarily imply it. And so
it's a pit. Are you saying, if anything, I kind of feel like North is the anti-Semitic one here. Are you implying that Jews are pigs or dogs more than any other race of people? Like, I mean, I'm just saying.
The mere fact that someone would...
But the context that it implies...
Doobie, in with the super chat. The French dude in Monty Python calls the Crusaders pig dogs.
Is anti-Zionism, which is like the destruction of the Jewish state.
It.
That's one. And then what is the example? When is the last time you've heard someone say pig dog at a context outside of that? Or when is the last time you've heard Hassan say the term pig dog outside of that?
No, someone somewhere, I vaguely recall that he used pig dog against non-Jews at a certain point in the past as to his specific thing. As to the history, I think it's your...
Has he? We went to search for this. Has Hassan ever used pig dog before in his entire life? If you go through his the film not or film route or whatever the fuck that website is.
Burden to share. Do you deny the fact that pig dog is...
If being an anti-Zionist is indistinguishable from being an anti-Semite, what is the point of separating the two? No. For these guys, there's no point at all. But like you can tell there are ways that you could do it. It's just very, very difficult right now. Here, I would argue that this conversation is a microcosm of what's happening in the Democratic Party. The easiest way, I would say, the easiest way that you can tell is how hard somebody tries to separate themselves from the implications they know are being given from the things that they say. So, like, I guess maybe this rings hollow with some people, because some of my audience still misses it, but, like, I feel like if you put me in a room to argue the Israel-Palestine thing, depending on who I'm talking to, you should never come away from that conversation thinking like Destiny legitimately fucking hates Arabs and hates Palestinians. Okay? There are times in history I give the Jews their props. There are times in history where I give the Arabs their props. The beginning of the conflict, I think, legitimately, both sides could have fought to the death, and I think both were super fucking understandable. Every other country was getting their own country. Arabs got a little bit fucked out of Palestine with the Jews coming in. Also, the Jews were kind of being fucking exterminated from the planet, so I kind of understand their perspective too, right? I can get both sides. Neither of them are vitriolic or hateful, okay? I feel like I have a decent secular understanding. I'm not like religiously loading it. I'm not ethically loading one side or another. I do personally think that there are greater arguments for Israel remaining an ethnic Jewish protected state than being abolished as an ethnic Jewish state, mainly because I feel like Muslims and Arabs have like 65 other fucking states if they wanted to fucking go to them. But like, I think I could give the argument and be pretty anti-Zionist and pretty anti-Palestinian without like having this vitriolic feeling of fucking hatred. The big issue, though, is not only do you have this anti-Zionism, whatever the fuck, the fact that you're plugging this in to the number one part, the number one core tenet of like neo-Nazi or Nazi-adjacent ideologies, which is that Jews control everything, it makes it so ultra sus. You must know how ultra sus you are there. And for you to not know how ultra sus you are it makes you seem even more sus, right? It makes you seem even more sus. So
a generic insult. You didn't.
Okay,
I think
so
there are maybe people
after
have
this
used it as like
conversation,
a,
I went on a stream with Tom, and we talked about Hassan and him using Pig Dog. And when you search up on the Philmont, he has used Pig Dog in the past.
How many times for what?
And then I forget the exact context. I think he said like capitalist Pig Dog, but he's also referred to
the capitalist.
like Jewish
Okay.
politician.
Interesting.
What was
Okay.
it? I think he referred to like Netanyahu as a pig dog. But then apparently he quote unquote learned from one of his viewers that pig dog was an anti-Semitic term. And then apparently after that he said, actually no, it's fine. It's not an anti-Semitic term. So he's like doubled down on it after being called out on it.
There's literally
this will be
nothing
relevant
that
to, like,
you
the
would be
later
able to tell
conversation.
him that you would have to introduce new to him that he would buy as anti-Semitic. Also, by the way, that's just I would bet my fucking life on that. But yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's all I gotta say.
What do you want, Sev?
I feel like there's one like glaring thing that a lot of these fucking Western leftists don't really point out is like the support for Hezbollah is pretty anti-Semitic.
That's just it's just fucking retarded. I don't even talk about it. The problem is nobody in the West knows anything about what any of these things are, and then people like Hassan will just say like Hezbollah is like the government of Lebanon.
But here,
and it's just
before you continue,
yeah,
the support for Hezbollah, in my opinion, why is it anti-Semitic is because the only positive thing that is looked at from Hezbollah in the Middle East is that they want to kill Jews or attack Israel.
Well,
That
and
is the
worked
only
as
positive-
and worked for Assad.
Because remember, they fucking murdered a bunch of Syrians. Like, I think the estimate is like 100,000 Syrians.
Sure.
And like, so generally everyone looks at them outside of the scope from Israel is like pretty negative, very negative. And like a lot of people do think they're like an Iranian proxy even in the Middle East. So like the only positive thing they're okay with them being an Iranian proxies because they attack Israel. Like that's the only positive about them in the Middle East.
Yeah.
There's no other thing. Obviously the fucking Houthis are in a similar boat, but the Houthis, I believe it's like what?
Boat because they like attack boats and stuff in the similar boat. I'm sorry, I was
that was not intentional, but it's fine. Thanks for the credit anyway. What's it called? The Houthis are in the same type of situation in that regard, but the difference is that they are looked as an oppressed group compared to the Hezbollah. They are looked at as an oppressed group by the Gulf nations. Because like Yemen has been fucked over repeatedly even before the Houthis really propped up.
Yeah.
That's the only difference between them, but they're pretty much the same fucking thing, except one's like not really doing that much, and one has been helping fucking Assad murder Syrians by the hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
And yeah, I feel like his support for these two organizations, if you are an honest person, is plenty enough.
Yeah, I guess, but nobody knows anything about anything over there, so it's like kind of hard to even bring any of it up. I do agree though, like that's it. Yeah, I don't. What do you want to say? It's fucking retarded. Yeah, I agree.
Also, there was another thing that you said there that I wanted to delve into.
Fight me.
That you said you're perfectly fine about Israel being like an ethnically Jewish state, or like staying an ethnically Jewish state. Would you say that despite the behavior from the current Israeli government? Because they are trying to take more land in the West Bank, like take over the West Bank without like including the people in it.
Without including
the Palestinians that live on the land.
Yeah, I mean that's bad. What do you want me to say? It's not good.
I know it's bad.
Not
but
good.
Would you still support the statement you said? I know. Trust me, I'm not coming at you and be like,
well,
hey,
the alternative would be
these people say you're
so this is the thing
anti-Semitic
that would have to. It would be a pretty big movement. Like if I'm being honest, I'm not even sure if like even if I were to say that like the Gaza situation was a genocide, I don't know if it's enough to move me in this direction. Or it would move me a little. But like to abolish Israel as an ethnic majority state would mean abolishing the only Jewish state on the planet.
I understand. That's why I'm not in support of it.
My assumption would be the majority of the people there would probably leave that are Jewish, yeah. But yeah. But I mean, obviously the situation in the West Bank is obviously not good. One of the big criticisms I've given for Israel. The criticism I used to have for Arabs, or I say criticism, historically, I think Arabs, it took a while for them to kind of learn politics. I don't know why, it was because they were stuck under the Ottomans ruling or whatever, but I feel like in the first few decades of Israel's existence, it took the Arabs a while for them to actually learn how politics
The
worked.
only reason Israel exists is because they were fucking each hungry for their own nation.
Yeah, a little bit. For sure. But then I feel like Arabs have learned, at least to some extent, politics, and Israel is like trapped in decades ago where they're stuck in the primitive political mindset to where they have zero consideration for other groups of people. So Israel will conduct itself in a way that even in the short term might be beneficial to the Jewish people there, but they just seem to have no mind for not how will our enemies perceive us.
Not really, even
but,
if
what do
you
you mean?
consider, if you ask me, they're not like even behaving recently. I would say they're not even behaving in a way that is considered or beneficial to Jews.
Sure. I mean, like you can argue that. I mean, I would argue
term.
that they think they are at least, but they have no consideration for how do other Arabs view us, how do other allies view us, like what is the position of other countries with relation to us who are allies or friendly or neutral. Like they never have that consideration in mind, and I think it's one of the worst ways that they conduct themselves right now because it makes it very hard for anybody else on the planet to
defend them or even talk to them or befriend them.
Yeah. Not
but,
good.
Like
Pretty
recently,
fucking
the
retarded.
news in the West Bank is fucking insane. Like there's a Christian village right now that's been cleared out, like a famous Christian village of Palestinians that's known for their beer. That's been cleared out because of settler attacks. Because the armies thought it was too unsafe for the Palestinians. So they cleared out the Palestinians and moved the settlers, but then they let the settlers move back in, and the Palestinians not to.
Well, that's not good.
And
What
they've
do you
been
want me to
pictured
say?
drinking tea
I'm just kidding.
and eating with the fucking settlers.
Not good. It's not good. Pretty stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know, man. It's like here. What am I supposed to say? Like as a fucking Palestinian that lives here, what am I supposed to say to people who are like, hey, wait, like if this is getting to this extreme and it is fucking government backed, what are you like? The only thing I can hope for is like the Israelis aren't stupid the next elections. If they are stupid in the next elections, I literally have no way to argue against the fucking insane leftists. I'll be like,
this is the
abolish
big
this fucking state.
Yeah, and this is the difficult thing that so I would only say this I would never say this in front of the hard lefties or whatever, but like there is a degree of truth. You know, I've said this before that if you're being attacked by a country who is ruled by a dictator, I have more sympathy for the soldiers of that country than I do for a country that's ruled by a democracy whose soldiers are attacking me. Because in the democratically elected country, their citizens are making more of a choice, you know? And I'll be fully honest, you know, I don't understand why every election has played out.
To a certain extent.
Yeah,
there.
I don't know why every election has played out as it has. But Netanyahu's been in charge for like 20 of the last 30 years. It's like
26 years.
Yeah, at some point something's got to change here. You know what's going on?
Yeah.
And so if this next election season comes around where I feel like I've heard this in the past, like, oh, Netanyahu. Well, I guess there have been times where Netanyahu hasn't been the prime minister, because you had Olmert and others. Yeah, I mean it's happened. But if he somehow manages to hold the coalition together again and still emerges as the prime minister again after this next set of elections,
that's the point I wanted to fight you on. Like I would be like understanding of how it's a democracy and whatnot, but remember there is a lot of fucking instances where people are just voting for the group that represents their interest, because it's not the same as Democrats and Republicans in the US. They would vote for the party that represents their interest, and then the parties later form the government, and it's up to the elected officials to select. That's how fucking Ben-Gvir and Smotrich got picked, even though they've never been in a government before, is that no one else wanted to form a government with Netanyahu. They fucked him over, they are pushing him in. Fuck Netanyahu over.
Well, no, but I mean, he's choosing. This is how he forms his coalition. I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree with the argument that Netanyahu is not as far right as a lot of people think he is, but this is the deal that he's made in order to maintain.
Right in terms, in my opinion, he's far right, but he's fucking under the table far right. He doesn't fucking portray that.
Smotrich and Gvir or whatever would happily the statements about what was it Ben-Gvir who said every Lebanese mother needs to cry for their dead children?
Every Israeli mother's tears, 1,000 Lebanese mothers.
And there's only so much. This will be the same shit I'll say with MAGA. There's only so many times I can buy the whole I had to do this for this sake, and it's okay, I get that. But I mean, I said the same thing 2 years ago. If October 7th would have happened against West Bank settlements, the amount of sympathy that I have would be like severely decreased for Israel. Like
in
severely
my opinion,
decreased. Like it's one of those things where it's like you know, I don't think it's good, but I don't know how much I could condemn it. Like,
my
damn,
question for you,
you know?
hypothetical question: do you think Israel would have acted the same way they did in Gaza if it was against West Bank settlements?
Oh, I don't know how popular.
I am almost 100% sure they would have.
I think it would have been a million times worse because regardless of what people say, I don't think they really want to clear out Gaza. They have beaches. They don't give a fuck about Gaza. But the opportunity to clear out the West Bank, whoo, boot. Who was that one guy? Fuck, what, is it Fleischer or whatever? Dude, there'd be a million of him. You would see a million American Jews or whatever, or whoever they managed to recruit, those settlements would expand they would be new Israel in like 2 weeks of fighting, okay? It wouldn't have been this like 7 years of clearing out Hamas over and over and over again for Gaza. Israel would have been like, all right, let's fucking go. It would be done in like 2 weeks.
And also, it would... I feel like a mass exodus would be possible because Jordan has done that before.
True.
Has allowed for mass exodus of Palestinians.
Egypt and the majority of the Palestinian population lives in Jordan, and Jordan is majority Palestinian already. So they would be way more.
I think it's a plurality. I think it's like around 50 to like 55%. It's a little bit, it's around there. It's almost majority.
Yeah, and more so than Egypt for sure. Yeah, but I mean who knows the future
Egypt,
issues,
there's no Palestinians. There's like I don't know.
No, I mean they'd be more willing to take them than Egypt would be for sure.
Yeah, of course, because there's Palestinians that might push for it as well.
Sure.
Well, that's about it. Enjoy.
Crazy world.
And also anti-Semitic. Fucking PISSCO. I've never had the displeasure of speaking to him, and I don't know if Loner has. I don't recall. But why is he like this? Is this just like how lawyers speak?
No! I hate it when people say that. It's such a misconception. People keep saying, oh, lawyer brain. No, you have to understand, like, nuance and arguments and all this stuff. This is like TV lawyer brain, where, like, you walk in and you sign a contract with your boss and you were like, oh, well, actually, I digitally signed that from Japan and it was 2 hours before the signing agreement date. So I actually get out of this entire contract and now I get to take your $5 billion business. No, you have to understand like nuance and arguments and whatever. When you're a lawyer, especially, you have to. If for no other reason, because you have to translate it for the fucking retards that pay you money, for the clients that you have who are worse than anything else you have to deal with in court. So no, this is politics brain. Autistic politics
just
brain.
Like his politics. Okay, fair enough. I don't know.
Sometimes people get dug in, and what are you gonna do? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. See you.
I love you, Kev.
Anti-Semitic insult in the same way that maybe someone used like the hard R N-word, not against black people, but like it's still a slur and it's overwhelmingly associated with like the anti-Semitism of it.
Yeah. So there's a heavy connotation that it's a racial slur, but it's
wouldn't it be a denotation at that point? Connotation that the N-word is a racial slur? That's like, as PISSCO would love to say, overdetermined. Now, what do we mean by we say connotation there? I feel like connotation is similar to like implication. It's like heavily implied. Like the connotation of this is like but this would be like the actual given definition now.
It sounds like you weren't convinced of that with Pig Dog.
There is a heavy connotation with Pig Dog.
I'm not convinced of that. Provide the evidence.
Give me the link every use of it.
When Hassan Piker uses it, it is in context with the destruction of the Jewish state. Like this is not used against.
So if he said American Pig Dog,
he's not referring to.
If he said American,
Hassan Piker is not
shut the fuck
referring
up.
to.
Shut the fuck up.
Turks.
I'm losing it. So if he said American Pig Dog, would you say he's anti-American for saying that, not for other reasons?
If he said American Pig Dog, what was the context of him saying that?
The only context you gave me was Zionist Pig Dog. So now I'm giving you American. If Hassan said American Pig Dog,
I'm pretty sure if he said like American Pig Dog, it was in the context of an American supporting. Like,
I'm not saying that he said it. I don't even know if he said that. I'm asking if he did say that, right? You just gave me Zionist Pig Dog, right?
I'm sure he said that. Yes.
I'm not sure that he said that. It's not important. I'm asking if, right? It's a conditional.
I'm saying I think he said that, so I'm agreeing with you, or I'm agreeing with your premise.
No, PISSCO's saying if he said that.
I can't.
But I mean, like, North is not understanding, but PISSCO's not doing himself any favors. PISSCO's also like making this very, very, very difficult to understand.
I'm sorry. You asked me a question. I engage with your question, and then you say I can't. What?
I'm
so
defeated.
it sounds like PISSCO is saying, North, that.
Why do I need a PISSCO translator here?
Okay, well, you can say that, but it actually seems to be the only thing working. So
true.
Well, it feels like PISSCO can't contend with what I'm saying, and then he's just relying on you for like his arguments because he just can't contend with me. So.
Oh, so you're saying I'm not trying. Okay, well, that's a different accusation.
Well,
You're saying
well, I'm not saying that you're necessarily like not trying to like do the thing, but like I'm here to like contend with Pisco. And
You don't think
Pisco
Avi's trying to
throwing
help
up his
you
arms.
to? So you understand that Avi is going to be making a case against Hassan as well. And
You asked a question, and you asked, has Hassan or like has the term American pig dog ever been said before, or has Hassan ever said like the term?
No,
like,
I
American
fucking
pig dog?
didn't,
Or
and you're not
I
listening.
didn't say the
No,
term
you're not
American pig dog. And I said yes.
listening.
No, I
Avi, can you repeat what I
didn't say
said?
that,
I'm sure
damn
Avi
it.
remembers it.
Yeah. Well, it sounds so. North, Pisco is not convinced that the term pig dog.
No. What is Pisco's question? Say it verbatim.
No,
Is Avi gonna know?
No, I don't remember.
I'm not even sure. Yeah.
Okay, so then he doesn't know what
I
you're
said
talking
if.
about.
I said
Oh,
if
no, now Pisco's
Hassan used
triggered.
the term American pig dog. If, would you consider that?
Oh,
to
that
be,
question.
Yeah,
Okay.
that question.
Yeah, then
I
okay.
consider it to be.
Would
I
it
would
be
consider it to be anti-Semitic. Yes, it is an anti-Semitic usage of that. Yes.
Okay,
American?
okay, well then it sounds like. Well, then it sounds like.
Like
you have a different-
when he talks about American pig dog, I'm pretty sure like I know he has said. In fact, I'm pretty sure I remember him saying this term before, and he said it before in the context of like referring to Americans like who support the nation state of Israel.
Pretty sure.
Okay, so I think
Absolutely
what
sure.
Maybe Pisco wants to ask if he referred it to Americans who like just in a neutral, with respect to Israel context.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, like if it's just like a random Joe, and he just he's arguing over some other issue.
Sure, someone can say American pig dog, but the problem is it's not being used in that way. In the same way, someone could say like
You're fighting the
hard R
hypothetical.
N word in like a non.
But he's just asking.
I am fighting the hype. I'm fighting the premise. It's not hypothetical. I'm fighting the premise. I'm saying like yes, it could exist, but it's so implausible that it doesn't even matter to the discussion.
He's just asking what you would take away if you found Hassan doing that. So let's say you find Hassan saying, okay, he's using
If
that
I
slur.
heard Hassan saying American pig dog, I would assume that he's being anti-Semitic. Yes.
No. If you knew the context had nothing to do with Jews or Zionism.
Then hold on. Are we talking? Because there's a difference in something here. Are we saying like with the totality of his other statements, or just taking this as like person
isolation.
X who happens to be named Hassan Piker who says American pig dog, or are we saying like if Hassan Piker said American pig dog?
If I said American pig dog, would you,
tomorrow?
if I said American pig dog, would you assume I'm being anti-Semitic?
No.
What?
But if Hassan Piker said it, yes, with the context of everything else that he said. That
Okay,
is why
put aside
I'm
the
having
context.
contention over this.
So in isolation, so it sounds like pig dog by itself isn't inherently anti-Semitic.
Again, okay, sorry. I know I've harped on this point a million times. Hopefully, with the anti-Semitism stuff, we're done with soon because who cares about the Jews? It's just not how racism works, or any form of bigotry works. That it's just like, like just the concept like in isolation is this racist or bigoted. Like, I don't even know if you can be racist or bigoted in isolation, because that like is almost at its definitionally like a very macro societal level thing. I don't even know what that would look like.
Well, in isolation, like if someone said the N word in isolation,
I would assume that it's racial.
Well, no. Yeah, no, it depends on how much of a debate pervert you want to be here, but like that's not true. Like, what if you're reading Tom Sawyer or whatever the fuck? I don't know what the fuck. What are the books you read with the N-word? What if you're like reading something like that in class? Does that make you racist? Or what if you were reading a dictionary? Like, not technically, right?
Racist, but like if I'm reading Huckleberry Finn and I'm saying like the N-word,
I would assume it's a racial connotation.
Ooh. Man, look, I got some banger kick chatters. That's a really good point by Corgi Dog. Somebody should ask, do you think that white lives matter is racist? Because how the fuck can you possibly get there with the insanely narrow reading that Pisco is giving on like all things racial, right? White lives matter must certainly not be in any way, size, shape, or form racist, right?
Automatically assume it's like not racist. Yes, but I'm assuming there's a racial connotation with Hassan Piker because of like the previous context added.
So
the same way that you could do
if
it with,
I
like,
said Zionist
someone
pig
said,
dog,
like,
if I said
the N-word.
Zionist pig dog, do you assume it's anti-Semitic?
Yes. That's a yeah, that's a pretty big one, right?
Okay. I'm not convinced that this word
What about like Islamic? Like I'm trying to think. They should have named it like instead of Israel, they should have just called it like Jewland or something. And then they wouldn't have had to, they wouldn't be a separate word. Because like, here's like another issue. Islam denotes like forms of government. Islam calls for like government to be intertwined with the religion, right? The government emerges literally from the image. There's like some from the religion. There's like a structure, I think, like either connotated, like all the caliphates and everything, like were Islamic theocracies in ways that you could never have like a Christian country, or I'm sorry, a Catholic country. I can't speak to Christians because fucking Protestants are on some wacky wild shit. So I don't know how. I feel like any big criticism, like if I were to use a word like that, like, oh, you're like an Islamic dog, I feel like that would always be considered Islamophobic by people like PISSCO.
Always.
Or Hassan or anybody else. I'd be like, oh, these guys are Islamic pigs. Like, I think you'd be hit so quick with the Islamophobia meme.
And pig is also not halal and not kosher, and it's just kind of an extra dig. But I was gonna say to your point about why don't they just call it Jewland? I mean, they did, right? Judea and Samaria used to be the West Bank, is not,
True.
Judea and Samaria was the West Bank, and Israel is after the 12 tribes of Israel, after, Judah, after there was that big split historically, remember, between the tribes. So, I mean, the name has a historical merit that goes back to the people who lived there.
Yeah, true.
And Jews are literally from Judea, like indigenous too. That's where they come from. So I don't know. It's strange when people try to contend with that.
Yep, I agree.
Anyway, thanks.
It's a historical. It is a historical anti-Semitic term being tied to people who support the existence of like the state of Israel.
But here's a better way. I don't think this is the best evidence, but if you really want to make the case, there's a better way of doing it with the pig dog term. You can say, okay, we can grant. Look, the Steelman way of doing this is to say, look, we can grant that the term pig dog historically was a generic insult by Germans. That's true. It wasn't unique to Jews. However,
I think the term is even used like today. It's like not as.
Okay, I'm gonna get there. So however, over time, one second. However, over time, because it was so heavily used toward Jews, even though it wasn't a specific to Jew insult historically, because Jews do take that with them, and because it is associated with that sort of thing, even though it's not really fully a unique to Jew thing. There's a little bit of an ergo up there, especially if someone is making an insult to a Jewish Zionist or whatever, and they specifically go for the German insult. Like, why are they doing that? Like, what accounts for that? Your ear should go up a little bit there. Is that the strongest evidence? No, there's a lot of plausible hypotheses that could charitably counter that. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe Hassan Piker actually thinks it's just like there's nothing really there that's unique to Jews. Maybe he's not aware of it. But if you're gonna like fully advance it, you want to like put the extra Steelman on it. You don't want to just say like, okay, well, he said pig dog. You want to say like, okay, even though historically it might not be unique to Jews, because now it's recognized, that word has continued over time, and because now it's recognized.
I mean, historically, it has been recognized as like an anti-Semitic slur. Like
not unique.
And today, it is used by anti-Semites.
So that's a better case. You could say like, okay, first of all, historically it was a generic insult by Germans. It was used against Jews for sure, but it was a generic insult. Now you can say, okay, even though that's true, because it was incidentally used by Nazis against Jews, that has been co-opted. That insult has been co-opted by actual anti-Semites, and that is the thing that they use.
What's
and now
the case for that?
using that. Right, that would be a better case. You'd want some evidence for it for sure. But yes, that's a better.
Hold on. I feel like if you were to accept this premise, you would have to accept the idea of like the N-word not being the non-racist. We'll call it the non-discriminatory against Black people N-word. You have to accept that is like.
Why am I committed to that?
Does, like, exist.
Why would I be committed to that?
I don't think there's an obvious analogy with the N-word. The N-word historically it was unique to Black people. It was clearly targeted toward Black people. There was no widespread use of the N-word toward white people.
Do you think that people have used like the N-word in the context of like against like not Black people? They've used it against
they've
other
said white N-word. That's not the point.
Or they've used it against like maybe like Mexicans or some sort of like Latino Americans or something like that.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure it have, but that's not that doesn't undermine what I just said.
The usage of a slur being used not against like the group that it was like originally against does not inherently mean that like the slur is now considered like not anti-Black.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's why. Okay, good. Yes, I agree.
In the same way that it just because there might have been usages of pig dog.
Okay. Do they get any
against like let's say
further
Poles,
in this conversation, or is this just Avi trying to
Nazis during like the 40s does not inherently mean that it wasn't an anti-Semitic slur, nor is it not an anti-Semitic slur today.
Yeah, no, so that I agree with. And when I'm looking at and I do prioritize the current meaning of the word now, then
So then we agree that it's an anti-Semitic slur.
Although our words today are still somewhat informed historically, yes, I do prioritize.
Pisco, do you agree that it's an anti-Semitic slur?
Today, I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, so you'd want to. So my understanding.
Okay, I also think. Listen to me. Okay, as I say this too. Okay, I'm gonna be not humble for a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. A lot of people in the DGG have thoughts about who's smart and who's not smart. I am the ultimate arbiter of who's intelligent and who's not, okay? Most people will tell you that a person is or isn't smart based upon whether or not they agree with the things that they think, okay? So keep that in mind, all right? Pisco, Josiah, for whatever you want to say about these people, okay? They're not stupid, all right? They are not stupid. So sometimes you'll hear me kind of like tearing apart these arguments on stream, and even for me, it is easier to shred these arguments on stream than it would be for me to do it like on the fly. That's why sometimes when I'm listening to these, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I would have caught this. I'm not just saying that because I'm trying to be humble. It's because it can be really hard to catch things like during an active conversation. It's much harder. Whereas if you're just listening, there's so much less investment. Like I'm sitting here just kind of like listening as both arguments are given. I don't really have to think about what I'm thinking of next. I don't have to like there's so many different considerations when you're having the conversation versus not. All that to say that to have these types of conversations and to like do well takes considerable practice. So, you know, it's good. This is why those like debate panel spaces and everything were nice. Having arguments with other people and being able to flesh your points on everything is like super, super helpful. It's going to be very, very, very challenging, regardless of how stupid some of these arguments are. It's going to be very challenging to hop into a conversation with somebody like Pisco and just be able to like steamroll him. That's probably never going to happen. He's at the very least I don't know if verbal IQ is a real thing, but he can navigate a conversation better than that. Yeah.
There's a little bit of the way I would describe the word pig dog is I don't think it's anti-Semitic against Jews in the same way that the N-word is anti-black. However,
correct, but it would raise the fuck out of an eyebrow. Yeah,
I think there is a bit of a little edge on it. How to say, and I don't have data on that. I haven't looked into the data on like.
But we not consider like even if it's like a like even if we're talking about culturally, we don't consider like the slur to be as bad. The mere fact that we are agreeing that it is an anti-Semitic slur.
No one has.
Is using.
Wait, what agreed that?
Apparently, Pisco, you refuse to engage in the conversation. It just made obvious.
Like if you want to take a step back, the actual argument that I would say, and Avi knows this. Avi is very not autistic as well. Even though I feel like everything on paper, Avi seems like he'd be very autistic, but he's not. He seems pretty socially aware from everything I've ever seen of him. At least in America, I'll say this is probably true for Europe as well. Probably anytime you're combining a nationality, a religion, or a race with an animal, you're probably always in really sus territory. Automatically, you're like almost instantly, you're probably going to be in highly sus territory. So like I would be super careful with how you're proceeding. Like you better make sure they check off a couple other majority group boxes. Like they better be white. They better not be a religious minority. It better be like, because it's just like, so yeah, you're just in such a weird, I don't know. Like I feel like you could just make up random shit and it would almost sound like racial slurs because it's like, what do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean? When you say like, I don't know, what's a weird animal? Those Romanian voles, the Hungarian prairie dogs. I don't know, just you're already like in very weird territory. So like when you know for Jews that that's already like a weird area, and then you're throwing on like pig, dog. You're hitting them with the double animal too. It's like you should probably just.
Can I add something about the pig dog comment real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know how deep Hassan is into like Islamic theology and whatnot, but one of the stories in the Quran talks about a certain group of Jews that disobeyed God and like worked on Shabbat or whatever, and
Yikes.
He has turned them into pigs and monkeys. Because of their so I don't know if it stems from that. I'm pretty sure pig dog just stems from like the fucking German source, but that is also a thing where there is like really extremist Muslims that would call Jews pigs because of like Islamic theology in that story.
Sure. Yeah, and then you've got your whole.
I've seen a Bengali, I've seen a Pakistani guy, and several people on TikTok like specifically call Jews pigs and monkeys for that specific reason. So I don't know if how deep Hassan is into Islamic theology. Probably not very much. So maybe there's some source in there.
Well, thank you for the added info. True.
I've been listening
I
this
don't know
entire
what- I don't know
time.
what's going even on here.
Okay,
so then are you going to like actually
stop
engage
with the
with the
meta. Stop with the
conversation?
meta. I've been listening.
the entire time.
I've been listening this entire time. You've been floundering. No one here has conceded.
I
that
don't know if
it's
you've been listening the entire time. But
I
okay.
have been. I've been following the whole time. No one here, and more than you apparently, because no one here has conceded that it's an anti-Semitic slur. At least not in the way that the N-word is an anti-black slur.
Yeah, it might be something that it's a much more like dilute form of an anti-Semitic slur at this point. There's a possibility for that. I have to look into it further, but let's just say that it is. Let's say that this is like, it was historically a non-specific to Jews, but now because of the history, because it's been co-opted by anti-Semites to some degree, it has some sort of a more specificity towards Jews there. Let's say that's the case. You'd also so that might be a weak form of evidence, but you'd really want to look at the other countervailing hypotheses that are present, and you'd want to exclude them. You'd want to say, okay, does Hassan actually know about that? Does he know that there's if that's true? So number one, you'd want data to show that it's true.
Hold on. Do you
North,
think
stop
Hassan,
arguing with
knows more
Avi.
than the
He
average
doesn't
person
disagree
about,
with you. He's just laying out the argument.
No, but that's the point. If he doesn't know it, well, that's the point. If he doesn't know, you'd want to show it.
Wait, Pisco, do you think
this argument happened yesterday or the day before also? Yeah, so I'm not actually screaming at him in case you think he's
I
gonna...
take the bait.
Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, I know. Just gotta take a deep breath.
that Hassan is retarded and he doesn't know the context of the term pig dog?
I don't have a clue whether he knows that. I have no clue whether he knows that. That's your case to make.
You want to show that he knows it. That's the point. You want to show that he knows that. Wait, but this is what you'd want him to do for your case. You'd want to show that he's at least somewhat aware that the slur has an anti-Semitic flair to it, and to show that he's doing it anyway. And ideally, for your case, to show that he disproportionately, or even better yet, exclusively uses it towards Jews.
Can we make an assumption that like Hassan probably knows more than the average person about like Israel Palestine?
Oh man,
no, I think he's a fucking retard on Israel Palestine. What do you mean? Like,
so do you think that like because he's a retard at Israel Palestine, he doesn't know like the historical context of like the term pig dog?
That doesn't follow.
That doesn't. No, I don't think so. But that's not. No, I don't think that. I wouldn't say that conditional is true. I don't think it follows. But where do I'm at the same place. Like I don't know if Hassan Piker knows to what degree the term pig dog is co-opted by anti-Semites.
And to be clear, Avi doesn't know. You don't have the evidence yet. You don't even have the data right now.
Yeah, I don't even know to what degree it has. Like I'm saying, I wouldn't be surprised. Like if I looked into it and I found out, okay, well, even though historically it was like this generic slur, today it's been like over time it's been more so co-opted.
I had an argument with my buddy about something you said. Do you unironically think Jewish people should vote Republican because left is so anti-Semitic and cucked about Israel v. Palestine? No, I don't think the average Democrat like fucking hates the average Israeli, like some of the crazy lefties want to present it as. But that's a weird question because like the Republican Party will be more will be more generous towards Israel, but I don't believe that that's in Israel's long-term interest. But right now, Israel doesn't believe that the left is in its long-term interest because they clearly prefer Trump at the helm. So I don't know. It gets kind of weird. Like when you ask me a question like that, like I'm concerned about my country. And then obviously I'm concerned about America. I'm concerned about America's interests. And then I'm concerned about the interests of the realm. Okay. But not like per se, like just another country absent America's interests and then absent some, broad worldly argument. So if somebody's asking me like, well, should I vote for this party because I think that they would help my country more? I mean, I guess you could, but that's not going to be convincing to me because obviously I'm not an Israeli citizen yet.
Did by anti-Semites.
It's called facts and evidence, North.
And then he throws that. Oh, sorry.
If I looked into it and I found out, okay, well, even though historically it was like this generic slur, today it's been like over time, it's been more so co-opted by anti-Semites.
It's called facts and evidence, North.
Yeah, I'm open to being convinced that that's.
I am too, by the way. It sounds anti-Semitic.
You got cut off. What did you say?
Pig dog to me, like I want to believe it's anti-Semitic because it's like I don't know, it kind of feels it, but that's just my vibe. But I don't really know. I'm not going to vibe my way to it and assume it is.
Well, here would be the strategy if you want to if this is really the piece of evidence you want to use to convince PISSCO.
Like if I were to look up, hold on, I'm in my car right now. Okay.
No, this is something you do later. I'm not going to accept evidence right now. No, I don't want to do this. No, stop with this. This is like not while you're driving. Not while you're
hold on, I want to have a part 2 on this.
Would PISSCO argue this aggressively that MAGA isn't a racist movement? Well, no, but these guys hate MAGA, right?
Sure, you can. I mean, if you want to join after, I don't know, Avi, how much time you want to dedicate to the.
Avi's argument necessitates that one provides proof that an old white guy from Texas calling black people thugs is aware of the term. No, stop confusing Avi trying to elucidate PISSCO's points here or make these two people communicate with each other with him being retarded or autistic. Avi would not make the same statement. He's just explaining PISSCO's. He's serving as the translator here, okay?
So I mean, my guess is you've dedicated many hours.
Like if we were to look up, what
my guess is Avi likes
that,
what we're doing right now. He's enjoying this.
Is it anti-Semitic? Hold on. What sources would you accept for it to be like an anti-Semitic slur?
I don't know. Some
would you need to do
some analysis from some group that says that this is like something they hear and they're
That wouldn't be enough though. This is a fool's errand because PISSCO is going to say you need an analysis from a group that shows that it's always anti-Semitic when used. That would he even accept. That it has a history of anti-Semitic usage. Then he would need to know that Hassan is this is all the elements. And if PISSCO's listening, he would even agree to this. You would need the analysis from the group or some commonly accepted usage of it. So in some popular form of media or whatever. Then you would need Hassan to have an awareness of the group. And then you would need to demonstrate that when Hassan was using the word with the awareness that it can be used anti-Semitically, that there's not a clear and compelling alternative explanation for why he used that word. So like, there's so many hurdles that you would have to clear here that this is like, PISSCO is treating the accusation of racism like a criminal conviction that you need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law. Okay, if you wanted to make any comparison to legal shit, that's what PISSCO is doing. We do not ever do this with any type of thing when we're talking about bigotry. We would never, ever do this. But this is how PISSCO is treating this, and it's absurd.
Interviews with former anti-Semites or some like testimonial evidence.
If you start seeing it
like interviews with former anti-Semites, like yeah, we all got together and we would think up the slur of the week for Jews.
Towards Jews. Like if you start seeing it like in like Merriam-Webster, they say this is a term for like just so you know, like this is a term like derogatorily at Jews.
Prominent anti-Semites that use it, like Fuentes and others. Maybe that would increase it, shit like that.
Guarantee that I can probably find Fuentes saying.
You asked what
if I were to like bring this.
Oh my God. I'm gonna kill North.
You asked him what would convince him. He's just giving you examples of what would convince him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying if I were to like do things like find definitions online and define like let's say
Minecraft,
like organizations that are against racism, and they were to define it, and I was to find like get Nick Fuentes clips of him talking about it, and
this is the kind of thing you want to produce to me. I'm not just going to assume it's an anti-Semitic slur.
And if I were to produce all of that,
why
would
did
you
you
be convinced?
scoff at that, North? What should I assume it's anti-Semitic?
It's your stubbornness.
Answer my question. So I'm going to appeal to Avi once more, who is the biggest Hassan.
These are exhausting conversations, and I'm not even Jewish. Daily reminder, I need to have a It's Nice to Be White song. I felt this a lot when we were going over all the black cultural issues, how wonderful it was to be white and not have to worry about literally any fucking thing related to race or identity, and a man too on top of that. I can't imagine having arguments like this every single fucking day of your life over some ethnic minority thing you are, or being a woman or any other bullshit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that.
On hater, probably more than you. Am I stubborn right now? Do you find me answer my question? So I'm going to appeal to Avi once more, who is the biggest Hassan hater, probably more than you. Am I stubborn right now? Do you find me being stubborn?
No, you're not being stubborn. You're asked what.
I think you were being incredibly stubborn. Yes.
No, you asked him for a goalpost. He gave you examples. He was searching for examples of goalposts he would accept, so he did that.
Yes, and then I asked him about the Nick Fuentes thing, and then he started saying that he wants to kill me. So I don't know.
It was
flying into like a blind rage when I'm trying to engage with you.
He said no. He that's one example. He would say yes. Then you said, "Oh, I guarantee you, I could find that." Well, if you guarantee him you could find that, then all the better. Then you'd just be meeting his goalpost.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So we accept this premise that let's for the sake of argument say that we accept this premise. I provide the evidence later.
He's a lawyer. Why doesn't he view this stuff through a strict scrutiny lens? Well, it's not like the state is creating a law or something. So, but I mean, yeah. There are ways to analyze these things that would fully be things that would be within the realm of law. That's why I don't like it when people are like, oh, it's because he's a lawyer. They're like, no, like lawyers, the laws we have in the United States have tons of ways of understanding racism and all of the intricate ways that it connects to people in society and how it impacts them. Like the law is not it's the exact opposite. The law is like, oh, this law says no black people shall be affected by virtue of their skin color. And now we are banning every single person who can't I don't know, certain types of names or whatever the fuck else. Like that's like, we don't even do legal analysis at a level this retarded. Yeah. Well, except for the Supreme Court sometimes when Alito and Thomas are there writing.
You accept the premise that pig dog is an anti-Semitic slur. would then
you want to
Hassan
show that
Piker
Hassan knows it.
using that slur.
Yeah, that's just step one. That's just step one.
See, yeah, that's just step one, because now Hassan's got to show an awareness of the definition. He's got to agree with it. Then when he uses the term, it can't be for any other purpose. It has to be that he's like clearly trying to represent some kind of like bigoted intent. This threshold would just never be met anywhere.
Right? Why are you scoffing?
See,
Why are you scoffing?
It is. You heard
Like,
it. It needs to be intentional. He said it. I heard it.
By the way, you're laughing, but when I present my evidence, I'm going to present every one of these elements.
100% he will, and it's easy
Like,
to do that.
Every single
Super
one of these
easy.
evidence that Hassan Piker knows explicitly. Like I don't have the explicit clip. I don't have the explicit clip of Hassan Piker talking about the term pig dog. I'm sure I could probably find.
I don't know if this is true.
If I were to like,
I don't know if it's true from North, but someone just said it. I don't know if it's true. In Shrek 2, Puss in Boots yells, "You capitalist pig dogs!" at the Royal Guards just before they are all tackled and arrested. And I want that to be included in Avi's analysis when we do it. I have to go in like 15 minutes. Just heads up.
Just to be clear,
I know you're not going to focus on that. Yeah, I know.
No. That's not part of.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
If Hassan Piker is using this term only in, let's say, overwhelmingly in the context of referring to Israel, would we not consider this to be anti-Semitic?
That's your point to make. Why are you trying to get around your fucking burden? Not necessarily.
What do you know my point to make? Like, if you accept it, why?
Because I'm not going to assume it. Show it.
I'm asking
Why are you
hypothetical, PISSCO.
Wait, what's the hypo? I maybe I missed it.
Why can't you again?
What's the hypo? What's the hypo? What's the hypo?
I gave the hypo. What was I don't know.
Say it again then. Say it again then. I must have missed it.
Because you weren't listening. Okay, I'm going to do the exact same thing to you that you've been doing to me. Yes, you must have missed it. If Hassan Piker is overwhelmingly using the term pig dog in the context of the state of Israel, which is a Jewish majority state,
and it
is a state explicitly for the Jews, would you consider that anti-Semitic?
No, because you have to that I did hear because you have to show both at least two elements, right? That it is in fact an anti-Semitic slur, at least some credence on that, and that he's aware of it.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Assuming
and how could you what would that even look like? So I need to be you have to have a stream where Hassan is reading anti-Semitic insults, or because also keep in mind, and I don't know if they'll get this far, but PISSCO would also add this qualifier. Somebody in chat bringing it up wouldn't be enough, because what if somebody in chat brought it up? They were like, "Hey, Hassan, you know this is anti-Semitic, right?" And Hassan goes, "I don't even believe you." Well, Hassan might have seen that, but he didn't believe the person who brought it up, and he has no reason to, because the chat can be full of trolls, right? You'll never clear these hurdles. You'll never ever clear these hurdles. This is why we don't talk about any type of mental state like this.
Those two things are true. Would it then be true? That it is an
With
anti-Semitic usage?
some evidence, then you would be some evidence. It would move his needle. It would move his credence needle. He'd be like,
okay, hold on. I'm not trying to move his needle. I'm trying to get him to get a yes or no thing. If all this just moves the needle but doesn't change his overall opinion, then all this is just for naught.
It's not the big. It's not. I'm not going to call it even if it's an anti-Semitic.
Wait, real quick. The freshness has nothing to do with how long it takes to use the pack for research, right? That's just whether it spoils.
Slur, and even if Hassan is aware a little bit of it, to me, that would. I'm going to be honest with you, right?
Oh shit! It wouldn't even move the needle, maybe.
Some evidence. It would move his needle. It would move his credence needle. He'd be like,
wait.
I'm not trying to move his needle. I'm trying to get him to get a yes or no thing. If all this just moves the needle but doesn't change his overall opinion, then all this is just for naught.
It's not the big. It's not. I'm not going to call it even if it's an anti-Semitic slur, and even if Hassan is aware a little bit of it. To me, that would. I'm going to be.
I can pre-watch. I can pre-watch every single argument on the internet. If we made TV shows of the online debate sphere, I could write the script for all sides, okay? I know all of them.
Honest with you, right?
Let's say Hassan was specifically knew that, yes, I know this is an anti-Semitic slur. And
then sorry, I have to go one step further. The reason why this is dumb is because he's prescribing a set of mental conditions that at this threshold, there are so many things that we would obviously consider, and we would feel are racist, that would no longer be, because you're just never going to get this level of divulgence from a person's mind. I said this because I hate black people. I said this because I think all black people are evil. I hate this group of people, and that's why I make these comments. You're just never going to get this type of information from a person. You never. But we ascertain people's... Keep in mind also, now I don't want to say from this group of people, because I don't believe that PISSCO or just any of these guys have ever been woke scolds. I don't think they have been. I sincerely don't think they ever have been. But from the same political faction, broadly speaking, the left, of which I'm a part of, right? Remember, people used to spend all day going through photos just looking for the OK symbol. And if you made that was enough to call you a card-carrying Nazi, okay? That's where we were at in the discourse several years ago.
Yeah. So I'll explain why.
Would you change it?
All that to say, it doesn't feel... it doesn't feel as genuine now that the testing for anti-Zionism being anti-Semitism is that the thresholds are so high.
Yes, I know this is an anti-Semitic slur. And
I'll explain why.
Would you change it?
I'll explain why. Right. So it definitely does move my credence. I just granted that to you. But I don't take just slur usage by itself.
Oh yeah, people miss this whole this whole fucking arc. This is a minor fight that I think me and Hassan got into because I don't think we'd broken up yet, and I don't think it weighed significantly on our friendship. But there is the back when like Pepe the Frog and everything was getting crazy and was turning racist and all this. We have a chatter now, Emia, who's reintegrated herself into the community until she crashes out with the rest of the Snarker 2.0 squad that are currently being built now under Darius's wing. Okay, looking forward to that. There was that whole arc where there was this site, there was a subreddit called Friend World, which drew like cute anti-Semitic comics, but like if you didn't know the racial lore, you didn't actually know that they were anti-Semitic. They all just kind of seemed like cute cartoon characters, but all of them were like different dog whistles for anti-Semitic or racist tropes or whatever. And yeah, I remember there was a whole like series of streams, and back then it was a big deal because I think Emia was like kind of in the Twitch space, like people knew about her and stuff. And obviously Hassan was starting to grow, and he was using my stream and platform and then adjacent spaces to advertise this, that Emia was a card-carrying Nazi because she was posting like Friend World comics on Twitter. And it was like, not like a meme. He went like hard. This is a hard argument. And I remember that I had to dig into this, and I think a good chunk of my fan base, I think, even disagreed with me. I don't know if the subreddit posts are still up. But then that's because I also had a lot more commies in my fucking audience than I realized. I didn't realize it until later. Oh, is this? The Emia girl is a literal Nazi. So for those of you who tuned... this is on my subreddit. Holy shit. I wonder where the... So for those of you who tuned into Hassan's stream a few moments earlier, you probably saw the Emia girl putting up some fake tears and crying because she was exposed as a Nazi. And Hassan was misled due to not knowing who she is, believing it was all a misunderstanding. She essentially feigned ignorance about not knowing what Friend World is. But let's take a look at the history of what she has done. Here's her saying the N-word like 20 times and doing blackface. She downplayed it by saying that she used to be a tad edgy in the past. Tad bit. I don't know. I think she had like a face mask, whatever girls put this shit on or whatever. I don't know if she was supposed to say the N-word or not, but it was a long time ago on the internet, okay? Dresses up as a clown on stream and does all the honking stuff really recently. So I think the clown thing, I think, was at some point was like a neo-Nazi, like anti-Semitic dog whistle. I don't even remember how, but somehow it was, because maybe the friend guy or something makes posts on Friend World. You don't accidentally post on Friend World multiple times. Anyone who thinks that is literally retarded. Claims she didn't know the Friend World sub existed until a few days ago. Liar. Her ex-boyfriend apparently worked for a terrorist named Milo Yiannopoulos, a terrorist. Previously went under the name Emma Adorable and was obsessed with Keemstar and Leafy. Quite the selection of cancerous people to be obsessed over. Now, both of them are, again, it was the older internet, not great, but also these guys were not neo-Nazis ever. Keemstar? Leafy? No. But yeah, this was a whole ordeal. That's a pretty pathetic lie. She's just hoping that people forget the different names she used throughout her rebranding. The identification for people being neo-Nazis was like so strict back then. And then it's just funny now that like we're on some wild shit.
To be like, okay, this is the kind of, we're reaching the threshold and of wait, why are you laughing?
Milo was a terrorist. Am I missing out on lore? That guy was crazy, but no, he was never a terrorist. He was a right-wing provocateur. Was a piece of shit.
Okay. Because it's ridiculous. I do find it truly ridiculous.
Nabi, do you find it ridiculous?
Wait, I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, so for example, people use the R word, right? The R slur, right? Now,
sure.
Would you say anyone who used that slur is ableist?
No, but if someone used...
What?
Your screen's not sharing.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, it stopped. Hold on. What'd you do? Bitch.
Say if someone only used the term retard, I'm just going to say it. I don't give a shit.
Whoa!
And they only said it in the context of like, look at these retarded children. Then yes, that would be ableist.
Okay, but what? So let's say that he applied it to more than just people who are actually mentally handicapped.
it
probably
would
raises your
depend on, like, the
credence.
degree that he like, applies
it raises it, but like I don't think that you're gonna like go on a limb and be like absolutely.
But if it was like, let's say if it was like 99%, 1%, would that instantly make it so that you don't consider it to be like ableist?
No, I would grant that would be anti-Semitic to do, yes. But there's like a threshold of before you call. So you know this, right? Because someone in their day-to-day life, right? Everyone's a little bit racist. Agreed, North?
Oh my god.
Sure.
Yeah, but like before you're gonna call someone a racist, there's like some threshold. We don't know like exactly what that would be before you're willing to do that, right? You're not gonna say that because we have a little abuelita who doesn't want to get into taxi.
Okay, let's say there's like, okay, so like so we agree that there is such a thing as like a threshold, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what his example was going to be there. If there's an older person who doesn't want to get into a cab with a minority or something, I think we would call that person racist. Yeah, I mean, like, it might not be the worst thing in the world that old people are racist, but we would still call them racist. I'm really curious where he was going with that.
Yeah, Avi and I talked about it the other day.
Some sort of percentage.
I would call it like
okay, so some sort
I would call him like he is somewhat anti-Semitic. Yes, for the usage of that term.
No. Let's take a. We agree that there is such a thing as like a threshold, right?
For which?
Yeah, Avi and I talked about it the other day.
Or
yeah, I would call it like
okay, so some sort of.
I would call him like he is somewhat anti-Semitic.
Or
Yes,
someone else.
The usage of that term.
Did I miss?
No. Let's take a. Let's say if it was like 80%, 20% usage against Jews versus like not against Jews.
Yes. So I would say his knowing usage of an anti-Semitic slur would make him at least minimally anti-Semitic on some level. Whether I call him an anti-Semite, which carries a much heavier connotation, right? That there's a more kind of like elaborate set of biases, or at least a stronger bias, I would say.
Dude, no, like in a very academic online sense, sure, I would grant this, but like realistically, I'm not sure how much people are seeing the difference between like, oh, that guy, he engages in a lot of racist behavior. Most people, and when I say most people, like in the world, like 99% of people will just hear you saying like, oh, that guy's racist. Like nobody is going to make this distinction of like, oh, he engages in racist behavior. That's it.
Sure, but this is the retarded world that PISSCO lives in, where like he tries to super nail in fucking words and shit.
Sure, but I don't think most people would view it that way. But
say, then that to me is unclear, and I don't really know. I have to think about that more about what those thresholds are. You're scoffing, but you yourself would understand that, right? And you would also do that, correct,
when
North?
People scoff.
You yourself would also do that, right? You would also have thresholds about whether you're willing to call someone racist if they use a slur one time, right?
But it depends
yes
on
or no. Okay, if you don't answer, this conversation is over.
Yes, but it's not analogous.
Okay, so why are you scoffing when I say that?
Okay, also as a general piece of debate advice, where is North?
Easier.
Wait, hold on.
Okay. What the fuck am I holding on for?
No, I'm here. Sorry, I'm trying to find HaSLOP clips. What's going on?
Jesus, you're obsessed, kid.
Yeah, the grind never ends.
No, I'm just kidding.
I am.
Okay, sometimes I get the feeling, okay, and I don't know how many arguments you guys have on your own time about this stuff, but sometimes it feels like you're worried to like say yes to something because you think you're getting like that somebody's going to head you off. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, as long as you're confident in your argument, and especially in the heat of the moment, I understand it can be more challenging or whatever, but as long as you're confident in your argument, you should always like just like say yes and then move to the next stage if you can. Because sometimes it feels like there are things that I think you probably agree with, but I think you're mentally trying to head off like where you think PISSCO's going, and then it makes you not agree to things you probably could agree on and then move to the next stage. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean. There's this old debate video, not debate video, I don't know what you call it. You ever hear of this channel called I think it's called Counter Arguments or
Good
Counterpoints?
Oh, I've heard of this one.
Like
yeah, they do Warhammer 40k stuff, yeah.
No. Different one. I don't even know the channel's even up anymore. They had like a whole lot of things describing.
Wait, was this supposed to be a Connor reference, or were you being serious?
No, this is a legitimate thing.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Connor. Never mind.
This channel, it was literally called like Counterpoints.
Oh, I think I might have seen this.
Like, talked about like debate things.
Counter arguments,
like,
yeah, sure.
Jordan Lee, counter arguments, yeah. And then it's like the biggest video on there was like the Jordan Lee Peterson interview with that one weird
Kathy
British
Newman
lady.
or something. Was that her name?
Yeah, if you remember that, and she was trying to get him with like the whole gotcha thing. Like, I think that's just been perpetually in like the back of my mind for my entire life. Whenever I'm thinking of like accepting someone's premise or not in a debate, I just need to train myself out of doing that. So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
All right. Love you. Be careful.
that these thresholds exist if you yourself have them?
Why? Because I just said why. Because it's not analogous. Because the top hiker isn't using it just once, and he's not.
All I'm saying is there are some thresholds,
And you're
scoffing at
pressing me
that.
for. I am scoffing at that.
Why?
Yes.
I didn't tell you what that
As I
threshold
said,
was.
He's not using it just once.
I didn't tell you what the threshold
it is
was.
a consistent pattern of behavior.
I didn't tell you what that threshold was, and you're saying you're scoffing. That's rude
I
and
was trying
stupid
to
to
get
scoff,
that threshold,
right?
and when I
All right, not
asked-
with him. Sorry, I'm done. I can't deal with him anymore.
Jesus.
Bro, it's like
well,
it's nuts.
he did. Hey, listen, he didn't call you anti-Semitic. There's that.
There's that, yeah. I mean, shit's fucking crazy, bro. I just
don't know why.
Anyway, what did you think of the
on everybody's fucking stream to talk about whether when you called him an anti-Semite, why won't he just talk to you?
Yeah,
Like,
but I
we're
feel
really
like
gonna
this
hash
has
it
been a thing for a long time. Like this happened with the liberal learn people too. I noticed it. I thought more about it reactively after the whole fucking. I guess I'm personally insulting all of them. I guess that there's always been this trend of like I'll start some discourse, but it's never like my name is basically never brought up ever. It'll just be like, oh, there are some people talking about this thing now, and let's talk about this thing. And then sometimes I'll bring on
Voldemort.
Yeah, then sometimes I'll bring on like other people to debate it, but yeah, never me. And like as an intentional avoidance of referencing my name ever. And I don't know. One thing, if I wanted to be super obsessed, and I'm not trying to like, I am not trying to get like undue hate towards people, even if they annoy the fuck out of me right now. But like, this is my paranoid mind working. Okay, you understand that, right? Okay, I'm just being paranoid. I wonder now if I were to go back every single time Josiah was linking stuff in chat for me to go watch, I wonder what percentage of the time was when I was looking at anti-left stuff versus anti-Trump stuff. Like, I wonder if he was ever here trying to like hook me back to just doing anti-Trump stuff, because I know there were times where I was covering anti-left stuff and he would come in and like hook a link a thing or whatever, and I would joke about like, oh, I'm looking at Hassan there right now. I kind of wonder, you know, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't looked at anti-Trump stuff in a bit though, so it'd kind of be hard to go and check it out. It'd be hard to draw a causational.
Well, and no, it wouldn't. I would just correlate it and say that's good enough. Easy. What do you mean? I would say, look, it happened 80% of the time. That's enough for me.
Yeah, shrimple eyes.
Shrimple eyes.
The Josh Shapiro thing, yeah, I that is bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
I knew that.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the problem here. So okay, just with the Josh Shapiro thing, first thing, and I don't know how many times like this needs to be said because it's been said a million times. Yeah, he bears some blame for this. Okay, that's there. That's out there. He bears some blame for this. He embellished his CV.
Yeah.
Okay, he did that. Yes.
But persisting
I
in
will
claiming
say,
it is false.
In the chat,
The fact
Josiah's
that-
sweeping for Keith was the most retarded thing I've ever seen. Especially his tweet about like, oh well, he said he didn't read it.
That was yeah. I guess that's
Because I
always
know he's
my
smarter.
Yeah, my issue is always when I look at these people and I try to think of like, you know, what convinces me that somebody's being bad faith or good faith or whatever the fuck. It's when I look at the difference in treatment sometimes where it's like there's so much charity given to one side, but then if I say or do a thing, it's like, you know, the battle axes are out and sharpened immediately. And it's like I feel like there's a difference here in how where the charity is being applied, which makes me wonder, you know.
That we're still claiming this is still insane.
Yeah,
like the fact, like this has been debunked for God knows how long now. This has been like.
What's been debunked? Fuck, I missed the start.
So it's not true. I don't. By the way, this is not something you even can do. Like if you're volunteering for the IDF, you're volunteering to enlist.
Right.
Like they will let you volunteer to enlist in the fucking army. Like they're not going to let you. You are not under the IDF if you're volunteering for 2 months or a month or whatever to go in and clean some dishes. And one of the buildings that you were cleaning dishes in was a barracks. Like that is not a thing you could do in the IDF.
But here's the problem, Avi, as well, though, and I agree, it's false and it's like bullshit to keep claiming it. Why can't he just say he won't come out and say he embellished either?
Yeah, no, he's gonna. I think he's. So to answer your question, he can come out and say he embellished, and that's the right thing to do. I don't think he's going to do that. And if you're going to ask why, to speculate on why he's not doing that, it's probably for a similar reason that a whole bunch of other politicians are also not coming forward with all their little embellishments.
True. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's why it doesn't seem like there's enough pressure that he needs to do that. It doesn't seem like that. If he did that,
I don't give a fuck about it, to be honest.
Yeah, so if he did that, he probably would just, in his analysis, I suspect he'd probably just see, oh, this will probably just hurt me more than it would help me. Then people are just going to all say like, oh, you're a fraud, and you know, so why am I doing? No one
he would
seems
not
to really
get
care
any
about
charity.
it.
It wouldn't help him, and it's not a big deal.
Exactly.
You know.
Right. It's the same standard political analysis that any other politician would take for why he's not, saying, "Hey, I was a fraud back when I was 20." Like,
but that's it would be the right thing to do in your mind.
Yeah, no, it would be the right thing to do. It'd be like, "Hey, I need to be honest about the way." Sure. Okay, so yeah, but then like this needs to be like completely. So yeah, he has some blame for it, but fuck, like it's complete bullshit. I don't know why. The fact that it's still like pervasive. And then it's like, oh, but even that, like, at one point, I think I heard, like, oh, but even that, like, he's, like, he's, like, presenting himself as, like, a member of the IOF. Like, bro, this was when he was 20.
Yeah, this was,
this was before,
like a college thing.
Before any of this shit. This was when he was, like, this was like a college extracurricular that I'm sure, like, every other fucking kid was put through.
Yeah.
Wait, who are they talking about? I missed the beginning of this tangent for whatever Avi was explaining. Oh, Josh Shapiro. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and I don't hold it against him. I think it's stupid. I also thought that the murder cover-up thing is so fucking stupid. If you look into the details there, first of all, he became AG like years after this murder. The murder occurred, or sorry, it's not a murder. The death of this woman occurred in 2011, and I think he becomes AG in 2019. It's around there, and so even just assuming like his office doesn't have access to this case, or at least under his leadership, until 8 years after the killing occurs, and it's just not a murder. Read all the fucking evidence. There's been a report released in last year where.
Okay. What'd you guys cover today on stream?
Today was Slop Sunday, so just normal news and slop. I was gonna watch some of this, but then I just was like, oh, it's all so retarded. I offered to moderate between you and PISSCO.
You have a lot of
get you guys to have like a conversation, and he denied it. But he keeps going on other people's streams to talk about it, so...
Damn. Oh, that was a
really retarded.
big mistake. Also, you shouldn't have done that, because now I bet he thought, or people probably told him that I told you to do that.
Oh, you didn't?
Well, yeah, but that's probably going to be the assumption made, but...
I guess. I mean, he can have somebody else moderate it. It doesn't really matter.
True.
But he won't.
Before you move on to the next video, I like 2 videos in side chat that are relevant to the end of that discussion about whether Hassan is like aware that Pig Dog is a slur or not, and then I'm gonna head out.
Oh, well, I mean, I believe you. Because it was brought up on one time on a stream and then one time on Pod Save is what it looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you. We all believe you here.
All right, sweet.
Be careful, I love you.
Smile.
Did you just say smile?
I think so.
Fuck that guy.
True.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. We got another meme. Wait, did you do your prompt engineering yet today?
Ooh, is that daily? I didn't do it, no.
Is it not? Why wouldn't it be?
I would assume it is, but I just didn't think about it.
What?
Did you not see the leaderboard?
Oh, was it all DGG stuff?
I was calling you a rapist, yeah.
Based? Oh, there isn't another thing. What the fuck? Well, how long do they come up with new prompt challenges? All right. We've got the Kino committee now. Oh, boy. Did you watch this?
Oh, good. No.
You can watch the PISSCO Vanguard convo? Yeah, well, and then I have to watch this Temple thing.
J-Stalker. Hello. What's up? How's it going?
Oh, hey. It's all of our best friends.
Who are they all? It's Doobie, J-Stock.
Bottom left.
My guess was Morale?
No.
Queeman?
No, I feel like Queeman has abandoned the space.
Good.
Is that bottom right one? Is that his mod? I think that's his mod. The Valor.
Nasty?
No, Valor effects. That guy is. I don't want to say he's cool because then they're gonna like fucking try to murder this dude.
He's awesome. Love that.
Okay.
I don't know. Just hanging out. Hanging out with food shops. Apparently food shops and I are best buds now.
Yeah, I saw that. You kind of got what you deserve for that one. You had a good rule on that one. The rule
What,
against
don't
me
talk to
is not as
pedophiles?
yeah, just in terms of how gross they were like the whole time. It's like you kind of got. That's what happens when you break that rule. You know.
Yeah.
That's rough.
We made content though. Made content.
I kinda like it's.
It's almost content.
Well, the weird thing about like talking to food shops or Alish or any of these people is like they kind of can't engage like normal people.
Oh my
And I
God,
don't know-
please stop talking like this. If there's anything that I say as he's watching me, God, please stop talking like this, where everything is a question and he can't ever make a statement and everything. Please, God, please, God,
He
please,
can't.
God.
It's the Canadian
Holy
retardation in
shit.
him.
It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Like I think you need a moderator basically to have a conversation with them that will keep them grounded in reality.
I'm hoping though that like anybody will see, anyone who's sane will see that Food Shop's trying to compare her sexual communications with a minor involving sexual role play where the minor is even younger than they actually are versus two adults, one of them being dressed in a suit and one of them being dressed in, you know, high socks and a skirt. If they don't see like a...
I was gonna say, for all the memes that people had of like DGG or me being obsessed with like the incest debate or whatever the arguments that were so memey that got replayed so many times like 10 years ago, these people obsess over the like anything having to do with fucking pedophilia or incest or whatever the fuck else. Oh my God, they see it everywhere and they talk about it constantly. Absolutely obsessed with it. It's kind of crazy.
If they don't see like a moral difference in that, I think they're fucking unsalvageable.
Yeah, I mean that is just them though. But sure. I agree.
Cool beans.
Yeah, I
well,
agree.
what you got? You know, I was thinking about wrapping up in the next couple of minutes, but Doobie said you should talk
it
to
depends
J-Stalker.
It depends on if you wanted to argue the Destiny thing. You said I have to talk to Destiny to talk to you, and I was like,
well, should I kick the other people real quick?
I mean, if you want to argue that, if you want to talk about something else, I do probably something else.
Well, I mean, I think I already folded on the argument. My argument is that my argument is that I think that you've spent a substantial amount of time talking shit about Destiny for the past 2 years, talking shit about Dan Sullivan, talking shit about the Orbit, et cetera, et cetera. So if these people say, "Hey, J-Stock, come on and fucking fight us," then you should just go on there and fucking fight them. Fuck them.
Yeah, I am trying to. So, do you want to hear my counter argument?
Yes.
It's gonna just sound like cope. You could just say it's cope, but honestly,
I wish that people would be more clear here. Like Connor is running crazy defense to just call this talking shit. At this point, I'm just going to assume he knows and he's too much of a fucking bitch-made piece of shit to actually accurately call it out because he's trying to get his bread buttered with these communities.
So if I found a correct moderator I thought would litigate it fairly, I would probably have no problem. I had no problem.
No moderator on the internet can fairly moderate. Driscoll's debate with me. Interesting.
Like multiple times I've entered spaces where I knew Destiny could come on. If you want to talk about politics, right? I don't really want to argue his allegations because he just lies. Like anytime he's in drama, he just lies. And I've noticed that the way he does this is he builds up a villain and then he tears the villain down. And his whole cult gets on board with the lies and they just keep spreading them. And I don't want to give him that engagement at all. That's my personal belief.
So this is just immediately disproven due to the fact that he talks about me so much. To say that you're like how much like you build yourself up as the villain when you obsessively constantly talk about me. How are you avoiding giving me a villain to talk about by obsessively talking about me constantly in your whole Discord and your whole weirdo community, like talking about me and stalking and harassing people in my life? Like, how do you not build yourself up as a villain doing this as much as you would by having a conversation with me? Like,
I have a question. So I have heard
just real quick, who am I talking to?
It's Rifleman. He's a community member, and Rifleman. I guess I'll respond before I let you go. I understand it.
I'm not saying anything. I actually just wanted to know. Like, who
I'll articulate this frustration, and then I'll let Rifleman go. My frustration is that if I'm happy and proud that Josiah and PISSCO have found their niches and they're doing well with the content creation and all that kind of stuff. However, it feels like this past week, in my opinion, what Steven really deserved because he was out on a limb was somebody saying, "Fuck you, you're wrong. This is dog shit argumentation. This would not survive 30 seconds on a Twitch and YouTube panel. Fuck you." But
Dude, he's obsessed with the YouTube
I
panels.
know. I love that. Like, it feels like the high school thing. Like, I would have crushed you.
I was a quarterback.
Yeah, in high school. Not even like in a Division III school. It was like in high school, I was the quarterback. Okay, like you would have gotten crushed in like it's just like he says this so much. Oh my God.
Because the only people that will still interact with him are orbiters, and he's pissed off everyone else from interacting with him. No one would say "fuck you," and so that's where it's like I understand PISSCO wants to guard his mental health and also the content.
I'm like the most open debater guy on the internet. So you can always you can make these arguments that I'll only interact with orbiters, but it's like the most retarded thing you could of all the ways that you could criticize me. This is the most retarded way you could ever criticize me. But okay, good job, Chief.
That he wants to create, I totally understand. You want to guard the people that are close to you, and you don't necessarily want to invite more people to try to dox you.
I literally just do it purely from a. I've given up on that because they're obviously going to go after these people. I'm not protecting anybody. I don't want to give him like. It's honestly
okay. Well, then I like PISSCO more, so I'll say that PISSCO is being brave and principled, and you're being a fucking pussy. How about that?
Okay.
So my question is I've heard talks about this group chat where people are organizing and collaborating against Destiny, and I have seen Lonerbox, Huts, Wick, and well, of course, Dan and Destiny saying that these group chats are real and full of crazy stuff. Like,
and Aiden now too, I think, has finally left that space and has said, yeah, these people all use like crazy doxing tools and they try to find these people, and the level of harassment, everything is pretty fucking crazy. And I think Queeman has completely abandoned that space for a reason. Now he's not going to come out and make a statement about it, but I think it's pretty obvious that it's because this space is fucked. It's why my wand, who is Justicle's, I think, current feeder girlfriend, it's why I think she left publicly, because she doesn't want to be associated with it because she knows a lot of it is like toxic and fucked. And it's why
is that why she left?
Yeah, and then it's why Chud Logic, I think, also, I don't know if he's fully dropped that space, but was also like, this is like stupid and fucked and you guys are crazy retarded. So
what's up with that? Are they all lying or are they telling the truth? Like what's going on with that?
Sure. Do you want to know? So I would need probably a more.
I need like 5 minutes to explain how Destiny is secretly mind controlling every single person in the space, and why I know that it looks like there's actually bad stuff happening, but it's actually Destiny mind controlling every single person. And that's why they think this, even though I have no evidence of any of that. And he has a ton of evidence of me on the contrary, but okay.
Specific allegation, like obviously the Snark Left Discord's real. You can join that yourself. The thing that you got the leaks from, the logs from, that's real. You can join that yourself.
What I'll say, actually, if I could respond to this,
so are the Snarkers collaborating
Can I also
together?
say they've lied or misrepresented things quite a bit, and I fully support them releasing the entire set of logs.
Okay, hold on, Rifleman. Before you respond, that is one of the things that actually pissed me off. I probably should have pressed Food Shops on that. I don't give a shit. If Food Shops wanted to say, Connor's been talking shit about me for the past 2 or 3 years, calling me a pedophile, and told Destiny, I have no idea why you're platforming this person. I think it's counterproductive and stupid as fuck. That is true. That is just fundamentally true. But she took it a step further and she said, Destiny said that there's spam messages of Connor, bitching him out for raiding Food Shops. That never happened. And so what frustrates me about this like post-truth warfare that's happening between the Snarkers and the anti-Snarkers, it's like you can't even tell what's fucking true anymore because
Have I said that? I don't know if I've said that before. I know Connor has messaged me and talked to me on stream multiple times about not having Food Shops or whatever on stream or in my orbit or community or whatever, but I don't know if I ever said he was spam. I might have said it once though, but also I don't know what he considers it. Like if somebody like messaged me one thing like 5 times, like I might say like, oh my God, this guy was spamming my DMs or whatever. But that could also imply like spamming my DMs could imply like continued behavior over months of time. So I don't know how important this.
Why is he so what's the word?
Ass-pained?
Emotional about it. He acting like a bitch.
I don't know. You know, he's going through. I don't know. I don't know why I don't know what happened to Connor. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what happened to him.
The Snarkers are sometimes very, very, very abrasive and rude. I think that's the nicest way to put it. And then the DGGers have openly said, no, we'll just say whatever the fuck we need to say in order to win the war. And it's like reality doesn't fucking matter anymore.
I don't think I've ever said that, but
Well, Huts and Lonerbox are not DGGers, and they have
Wait, what did you say first?
Said Lonerbox. Okay.
Yeah, but if you remember Lonerbox's coverage, at least as far as I know, what Lonerbox said is he got submitted the logs for the entirety of the Snark Discord. He can't be fucked in order to review all of it, but there was like I think he was referring to Wix docs, but there was like doxing information in there.
Well, I don't know. I don't think Lonerbox even made that claim. I don't think.
Maybe I'm
remember
Yes, you did. We already did this a million times. Don't be agitated. He already did that.
Sorry. No,
we don't need to rehash this whole drama cycle all over from the very fucking beginning. What even is this? All right, Connor, you want to go to bed? Like, you already called this guy a fucking pussy.
Why are you always trying to referee what Connor's doing?
Speaking of pussy little bitches, Connor, I only care.
Grown-ass man. He can go to bed when he wants to.
Connor, 2 reasons. One, I'm here to call out Juby for being a pussy little bitch. Who will not
more content.
Lonerbox, when he said he would DM Lonerbox and schedule a debate with him, he still won't do it because he's too much of a pussy little bitch, just like Justicle here, who was too pussy of a bitch to go challenge the people who he says are lying about whatever the fuck is on that Discord. So instead of rehashing all that, let's shut down the little shit that we've had all night. Let's talk about our
Valor's
one at a time. There's just a non-doxer who wants to argue.
Sorry, j-stalker, for muting you, but I just went like one at a time. So one at a time.
Oh.
Is the Snarker community engaging in a harassment doxing campaign against Destiny and people who associate with them?
No.
So Destiny wasn't even in the top 3 people talked about in that Discord. As the source for that is Dan Solomon.
Nice obfuscation there, by the way. I'm not even the top 3 people talked about in that Discord. Is that true? Ethan might have been number 1. And then if I wasn't number 2, it might be true actually that they don't really talk about me per se that much, but it's because they target everybody around me. There's not much more like how many times I've been swatted, depending if you count the upper like a dozen times over the past year and a half. Like I get, obviously my docs is fucking everywhere. Like everything is fucking leaked about me. Like what? There's not much more you could target about me. Like I'm already like a pedophile, rapist, revenge porner, whatever thing you want to say. Murdered my best friend and grandma, dogs and everything. Like what more can you say? So yeah, it's not usually about me, but anybody that shows up to my space, all of a sudden it's this obsessive fixation on them. Like I think Owlishness was the last person. So I think Disco might be technically correct there, but like completely missing the point, you know?
Like in terms of the creators that got watched in that Discord, he wasn't in the top 3.
Is that yes or no?
So I'm just saying, if you think that's what they're doing, a harassment campaign, a doxing campaign. No, on a doxing campaign, I think there were 2 instances. I want to say 2 instances of PII being posted in the server. You could argue 3, but the PII specifically wasn't in the server for one of them. But
so
they are, just to be clear, they're not full doxing or anything. One of them was a screenshot of somebody accidentally leaking their email that contained a name. That was deleted, I believe, within seconds. Another one was basically somebody posted a tweet that had some dox info in it that is from like something totally unrelated to anybody in the sphere. And that tweet was deleted by the person, and then the bot artifact was there that still had the information in it. So the bot, if you have like FX tweet or something, the bot will go and repost the link with like a better, like rich template. That template from the bot was still there. So
you're saying
there wasn't like anybody collecting information or like some building up docs on people, nothing like that.
This is the reason why J-Stickle won't debate somebody like me, is because all of these arguments are so autistic and in the weeds that like unless you're, I think maybe Food Shops can. I don't know who else could debate on this subject. It's because like he can always just like hide behind like technicalities. Like the question would be, how many people are you guys talking about that aren't connected to Destiny in there? Like what percentage of the time would you split up between that? And like overwhelmingly, it's people that are near. Like the whole, did I already mention the whole like fixation on like Owlish and whether she's secretly dating Wick and the weird like obsessive way they were like tracking her and her life or trying to and everything around it. Like there's just so much like weird, cringe, obsessive stuff about people around me. But me personally, there's not. I mean, what else are you gonna know about me, bro? I stream all the time, and I don't have any fucking life besides my work shit. So,
so when Wick said he was one of the people who was doxxed by your group, you saying he's lying?
I think because I think Wick has talked about it, I think I can just clarify that with Wick, it's the bot artifact. The tweet is there. There's a picture that I think is him and a name.
Well, you can talk to him about it. Like he's willing to have bad empanada.
Can I just tell you what it was? Because I stumbled upon this myself on Twitter, and I immediately told Wick about it. And this was not part of the Stark Left thing or anything like this. I was just on Twitter, and some dude was like tagging me with it. I was like, "Hey, Wick, just FYI, this fucking crazy person tagging me with this shit. You should report this. I'm gonna report it too. Let me know if you want me to like help you try to take this down. I don't know how, but I'll try to help you take it down. Try to help you get this guy banned from servers. Because I think it was the guy that actually went on Wick's platform." And
Doobie, which docs was that? Which docs was that? There were 2, remember? There were 2 doxes.
There's the PV1. There's a PV1, which is like the one that everybody knows.
Isn't it funny how there's 2 different doxes on that server that's separate?
Valor, I love you. You're my most loyal soldier. But can we just?
That's right. And you've got nobody pushing back on these 2 fucking snark generals.
Answering the question.
I want you to. I want you to push back on them. I just want you to do it when they're done talking, so we can hear what's being said.
I will give Doobie enough time to get his bullshit out, but I will not let him fucking sit here and filibuster the whole fucking Star story.
So Doobie, please
make a salient point, Frog.
Then please keep it under 2 minutes, Doobie, and then let Valor respond.
I believe I've sent you those DMs, Connor, where I found this on Twitter, immediately messaged Wick. I was like, "Hey, Wick, here's this thing that I just saw, and I tried to help you get it taken down, yada yada." So that I believe was posted on the server by Rita. And Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't see it. Like I was in the server at the time, but I was not looking at it.
Rita deleted it pretty quickly, I think. And then
so Rita actually. See, I didn't even know that.
Link.
Okay.
What's the repost? So the bot reposts all Twitter links. I'm sure everybody knows this bot, right? Because it's like way better for
the FX Twitter
links.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was nobody noticed it. Nobody noticed it. It was like
what Twitter links is this bot reposting? Like why? What does that mean? When they keep saying, "Oh, well, it's the bot reposts all Twitter links," every single thing that's ever tweeted ever, or are they following certain accounts, or is it a thing that they post, and then does that mean one of them was posting a docs thing, or I'm curious what that means, but
like somebody thought it was like a goofy picture of Wick.
If nobody noticed it, how are we even talking about it right now?
Because Dan doesn't notice like a year later, or like 8 months later, or some shit, and they brought it up.
People went through and tried to find it.
If they're talking about that thing, that reposted thing was just what was it? It was like I think it was a picture of Wick, and then like his I think like his name and shit. But it wasn't. This was not like a progressive victory like documents leak or something. They're just lying about that. But okay.
I got another question. So, if you two are for releasing the entirety of the group chat, then like why not like go on some sort of debate panel with Dan, Wig, whoever, like relevant people, and like go over it and say, hey, we're releasing it, and there's no.
Why do
there's
you need
none
them
of
to
us
release it, right?
Yeah, they need to release
Why
it.
we need-
Because
Why
they
can't
have,
you release your own Discord logs?
You can join the server right now.
I don't.
A server that's already been stripped? Like, what are you talking about? Stop bullshitting the fucking audience.
Then you should be encouraging them to release it. Release everything.
I encourage the Discord owners of that Snark Discord to fucking release every log that wasn't deleted and be fucking public about it and stop bitching and stop acting like you are the right team and you are going to be. I need Destiny's team to release all of their logs so that we can.
don't you think
You're a Discord owner, you know how it works. You can get these logs. Go fucking release it. We're all sick of this fucking shit. We are so sick of this wrong and fucking this. Give us an original fucking argument for your bullshit.
There's no argument. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not arguing anything.
I mean,
I'm just telling you what fucking happened.
I mean, like I'm not hearing a good reason why you guys can't just release it and say.
I don't
hey,
know
look,
the server. I don't think j-stalker owns the server. So if the server owner wants to do that, go for it. I don't give a fuck. But I'm saying that Destiny and Dan have these logs. Encourage them to release it. I want it all released. There's no confusion.
Well, I mean, I would love it. I would love it to be released because I would like to figure out who's lying, who's not. But wait, do you two not?
Wait,
have direct
Rifleman,
contact with the
I
Discord?
have good news. I have good news. Destiny's case is going to get dismissed any day now, right? And then when it gets dismissed any day now.
I like how all of these retarded, thoughtless fucks use this as like some talking point against me. When you take somebody to court, the idea is that you've been wronged in some way and you want the court to make you whole again. Why do they think it's a huge W that it keeps getting delayed more and more and more? Like, people don't realize it because everybody is a fucking retard when it comes to legal shit. But that's like a tacit admission that the entire case is fucking bullshit, right? Even on my side, when we were discussing this fucking a year ago when it came time for our motion for summary judgment and everything, right? The thing that I've been told by multiple people, multiple legal teams, everything, is that, like, generally speaking, the plaintiff is always pushing to get things settled as quickly as possible because the plaintiff wants their shit, right? And usually it's the defense that's trying to think of a weird way to defend a case, or they're trying to push things down the road more, or make more exotic arguments. But, like, the fact that these guys are like, oh, aren't you upset that it keeps getting pushed further and further and further? I mean, like, shouldn't it be Pixie that's upset? If she has, like, such a strong case and she's so eager to win and get justice and everything, shouldn't she be the one who's, like, the most bothered by the fact that this keeps getting pushed for the most retarded reasons over and over again? I think it kind of says something about your side if you're so unable to see how stupid that point is. But
he's going to release the manifesto, and it's going to prove that every single one of his critics is a vile, evil, snarking piece of shit, and he hasn't done anything wrong.
That's every single thing, actually. Part of the thing that I'm looking forward to the most when I release my manifesto is there's this, like, I see myself as kind of like a Jesus Christ figure, and sometimes I feel like people don't give me that credit, and I'm really looking forward to this. Like, I've got David Blaine coming out. We're going to do, like, 3 days underground and shit. We're going to film, like, some crazy stuff. I have to take a week off for it and prep and everything, but, like, yeah, definitely.
I'm going to roll the boulder.
What?
I'm going to roll the boulder.
Based. Hell yeah.
Estimates the power of his manifestos.
Refman, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Wait. I gotta clear up a couple things real quick first. So broadly, no pattern of doxing whatsoever. There were like one-offs that were deleted within seconds. Basically, that is like the only thing that's happened there.
They
and
weren't?
they're like
That's not true,
totally
but okay.
incomplete. And basically, somebody making a bad decision and then going, "Oh shit, I didn't realize what this was," deleting it. That is like what's happened in that server.
What about when you guys were trying to find that mod of whatever that fucking loser's guy fucking name is? Like, what was that about? You guys were hunting down that mod because he might have been that shit fucking Discord guy. Is that not part of the pattern of doxing people?
No rapist.
You're not counting that as part of the pattern?
So no, because that person wasn't going to be doxed, and they didn't do anything at all anyway.
So
they didn't hunt this guy down. They didn't put his name into a doc.
And then they didn't do anything.
They didn't put his name into a doc.
Oh, so if they don't do anything, then it's okay. Based.
No, they didn't.
They linked the doc.
That's not even alleged, idiot.
It is.
Take another shot. That's not even alleged by anybody.
He's doing the thing where he's trying to, like, avoid what happened and but going into the ultra specifics of, like, that. Did you know the exact thing that was linked to the exact person? But, like, we already did this argument over and over, or not over and over. We only did this argument twice to see how fucking insane the behavior was on the shit. But okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Do you all have a direct connection with the owner of the Discord?
Yeah.
Yes, I can ask him. I can ask him to release stuff.
Yeah,
go ask him.
Hold on, guys, can I, as the
Wait,
most
I don't know if he's
neutral
got
and
all the
fair
deleted
people,
messages.
I wanted to clear up the thing about the Tectone mod or whatever. So the differentiation, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I remember this drama, was that PII wasn't, like, published or whatever. They were looking for the PII to potentially report the person for violating a harassment order.
And I would assert that
that
is a part of a pattern of doxing behavior. You have to do step A plus step B to get to step C, the dox. You're just saying that they just did step A, they didn't really do step B, and they didn't fucking do anything anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Wait, what is step
Hold on, to be clear. Hold on, I do want to make that point. I do want to make that point because I think that's an important point. What ended up happening during this drama cycle, and I think Queeman actually pointed this out despite participating in it the way that he did, was that you can still argue about whether or not searching for people's PII in order to impose real world consequences on them is good or bad, independent of whether or not it's definitionally doxing. And so the accusation was that the quote unquote snarkers are hiding behind the definition rather than dealing with the moral criticism.
Yeah, I think that if you have if you're morally condemning people, we're really just trying to figure out if an anonymous Twitter account is linked to some other like a YouTuber who's a rapist.
Okay, stop. I've heard this many times. We don't need the Batman. We don't need the Superman, Batman. These people are good people. Stop.
One at a time.
One at a time. It's the same
argument. Valor wants to run fucking defense for a rapist.
Oh man, everyone's getting crazy.
They're so obsessed with this Tectone rapist talking point because why was it? Because Tectone hates Hassan. And then we're all considered to be on the same team, even though I fucking hate Tectone. But because they are against Tectone, not because of any political disagreement, just because he's against Hassan, they were trying to like dox people that would, I don't even know, that on Twitter that they thought were friends of Tectone or people near Tectone. All of this has been litigated. One of the reasons why that Valor Facts guy is getting so upset is because one of the things that these people do when they get into these spaces to argue, and again, this is why Jessica won't have generally people like me on, is because they will come and they will relitigate. No, they won't relitigate. They'll take things that have been litigated and then they'll just like restate them over and over again like they haven't been disproven so that they can just like hold on to the same stupid disproven shit for as long as they want. It's so stupid.
Okay, Doobies one at a time, and I'm going to unmute. Hold on, I'm gonna unmute Fell, but I'm gonna make it clear. Debunk Doobie after he's done talking. All right.
Okay. So again, my understanding of what they're doing is like two YouTubers who saw an account harassing a rape victim. They thought this account might be.
I'm not even sure. Fuck my. I would have to go back and check. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if this account had actually harassed anybody. Because I feel like they said that, and I feel like we're at Food Shops. Can be a yes or no on that, or somebody in chat who remember this. I don't even know if we ever saw that they were even harassing anybody. I think this is just a thing they say, but I don't know if they ever even gave proof of that claim. Okay, Chad doesn't know. Okay, it's been a long time.
Be tied to the rapist, the guy who raped this woman, and either himself or a mod of his. So they wanted to find out if there's like a link between the accounts. That's it, right? My understanding is they didn't post anything that they found. No doxing happened at all.
Sorry, I need.
Wait, why is this?
Doobie, let me know when you're finished.
No, you're not muted.
Loading so.
Oh, yeah, let me. Doobie, are you finished?
So for the contact, I think Jason was going to say is that she also has a restraining order against this dude. So if you were contacting her, like harassing her on Twitter through an alt account, that would be illegal. That would be something that I think would be totally reasonable for them to report to her, so that she can get punished for it.
All right, there you go. Now Valor Facts. Now that he's done talking, now yell at him.
Thank you. Okay, so that ridiculous point is so stupid, and it's not part of the salience that Connor was talking about. The point is that there's a pattern of behavior on that Discord where people are going out of their way, putting PII into a docs tool, getting PII information, and doing shit with it. You can justify and moral frog your way through that as much as you want, but the fact of the matter remains, you have behavior, and there's a pattern of it in the Discord, and you have two...
arguing that
the account was just following Tectone and a few people. Yeah, I think it was that. I don't think it was actually harassing. I don't know if it had ever even tweeted at Pinky Chew at all. I think they just literally just making that up. But
doxers on that Discord, and you have admitted motivation for people in that Discord to want to hunt people's information down because they think that other people are doing things bad, illegal, morally evil. Therefore, they're allowed to go and do this thing. So anyway, the fact of the matter remains, you have people on that Discord happily ready to dox other people for their own justifications. It's insanity.
All right, I'm gonna unmute j-stalker now because it sounded like he wanted to respond to you.
Oh, yeah, this guy's just a ranting moron. So he hasn't proven any instance. He's saying there's a pattern. He hasn't proven any single instance is doxing, but he's saying there's a pattern of doxing.
To Steelman though, hold on. To Steelman though, what I would say is there's two touch points that I've heard Dan and
base minus Marigold
articulate repeatedly over and over and over again.
There's also not even a pattern of posting information.
Hold on, I want to finish.
The pattern of behavior is the mass harassment of anybody that they deem to be like in alignment with me. That's the pattern of behavior. He keeps retreating to like hyper specific, like doxing multiple people or PII of multiple people. It's the mass harassment of people that they perceive near me. That's the thing. It's Kalinda shows up on my stream someday, and now for some reason there's a whole bunch of people that will just go to her chat and start talking about crazy conspiracies involving her, or it might be a bunch of people who will go to Stardust social media or start talking about any person that they've seen. This is the pattern of behavior. But there's a reason why. And the latest person is Alice, the She's Right show person. Anytime they perceive somebody being near me, it's the mass harassment of that person. That's the pattern of behavior. But Justigal's very sneaky in here, in that he keeps trying to like hide behind this, like, well, there is no multiple PIIs posted about a particular person, blah, blah. Like this, he keeps trying to like autistically hide behind these very specific accusations, which isn't really the point.
Wick and this Tectone suspected mod. That's what they're using to establish the pattern. What is your response?
Okay, where is any of the Tectone mods PII posted?
There it is.
It's not alleged.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not alleged.
Was it them talking about obtaining the PII in the server, but they didn't?
It was them talking about possibly looking to connect.
Talking about possibly looking. It was them pointing out another account that they wanted investigated, and then they threw it to one of their friends, referencing one of their little fucking account doxing tools, one of their little lookup tools. Like that's what it was. And he can try to like, he's gonna try to like hyper autistically squirm out of that, but that is what it was.
Not even PII to connect like usernames. Maybe you want to argue that
to connect usernames is trying to figure out, it's trying to ascertain, why would you try to do this other than ascertain the identity of a person? That's the whole point. Like, these are just stupid. That's why I don't even like the term doxing. I would just prefer like stalking or harassment, because like these people try to hide behind all these like really autistic technicalities that are really way beyond the point, that have nothing to do with the actual argument being made.
that username, that a tool that could look up other PII, that looks up other usernames, just wanting the usernames, asking somebody who might have the tool, or I think they talked about how they could ask somebody who might have access to the tool for like a username lookup, that was like, I guess, getting down the road towards doxing, when there's a totally legitimate purpose, for one thing, and two, they didn't do it, and three, it wouldn't be involving any of the guys' PII to begin with.
I just want to point out, you can't stand on number 2 if you're going to have the other 2 points. Either these people are heroes of the cause and they are looking up PII to find bad, evil rapists, or they are not. You can't say they didn't even do anything, and also they're also protecting people. Which one is it? Are they protecting people or are they not?
They're lazy.
Jubilee says that they are. Jubilee's really sure that that's what they're doing.
Protect people. They're discussing how they could protect people.
They were discussing that, guys, maybe we could dox this person and figure out who they are, and because maybe that'll help Pinky Chew in her court. This is retarded. I don't know. These arguments are so retarded, and it's such a stretch. Ugh.
And then they went, fuck it.
I promise you, if I ever talk to Destiny and Dan, which is unlikely, or if they're watching this, I say, please release the full chats, because like the truth would be really awesome to know. But it sounds like
true.
Your friend, or I don't know, this person you know, who has control over the chat, he could exonerate you two by releasing the chat and going over it and explaining how it's not what Destiny and Dan are saying. Like, that seems like the best way to exonerate.
That already happened. They totally failed to establish any argument in that conversation with regards to the Docs Tool 1, Docs Tool 2. Okay, that whole thing.
Weren't you saying the chats were not released? You're saying that you guys are
like,
just...
if that's the case, I mean, like, if that's it, then I would just say like, oh, okay. I mean, I fully concede. Then there was definitely none of that behavior in that Discord server. All they did was mass follow and try to link account names of people that they perceived as being in my orbit, so that they could find alternate accounts of those people, so that they could gather more information about them to harass them if they're ever on my stream, but not necessarily, they didn't post the docs information, I guess, in the, like, it's such an autistic, all of this is so fucking autistic.
Saying that the owner of the chat is not releasing the chat, and you two do not have control.
For that, the whole chat is out. The whole chat is out for that exchange.
It's not, they wiped the server, but okay, good luck.
Yeah, he's talking about
stop. You know exactly what he's saying. He's talking about the logs for the Discord.
I understand. Valor, please. So Reifman, to be clear, so he's saying the logs surrounding that incident have already been released. They've already been gone over. What we're saying is that the owner has all the other logs that Destiny and Dan claim to have. We don't know if he has them actually, because they were deleted.
You guys, hold on.
However, wait 1 second, please, just let me finish. I'm saying that he should release it, but also Destiny and Dan should release it if it's as bad as they say. Because then it will, like, exonerate all the doxing they've been doing for fucking years. Actually, they were doxing before any of these allegations, actually. So
oh my god, I'm going to fall asleep. Can we move on with this?
Multiple doxing campaigns before that server even existed.
You two just told me you could not release the chats, and that it was in the control of this other individual.
I
feel like and now you're saying that it's already released. Like, why can't you go over it with like Dan or something?
By Destiny and Dan. It's been gone over. They proved nothing. They got categorically blown out in that conversation.
Yeah, what we're saying is they've released portions like, surrounding that specific exchange. They've not released the entire thing. They claim to have like months of logs that they've not released.
Why are we spinning in circles?
Now the whole thing is not released? You just said the whole thing was released?
No, they're playing a game. He's saying that, they keep calling it, that everything, literally everything around that exchange has been released. They've literally released all the logs having to do with that thing. Every single thing in that Discord about that thing has been released. What more do you want?
Please, now you're saying
why are you doing this?
A Discord account that would have...
Oh my god, I fucking pushed one on this screen. What was the time I was at? just said. You just said. Oh, I'm
So wait, now the whole thing is not released? You just said the whole thing was released. Now you're saying
Oh my God,
the whole
Rex, why are you
thing
doing
is
this? Listen to what I'm saying. Maybe Connor, maybe you can translate, right? So what we're saying is the logs surrounding these specific instances, or the one with the tectone thing, the logs around that have been released. All the months of logs they claim they have that show all kinds of other crazy shit that has not been released. That's what we're saying. We're not being consistent at all.
And I'm going to restate it that way. Hopefully, the bad faith between the two parties can be reconciled. Steve, and correct me if I'm wrong, Snarkers. Steven and Dan released what they wanted to release, and so that evidence is available for review and dispute.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I keep
so if there was something worse, they should have released it.
First, I was, so like what's been consistent is Dan and Destiny have not released the full log. That's consistent. But what is not consistent is like I'm heard the full logs can't be released by the Snarkers. Now I'm hearing that the full logs have been released. Now I'm hearing again that only some of the logs have been released. So like, what is it?
Well, Rifleman, I'll try to break this down. I'll try to break this down. Please, I'll try to break this down. The logs in reference to the Tectone PII have been released by Destiny and Dan.
Okay.
The entirety of the server logs from the past, wherever like Lonerbox got the archive of the server, have not been released.
Okay.
So Destiny and Dan have that, and they can release that when they want to.
Okay.
Yes. Can I make a single point, please?
Lonerbox has the logs as well, so he can release it too, I guess.
Sure. Should I DM him?
Begging Lonerbox for the 80th time in the past like 3 months to release the logs.
I mean, if I ever talk to Lonerbox,
yes, I want to hear you.
If you want, you can mind map this. Okay. You can put one little dude represents the anti-Snarkers. They've got logs. Then you've got another dude that represents the Snarkers. They've got logs. Okay. They are just saying that the anti-Snarkers have access to all the logs and they should release the logs, even though the Snarkers have also access to those logs and should produce those logs if they want to exonerate or condemn
can I go back
the
to
other
the position?
party.
Can I go back to a position I had before Destiny and my falling out? It's like Destiny is a fucking asshole, and he's a piece of shit, and he's done terrible things to me and other people. But
he's not a
we
liar.
shouldn't spend the rest of our lives obsessed with whether or not he's a fucking piece of shit.
Oh, just kidding.
So this like what we're doing right now is we're litigating the digital war between people who hate Steven and people who either kind of like Steven or at least they hate the people who hate Steven. And I didn't you guys know there's like a fucking genocide in Gaza right now? Like there's other there's other shit going on besides the fucking
Saturday night talking about. Holy shit,
well,
guys!
No. See, I don't want to demean the Twitch and YouTube political space and shit talking people who hate within the Twitch and YouTube political space because I think it's a gas. I think it's fun, but I think somewhere along the line we lost the fun and it's not fun anymore.
Okay,
that's because of the PII. That's the fucking problem. There's a server full of people.
Sure, but Destiny is also participating in that.
People.
I would throw that out there as my guess. I would just say that's my guess.
Let's go. I do these in my name a couple of times.
Yeah, so I mostly agree with you, right? I think the issue is that Destiny has crossed red lines for lots of people, right? One, recording people without consent, and then sharing those videos without consent, sharing the videos he got with consent
minors
without consent to tons of people, to someone who thought was like an 18-year-old sex worker. So that's one, right? But two, he has been on a doxing spree for fucking like over a year now. If you criticize
1 year of a doxing spree he's about to say for anybody that has criticized me. How many people are we talking about here? It must be hundreds at that point, right? Because there's no way that they would say this over and over and over again if the answer is like 3 people, right? That'd be weird. That'd be crazy, right?
as a dude, and the way that you would normally criticize Hassan, and nobody would give a fuck if he did 3 or 4 streams on Hassan about Hassan's bad, he's a piece of shit, he's
3 or 4 streams about... Also, this is also how you know somebody's lying, is when they downplay shit like this. Like, it's always how you know somebody's lying. Like, oh, we just did like 3 or 4 streams on Destiny. You guys were all literally active participants in a frivolous fucking court case. You're active participants in vexatious litigation, acting like you're doing random criticisms of me. Like, hello? Like, who buys these arguments still? I guess whoever's left in these communities, which is not too many people, but Jesus.
Comments, yada yada. Nobody would be bitching about this, right? Be totally fine. And Hassan's also within the space, but because it's Destiny, there's like a huge problem. No, God, we can't. Why are we talking about this? Yada yada yada.
Connor, I'd like to respond to this.
Like Valor does this too, by the way. So I think Connor, the issue is the doxing spree, the consistent doxing spree that he's still on, by the way. He encouraged me to dox Westside Tyler like 2 weeks ago. Like, he's been doing this for years now. So until he stops behaving this way, behaving like a fucking
the guy who threatened to kill me. I'm curious what his real job is, that he's making death threats against me? Why do you think you have the right to anonymously threaten people to kill them? Like, I'm sorry, but there's no world in which that flies, that you can just threaten to kill people. I'm sorry, that's just crazy. That's crazy behavior. It's crazy behavior. Sorry.
crazy person and going on harassment campaigns people are going to talk about it. Like we would talk about it if it were anybody else.
Well, that's what I was going to say, but I feel like there's this emotional component to the background of like the snarking campaign that there is going to be some other kind of outcome besides shit talking Destiny on the internet, and I just don't think there's going to be unless Steven is stupid enough to cross a line substantially that he's criminally incarcerated. But if he doesn't cross that line, all you can do is really decide whether or not it's worth it for you to talk shit about Steven and whether or not you're okay getting doxxed. That's it. Those are like the totality of the calculation is, do I want to spend my time talking shit about Steven, and am I okay getting doxxed?
Hunter, I agree. That doesn't change any of the other calculus, right? So like
it's just so it's just like such a fucking, this is like retarded as fuck. Like I'm literally just out here doxing every single person that's ever criticized me. That's what I do. It's just so retarded.
He's somebody in the space. We all known for years. I've known this guy for almost a decade. I think actually a decade now. And he's on a fucking doxing spree. In addition to all the crazy shit he does to get attention in the media, saying crazy shit, all the lies he's spreading about various candidates or whatever, calling fucking punching down at the
holy shit, make a point.
He's making a point that I want to make, Fel. I don't think he's fair there.
Punching down at smaller streamers like PISSCO, like you, like just people who are
and they're even using their fucking words, punching down. Oh my god.
On their feet, trying to make their way, build their audience on the platform. He's trying to push them down with his larger platform. That's what he's doing. He's trying to make sure that he's the biggest game in town.
Okay, and Fel, sorry if I'm fucking sweeping for Doobie right now, but this is literally what I said.
I just have a big point that I want to make, and then you can have a last word on it.
Please go ahead.
Okay? The smoking child used to be COD. We used to be the ones who were off to the side, smoking our fucking bowl, making fun of these weird fucking loser weirdos and their weird drama. We were not part of that drama. We have been dragged into the mud, and now we're part of this.
You love the guys who jerk out the kids, man. What
and
are you
it's
doing?
so insane that we have to get. If the onus is on Destiny to
maybe if I just keep calling everybody a pedophile, it's not working anymore. I keep gonna call them more. Keep calling everybody a pedophile. We're gonna win eventually. We're gonna win eventually.
They're weirdos and their weird drama. We were not part of that drama. We have been dragged into the mud, and now we're part of this.
You love the guys who jerk out the kids, man. What
and
are you
it's
doing?
so insane that we have to get. If the onus is on Destiny to be like the sacrificial lamb that makes us finally able to condemn all of you snarking bitches, then fine. All of you snarkers and everybody who doxes and everybody who participates in it should be condemned, and we should get back on the side, smoking our fucking bowl, and not giving a shit about the weird fucks who want to dox each other and ruin each other's lives over the dumbest fucking internet loser shit. That's what I'm saying.
But have you considered the viewership?
I need to speak for myself. I need to speak for myself. I need to speak for myself. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So, Grassroots agrees with this, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm in a different headspace right now. Okay. The reason why I'm in a different headspace is I was told to basically I said what I said during the drama. And I was told by the community, like, hey...
I said what I said during the drama, which was calling 3 different criminal agencies to report 3 different parties to the FBI, local police, and child protective services, and also accuse somebody of being a pedophile based upon and thought to be anonymous email to Mr. Girl Show 1 year ago that was given to him by Queeman with a document of talking points prepared by Doobie. But I said what I said for like 2 months, by the way, also. And I also just decided to dig up a whole bunch of other random people, Lawrence Southern, fucking a whole bunch of other people's random business, because why not? But I said what I said, and that was it. Jesus Christ. The lack of accountability. These sound like children, where it's like, bruh, at some point you have to acknowledge, you're kind of out of pocket. Jeez. Sheesh.
Leave it alone, walk away, basically you can't win. There's no sense in even trying. He's just going to dogpile the shit out of you. Just take the fucking dogpile for the next 2 weeks and we'll get back to business. And largely, we did try to get back to business over the past couple of weeks or months. But what's ended up happening is as a result of trying to get back to business, the war is one-sided. Steven can do whatever he wants to do, whenever he wants to do it. He can talk shit about fucking anybody and sick their audience on it.
When the fuck are we talking about Connor?
Never.
We're not. It's done. The only time we were talking about Connor was right now because he's talking about us. The constant weird, crazy accusations and his constant fixation on his perceptions of my personal life, and then his constant obsession with anything having to do with other people that talk to me on the internet and how they are contributing to the Ghislaine Maxwell. What? I just don't understand what he thinks is happening.
Steven can do whatever he wants to do, whenever he wants to do it. He can talk shit about fucking anybody and sick their audience on him. And I'll tell you, him posting a picture of my fucking kid and implying that it was somehow sexual, fuck him for that.
Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you. To try to imply that I wanted to hand my kid off to get raped by some fucking 40-year-old. You're crazy, Connor. You are so out of pocket. You're insane. You're fucking crazy, bro.
Him saying email and call my boss, fuck him for that.
Yeah, you should. What do you want me to say? You're trying to get me fucking arrested by 12 different organizations based off of Snarker lore. You're crazy, Connor. You're fucking insane. You are crazy. And you're doing it on your branded channel. You're going live today on my Valor Media channel to talk about how I think Destiny wants to fuck kids again for the 12 millionth time. Featuring j-stalker, the penguin from Canada, and Doobie, the guy who brags about mass collecting crazy CSAM on the internet in order to turn over the FBI. Like, Jesus Christ, bro.
But as a matter of fact, those two by themselves are bad enough that I should have freaked out probably a month ago.
All these people.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. My beef right now is him going after PISSCO and Josiah, and in particular calling PISSCO an anti.
Oh, my God. So it's like proxy. You don't even talk to these people that much. What the fuck? What?
He's probably trying to get on their platforms more, you know.
But he can't because he's a conservative, no?
I mean, yeah.
Jesus. Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec.
Donos. He's already gone. Shit.
Israel, Jews, Niger, Nazi, Kum, Mio. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your evening.
Destiny not to ask this question, but do you think a lot of this is PISSCO is ass pained by your guys' relationship ending because of the dose stuff? To me, it seems Shrimpla's
Lib and learn his dead tank and teaches here. You should unironically call it that. PISSCO did all this law school to lose all his logical reasoning when it comes to politics.
He should ask for references to how we know Trump and what he says are fascist because Trump has never actually claimed to be fascist or to know what fascism is.
Destiny, how do you go from we need to do illiberal things when we take back power against MAGA, or we won't have a country anymore to the fight against MAGA is largely over in the span of a month? Is every arc just whoever you feel like, Fody?
Fuck communists. If you're a communist, you're guaranteed retarded. You want to plan an economy, but your 5-year plans take 10 years and forget food. You promised utopia and delivered a line outside a store with 1 loaf of bread and a sign that says back in stock, never. You want a revolution? Your last one gave the world gulags and a wall so nice, they had to shoot people for trying to leave it. Communists never filled a grocery store, but they sure filled up mass graves. Fuck communists.
I love kissing boys. I love boys who are over 18. I love 18-year-old boys and older so much.
Yeah, you know. Age doesn't matter to me. As long as they're over 18.
Fuck you.
What time is it in Kiwi land?
This is your daily dose of anti-Semitism.
June.
What time is it? What?
In Kiwi land.
Why?
I'm just curious because they're so fucking far ahead of us. It's actually insane.
Yep, they're out there on an island for time zones, yeah. Well, yeah, literally on an island.
We should just nuke them.
Jesus Christ, Mootin.
anti-Semite, knowing that if PISSCO responds, he gets a content cycle, so boom, he gets to make money. And then if PISSCO doesn't respond, he gets to malign him with an invective that is so extreme and so fucking stupid that none of his fucking orbiters will call him out on it. So in my opinion...
Can I ask you an honest question about that?
Yes, and I'll try to wrap it here. But in my opinion, I'm tired of the elbows only going one way and nobody saying, hey, Destiny, you're being a fucking F-slur. Fuck you, you fucking pussy fuck. All right. Anyway, sorry, you respond.
Like, I don't even know. Somebody had to have mind fucked this into his brain, right? Like, what is the idea that that nobody pushes back on me anywhere online, or that I'm not fighting with anybody online? Like, what? I just don't know how I could possibly have this idea, this narrative of like what happens, other than somebody just mind fucked him.
You're renowned as the not fighting
the
anybody
non-confrontational person. It's just so stupid. It's like such a stupid. Everything about this theory that he has is so dumb.
My honest question is, do you think you would honestly feel the same way right now what you just said a year ago or 6 months ago? You know, like
maybe not, but I probably would have been blinded by my friendship.
Why is it necessary to be wading into the fight? Why do we have to be in the fight?
Because 6 months ago, a year ago, I probably would have been blinded by my friendship for Steven, so I would have seen him behaving poorly towards PISSCO, and I would have been like, you know, PISSCO says crazy shit sometimes, fuck him, lol. That's it. That would have been my fucking response, but I'm sick of
He
him.
defended himself from those just fine. He doesn't need... That's what I'm saying. We don't need to be in there defending these veterans from another veteran fighting about a dumb fucking thing. We need to be on our own fucking, like, side, like, basically fortressing up right now and focusing on COG and what you want to focus on in the community. And not having a big fight. If we have to sit here and do it with the generals of the Snark fucking team in our own fucking like Discord, sitting here giving us advice about it. What the fuck? Why are
we haven't been taking advice from j-stalker Doobie.
I appreciate the accusation, but you guys
I need to point this out.
No, I need to point this out.
I need to point this out. This is where I truly need the COG to give their fucking balls a tug. I have been muting everyone so they could hear each other. But like Doobie and J-Stock and Rifleman are muted right now. And basically what's been happening for the past hour is Doobie and J-Stock didn't come on and say, Hassan Piker is the best streamer on the planet. I can't wait for Israel to be destroyed. Oh, okay, hold on, dude. All right, let me finish this idea. Doobie and J-Stock have not been on here spreading their fucking anti-Destiny, anti-Israel bullshit for the past fucking hour unchallenged. You and Rifleman have been in here literally challenging them. So what's the problem with this? Because this is what Twitch and YouTube politics used to be. People who didn't like each other challenging each other in a Discord call.
Yeah, he's... Damn, dude. The good old days.
Back in my day.
Back in my day. Jesus.
You guys are
I'm going to unmute
every panels.
Everybody, 1 second.
And I'm okay with challenging them.
All right, everybody's unmuted.
Yeah, the challenge is fine, Connor. The point that I was making, and I made this point already before, is that we're fighting this in our fucking halls. The fight was brought to our doorstep. It's inside our gates, and we're sitting here fighting it instead of out in a fucking battlefield or on a panel show or in a fucking normal place where we can have this fucking fight for real.
I think the most annoying thing, too, because of the way these communities operate, because before it was more of like a shared space, so the people that disagreed would still go onto panels with each other and everything else, whereas now everybody tries to be like hyper-segmented. The annoying thing about the way these spaces work now is you never actually win any of these fights, because the fights aren't fought on... Like Connor keeps identifying this Twitch poll ground. The fights aren't like fought on any factual ground where you're trying to win on the merits. The fights are like, can you out-exhaust the opposition? So like these guys are repeating talking points about like that Snark server that have been debunked like a billion times, but they'll go to other servers and they will say the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Like they're still running with this idea. They've done this for like a year plus that I dox every single person just for disagreeing with me. This is immediately not true. It's obviously not true. For over a year, then I've doxed what, hundreds of people? Dozens of people? At least 10 people? No. So like, obviously that's not true. None of the statements are true. It's just repeating the same bullshit over and over again. It's so exhausting. Oh my God.
But who cares? Even if you did.
Well, I mean, if I was literally out here doxing like hundreds of people, I mean, that'd be pretty crazy. If I was doxing every single person just for disagreeing with me, that would be pretty crazy. It'd be almost akin to their behavior.
They should hide their shit better. Triple S.
Like, I mean, I'm sympathetic towards the fear or whatever, kind of. But, yeah, it's cringe.
We're sitting here taking shit in our own community. Half of our community is left, and it's not because of pedophilia, dude. They left because they do not want to be associated with these two fucks in this call right now.
Okay, can I respond, please? So one, I think just like be real. Like, really, it's just myself and Officer Nasty in chat. Mira is there sometimes. If you guys can't handle Officer Nasty and I talking shit about Israel and me donating to Shit Talk Connor because I think it's a fucking gross neocon. I still love you, by the way. If you can't handle that, then you're a bunch of weak bitches. You don't deserve.
Just to be clear, so like if you want to run a community, not that anybody gives a fuck, and not that anybody on the entire internet knows how to fucking build communities, because apparently I'm the only one that could do it. So every other community is fucking spawned off of and splintered off of mine. That's not true. There are other people that have built communities, but largely over the past decade, this is like a lost art. I don't know why streamers don't engage with people who are in their audience or whatever, but people just don't tend to build communities. This is why the the audiences appear so transient. But if you are trying to build a community, even a small one, people like Doobie are the number one people that you ban from your communities. The types of people that will autistically sit in one space and hijack argument after argument after argument to make up the same fucking thing, these are always the key people that you target ban, because they always destroy communities given time. You don't have the time, because these are the types of people that not only will do the same arguments a billion times, they also create side discords to do it, they create side groups to do it, they'll try to pull in moderators to do it, they'll like be friends with other people that are doing off-platform harassment of people. Like, all of these people function the same way, and they're always toxic as fuck to any community that's trying to grow on any space. Everybody knows that doesn't even matter, like internet moderation. These are always the scariest types of people to deal with, because they have no fucking life, and they will be out there for fucking years carrying the same torch. They have nothing else going on in their life.
To have the grill. Hey, I deserve the grill.
You should put your opinion about our community.
If you're that fucking weak that you can't handle some pushback from 2 people, you're a fucking bitch. Like, I'm sorry.
Wait,
like, I don't know what to tell you.
wait, miss the entire fucking point of what I said.
Please stop. And the reality is that, yes, people have left, but it hasn't grown because you've been acting like this. Because you've locked down, because you want to go on a fortune strike, but you don't have the community to support.
And then just to be clear, somebody link this to me again. Fuck, this is 2.5 minutes, but like, these are the types of arguments that Doobie is having for 6 hours a day.
Structure for people to fuck with Nathan, to fuck with his mom. And I don't agree with that, to be clear. Which I don't think any of it should be happening. But I just want to be clear, like, if that is what the world that he is creating, like, I don't think he has any ground to complain about it.
Wait, so first, there's like 2 things here. It's just like, whenever like we're talking about some like unhinged person's behavior, you're always pointing out like, well, but kind of like,
oh my god, I can't.
Permission structure.
Target families, children behavior. You're always pointing out like, well, but kind of like, but Destiny did this, and then it doesn't even seem that equivocal. Where did Destiny tell you it's okay to dox people's families, children, or any of that? Like, it's such a loose connection where this guy is like directly saying like, hey, it's okay to like, it's okay to like target if you get, or what you're saying is basically by Destiny standards, it's by Destiny standard, it is okay for people to attack his son. Because if you're like involved or in their people's peripheries,
anybody connected to him.
That does not. There is a very, very like reasonable like assumption that doesn't mean like they're 14-year-old kid or anything like that.
Wait, why? So the issue is that he's putting these people in danger, right? So I'm sure Esports Batman has a family. I'm sure j-stalker has a family. Queeman has a family. He stalks both of them. I'm sure Wicked Supreme has a family. And any internet community is going to have crazy fucking people in it, right? And some of these people have reported that, that they've been harassed at work, their employers have been called, their family members have been called, they've been tracked down on Facebook and fucked with their friends.
Just to be clear, nobody has actually alleged this. He does this like Trump thing where he's like, people have said, nobody said this. This is not true.
Like in Destiny, by encouraging his community to target and attack those people in the real world has made all that happen, I think. He's encouraged this to happen, and he's even complained that this community hasn't gone further.
I've never said that in my entire life. It's a tongue-in-cheek complaint where I say, because my community is not built to do this. Every time people accuse my community of doxing, my community doesn't even do this anymore. I'm the one that has to do all the heavy lifting. But I'm not like, I wish more people got murdered. Like, Jesus Christ. But
I don't understand why would say he's like somehow drawn some clear line around family members. He just hasn't. He said anybody connected to these people is fair game.
I've never said that. But
aren't you like making the same point? It's just like, well, if you're going to be like involved in these like doxing wars or anything like that, then you're fair game as well. Like, no, that's the same thing.
No, my position is that if this is the world he's creating,
the world I'm creating, like
the world he's creating,
online spaces, doxing is off limits. It's like a taboo. You don't do it, and if you do it, you get like ostracized.
Okay. But this is the argument that Dewey is like running for like fucking 12 hours a day in every fucking Discord server. These are the types of arguments where I was thinking like, I don't know if I want to like be friends with streamers who are allowing this guy to just be in their Discord 24/7 nonstop having these arguments. Like, and it's so much. And you guys see him like every time he was in the PISSCO one we just watched donating. Like, I don't even know. I don't know if it's just him running the account. There might be multiple people that run that Dewey account. He's in so many of these spaces, constantly talking about me and everything. But yeah, it's not just talking shit. It's not just criticizing me. It's not even doing the same things to me that I do to them. It's making arguments for why, well, if I've ever doxed somebody, that would be the same as putting their family in harm's way. So that means that you should be able to infinitely A-log every single thing about my son and then keep that for when he turns 18 to try to destroy his life. That's the argument that's being made. But regardless, I'm just giving you context of like the type of stuff that Doobie is out here doing day in and day out. And Hassan agrees with it too, which is why Hassan talks about my kid as well, and everybody else does because it's based, I guess.
People, you're a fucking bitch. Like, I'm sorry.
Wait,
like, I don't tell you.
way to witness the entire fucking point of what I said.
Please stop. And the reality is that yes, people have left, but it hasn't grown because you've been acting like this. Because you've locked down because you want to go on a fortress arc. You don't have the community to support the fucking fortress. Your fortress arced up, and you have no fucking food coming in. Okay, you're keeping it all out. So this is detrimental to the community, actually. So
I disagree. We opened it up for this little shit show right here for you. We made some good
I'm
money.
telling you, I've seen this happen 1,000 times. It's very detrimental to the community. And I get it. You don't
Wait,
like.
No, he just argued that opening it up to the Snarkers made Connor money. You just defeated yourself.
Right, we're making bank. It's a fuck. So we're gonna do a week.
You're complaining about this right now.
Hold up. This is actually something that I cannot.
While you're giving these guys oxygen, this drama slop had fizzled out. It had fizzled out, but the communities are trying to like amass call the banners of all the smaller ones, and now Connor wants to hop back in, so I have to highlight it to make sure people understand what's happening, so that as Connor starts to try to re-involve himself now with crazy dramatic accusations about me, we understand where it's coming from, basically. What value do you think they get, or do they think they get by attacking my kid? I mean, it's weird to go into it a lot, but I'll just say that there are a lot of people that are incredibly invested in everything he does online, and that extends also to trying to be his friend and talk to him online and try to get him to think certain things online, because then those things can be used by other people later on if they think that they're like valid avenues of attack for me. But like at the end of the day, like the biggest issue is like, he like, not to shade Nathan, I don't know why I have to say this. He's a 15-year-old fucking kid, okay? So he's gonna say and do a lot of fucking retarded things, no matter what, without any outside involvement. But these people know that like if they apply more and more pressure in this direction, then they can try to make things happen or whatever, and then they can spin out stuff as much as they can to give to Hassan or other people to attack me using my son as a vector, because that's always the way that it goes. It's anybody around me is fair game always. So that's probably the rationalization if I had to guess.
Wrap my head around the exact calculation, because I truly think that it's.
This one is more egregious. 6 minutes, bro. I'm not going to catch up on all the Doobie lore. What is this?
Those things. He needs to stop encouraging this community to do that shit. Because otherwise, this kind of stuff is going to happen. So there are crazy fucking people on the internet.
I think there is a world where, if you're talking all this shit, you should stake your like self, your name, and whatnot on the internet. Like you should be like a known person on the internet when you're doing these kind of things. Because you can mask behind an anonymity and like do the most craziest shit, which you wouldn't do if you weren't like actually if you didn't have the.
So I agree if we're talking about doxing somebody or something. If we're talking about doxing somebody or something, I agree. Right? I think if you're doxing people, you should be.
I'm not just speaking out. I'm not speaking about my ass about this too, because I literally was in that server with my face as my PFP and my actual name. So it's like, what? I had to switch that PFP because I'm so fucking spooked about what I heard about that server that I'm like, oh my god, these motherfuckers are actually crazy. Or there's some insane people on these servers, and it seems like, oh.
Yeah, okay, but there are insane people on any massive Discord server.
Yeah, but it seems like you don't take it from the sound of it. It seems like you guys didn't really care that much.
Okay, so one, the Saber thing is not like some crazy doxing thing. Like he wasn't getting her information and spreading it around everywhere. Like he reached out to her directly, and then when she didn't respond,
it's insane watching this. It's like
I'm not saying anything. I've said repeatedly.
And harassed her into joining somebody else's court case that she had no desire to be a part of.
I think he went too far at the end. I think initially might have been fine to reach out to her and help her get the stuff taken down, and even encourage her to be part of the case. Once she stopped responding to him, I think he should have left it there. Right? I don't think it's going to go after the reach out to her family members or friends or anything like that. I think it's wrong. But I think initially, I think it was fine. Like I don't think it's malicious. I think it seems like he was coming from a good place, and he didn't post any information.
Coming from a good place. The Saba thing is like the dog shocking thing. It's such an like if you can't give on this, you're a brain destroyed, dude. It's insane. But I'm not going to re-listen to all this. But yeah, these are the types of talks he's having for fucking 8 hours a day, every day, and all these fucking servers, yeah.
Unknowable. Okay, so we had a small, intimate community of like 50 to 150 people 6 months ago. And the truth is people were very, very, very generous. And I'm still very thankful to them for that. But then, because they've been turned off by the Destiny drama, the Snarkers, et cetera, Fel is saying that it's not related to don't jack off to kids, but it is related to having Snarkers present. It's like, so what's the solution here? Like the Snarkers are banned from the Discord, but they're allowed in the chat. Like what's the prescription?
Yeah, that's easy. Yes, that's an easy one to
Or we
start
create like a new Discord and it's closed Discord and it's only fucking coggers. Like what's the solution?
You can go to politics Discord if you want to hang out with weird fucking freaks like you. You don't need to have. We don't need to host anything about Snarkers.
Hold on, I literally want to hear.
I really hate these arguments. I think you should just be permabanned from the internet, or you should have like a full-time adult. Like your autonomy should be taken from you. With these questions of like PISSCO and j-stalker were doing this too. We're like, well, what are we supposed to do then? How am I supposed to like manage this stuff, or how am I supposed to manage what people think about this? And it's like, you really don't know after being a content creator for at least half a decade. You have no idea how you can manage any of this stuff. If you don't, I mean, you should just leave. Like clearly you're fucking retarded, right? Clearly it's too much responsibility. You probably shouldn't be getting paid as much as you do for any of it. Like if you can't fathom like what you could do to limit the downsides of insane fucking people entering your space and then hijacking it and using it to further their own insane shit. I mean, I don't know why you're even here at all. You sound like you shouldn't be. You sound like you're not responsible enough for the space, in my opinion.
Valor and Doobie's opinions separately. So Valor first, repeat that, and then I want to hear Doobie's opinion.
Like, it's funny because PISSCO figured it out real quick because he banned me instantly saying that there was a new rule because I think I said something. It was a little bit more than this, I'm sure. I don't remember what it was. He made some rule about covering my drama, and I think I said something sarcastic, and he was like, if you say anything else sarcastic, I'm permabanning. And then he permabanned me because I think I said something else sarcastic. This is like, how long ago was this? But yeah, you seemed to solve that real quick. That was a really easy, fast thing right there, but...
Yeah, I don't think we need to go through any extra effort to host Doobie or j-stalker or anybody the fuck else who are these weird fucking freak losers. Like, that's not our community. Like, we are entertaining this snark shit for the sake of entertaining it because it's fucking here, it's in our fucking life. It does not mean that we want to be snark. Like, the whole point of tonight was to, like, blow our fucking steam out, get this the fuck out of here, like, make us feel better. If we have to do this every week for a year until we finally fucking get rid of the shit, then let's do it. Like, I don't give a shit. The whole point is that we don't want to hang out with weird, gross people like J-Stock who cannot control himself. Like this is what I'm saying, Connor. Like, you already said, like, Doobie is not part of COG. It's hard for me to talk because I can hear J-Stock still talking to me, even though I know he's muted.
Is there somebody said there was a way to do a server mute or something?
I'm driving.
Oh God, Connor.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I feel like I made a solid point. The point is that COG is better than Snark. We don't need to host Snark in our fucking halls. We can just kick all the Snarkers out of our Discord, and they can come in and super chat and give you money and try and suck.
I'm mad that PISSCO was talking about the Vanguard. I think I'm watching that soon.
Your cock and make you feel like you know what I mean, like make you feel like oh we're just your best friend and we don't support community and we're just fans of Connor's and we don't have any ulterior motives except we can't help but talk about all of the dumb gayest fucking internet gay shit ever. Give a shit about Destiny. Holy fuck, I'm so sick of Destiny and all of the fucking drama when we could talk about anything else, including 40K or anything else. Connor, I would rather do a 40K show every single day for a year than ever talk about this dumb
what is weird? Okay, but what is weird to
we
me
can do
about
a
you saying
nice
that?
weekly smart call every week and we can host Doobie and he can say whatever the fuck he wants every week and he can get his little jollies off feeling like he's doing whatever he fucking wants to control people or whatever. But we don't need to host it. We don't need to host it.
Okay, I got it. All right, then Doobie, your response, please.
Can we let J-Stock go first? Can we let J-Stock go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
J-Stock, your response.
I'm not muted. That's why I was talking over you. You want to defend people jerking off to kids? You're a fucking weirdo, okay? Never call me a freak when you defend that shit. Fucking loser.
Wait, who? Valor Facts was? Or what?
Is this guy not a Destiny fan? You tell me this guy's in a Destiny fan counterpoints. He says he doesn't give a fuck about Destiny. He's not a Destiny fan at all? Tell me right now. I'm asking you counterpoints.
This is also super cringe because I don't know if Valor Facts is a fan of mine or not. I'm not sure. I'm sure he knows of me. At least he probably likes me to some extent. But he is like a cornerstone of Connor's community. Jistical has fuck all to do with Connor's community. Same thing with Doobie before all of the weird Snarker invading shit into trying to take over like these adjacent spaces. So for Jistical to come in here and be like, Valor, you don't actually belong in COG because you don't fucking know any of this and blah, you're just a Destiny dick rider. It's like, this guy is like I think he is like the head cornerstone fucking mod of fucking Connor's community. And it's so funny for Jistical to try to like pull rank here that pretend that like, you're just a Destiny fan. It's so cringe. Oh my God.
This guy Destiny fan. He says, I don't care. Is he saying, I don't care? Is he saying, stop making fun of my, stop making fun of my co-guys streamer? What is he doing?
Life.
I haven't like.
Oh my God, sorry, Rifleman. We need to resolve this real.
Valor Facts is the least very friendly to you. Yeah, sure, but I'm sure my guess is more than anything else, they probably just don't want to talk about this because Connor's community was never involved in this much crazy weird drama. I don't know what mythical creature I am that induces this response out of people, but like you don't understand. I had two different friends recently where I've expressed how crazy the online space makes people, and the Connor flip was the thing where they said, I changed my mind about how you could so obviously, because one thing that people say is they'll say like, oh my God, like you couldn't tell that Lab, you couldn't tell Mr. Goat, you couldn't tell that these people, and it's like, it's actually really hard to tell before it happens. Like some people see one way and then they don't know who knows. And it was the Connor flip where two of these people were like, holy shit, I never would have guessed it. Connor, what the fuck? He was like the most kind of like normal coded person in your space and you were going shooting with him in real life and he seemed like he was like a relatively well-adjusted person and he's conservative, so he's not hanging out with these people. And it was like, today, I'm going to read an anonymous email from Mr. Girl that I was given by Queeman about how Steven wants to kid swap with another woman and watch them bang each other's shoulders. Like, and we're going to talk about this for 2 months. What the fuck? I don't know. But anyway, I'm sorry. All that to say that Connor's community did not normally host this type of stuff. So he's probably, more than anything else, just doesn't want to see Connor talking about this constantly. I'm sure a lot of his old community people didn't want to see them talk about this every single fucking... My community! I banned like 6 people in chat today who were like, can we go back to politics? My community doesn't want to cover this shit nonstop, okay? Jesus.
Real quick.
I just want a direct answer to that question. Is this guy a Destiny fan or not?
I don't know. He would have to answer for himself.
Oh my God.
No, Connor, he was saying in chat earlier, earlier yesterday, that hey, we could still maintain a relationship with Destiny. We don't need to like his personal shit. We can still talk to him. Like that is what he wants. He wants you to move back to Destiny.
First of all, I like how that's how they operate, where they're trying to get people to move in a direction, right? They're both here to try to move Connor. That's the only reason they're fucking here. I don't know if there's anything that would make me talk to Connor again, say for like a full-throated, like, I fucked up, I apologize, you know, I went to therapy for my divorce, and I'm sorry for being so jealous of you, my 5'8", you know, midget king. So I don't know what these two think. Valor has never, ever messaged me saying, we think we can move Connor and you back to being friends. I've never even gotten this impression before. Like, it's just a crazy fucking, that's just a crazy statement to make, but whatever.
He wants you to be his pet streamer, keep the community small, like the way that he liked it, and you never fucking grow, you never fucking make any more money, you never reach any other audiences, but you stick with Destiny. That's what he fucking...
Wait, you guys, all of your audiences came from me. You guys haven't grown. Just because it's grown, he's trapped at 400 viewers, if assuming those are real even. You're like, where are your community growths? You guys are literally just the Destiny dick huggers. That's all you do. Not necessarily Connor's community, although he apparently wants it to be, but like, what?
I just want to be the smoking child. I just want to get back to hitting that bong and watching these people be fucking
If this were all about Hassan, you would not have this fucking energy at all. At all.
If what?
What'd you say, Soda? Hassan?
If this were all about Hassan, you would not have this fucking energy at all.
What is Hassan?
If these were about Hassan, I bet he probably would, but it's like, people try to make these comparisons. It's probably hard to fathom. I just don't do that. I don't know if any of us on our side do that as much, are that upset. If we really wanted to, I guess we could like talk about if that was the case, we were talking about like, oh my God, I think the recent Valkyrie statement, I think that was about Hassan cheating on her and blah, blah, blah. If we wanted to play that game, we're like, who's doing this on our side? What are you talking about? What? I don't even know how you can make a comparison here.
What are we talking about?
You wouldn't care about talking about Hassan and his piece of shit.
Hassan?
Talk whatever the fuck.
What are you talking about?
Please don't
what
do that.
are you
Every
talking
time
about?
Hassan comes up on the stream, you're in chat talking shit about him.
I'm a Zionist. I hate Hassan. What are you talking
Anytime
about?
somebody defends Hassan in chat,
I am a
You're
Zionist.
talking shit. You see how Doobie retreats back to that. Oh, talking shit. You're just talking shit. This isn't about talking shit, bro. This is about an obsession with somebody's personal life.
You think I wouldn't give a shit about Hassan?
I understand. Please wait one second. Wait one second. What I'm telling you. The reality is, it's not the drama that you don't like. It's the drama's about Destiny. That's what you don't like.
Oh my God.
If it's about Hassan, you would not be bitching like this.
The Snarkers seem particularly obsessed with Destiny.
Shut the fuck up. You're such an idiot. I'm sorry. So Rifleman, like, he's been advocating for people to dox me for like a year. So yeah, I don't like that dude. So when he comes up, I'm gonna shit talk him because I think he's a piece of shit. Yes, absolutely. Yes. That makes me obsessed. Okay, whatever.
Judging from what I've learned from the group chat, you guys seem particularly obsessed with Destiny.
What have you learned from the group chat? Can you tell me what you've learned from the group chat about
That's
me?
just factually wrong. I could
Oh
find
my
you
God.
again saying that Destiny's not one of the top 3 most talked about people in the Discord.
Like, bruh, you are literally communicating with the plaintiff in my court case, promising her help, reserving entire sections of your Discord just for her to look at. Like, what? I don't have anything at all.
Yeah, Rifleman, can you tell me what you've learned from the group chat about me? Rifleman, can you tell me? Can you tell me what you've learned from the group chat? Okay, nothing. The answer's nothing, right? You
Not
shit.
about you particularly.
Okay, so stop calling me obsessed.
Wasn't the number one target? This is just a meme, by the way. But isn't like the fucking number one shit talking target like Trans Vampire Bat or something?
What?
I think Transfire.
I don't know. I never was
Transfire Bat. That's what it was.
Transfire
Okay,
Bat.
so hold on. So here's my question though, because we do have some OG coggers back in the fucking chat as well. So my thing is, Officer Nasty doesn't really donate a lot, but he's not like super rich or anything. But he's still like he's active in the chat and he shit talks, and I feel like we've hit like a banter level. Apparently he pisses off a lot of other people in chat. But I'm kind of the opinion that, oh, and by the way, I'm a middle child, so I'm always looking for solutions. So I really have two solutions. I have 2 solutions here, in my opinion. I have.
Wait, is Zuby not that Kaizen guy? I thought these people were the same person. Are they not? I swear to fucking God they are. Just kidding. Rip.
The solution of ban the Snarkers from the Discord, or make like a true cog Discord, and then have the Snarkers in the chat.
Wait! I think I have been on stage with Zuby before, though, haven't I? Was he at the New York event? Or is that also Kaizen? Like 4 or 5 years ago, it was Mines, I think, right? Maybe? I don't care. You're probably close enough. They all have the same talking points anyway.
Telling all the old coggers to give their fucking balls a tug and stop being such fucking pussies. So what should I do? Because truly, I've been vacillating between telling everyone we're hanging out in an online community and there's people that you don't like, but that's been an inherent part of Twitch and YouTube politics for a very long time. So
he's like so psychologically hostaged to his fucking past. This is what the space was like back in the day with Twitch Ball. This is what how we would... Jesus Christ.
Give your fucking balls a tug. Or, hey...
Tug of balls. Shot across the bow. Tug of balls. Shot across the bow. Shot across the bow. Tug of balls.
This is
Be somewhat
our
like
little
a private
community.
channel
This is
versus
our
you
little
guys.
niche. So let's protect it from Doobie and Officer Nasty, but then chat, give your balls a tug.
Connor, can I express something to you that I think is the core of this with a lot of the regular people?
Sure, I think
don't even-
everybody's
I don't even think
unmuted
it's really
too, so I'm listening.
I don't even think it's really Destiny, right? And with Valor, I think that Israel's a big part of it, but I don't think it's really even that with them. I think what a lot of these old guys want is, and I think a lot of them are older guys. I think they found a community, people of like-minded people that can hang out and shit talk, people like them. And I think they're looking for that feeling. They want to maintain that feeling, right? But I think the reality is, given what this is actually, it's a stream that you're attempting to grow. You need to build up an audience. You cannot hold on to that vibe, right? They've appointed themselves as like gatekeepers of the vibe.
Why the fuck is Doobie pretending like he's trying to give like content direction advice to Connor? Is he pretending he's like here to help him grow? What the fuck? What?
You can only have the vibe if the community maintains like is as small as it was when they got to it. And that is not going to happen unless you just want to be poor and you want to stop streaming.
Yeah, that's a retarded take because our community is open and everybody's welcome to come to our community. And the only people that we don't let are people like you fucking freak.
You fucking like ban or mute them immediately. So does Grassroots. So you fucking lock down the Discord server so people can't come in organically.
It's not locked down. It's open.
Yes,
Anyone
yes,
can come.
it is locked down. Yes, it is
No,
locked down.
it's not.
You
You just have to apply and you just have to say, do you agree with snarking or do you not agree with snarking? If you agree with snarking, you get sussed, and if you don't agree, then you don't get sussed.
You're prioritizing your
It's so crazy because these guys have been involved in I think moderating Connor's community so long. These guys have been like the ones that have like built this community. It's just so funny that Doobie and Disco are here pretending like they are here as his like consultants. What?
No, no, because you're not part of the community.
You're
That's kind of the point.
vibe over Connor's stream. And I get that. You don't give a fuck about the stream. You're not making money from it. But the reality is, if you want the server to grow and to exist in the next couple of years, it has to grow. You need to open up to more communities, more people. You can't be treating new people who come in like pieces of shit and making them prove that they're not snarkers, quote unquote, or meeting them immediately when they get into chat because they disagree with you. That is not going to grow the community at all. That's going to kill the community.
Wow.
I'm a man of the people, so I'm literally putting it into a poll. I'm not saying I'm gonna like actually abide by the solutions of the poll. I'm just saying I want to see where the fucking chat is at.
Dude,
he's so concerned.
Why does it even matter? Like, if you guys want a place where it's just you guys, just make a channel. Or ban all the people, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't talk to them on stream.
This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. We've already solved this problem, Connor. Connor, we solved this problem.
I need an opportunity.
Why do we need to do that? Like, it's insane.
It is not the most retarded thing in the world to me. Because
he wants to talk about
has disappeared for the past few weeks because he didn't feel like he could be a part of the community. Grassroots is here, but he basically articulated to me that he might be drifting away. These are people that I've had for like months and months and months and months. We've been hanging out and having a good time. Christian Valeris, I don't think I'm going to be able to reconcile with. So my point is, I'm still trying to figure out, because I'm a middle child, I'm trying to figure out how to make the most amount of people happy, including myself. And it doesn't seem like I'm capable of making. I have many people that I'm trying to make happy, and depending on what I pick, I'm pissing off somebody.
Like, it's that hard to just not obsessively talk about my dick. I just can't imagine that this is like the most pressing thing. That this is so difficult to manage. It just is wild to me.
Yeah, but this is a matter of time. This is a matter of time. Hold on, I need you to mute these guys. Okay, this is a matter of time. Okay, when you talk about people like Grass and we talk about Patriarch and we talk about these core members who left, they aren't leaving because we didn't ban Doobie hard enough. They know just how hard I try to get rid of these fucks. Okay, that's not their problem. They are watching you and they are watching what you do on your stream and they are hoping to see you move forward and past the drama, and they are hoping to see you do it in a healthy way before they want to come back. That's those people. Okay. When Doobie accuses us or me of blocking community growth and they try to imply that we lock our Discord down, I'm just clarifying, it's not locked down. No one's banned from coming to our Discord. The only people that get restricted are weird freaks who like snark, and that's it. And that's all my only point was. And so the community will grow, Connor. You just need to have patience for yourself to move on with us.
Let me ask. Yeah, what's it? Can you define snark? Actually, can you give me a definition of snark that includes all snarky behavior and includes all behavior that's not snark, and then tell me how you apply that to everybody evenly in a server so I can make sure you're not just Destiny fanboy?
Okay, hold on one second. So, because like, I just
gotta stop muting me. Hold on, dude. Shut the fuck up. Tell Connor to unmute me right now. Am I muted again? I better not.
You're not muted on my end.
Can I get a definition of snark from this guy? This guy keeps saying snark.
Snark is your ugly fucking face. Shut the fuck up.
Damn! This guy is too drunk and stupid to be here. Why is he talking right now? Why is he on the stream?
Because he's a head mod and he's somebody who actually trusts, who cares about the community.
Like, does Jessica, does he know who he's talking to? Jessica has no place in this community compared to these other guys that have been here forever, that have been responsible for building Connor's community. Holy shit, bro. And it's actually so crazy because, it's so crazy. I can't even imagine doing this to my mods, that Connor would let two people come in and shit on them so hard. Like, it's so funny because even my own behavior, sometimes I have to go into my admin Discord and I have to tell my own mods, listen, sometimes I get banned crazy on my subreddit. If you see me doing retarded shit, just fucking unban him. You probably know better than I do. Like, this is how deferential I am to my mods. I can't imagine, like, Hobbit, you need to come in here and listen to, I don't even know who my gistical equivalent would be, and they're gonna tell you how to build the subreddit community. Like, it's just an insane. I don't want to say I would leave because they're gonna say I'm trying to send a subtle message. Like that, it's so crazy disrespectful. That's wild to me.
Connor, can I ask you, like, just think about this, like, honestly, like, away from, you know, friendships or whatever the fuck that you might have Valor or the feelings you have about them, like, when you react to Asmongold and Nustaku, whatever, Noxtaku, whatever the fuck his name is, or Hassan, and you shit talk them, you say, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, yada, 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 yada. If some of those fans came over to the community and said, hey, Connor, you're an asshole for shit talking Asmongold, do you really think Valor would be like, oh, God, we gotta stop shit talking that? From, you know, friendships or whatever the fuck that you might have Valor or the feelings you have about them, like, when you react to Asmongold and Nustaku, whatever, Noxtaku, whatever the fuck his name is, or Hassan, and you shit talk them, you say, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, yada, 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 yada. If some of those fans came over to the community and said, hey, Connor, you're an asshole.
Like, it's just this is why you ban them. This is why you ban these people. They're not here to play in good faith. Never believe the anti-Semite doesn't know what he does, right? Like, this talking point over and over again of all we want to do is shit talk. All we're doing is shit talking. Just because somebody wants to shit talk, that means like I don't give a fuck about shit talk, bro. I mean, like I've been in these spaces for so long. I don't have to even defend this guy. This is just so obviously stupid. We're not talking about shit talking. We're talking about obsessively talking about my personal life and harassing everybody you can in my personal life. I don't know why they just do like, oh, imagine they're shit talking, and then would you let that guy tell you that you can't even have conversations about this guy because they're just shit talking? Like, it's so bad faith. It's so dishonest. It's so retarded.
For shit talking Asmongold, do you really think Valor would be like, oh God, we gotta stop shit talking Asmongold? No, he wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't.
I don't think that's
this is specifically about Destiny. Like, I think that's like it's very clear to me exactly what it is with Valor with a lot of these people.
I've had this exact same phenomenon happen in my community, by the way. Bunch of people
but I
can't talk about them, but it's like just maybe the way you're doing it is a little bit. Every single one of those people's packaging full time.
All right, hold on.
Oh my God.
But I just need to point this out to the coggers though, or whatever. Okay. So on streamed 1 day ago, Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. There's no drama there. Destiny versus Pisco, anti-Semite. Okay, that's talking shit about Destiny, but I think he fucking deserves it. Here's Destiny triple downing on defaming Pisco. Here's North the Betrayer versus Gibbs. Well, no offense, North has thrown fucking elbows at me. Why the fuck can't I throw them at him? And on top of that, I'm pretty sure I backed him up in his.
Also, like, just to be clear, okay. I hate Connor personally. Okay, fuck this, whatever the fuck. And every time he hosts these people to obsessively talk about my fucking cock, my personal life, whatever. If Connor thinks that me calling Pisco and Josiah is fucking retarded and I'm whatever, blah blah blah, that's fine. If Connor wants to have the conversation, I don't give a fuck. If like, you can cover that. That's fine. Who cares? But when it's the obsession about my personal life and the obsessive harassment of everybody around me, this is so easy to understand. Okay.
Criticisms of Gibbs because Gibbs is a fucking piece of shit. Pisco, DSA, Civil War, and
like,
future.
I would cover that, and I think I did. I don't know if I watched Connor talk about this in particular yet on stream, but like, I would probably watch it. My guess is I think that Connor's fucking retarded with the points he's bringing up. But that's it. Not like, I can't believe Connor dares to cover this, and he shouldn't be, and he doesn't deserve to have a conversation about this about me. But like, I wouldn't say this. I'd just be like, oh, I disagree. He's retarded, fucking whatever. Like that. Jesus.
Top of that, I'm pretty sure I backed him up in his criticisms of Gibbs because Gibbs is a fucking piece of shit. Pisco, DSA, Civil War, and Future to the Left. That's just me and Pisco talking. We're not even talking about fucking Destiny. And so here's this thing where like, like, I know that you're saying, and I bet the OG fucking coggers or whatever agree with you that it's like, we want to see you move on from the drama in a healthy way. But if I'm not covering Destiny, what the fuck is the problem? Besides Officer Nasty and Doobie Bean in chat. And by the way, Grassroots, you said like, oh, well, if you go down this path, it's just going to be two fucking, it's just going to be two commies in your chat or whatever. It's like, I don't even know what the fuck you mean by that. What do you mean by that?
Well, let's not conflate things. Okay, Connor, first of all, and I've talked to you about this, and you know that. Covering Destiny is not the issue. You're allowed to cover Destiny. What are we talking about?
Thank you.
The issue is not
I didn't think that was your prescription. I don't think that's been your prescription.
But you said it anyway to make them sound crazy.
Okay, just like you need time to fully move on from any kind of life crisis, these guys are going to need time. Jesus. Just give them time to come back to you, buddy. Like, you just keep doing your thing. Your audience will be here for you. And I don't know why we need to sit here.
You should get him out of here. Holy
what the fuck?
It's very disruptive to my thought process.
Does anybody know for sure? I keep saying this. Does anybody know the actual timeline? How long has Valor been like his fucking top mod? And just like, get this guy out of here. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Oh my God. The behavior is, it's like so transparently. Is there a verb for, or not? What's a passive verb? Like, it's so corrupting. Corrupting is the word I'm looking for, right? It's like such corruptive behavior. Corruptive? There's no way that's a real word. But it's like so obvious and transparent what he's trying to do. Oh my God.
See, but here's another problem.
Connor on the first day of the past 6 months operates at 1,000 levels above you, man. Why are you even talking about some sort of crisis? Shut.
It's very disruptive to my thought process to hear that.
See, but here's another problem.
Connor on the first day of the past 6 months operates at 1,000 levels above you, man. Why are you even talking about some sort of crisis? Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Well, Connor went through a divorce.
Is he saying Connor's operating above? Is Jizzle trying to simp for Connor here? Oh my God. Corrosive is good.
Divorce, in case you didn't know that.
Well,
it's not. Corrode is not the word I'm looking for. Corrode implies that you're slowly like withering something away. Something is withering away, or something is being slowly whittled down, or whatever. I don't know. I'm using so many W words. But corruptive is like or to corrupt something is to take it and to make it, to mutate it into something evil, I think. It's a slightly different connotation.
About some sort of crisis. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Well, Connor went through a divorce in case you didn't know that.
Well,
in case you don't know.
I'm telling you,
There was no care about Connor.
this person is divorced. He is 1,000 levels above you. He is 30 IQ points above you. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, that's simping. Connor's so much better. Fuck you. You don't know how.
There's two things that bug me right here, okay? So number one, I know that Doobie and j-stalker cunts. I don't think I've ever said that they're not. You know, even if...
What is even the point of this behavior? They've already nearly hollowed out Connor's entire fucking community, and if they manage to get rid of these mods, then Connor's community is destroyed, and it basically doesn't add any more helpers to their cause at all. Even as a hollowed out community, it's better than to have one that's not like actively in their fight. The goal is to like destroy anything that they feel like can come back to help me in any way, or even if they think there might be people that are nice to me there. So you want to corrupt the community to turn it onto your side, or destroy it if you can, because it's not helping you at all. It sounds so cringe, but it's like this has been their project for the past like year and a half, unironically.
If I like them to some degree or whatever. But then, and I do like the COG. I like the substantial amount of our chatters. I think they're funny. I think they're fun. I think we've attracted disproportionately intelligent, funny, and cool people. But hold on. You distracted me with the divorce comment. So yes, the divorce is big. Like it's a big part of my life. I was with somebody for 14.
Does Connor know what's happening? I'm just convinced that if you haven't experienced it, or if you can't back up it, or if you haven't like taken a hard look at it, I don't know if anybody understands like macro things. Maybe me included. Maybe there are things that I missed. I'm sure there are things that I missed that if I haven't been like uniquely involved in it or whatever. I try to be able to take a step back though, because I hate the fact that there is so much that I have to learn through experience, and I wish that there was a way to shortcut that process. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there was a thing that was said before. I think it was on somebody else's stream yesterday, where somebody made some post to my subreddit about like, oh no, like the Josiah bridge was salvageable. And then somebody pointed out like, oh, well, you know, he's tried this with 3 other people and it worked 2 out of 3 times. He tried this with Soy Pill, with Hutch, and with Lonerbox, and it worked 2 out of 3 times. Well, I think the reason why Lonerbox and Hutch noticed, or it might have been Hutch, Wick, and the Soy Pill were the people I brought up. Hutch and the Soy Pill were targeted by these spaces, and I think when you get targeted by it and you can see everything light up with relation to your targeting, then you see it a lot more. The Soy Pill hasn't really, so like he hasn't seen it. So unfortunately, it just seems like if you're not like targeted by it, it's hard to miss a lot of it, because a lot of it can kind of masquerade as like normal hater behavior or whatever.
14 years, and I was married to them for 9, and then I moved into a new relationship that was very intense, and then we broke up and all that kind of stuff. But also like, that's not why I'm pissed in Twitch and YouTube politics. I know that might not be what you're saying, but I'm not mad at Destiny because I'm having like an emotional reaction from my personal life. I'm mad at Destiny because he's being a twat. Like that's
your main
what
he's having a midlife crisis. That's what it is. And what you want to be mad at, Connor. Like you know that they are not mad at you for being mad at Destiny. What they are mad about is like the wreck that occurred, right? Because it didn't happen in a nice, smooth way.
Sorry, I think we lost you, bud.
Yeah, we lost him. So
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Thank God.
This guy didn't say he was driving, by the way, right? That wasn't what I heard.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be an asshole. Okay. Connor, I think you just heard it. He's trying to mother hen you, trying to mother hen the community the way he likes it. Dude. I get the impulse. I really do. Okay. I've had that impulse in my server sometimes, my community, over the years when people come in like, oh, no, you can't say Packy anymore. Packy's one of my favorite.
Just to be clear, for whatever Doobie is going to try to say, Doobie moderates in the exact opposite direction, to where he is obsessed with trying to grow his server count. Not even the actual active people in there, which I think has only got smaller over time, I believe. I haven't stopped by to check it recently. But he obsessively tries to farm as many people into his server as possible. That's why they have the minor tag. They don't ban minors. It's why they'll host any type of conversation. It's why they used to give people like Mr. Batman and Dark Dark and special roles and special rooms. They'll do anything he can to grow that server. He doesn't give a fuck about the quality of the community. He just wants to grow the size of the community. But that's because for a lot of these people, they don't actually care about their main community. They have like their side discords and their side splinter groups and everything they hang out with anytime regardless. The main community is just there for clout. So they can say, oh, look at how big my thing is or whatever.
Fucking slurs. It's fucking hilarious.
Jesus.
Okay? They wanted to keep me from saying nigga.
Totally disavow. I'm on Twitch.
Whatever.
I'm on Twitch, Mackie. Chill.
I'm sorry.
Get this guy out here, Connor. He doesn't know what's good for your content and your channel. Jesus Christ.
I don't know why you came onto my stream.
Look,
on Twitch.
Okay, I will not say the words. I didn't know you were a kick person. I'm sorry. I apologize. I disavow everything. Okay, whatever. Anyway, they started taking away my slurs. So now we can't allow this kind of talk and that kind of talk. I get it. Okay, my impulse is to allow fucking everything, right? So I understand them wanting to keep the community the way that it was. The reality is, the community grows, things change, the vibe changes, new people come in, they have a different vibe. They might eventually outnumber the old community, and that actually would be a good thing for you, okay? It can always be 40, 50 guys who just like to talk about grilling and shit. Eventually, you're gonna have 300 people who like to talk about grilling and all kinds of other shit. And 400 people, 500 people. The vibe is gonna change, and that's okay. Like, I just think that this impulse to try to maintain the fucking vibe of this like tiny community is just not. It's totally self-destructive, because eventually people filter out. Even the old people are going to filter out. You're not having anybody new coming in because they're all getting bullied by the older guys. That's what happens in these kind of situations. It's going to happen. It's been happening, and it will continue to happen. So like they just gotta stop being gatekeepers of the vibe. They gotta let it go.
All right, I'm back. What kind of stupid point did they make while I was gone?
He said don't gatekeep the vibe, just grow.
That if you're driving, it seems like you're inebriated, and it's probably dangerous.
Very clever,
Drunk driving.
oh my god, what a clever way to approach this conversation. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so Connor, my point is, okay, your community loves you. The ones that love you are going to come back to you. Okay, if they need time, they're going to need time. Stop placating to anybody. Okay, placate to yourself. And that's it. Let's do content that Connor wants to do. And if that's shitting on Destiny 24/7, then let's do that. But let's not do that with these two vultures sitting on our fucking shoulders. You should just kick these guys to the fucking curb just for being weird loser internet freaks that bring bad vibes and hurt your community by their own fucking words. Okay? They can sit there and tell you that it's Destiny dick sucking, but it's not that. Okay? Your community has reached out to you. They told you how you feel, how they feel about these two guys. Like, throw them a bone. Like, show them that you are independent of everybody. Okay, including me.
It's not even here. It's literally me in chat shit talking Israel and Connor. That's what it is. That's what you're bitching about.
And by the way,
you can't handle me shit talking Israel and Connor in chat. Like you
won't even talk to Lowerbox.
You don't deserve. You don't
Connor wanted to every 3 months. I don't understand why I'm even involved in this.
Yeah. I don't think j-stalker has been responsible for any fucked up vibes whatsoever. If anything, I think we've been relatively antagonistic. But
I think that you have a lot of people who disagree with what he's responsible for in terms of vibes.
What I would say though is trying to make everybody happy and not making anybody happy at all. I'm going to think on the poll. The poll literally, like half of the poll says, everybody give your balls a fucking tug. Half the poll says, ban Snarkers from the Discord and then fucking give your balls a tug in the chat. And that's going to be like, where at that point, if that was to happen, okay, let's say that I ban Nasty and Doobie from the Discord and Miradol or whoever else is considered a Snarker, and the Discord was like the safe space. And then the chat is where everybody can have fun and just wild out, throw elbows, be crazy and all that kind of shit. If the OG Coggers were too soft to hang out with Snarkers in chat, especially if they're donating, then I think they're just fucking too soft. And then if the Snarkers were too soft to get banned from a Discord when they have tens of thousands of other Discords to hang out, then I would think that the Snarkers were beat.
Like, it's such a weak, it's so mean and cringe to like talk about like being soft here too. Like, what do you mean being soft? Like, is every single part of the internet you hang out in, are you supposed to be engaged in fucking hardcore existential combat debate constantly? Like, you really can't have like a place ever to like chill. You have to be fucking on guard 24/7. Like, you're so fucking soft that you're not ready to fucking fight this guy and defend your fucking honor. It's like, bro, maybe people just want to like chill. Holy shit. Calm the fuck down. My God. So many shot across the bow.
Being too soft. So that to me seems like the fucking centrist thing, but I'm also leaning towards saying everybody's fucking soft, stop being a fucking pussy.
So I'd also advise you not to conflate this with like Patriarch and Grassroots and these other people who have specific concerns and issues that are not going to translate just to Doobie and like it being in the chat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Patriarch may need more convincing in time than merely seeing, oh, Doobie is just only in chat. Like, he's going to want to see that you are not just a Snarker, Connor, and that is his like kind of like assessment. You know? Again, let's not waste time with the dumb definition.
This is what's crazy. This is what's crazy to me. Okay?
This is what's crazy.
So
guys.
Patriarch says, okay, see you never, wild shit. So,
dude, what the fuck?
You can't be in a fucking chat with somebody you don't like. See, Patriarch, that's what's wild to me.
See, like, Connor's saying that just because I'm chatting with somebody you don't like. Meanwhile, I don't know if it's because he thinks I'm a pedophile. Maybe he does at this point. But, like, he was so mad about the food shop stuff. And he never even had interaction with food shops. The food shops isn't even really ever on my stream. But he was so fucking ass-paid about it. Meanwhile, for him, all of his community is supposed to be okay with Doobie just chatting like 10 hours a day in his Discord, you know, donating every fucking 2 seconds on his stream to buy him out, I guess. And it's like, who cares? It's not that big of a deal, guys. If it's Doobie and just going all these other fucking weirdos. It's just like, oh my God.
You can't be in a chat with somebody you don't like. That's crazy to me.
Like, not wanting to be in a chat with somebody that you don't like is actually super normal human behavior. That's actually really normal. You don't want to be in a place with a bunch of people you don't like. You fucking retard. You fucking idiot. I bet you wouldn't even play. I bet you wouldn't even come over to my house and hang out with a bunch of people that you don't like because you're so fucking soft, you fucking loser. I bet you wouldn't even have a sleepover with somebody that you don't like, you weirdo. Would you even eat lunch with people you don't like, you soft fuck? Like, Jesus Christ. What is this, fucking Ender's Game? Are you okay? Holy shit.
That's crazy to me. So, it makes me sad, but, you know, it is what it is.
You guys gotta let people go. Hug back to like grillers, quote unquote. That's what it is.
I don't want you to criticize your chat for 2 seconds, Connor. This grassroots hedgeman guy says, I hope j-stalker gets sanded his socks every day for the rest of his life. And I just want to know what I did to earn that. I think that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
What I did to earn that.
Can you give your balls a tug, dude? Holy shit, grow the fuck up.
Try to what? Your chat for 2 seconds, Connor. This grassroots hedgeman guy says, I hope j-stalker gets sanded his socks every day for the rest of his life. And I just want to know what I did to earn that. I think that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
What I did to earn that.
Can you give your balls a tug, dude? Holy shit, grow the fuck up. Oh my God.
Connor. Middle tile to, middle tile.
I think Jessica was kind of trying to joke there, and I think Connor took it seriously. He's being so mind-fucked right now, dude. These men have soft minds. The white men are not doing well, okay? Something's going on here with the white guys. We gotta, I think white people. Oh my God! Sometimes you think you're in the midwit meme on the on the genius side, but you're actually on the middle side. Oh my God! Wait, has anybody made a recursive midwit meme yet? Like you think it'd be like you think that you're here, but in reality, you're here. You are the midwit. Like you're this. Like you're this guy and you think you're the dude, but you're actually this guy. Do you know what I mean? This is a thing. Certainly somebody's made this meme before. Where it was like, I don't think you have to specify white people as needing help or whatever. They're the majority class. And it's like, actually, the white people aren't okay. And it's like, no, I think we can probably do okay. But actually, the white people really aren't okay. And this is not good. And I think white guys really do need help. I think they're struggling right now. Between the Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens thing, the Donald Trump, Kamala Harris thing, Connor and the ex-wife thing, I think that the white guys need help. We got to do something about this, guys. I don't count as white here. I'm Cuban, by the way.
Out to Middletown. I got to tell you this. You're not going to please everybody. I learned that the hard way. And also, you trying to save Destiny. I've done that with people in my life, and that failed horrifically, like in some really horrific ways. So you can't just save people. But these two, they sound like they're trying to make it seem like your channel won't grow without them, and that seems really.
But that's not what they're saying either. Do you understand how bad this sucks? Because literally, I do not think you guys are hearing each other. Okay, so hold on. Let me try to steel man everybody real quick. What? Let me try. Give me a second. Fellrunner is saying, there were OG people. We had an awesome community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Why does Connor even give a fuck about you anymore? Well, the one of the issues is that my guess is whatever dumb shit was the dumb shit. But now there's forces working in the background that are constantly trying to move his mind in a certain direction. And anytime you have forces like that are constantly at work, it's just going to be a lot to deal with. Doobie and Justigal and whatever, and that Officer Nasty dude that are hanging around 24/7 trying to be corrupting influences it's a lot to deal with.
Doobie and the Snarkers or whatever, they fuck up the vibes, but there are people who are going to love you no matter what. So as a result, just you do you make your own fucking choices, and people are going to decide where they land, which is fine. That's a totally fine assessment. What Doobie is saying though is that I'm caring too much about half a dozen to a dozen chatters who I have gotten to know quite well over the past year. I think that's part of the reason why I'm so personal about it. But by allowing them to take the vibes in the community hostage, what I'm actually doing is I'm denying future growth because I'm trying to placate to their desires rather than telling them to fuck themselves. And the truth is, I don't know the fucking truth. I truly do not know the truth of it. So part of the reason why yesterday, Thursday, and Friday or whatever, I was kind of like, fuck it, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do pretty much no matter what, is because of the pressure of these two positions. Is because it's in order to grow, you need to tell all your old internet friends to fucking eat a dick. Or in order to maintain what you have that you like, you need to fucking...
I mean, it's not like he can avoid you because you're one of the biggest politics streamers too. Sure, but again, I don't care if anybody covers me. I've never... This is such a stupid, mindless talking point that these guys have tried to... pitch to seed and watch grow. Just don't obsessively talk about my personal life. Holy shit. Like I said, if he wants to say I'm retarded on the anti-Semitism shit or whatever, I think the arguments these guys use are retarded. That's whatever. I think it's retarded, but I'm not gonna obviously I'm a large political streamer. You're gonna cover my shit if you want to.
You need to ban these two fucking people because they're basically is it Jonah and the whale? There's one person who pissed off God and the fucking storm was gonna destroy the ship. Does anybody remember that?
I'm a Zionist. Why are you asking me about Christian?
All right. Well. Anyways, whatever. Doobie and Officer Nasty are allegedly they're my sinful people on my boat that I must throw overseas so God stops wrecking my ship. But truth be told, I think we just lean into the storm and just fucking plow on. So I don't know.
Yeah, the way that you put it in mine, it doesn't matter if you do too. Okay, your coggers are going to be here for you. Okay, so you do weather the storm.
The real
and do it
ones.
how you need to. Yeah, but let's not make the dichotomy of the real or not. The real ones will come and they will grill with us. That's the real coggers, right? So if people are too upset about who's in chat to come and grill with us,
there's also this is a funny thing. This should be your default assumption also, unless you're literally only in my community or maybe Lonerbox or Hutch, is that every single rule these people will give for how you are supposed to conduct your community, they will never, ever follow those rules for their community. So like, for instance, when you show up in some of these places and try to defend me, you will get bullied and eventually banned if you don't follow the line. That's how j-stalker server was. Hardcore. That's why they made they called it the e-rape defense channel, was because if anybody ever wanted to defend me in the main Discord, if they banned all these people, they couldn't debate them. So they made a side channel. So anytime you join a server, if you were a fan of mine, you always got relegated to the e-rape channel to talk about it. Like, all of these people will hardcore police their spaces, the ones that they care about. So Doobie won't police like the politics Discord, but the side servers they're in, they're very stringent about who's in there. So it's always funny when they're always giving these like recommendations for how people should be conducting themselves, but they obviously conduct their own spaces far differently.
I wouldn't consider them a real brother, right?
But Valor, that's you, Valor. Valor, that's you, though. You went on a fucking banning spree. You freaked the fuck out of Officer and I. Trying to get us
I have very specific reasons for banning a lot of you guys, and most of it has to do with the fact that you guys have a snark Discord that doxes people. You guys are a danger to the communities that you are present in. Your obsessive,
we just went over this, Valor.
Your obsessive, snarking attitude is what landed you in the ban fucking tube, and I will boot you every week. You having a fucking like pretend to be a Nazi is enough for me to ban you. Just the fact that you pretend to be a Nazi.
And I know that you're obsessed with me, not because of Destiny.
I'll ban you for saying mine got you fucking weird freak.
Because I hate Israel. You think I'm an anti-Semite. You're Jewish or whatever.
I don't know if you're making a salient point. It sounds like you're just repeating a lot of weird accusations that don't mean anything.
What I'm telling you, Valor, is that if you're massively downplaying how much of a bitch you've been, okay? You're the chief one, the primary one, who's banning everybody in chat.
Chief bitch.
Saying, oh God, you're the chief bitch. Saying, oh God, you guys are snarkers. Oh God, why are you talking about drama? Yada yada. Like Connor got to the point where Connor had to like threaten to remove your fucking admin perms because you just couldn't restrain yourself.
Because I stopped you from donating to him. That's all I gave a shit about. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't unban you himself. That's it.
Hold on, I don't think that's true. Connor, is it true that the only thing you cared about was that I couldn't donate to you anymore? Is that really it?
No,
I don't think that's true. I think Connor has principles. Unlike you, Valor, by the way. I think his principles. I think that you were being a bitch. And he told you, hey, stop being a bitch, and you just would not stop being a bitch.
Dude, I don't understand what you're saying with Connor's talking your mouth. Can you take Connor's talk out of your mouth?
This is another thing that bugs the shit out of me, okay?
Got him.
So Doobie and I have had an antagonistic relationship for 6 years, but it's been a relatively like friendly, fraternal Twitch and YouTube political panel debate scene antagonistic relationship. So weirdly enough, while I think that Doobie advocates for policies that piss me off on purpose, like, you know, shifting the Overton window extreme left and America reducing its impact on the world stage, and I think he does that partially to piss me off, partially because he legitimately believes it. I've known Doobie maybe longer than everyone else in Twitch and YouTube politics. Literally, this is the lore here. And this is part of the reason why, like, when they're like, oh, ban Doobie or else I'm out of the community. It's like, I'm pretty sure Caleb Kane, Faraday Speaks, got me to debate Mike from PA in the summer of 2019 about, like, defund the police and BLM. Then Dylan Burns invited me to his show. I said no. He invited me again. I said okay. I got introduced to Prime, and then I met Doobie. So I think I've known Doobie since, like, January or February of 2020. And so that's when you guys show up and you're like, oh, he's like a Machiavellian manipulative piece of shit. It's like, yeah, maybe. Like, I've heard him doing fucking silly Discord fucking bullshit. But, like, I've known this motherfucker for 6 years, you know? So it's kind of crazy to just be like, no, you have to throw him into the fucking ocean in order to earn our approval, you know?
Can I offer you an analogy, Connor?
Sure.
Or maybe not an analogy, but can I just ask you a question? Have you ever in your life heard of a scenario where a staple of a community is revealed to have been a predator for many years and no one knew anything about it? Like, is there a Gus Fring
I have some jokes there, but sorry,
here?
continue.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, just because we know people and we like them and we know them for years does not mean that we know people and what they are like. And of course, you could apply this to anybody. Right? So why does Doobie need to get any special favor when you have people literally reporting him for harassing them? The reason Doobie's banned from our server is because I've had multiple people accuse him of harassment to me.
Hold on.
So he's going to be banned from our server.
Name them and show me the fucking evidence.
If I can, if you let me, I will ban him from the server based on what I've already told you, Connor.
You're lying and
that's my point. Like, I get that you're friends with Doobie and he's chill to you, but just because people are cool in a community doesn't mean they are innocent of things, especially if they're trying to hide it.
Yeah, Connor, I want him to name the people and show the evidence. That's what I want.
Well, I mean, like, I know the fucking...
But you got to get over fucking internet jail, Doobie. It's not the court of law. Grow the fuck up.
Valor, if you want to say shit like that, show the fucking evidence.
You have to. It's the law of the internet.
This is the internet.
No. 70 people that you were fucking a child on a video in front of the fucking courthouse.
Because that's definitely the same thing, based.
Video. I saw it. They all saw it. We have evidence.
So you are saying you retain
right,
you sound very credible.
Like an admission, you retain CSAM. Fucked up, man.
Like, how stupid that fucking is? Like, if you're going to say this, just show us. Show everybody. Expose me as a harasser. Go for it.
Okay. What I would say is, what am I going to do? So tomorrow, this was fun. It's 1:15 a.m. What I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to clean up my house. I'm going to move this camera 6 inches down, and then I'm going to start my new schedule where we cover some React Andy drama shit for 2 hours, and then the second half of the day is going to be doing basically I'll still be live, but I'll be breaking down news stories and trying to replicate Josiah's model so I can post recorded content that hopefully gets some views. That way I can grow the politics side. What I would say is that this schism in the community, people have said that, like, some of these complaints pre-existed the Destiny drama, but truth be told, the way that I noticed it was the Destiny drama, and then we had the schism in the community between the Snarkers and the anti-Snarkers. I truly thought
Valor got
the
neurotic and
vibes.
thought that I was flooding the community with Snarkers. That's what it is. So after the Destiny drama happened, he thought, oh, Doobie's flooding the chat with Snarkers and yada yada.
Yeah, and there's three.
You're right. Nobody complained about Doobie ever before the fucking May, right? Nobody was ever bitching about Doobie last fucking year. Right. 100%.
To be clear,
the truth is, you piss off about me hating his drone talking shit. That's what it is.
This is three people who have caused this schism in the community, allegedly. Doobie, Officer Nasty, Miradol. So,
barely here, by the way.
I know, she is barely there, but somebody pointed out, it's like, she's a Snarker, she hates Destiny, blah, blah, blah.
The reality is,
the other
you
person?
Because I shit talk Israel, and I
that he brought
hate
up?
to shit talk Connor. That's what it is. Like, I'm sorry.
I already said what the problem with you is.
No,
you can act like I won't talk about Israel with you all day, but you know I talk about Israel for hours with you. It's not a lie. You can see the Discord logs. How long will I sit here and talk to you about Israel? How long? Hours. The issue is that you are part of a harassment community, and I don't want it part of my community. I don't want Officer in my community based on his harassment on Twitter. I don't want Miradol because she accuses people of crazy shit because she's a fucking weirdo. I don't want Snarkers in our community who think it's okay to harass other people. Harassment is a problem that I will not allow to fester in our community. But thank you for your input and your opinion about what my opinion is.
Connor, he's doing exactly
I'm loyal to a fault, so I'm loyal to Doobie because I've known him for 6 fucking years, and I'm loyal to fucking Valorfax because he's been fucking...
I get that, but Connor, like you're also loyal to
Connor.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Connor.
If he's making allegations about things that I've been doing, he should show the fucking evidence. Like,
I know, but I know you and Jay Stalker cunts, so it's like he's like saying you're cunts, and I'm just like, yeah, kind of.
Connor, you know that he's a dishonest cunt. He's lied about me before. I'm sure he's lying again. So show the fucking evidence.
Connor.
Yeah. What do I lie about, Doobie?
Actually,
I want to read super chats.
Hold on, Connor.
Connor wants to end, guys.
Borderline 101 for like 2 seconds.
The last word, okay?
Yeah, let me give you actual advice for this.
Sure.
As somebody who's had to deal with this whole problem, okay? You're going to have, what you should do is you should split 50-50 between what gets you views now and what you want to do. Because if you at all take your community's input, I understand you want to. Don't. So many of these people actually are...
Connor, listen. How do they... This is like Mr. Girl tier shit of like narcissism. Connor, listen. I know that you think you should listen to your community, okay? And I know that you think you should listen to your head mods that have been here for years, okay? But don't. You need to listen to me, who definitely is not extrinsically motivated to completely dedicate my entire life to hitting on one person. You got to listen to me. I'm telling you, I know what's best for you. Trust me. Like, Jesus.
If you at all take your community's input, I understand you want to. Don't. So many of these people actually are so emotionally dysregulated, so incapable of understanding themselves that they don't even know why they're mad at you, okay? They have no fucking idea. I'm telling you this as somebody who had to witness it and experience it. They don't know why they're mad at you. So if you take their advice on how to fix something, think of it as like your girlfriend's mad at you and she's telling you she's mad at you for something that doesn't make sense. That's what's happened to you right now, okay? All these people are losing their minds. So you do 50% between what gets you money and what gets you views, and then 50% of what you want to do. And that is the only thing you follow. Those are your 2 North Stars.
By appealing
I'm telling you, if you do anything else, if you take these people's advice and it fucks you, you will be bitter about it. You will be angry about it. So
and Connor or Jistical knows because he's like a star content creator who definitely didn't get his entire community just from being the drama after hours of my stream, and who definitely has made huge strides in growing his community since separating from me. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That doesn't check out.
just do those 2 things. Or change the ratio as appropriate, but don't listen to the chatters.
So you already are bitter and angry about it, Connor, right? Wasn't that the point of this whole week? You're kind of bitter and angry about not capitalizing on all this drama.
Let's clarify that as well. Okay. The reason why I'm bitter is it's not because it would have been good to capitalize on the drama. It probably would have been toxic and shitty for the fucking community, okay? It probably would have been toxic and shitty for me. What pisses me off specifically is that Christian Valeris has been, I think he's been with me since day one. He watched basically when we transitioned to full time, he watched me like every single day and hung out and all that kind of shit. And when he had a ton of money, he oiled. When he didn't have money, he didn't oil, but he was always there. And so I think I said probably 3 or 6 months in, I was like, if I lose Christian Valeris, then I've lost my fucking way, right? But then I had this Destiny drama. He didn't like the way that I covered it. But then specifically as an olive branch to Christian Valeris and a Patriarch and to other people in the community, I could have covered Dan covering the drama. I could have covered Moot covering the drama. Could have covered Wick covering the drama. I could have covered Hutch covering the drama. And you know what? Every single time that I would have covered those things, I guarantee you it would have been between like 100 and 300 people, and there probably would have been super chats fucking flowing. I gave that up.
Like, what? Are we talking about the anti-Semitic shit? I just don't know. It's so crazy. Like, he could have covered it. Like, I don't know. I don't even know if his community would have cared. Maybe they would have, because they would have been worried that he was going to get really weirdly personal. But like,
because number one, I knew that it wouldn't be good for me, but number two, because I didn't want to hurt the people who would not enjoy that content. And so to lose Christian Valeris, despite that olive branch, and this past week on Twitter, to have him characterize it as I was just drama farming so I could grow my audience off of the Destiny split, that truly broke my fucking brain.
Wait, when who said it? The guy, his last Oiler, or the Oiler guy?
For me. But number two, because I didn't want to hurt the people who would not enjoy that content. And so to lose Christian Valeris, despite that olive branch, and this past week on Twitter, to have him characterize it as I was just drama farming so I could grow my audience off of the Destiny split, that truly broke my fucking brain. Because in my opinion, I did the opposite, and I did the opposite for him. So to have him characterize it that way truly fucked with me.
Jesus.
I think that's totally understandable. I think that what I would advise is that not all the coggers feel the same way Christian does, and that the people like Christian who are reacting the way they are overreacting, and they need to calm down.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go with j-stalker's advice that I'm just going to treat him like a woman who's overreacting.
Well, you don't have to give them any quarter or any special treatment. My point is
I'll
that
buy him some Taco Bell and some fucking tampons.
Coggers will
Don't say that for me. I'm
gravitate
like
to
you're
you.
agitating the situation.
We begged him not to cover anything or anyone associated in the drama so that the Snarkers wouldn't hound Al.
As they need to. Like, I'm actually in agreement with j-stalk on this. Like, you should do what you want to do, and you should do what's making you money. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing that they should not feel like your coggers are sitting here judging you because you want to talk about Destiny. That's not what their fucking drama shit is. And they will get over the wreckage, you know what I mean, of what happened. I think they're more upset about Hiroshima than they are about like the fallout, right? They'll get over it. That's my point.
All right.
So,
well, I am going to. I weirdly enough, I did have a good time. So
Can I make an offer?
I did. What's that?
I just want to make a quick offer. So if Valor is willing to show the evidence that I've been harassing people, I think like 6 people or some shit, just willing to post it, to show the evidence, expose me as a harasser, I will give you $2,000.
Oh my god, why would I ever betray the trust of people who have confided in me?
He's so pathetic. Holy shit. I'm trying to think of, God, there's a movie or something that this reminds me of just like a guy who has to like buy his friends and he's almost like, not Jamie Lannister. Fuck, I wish I could remember. It's like such pathetic behavior. Oh my God. Jesus.
I love you. Holy shit. All right. Oh my God. My fucking brain is soup. It was fun, though. I actually did have a good time. I'm completely fine with you attacking disagreements with Destiny. Okay. I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know if the... I'm going to sleep on that Discord thing. Because there should be a fun space for the cog that does not feel... that does feel like home. Digital home. But I also... Patriarch, I don't know if you're still there or not. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make you happy, buddy. So, you know, if you're saying I truly cannot be in a chat with Doobie where he's donating and shit-talking Israel or Jews or something, I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry. I hope you'll forgive me one day. But anyways, let me count the donations and read everybody's donations and all that bullshit. So, Audacity with a 10. Felony DUI is a gatekeeper, but I get it. Whoa. Whitcord got raided for like a month after the initial drama, and it was like a PTA to filter those clowns out, but we got over it. Interesting. I didn't know you were a Wicker, Audacity. Hedonic Samuel with a 2. The j-stalker is persona non grata. Got it. Knife Mall with a 2 says, Fel is the hero we deserve and the hero we need. Interesting. Unork with a 2 says, do what Fel once for 1 month and see what happens. Okay. Anonymous for 5 says, Doobie thinks Fel is the only person that doesn't want him here. Laughy face, laughy face, laughy face. Fashion 40 says, this was before the Destiny drama. Yeah, but that's like, people say that, but I truly do not remember it. I think I might have like social amnesia. Patriarch with the renewed membership for 12 months says, Doobie has been manipulating you for the last 20 minutes, you fucking imbecile. Well, thank you for the 12-month membership renewal. Even if this is the end of our friendship, I appreciate you being here for 12 months. Nameless Henchman for 5 says, one thing I know is that the Snarker bucks spend just like the real thing everywhere else but Israel. Okay. Anonymous Chatter puts Penguin.
1 moderate versus 20 progressives. Do they keep that title?
You have a lot of politicians and Democrats.
It's still 1 moderate versus 20 progressives. Oh, okay.
Side who got behind authoritarian practices during COVID. I'm not going to support those individuals.
So, but the authoritarian practices today, you're willing to look past?
Some of them, yes.
Come on, man.
The mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right.
None of what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like you're honestly grifting a lot.
You can say that. Let me ask you a question. War every fucking year, and it doesn't happen. I never said there was. Happened yet. Do you want me to get to a soapbox? It's really easy. It's really easy to do what you do. It's really easy to do what you do.
Is
the United States tracking towards civil war, or is America more united than it seems? Hi everyone, I'm Paris Rose, and I'll be filling in for John today. From Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today we're debating which political party is more violent. Is authoritarianism on the rise in America, and have both parties abandoned their oath to the Constitution? I'm here with our featured guest, moderate political commentator, Pim Tool.
Hi, I'm Pim Tool. I'm the host of Timcast IRL, and today I'm surrounded by progressives.
Wait, oh shit, before we do this. We can't forget our HaSLOP. New, Hassan Piker is lawyering up. The left-wing streamer told Status that his legal team is preparing to sue Scott Jennings, Salem Media, and potentially Fox News for defamation. Litigation seems unavoidable, Piker said. This just seems like the scariest, worst idea ever. Because, so one, when you're talking lawsuits and you're talking political speech, you are fighting on the strongest possible grounds by which a court will rule against you. It's political speech, okay? Ethan kind of ran into this with his lawsuits, right? Is that political speech is just going to be treated so carefully in all regards when it comes to stuff like this. So not only is it like a rough lawsuit, this sounds weird, but like sometimes there are court cases that you just don't want the answer to. This is a very federal prosecutor free speech issues or like Supreme Court mindset where you're like, sometimes the court's like, we don't want to look at that case because we don't think that we want to even give an answer for this particular thing. A good example of this was when Jack Smith was trying to figure out what he wanted to charge Donald Trump with for crimes. They avoided inciting a riot, even though incitement to violence might have been, I don't know what the federal statute is called, some kind of incitement statute. They probably could have safely cited it. But to have the court, and obviously this is going to the Supreme Court, try to address the question of what type of political speech counts as incitement to violence, that's just an incredibly huge question of free speech to put before the court. And the court would rather remain agnostic on it, right? So all this to say, if you were to sue somebody for making some claim about genocide or whatever else, I don't know what his issues are, you better be damn sure that you have a fucking rock solid case. Because if you lose, like, what does that mean? If I take somebody to court because they said that I'm racist and I hate Jews and I'm genocidal, and then the court rules against me, I guess it's like legally true that I am genocidal as determined by the U.S. courts, right? Like, that's just because now you've got like court stamped genocide speech where the court is saying, oh, sorry, like you can't really fight on this. I don't know. That's just a really scary world to be in, I think.
Google Destiny. Houthis kidnapping random Filipino sailors, holding them hostage, apparently tactic to stop ongoing genocide. Who's it? Destiny. I keep seeing Destiny come around and post about Hassan, but every time I ask...
Oh my God. I don't know if this Get Noted subreddit is like a conservative one. I know they post a lot of anti-Hassan shit. I don't ever believe anything's actually like liberal these days. It's either fucking some conservative coded space or there's like r/neoliberal and that's it. But he hates this subreddit because they post a lot about him.
Destiny people, they keep talking about Hassan. Liberal political streamer. He was the first full-time streamer, significantly helped Hassan when he started streaming. This is why they come up all the
you know he hates that one.
the time when you mention one. Oh, I just Googled Destiny Steve Bonnell, and the first thing I see is Destiny being charged with sexual stuff. Is that real? Someone blackmailed him and leaked 20+ photos of videos of revenge porn of him. He's always the victim. These guys are so dedicated.
I like how that's literally what happened. Those are the facts of my case. I like how that's actually factually the thing that happened. What is that guy's name? Is it Gnome? F-A-U? F-A-W? I can't read this guy's name. Or Norm something? Ugh.
To constantly doing propaganda for this one man, it blows my mind. Yeah, where is the original America Deserved 9/11 Hassan video? This is from yesterday. And it's
because I'm asking... The funny thing is, the reason why I was asking for this, because I just wanted to see the context, the whole context of his original statement, rather than just like the 9-second clips that are posted about him on TV. Even when I'm looking for additional context for what he said, he still gets ass pained because he doesn't want anybody criticizing him ever. He's such a fucking loser. Holy shit.
Kind of crazy because they just like, this is all they do. They sit around and operate a one-man Gamergate. One-man Gamergate operation.
What? I fought against Gamergate. Bro, he would have killed himself being in the trenches on that shit. Oh my God. He would have killed himself trying to be in the trenches on that one. Everybody on Twitch hated me in those days. They still do, but, well, the audiences.
It's funny that after 7 years of obsession that our politics are more influential than ever, we got the exact type of person we've been advocating for in Zoran, and he's the most popular politician in America, and they're just completely and totally ineffective, and this is all they do. Yeah. I genuinely think there are people in his cult that absolutely believe that they're doing this for liberalism.
Oh my God, and he's bringing up tweets from the Stephanie person who obsessively fucking hates me. This person is one of her and the Ellie B girl or whatever. These are two people that post about me so much on Twitter. It's insane. If you've ever been on my Twitter and you haven't blocked them, you've absolutely seen them either tweeting about me or under my tweets or quote tweeting other people. Not under my tweets. I have these motherfuckers blocked because they're insane. So funny that he's watching them for information about me based.
Like they've been conditioned into thinking that liberalism is whatever the fuck Destiny cares about. And because 90% of what he cares about is trying to create more manufactured outrage around me, that's all their output is. At a time when, again, Donald Trump is a fucking demon, right? Donald Trump is destroying the country. Donald Trump is destroying international law. Donald Trump is destroying the global economy. And these guys...
Who was talking about that in 2024?
Have given up on their hatred for Trump. They've given up on their hatred for Elon Musk.
Wait, give me 4 minutes. Just when
the primary animus, the driving force of this community is just literally aggressively cyber stalking me and trying to tell everyone that they can reach. Tell everyone that they can reach that I am the #1 enemy of America. Blows my mind. And I don't think most liberals are like this, for the record. I think this guy at this point is signaling that he is inevitably going to turn. And his turn is going to come as the anti anti-AOC, anti-DSA turn. That's what I think is going to eventually happen.
That's the softest Steve
he is going to
conservative 2028 take I've heard.
They've been predicting I'll become a Republican for like 10 years now.
Yeah, I know, but now it's just, he's going to turn and be anti-AOC.
Sure, I'm already anti-DSA, so...
Yeah. Left went too far left.
The funny thing is, a more sophisticated version of these arguments, these guys have already agreed with. Do you guys remember when, because they pretend sometimes, well, I couldn't tell in the past, you might just be retarded. Do you remember when these fucking morons would always say, I can't believe that Trump is going to outflank the Democrats on the left with his takes on foreign policy. I think Kyle Kuklinski used to make this stupid fucking argument all the time. And then Mike McPhee and Hassan would, I can't believe that Donald Trump is going to outflank from the left the Democrats on some issue that he has the most surface level retard position on. And for some reason, they try to make it sound like the Republican Party is left of the... They used to do this stupid fucking shit so often. Oh my God. They did it in 2016 and 2020 and 2024. Yeah. It was so fucking cringe. I can't believe that Tucker Carlson is hitting from the left on the Democrats on Israel now. I can't believe it. Oh my God.
My face wins.
The
Slopulism.
Yeah.
Left went too far left. This is the next thing that they're going to do. Remember, Destiny says this. He's saying me, Hassan, Hassan, Hassan. Nothing he says maps on the political reality of the human world. It's great he wants to limit himself to online political wars, but some of us are talking about real electoral coalitions. Destiny lays out his...
He's still quote tweeting. This Jola dude is fucking obsessed. Holy shit, dude. That was a... I'm worried that guy might be like a fucking future schizo. That he's going to be like a commenter forever. My God.
Prescription for liberal creators and why he's separating from channels like Pisco Liddy.
DGS is up interacting with that guy. He's basically just an interaction baiting. Well, I mean, I feel like I blocked him and everything. I don't know.
And
it'll fall off.
Pondering, who are silent on the far left. Liberals need a counter apparatus to the left's unified attack network that comes down on dissenters and truth tellers. Last night in a leftist streamer's chat, you weren't even the topic. A D fan started shit talking to you and was defending D. He didn't even come up either. D is the only force on the left standing up to MAGA. It's crazy.
True.
Yeah, I suspect he's going to start telling his audience that, you know, JD Vance. I suspect he's going to start telling his audience that, like, JD Vance is actually a more moderate force in comparison to, like, DSA. And even if it's, like, a centrist Democrat that wins the primary, he'll probably say they're still affiliated with the DSA somehow, and that's why he's a JD Vance truther. Like, he's going to do the Bill Maher angle. He's going to be like Bill Maher. True liberalism is actually about defending JD Vance or something. Like Donald Trump and Peter Thiel's blood boy JD Vance is actually going to advance true liberalism as opposed to the scary, nefarious communist forces of AOC and shit like that.
Bunch of people, for the first time in their fucking lives, are seeing Hassan talk about how there's a type of white woman who should be raped more than another type of white woman, but they've never seen these before because every...
Yeah, that's also insane. I did not say that. You're just making this up.
Oh, then play the clip.
Jamie, pull that up.
Oh, wait, why did this video get removed?
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Where is it? Excuse me.
Linkers.
Like doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like, taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is all.
Remember, he's just talking about college kids here. He's not talking about, like, murderers, rapists, thieves, IDF soldiers. He's not even talking about Israel right now. He's just talking about college kids, college girls, college boys. That's all he's talking about right now, by the way.
And putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. Like,
of white woman, but they've never seen these before. The type of white woman who people, for the first time in their fucking lives, are seeing Hassan talk about how there's a type of white woman who should be raped more than another type of white woman, but they've never seen these before because every...
Yeah, that's also insane. I did not say that. You're just making this up. Like, it's so... Dude, they've been doing this for the past, like, almost a decade now, right? And I think that's why, like, you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes...
Has he even been streaming for a decade? What?
Becomes the truth, right? And in that community, they, like, legitimately think that I am an advocate for, like, white women being raped. It's no different than, like, Elon Musk thinking that I'm doing white genocide, right? It's just, like, a different version of that. It's so crazy. And other people have experienced it as well. He says Professor Dave says second worst coordinated troll attack campaign, only behind Matt Walsh, is called beyond pathetic. Just be careful. He's also known for putting forth the idea to his brain dead followers that specific people should be killed. I know some of his followers sometimes stalk or go looking for a soundbite or a Twitch streamer and make
what?
Comments like, if he were killed, it would be justified. I agree with the sentiment you're making, but that isn't something that occurs only on one side of Soundpiker. Isn't exactly the best source, especially when it comes to conflict specifically. He's one of the biggest political speakers on Twitch, but he definitely has his own ... controversies. Do you have any clips and timestamps of him saying these things? Says Professor Dave explains. I don't know why my comment got deleted, but right at the start of this video, it's an extremely short clip, and I'm sure I've seen a longer version. Not sure if my comment included a YouTube video, and then he just, like, sends him the link. I mean, it's pretty wild that this has just been, like, a lifelong mission.
Lifelong. My whole life dedicated to hating this guy. All right. What's up, baby cakes?
What up, baby? Okay. So, hypothetically, you have the opportunity to spend an evening with Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. And specifically, the reason for this meeting is to motivate him to denounce his affiliation with Hassan Piker. This is you meeting with him, of course, in a hypothetical. How would you start that meeting, or how would you even go about giving criticism, points, questions for him? Why is it so important to you?
What, like me as in like me Destiny doing it in some place, or just like a general, like how would the approach be?
Yeah. Like you're sitting down with them, you get to have cocktail and some hors d'oeuvres. How would you broach this subject?
I mean, like, I guess I feel like all of his positions on paper are really good. He seems to be a pretty good speaker. Like, he has really good stage presence. He's got good camera presence. I think his ads and everything are pretty endearing. He obviously does well in debates. He carries himself well. He's got an impressive resume. And I would say I appreciate the fact that he's like somewhat moderate on like the socialism question and the, and I think having like an outwardly openly aggressive support position for Ukraine, I think is good. It's admirable that they took the time to flesh out, so many different positions on his website, compared to Haley Stevens, who had basically nothing. So I feel like, and he has the chance to be the first, is it Arab or Muslim, senator?
I believe Muslim.
Is it just Muslim?
Muslim? My God, why do I say it like that?
Muslim. We say Muslim.
Yes.
I feel like to have that many things going for him, there's going to be so much pressure nationally on this Senate race. The Republicans are going to be fighting like hell, and because there's a lot of really important stuff on the table with regards to the upcoming Senate. There are cabinet level confirmations. There are potentially Supreme Court picks, if God forbid something happens to anybody. And then just, going forward, whoever wins this election is going to be the senator for the entire 4 years of the next Democratic president, right? So these Senate seats are very, very, very important. There aren't very many Senate seats that Democrats can fight over, and this is one of them. I think that regardless of the propaganda from our far lefty people or whatever, I'm sure they're realistic in that campaign, it's going to be a tough race. It's going to be probably tougher than the one that Stevens would have had for some reasons that are fair and a lot of reasons that are unfair. With so much at stake, with him having such a reasonable moderate position, I don't know why he would risk anchoring himself with something with so little upside in that upcoming battle. I think that trying to reach out to people's audiences or whatever is fine, but especially when there is so much fear about some type of, huge anti-Semitic revolution in the U.S., to have a Muslim come into the Senate who is, cheerleading or being cheerled by and campaigning alongside a dude who is openly praising terrorist organizations and stuff. I just feel like it's bad strategically. I feel like it sends a bad message morally and ethically. I feel like it's a bad representation of what he could represent in the Senate. If everything I've heard about him is true, and I hope it is, and I hope the fucking videos of his wife and sister aren't real or whatever that bullshit was, I don't think that Hassan's views represent him, and I don't think that he would want to give the impression to voters that Hassan's views represent who he is. That would be my pitch.
Yeah, I think that point about having, he hitches his wagon to the, money out of politics. I think the biggest thing that made him seem so much more progressive or lefty was obviously the anti-APAC rhetoric. And also, money in your pocket, Medicare for all, that type of stuff. But on paper, you're right. He does have quite a moderated position. And I think it also doesn't do him any favors being possibly the first Muslim in the Senate to be attaching himself to.
It sucks, and that's not fair.
The rhetoric of Hassan.
Yeah, but I mean, every minority knows that is to some extent the reality, is that you will be associated with the worst of what people can find about you, and why make it harder for yourself, in that way? That seems unfortunate.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, I'm so curious, and in this hypothetical situation, I'm just curious how, from a campaign standpoint, this has to be a conversation about, inviting Hassan to a week's worth of campaigning stuff. What are those conversations like? Because surely they have to weigh the benefits and the drawbacks, right?
If I had to guess, this is one thing that people have such a hard time understanding in all communities in the streaming world, is streaming is a very, very, very hard thing to engage with casually. Like, let's say that I were to tell you Destiny is crazy. Where are you going to go to find that information? Are you going to start watching my fucking 8-hour streams? Well, let's be real, 5-hour streams to figure out like what I've said on some topic. It's never happening. So what are you Googling? You're going to look for, well, you're not even going to be Googling YouTube videos. You're probably going to look for news articles, see who's written what about him, right? So if a campaign were to have somebody be brought up and that person was Hasan, and then you Google Hasan's name and you start looking for, you know, who is this guy? Well, what do you have? You've got a ton of glowing articles with him in his armpit and his bathtub and his next to is the dog that he abuses or whatever. It looks happy for the camera and all this shit. Like, that's all you're going to see. And then you constantly hear about how big this person is on Twitch, and then they oversell how big they are on YouTube and everything else. You've heard like, well, we need to reach out to people more and stop being so risk averse. And it seems like people are really hung up on this like 9/11 comment, but you know, in context, that one really doesn't seem that bad. My guess is that like the conversation is not that in depth, and when you look at it kind of like at a glance or at a quick look, maybe not just a glance, but not like a deep dive, like a quick look, everything probably checks out. And then all the attacks, especially as a Muslim, I imagine it's probably very difficult to figure out who's giving you genuine criticism versus who is mega Islamophobic versus who doesn't think they're Islamophobic, but they probably are. Like, these are all probably incredibly difficult things to tease out in your head. So that would be my guess, being charitable and somewhat realistic, rather than he saw videos of, you know, Hamas Piker cheering on Hezbollah and he's like, that's the fucking guy, dude. Let's go. Muslim takeover 101. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I do think, obviously from the outside, seeing what Mamdani did, his social media presence leading up to the election and in the primaries and stuff like that, like, or I guess not the primaries for Mamdani, but it does seem like Abdul did try to kind of copy that sauce quite a bit. And I do think in the process, it was probably pretty easy to miss Mamdani taking a step back from Hasan right at the end. And I'm wondering if he is planning on writing with him till the end. And I'm also very curious if, like you said, if they did a very cursory, you know, inspection of Hasan's background and clips and risks and like did that assessment. I wonder if they're surprised about some of the clips that have been popping up, especially on the mainstream media.
Yeah.
And if that, because I mean, when is it? It's November. Are the elections like, now would be the time to ditch the dead weight and just move on from it.
Yeah, potentially.
Make a statement.
But it's hard because like who's actually like who's even talking about this, right? So it's hard because are you going to go by what Republicans say about him? Like you probably don't trust them about anything related to Islam or Muslims or Arabs. And then all of the left's like highlighting of this guy has just been glowing. Like he's like completely beyond reproach. So I mean, like if you're on Al Sayed's team, my guess is they probably have literally never seen anything bad about this guy ever. That'd be my guess, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I think the other thing that Abdul's team probably isn't thinking about.
Oh,
you know,
another quick thing too that would bother me if I was him and if I cared about this perception of me being created was the fact that like Hasan is not shy about the way that he represents his position with that campaign. He's like, from a public perspective, it seems like he's taking a whole bunch of credit for that race. I doubt he contributed hardly any ground effort to that race, number one. Number two, I don't even think the DSA contributed much of anything. I think he had a couple endorsements, but I don't know if they were like full on, supporting him in the same way that they did for their actual DSA.
Well, yeah, especially because he isn't DSA. You know,
yeah.
He doesn't.
So for Hasan to be out there on stream, like if somebody, like I might disavow or not disavow somebody based on a bunch of shit, I don't know. But if they were out there saying like, oh yeah, like Destiny was nothing without me, and it's a guy who I have massive disagreements with.
Yeah.
That would bother me a lot if I saw that personally. But
yeah, I think the one thing, obviously the main goal for the campaign is get elected, obviously. But I think the other thing that he definitely isn't thinking about is the second Abdul might step out of line with a vote or something like that, that Hasan hive mind is going to be on his ass. And, you know, that could hurt him for other reasons. I mean, he'll be elected, so I don't know how much it would hurt him, but I don't think that's kind of
sure. But I don't think they're really thinking about like online harassment as much. I don't think that's like as much of a factor in his mind. And I don't even know if they really necessarily care about it. Like for instance, because the only reason I said it is because I doubt the flip side of this is true. Like I doubt that Al-Sayed and his team are like, man, we're getting a lot of online support from like Hassan Piker's audience, so let's keep doing this. I doubt that's much of the calculation. My bet is it truly is. It's just like, this is a really big YouTuber guy. Seems like he's got a big audience. Obviously he's kind of far left, so they're probably gonna say crazy shit about him, and then that was it. Is my guess.
Mm-hmm.
My guess, being charitable.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well,
I thought there would be a little bit more to this, but no, it's honestly, I think the biggest point is kind of what you said first about how moderated his position really is. If his positions are, if you really think about it, because as far as I know, Hassan would not approve funding to Ukraine, right? That was the whole PV issue.
Sure. Hassan wouldn't approve. Oh, well, I mean, Hassan fucking hates Ukraine. So, I mean, now they've forced to kind of sort of moderate their positions. They just don't talk about it as much. Or if they blame Russia, they just say it's because of capitalism and NATO or whatever. But Hassan fucking, all the lefties hated Ukraine. And the co-chair of the DSA doesn't like Ukraine, right? She wouldn't commit to any kind of position on helping them at all. She just said we need to be more diplomatic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you think of anything else about your hypothetical meeting with Abdul tomorrow, let me know. I said the Ukraine situation, chat. I was talking about the situation in Ukraine. Fuck you.
I don't know. Sometimes like personal things work sometimes with people. Like if you're having a personal conversation with him, or somebody were having a personal conversation with him, I guess like, well, this sounds bad to make up, I guess. If somebody was having a personal conversation, I'm not saying you should make this up or anybody should make this up, but like no, you don't have to. I'm sorry, because you're in my community. Like Stevens is a more moderate candidate that might have had a better chance in the general, and I think might map onto my political beliefs generally more. But like I am part of a community that has multiple personal connections with the Ukrainian conflict. And the appreciation that I have for the fact that you have a strong stance, and it's not a weasel word stance at all, it is a strong stance about supporting military aid to Ukraine, is something that pushes you over the line for me in a way that it doesn't with almost any other, with even mainstream Democrats, which is something that is super, super, super awesome. And it's a thing that you can feel proud about, right, when you're talking to other people that might be impacted, who are in Ukraine or otherwise impacted by that conflict. But if you have members of your community or friends that are Jewish, who are in a very uncertain time right now across the world and in the United States. And they are heavily critical, like most diaspora Jews are, of the current Israeli administration. But they're worried that for a lot of the people, it crosses the line in terms of just Jew hatred, that being critical of Israel is fine, but supporting a guy who surrounds himself with people who like openly praise terrorist attacks against Jews, especially when there are literal Jewish assassinations happening in the United States that Hassan also, accused of being a false flag and everything, that's like incredibly disappointing. It makes it hard to justify that same decision. Like it's harder to say like, I'm a proud supporter of you when you can't, when I don't know what your position is on this, I can't say the same things to my Jewish friends that I could say to my Ukrainian friends. And that's kind of sad. But if that represents his values or whatever, then that's, maybe that's how he, then maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Good memes. Well.
Yeah. Good luck. Be careful. Whoever is. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a document of Hassan clips? Or does someone in the community?
I'm sure Dan does.
Okay. Oh yeah. Duh.
Dan's got everything. Dan's the man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Moot has that too.
Probably.
All right. Well, hypothetically, you could ask them for that. Oh, there it is. Thanks, chat. Oh, beautiful. Wow. So many folders, completely organized.
Wow.
I would never expect less from dear Redact Leader.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, buddy. I can't wait to watch Pim Tool get eviscerated.
I love you. Be careful, buddy.
Love you too. Blubstoney's in chat. Bye. No, Milkarino's in chat. Milkarino combo.
Do we even have that emote still?
We better.
Okay, we do.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Okay.
I remember back in my day, 30 was chump change. All right, bye.
Be careful.
party is more violent? Is authoritarianism on the rise in America? And have both parties abandoned their oath to the Constitution? I'm here with our featured guest, moderate political commentator, Pim Tool.
Hi, I'm Pim Tool. I'm the host of Timcast IRL, and today I'm surrounded by progressives.
He's a moderate now.
My first surrounded claim is that the mainstream left commits more violence than the mainstream right.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Bum.
How's it going? Hey.
Great to meet you, buddy. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
There seems to be like a broader implication with your prompt that there's this domestic threat from mainstream left politicians. Like, do you really think Hillary Clinton's like leading the Vanguard Revolution Party? Like,
no.
What is your take?
When you look at the violence that we do see, it's from, I describe it as from blunt to acute, which is with the fringe extreme right, you'll see extreme mass shootings. You'll see, someone will show up and they'll unload on people, things like that. On the left, though, you'll see riots, vandalism that you don't see from the right. But the point I'm making is that when you break down the ideology that motivates individuals that commit political violence, there is more often an overlap between what the Democratic Party espouses ideologically and what we see in street-level violence, as well as maybe assassinations, what the Republicans would espouse.
I mean, I couldn't disagree more. What ideologies that the Democratic Party is promoting that leads to these types of violence? Anytime you see an act of violence that's typically attributed to the left, it is immediately condemned by every Democrat politician.
Indeed.
You couldn't point to one that actually endorses that. Or you have somebody like Donald Trump, who's literally the president of the United States, saying that we should call for the death of congressional members who are fulfilling their civic duty and saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't fulfill illegal orders if you're in the military, and Donald Trump's asking for them to be put to death. How is that not inciting to violence?
No, that's absolutely terrifying. I completely disagree with that. My point more so is that when you see, say, the George Floyd or the BLM riots, you end up with Biden and Kamala themselves promoting fundraisers for those accused of committing these crimes.
Not true. That's not true. That's a very strong claim. Kamala retweeted one time a bail fund for Minnesota. I think it got like 140 likes, maybe. And that's for bail. Bail is a legal process thing. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. It doesn't release people from prison who are murderers to let them roam the streets and kill more people. It's bail. A judge still has to approve it. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. It's so weird how they try to twist this. Meanwhile, Donald Trump literally pardoned all the J-Sixers.
Which crimes should you point to?
Which is literally a get-out-of-jail-free card.
And Kamala themselves promoting fundraisers for those accused of committing these crimes.
Which crimes should you point to?
So in Minnesota, you had there was a firefighter who opened a sports bar. It was burned down. In fact, when the local news went to interview him about his dream bar being burnt to the ground, it was ransacked. I don't think it was burned to the ground. While they're filming the story, there were people looting a safe and stealing it.
Well, I think that there's absolutely a big difference between a lot of the private buildings or private enterprises that were targeted versus like public institutions like the police precinct. Like, you're somebody who I've seen the iconography on your show. You're a big patriotic guy. You love 1776, right? That wasn't the most peaceful way that we had, criticizing our government or saying that tyranny shouldn't exist.
How long was the Revolutionary War going on before they signed the Declaration?
I will say that the police precincts, the same people who committed a brutal murder using state violence in order to justify that, I think we can understand why people would rightfully be mad without any accountability. Which political parties in control
of the police department in Minneapolis?
That is not the central. First of all, we're talking about the mainstream political left. Which politicians are endorsing that type of behavior?
Never said politicians were endorsing it.
Then what's the mainstream left?
So you have activists whose ideology aligns with politicians who are.
You'd say that those activists. Wouldn't you say? Isn't it fair to say that an activist definitionally is not like on the mainstream? Like, don't activists tend to be more radical? Like, definitionally speaking, I feel like they kind of are. No, an activist.
Those activists identify with the Democratic Party.
No, I would say the Democratic Party.
Because let me tell you, the leftists that you could talk to, not the biggest fans of the Democratic Party.
In favor of Black Lives Matter?
I would say, yeah. I'd say even most moderates. I'd say actual moderates, not right-leaning conservatives who claim to be moderates. Usually those people also are.
The vast majority of the riots. First of all, the vast majority of riots don't even have rioters in them, and the vast majority of the protests were peaceful. I mean, obviously there were a lot of violent ones too, but I mean, there were a ton. It was like one of the largest protest environments in the United States. And also, I know that we're not allowed to talk about COVID when it impacted Trump, but we are allowed to talk about COVID when it impacted other things, depending on what we're talking about. Like, part of the BLM riot stuff probably was the fact that people had literally fucking nothing else to do because there was nothing else fucking going on, and people have been locked indoors for fucking however many months, and people were like, fuck it, let's go do some shit because there's nothing else to do here.
Agree that police violence is something that should be discouraged.
Were the riots Black Lives Matter motivated?
They were motivated
by Black Lives Matter. So that ideology is espoused by.
No,
so my point is
Black Lives Matter is not encouraging violence. Black Lives Matter is recognizing systemic inequality.
Never said they were telling people to go be violent. I'm saying that there are violent individuals, and with the riots, a lot of them, which we've seen.
Can you tell me tell me who Chris Ray is? Do you know who Chris Ray is?
Explain it to me.
The YouTuber Chris Raygun? No, it must be somebody else. Chris Ray is he talking about Ray the fuck me? Was it the temporary FBI or CIA director? Who am I thinking of?
The show talking about politics every day. I would think that you know. But Chris Wray was the former.
Let's not do this.
I think it was a guy after Comey.
Sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So Chris Wray was the former FBI director under Donald Trump's first term. He said that he even agreed with the findings from both the congressional research session that
was close.
Right-wing violence is way
to YouTube brain for a second.
More proliferate in this country than left-wing violence.
That's not meaningful to a voter. Let me explain. The Republican Party rejects neo-Nazism, correct?
No, Donald Trump invited Nick Fuentes to have dinner with him, with Kanye West.
So tell me one politician who went out and campaigned for the neo-Nazi vote.
I'm blanking on his name, Gozar in
Is that a
in
mainstream
Arizona.
view in this country?
Well, we can
oh
talk
my
about
God! The book all about. Do they ever support neo-Nazis? Yeah. Nick Fuentes invited to dinner. Okay. Well, do they ever campaign on these things? Gozar did. He said a bunch of crazy things. Okay. Well, does he represent like all of that? It's like Jesus Christ.
Gozar. We could talk about Matt Gaetz. We could talk about.
Matt Gaetz is not endorsing neo-Nazism, and Donald Trump
Are
said
you kidding me?
Nazis should be condemned entirely.
No, he's literally partnering with the America First movement. He was
America First and neo-Nazism are totally different.
Bro, so you don't think do you think Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi? I forgot you've had him on your show. Oh my God, I literally forget.
I wouldn't describe Nick Fuentes as a neo-Nazi.
You don't think that Nick Fuentes celebrating Adolf Hitler is not neo-Nazi adjacent?
I think you have to be very specific on what your terms are. And so when you go to an American voter and say something like...
This is our moderate, by the way, everybody. This is our moderate.
Indeed.
Keep going.
So when you go to a regular American and ask them what is meaningful to them in terms of an election, you don't...
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait, I think I'm noticing something. With the facial hair constantly covering up the head, the insane hypersemantic arguments to avoid taking accountability for crazies on their side. Hold on. Hold on. What, is something happening here? Is there something happening here? just kidding.
Don't have Democrats or Republicans endorsing violence. But you also don't have... Charlie Kirk's a good example. He threw out Nick Fuentes. He threw out white identitarians, white nationalists.
Yeah, because they were personally feuding constantly, not because of some huge ideological disagreement. To be fair, they did have ideological disagreements, but it was mainly the personal vitriol between the two.
From his events. They were not welcome. That's mainstream. You don't have riots coming from the Republican Party and the right, although you do have January 6th and things like that. When you take a look at the shootings of the Tesla facilities, the execution of Aaron Danielson, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and one of the attempted assassinations on Donald Trump, not the Pennsylvania one, you can see the underlying ideologies overlap with the Democratic Party. When you take a look at like Nick Fuentes, he's opposed to the Republican Party. He's been actively endorsing Democrats right now.
He's been saying that the Republican Party is too left for him. It's not that he's opposed to the Republican Party in principle.
This is literally my point. No, Nick Fuentes comes out and says, do not vote for Trump. The mainstream Republican Party is at odds with these people.
No, again, if you're looking at all of the empirical data, the violence is way more on the right.
But
so
that's not
you can say what you're...
It's hard to because his point is just going to make you sound like a fucking loony radical to everybody, but fuck me, I guess, right? Like the right-wing violence in the past year and a half has been involved in the mass vigilante extrajudicial kidnapping and then trafficking to other nations of brown people in this country. But because they did it with ICE and because Donald Trump did it with airplanes on Friday night, Saturday mornings, it's not seen as right-wing violence. This is always the asymmetry, or at least in my lifetime, it's been the asymmetry between left-wing and right-wing violence, is the government is always exempt from these conversations, right? The government doesn't count as participating in the left or right violence. It's just the government doing government things. But when the right is in power, god damn, do they bring the executive down on their perceived political enemies and use them in the most violent ways possible. And then when they're out of office, it's like, well, what right-wing violence have? Why the fuck how would you be so fucking retarded to go out and do right-wing violence as a right-winger when you can join ICE for free? Why would you ever do that? You don't need to get the white cloak out. You can just get the immigration vest, right? It's like, but that's a whole other. I think people would think you're radical. I think even in the public committee argument, but it's
feelings are.
That's not my feeling nor the claim. No, it's not meaningful to a voter to say we don't like neo-Nazis and white supremacists because the Republican Party is not saying they want to white America.
Let's be objective of where the violence is coming from, and if it's more substantially coming from the right, that is a problem that needs to be tackled.
It's not coming from Charlie Kirk.
Okay, we're not talking about Charlie Kirk. We're talking about the overall ideologies.
In fact, we're not.
So you're telling me that the prioritization of hierarchies, both ethnic, both cultural, that is not a dangerous ideology. But something like BLM that says, hey, maybe we should take back police violence. Maybe we should have accountability for people who are in charge of certain aspects of our nation, committing violence on citizens. Those are absolutely completely different ideologies. And the fact that you're saying it is more motivating for violence, that the left wing is encouraging people to take those that are committing violence accountable.
In the last 10 years, there have been over 465 incidents of left-motivated political violence that aligns with the Democratic Party, and there's
no
been
credible standardized data set substantiates over 465 incidents of Democratic aligned or mainstream left political violence in the past decade. In reference to this claim, party leadership repudiation cannot consistently be used to exclude right-wing violence while attributing all left-coded violence to Democrats.
one on the Republican side, which is January 6th, which admittedly is particularly egregious. January 6th was, that's why we talk about blunt versus acute. Now, the problem is, I already know what
I've never in my life heard this distinction before Pim Tool made it. Blunt versus acute? Maybe in some jargon or in some reporting or some literature, I've never heard this before. Usually it is acute versus chronic, short and fast and sudden, and chronic is a condition over a long time period. Acute things might be harder to prevent. Chronic things we should be doing better at preventing. Acute things usually need more dramatic, fast response. Chronic things, you can address this, et cetera. But I've never heard this like blunt versus acute thing before.
all you're going to say, you're going to cite FBI stats and Cato, but it's not meaningful to me or any voter to tell me why white supremacists are violent, because I don't like white supremacists, nor will I vote for them. And more importantly, you bring up Nick Fuentes, he is not aligned with Republicans, and he's advocated against them.
I think for somebody who has a political show where you talk about this stuff every day, you are completely misreading the conversation when you're saying that those that are engaged in like civil disobedience are like Democrat voters. You're telling me that those people are canvassing for Democratic politicians, which is absolutely not true.
Absolutely in favor of canvassing. I'm in favor of protesting.
I'm not saying that you're against that.
So
but I'm saying
don't try and frame my argument like I'm upset with protests, because I've defended Black Lives Matter blocking streets. I've defended left-aligned progressive groups like anti-capitalist groups blocking streets and environmental groups. I stand with civil disobedience, and I've defended them every single time. If you want to block a road, there's
what is it that you're saying is more violent on the left? You mentioned Black Lives Matter. You mentioned these protests.
Let's talk about the Tesla facilities being unloaded upon or shot up, right? These are motivated by an ideology that you will hear from Elizabeth Warren. Now, of course, she's not telling people to shoot anybody, but she is coming out saying Elon Musk is a dangerous threat to this country. And then you end up with someone going and pulling a rifle up and shooting up a Tesla.
It's when you understand that the right always says politicians are not responsible for individual actions. Elizabeth Warren saying, hey, maybe we should have the same sort of economic policy.
It's also really annoying that like people can, like there's a reason why you are typically encouraged to just stay away from politics if you work in business, because like it's just all you're going to do is alienate some people. There's very little gain for it. Why would you inflame so many people by, and it's not like Elon came out and gave milquetoast political takes. He came out and gave hardcore politics takes. If I was a Tesla owner, I would be resentful of the fact that the CEO of my company is like putting me in the crosshairs by taking such a strong stance politically on like the most divisive issues on the planet, constantly on Twitter. That would make me feel kind of shitty. Not that that excuses any of the Tesla attacks or whatever. I want to say there were like 12 Tesla cars that were firebombed or something over the course of a month or two. Not that that's acceptable, but it's not like there were thousands of them or hundreds or dozens of dealerships or whatever. I think it was like 12, which again is not good. But it's like, God damn, when Elon, who has the most recognizable and identifiable cars on the road, goes out and says some of the most inflammatory shit, and then there's like the thing to attack is right there. It's like, Jesus Christ, man.
They have in Scandinavia. That is not her encouraging, go shoot up a Tesla facility. Where Donald Trump saying, let's hang the people who encourage those in the military to actually fulfill their duties. That is completely.
My claim is not that the right is completely
innocent. He's the leader of the Republican Party, my dude. To say that these are equivocable at all is completely false.
I condemn 100% what Donald Trump said, calling for the death of those politicians.
Pause.
We have to move on.
Great to meet you, Tim.
Likewise.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Hi.
What I find really interesting is the whole premise of like the Occupy Wall Street movement was to protest, right?
Indeed.
It was specifically geared towards making sure that the general public was understanding the situation at the time, which had a lot to do with anti-capitalist motives, right? And so when we're talking about who's more violent than who, we have to be very specific that the violence that is recorded in the data is not ideological violence. It's not this like rhetoric. It has to be evidentiary. So if you're going to say like, oh, Black Lives Matter, and any leftists that are associated with that are automatically violent, that's just not the case.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you're implying.
No, I'm implying that when you have riots in this country, overwhelmingly, the underlying ideology aligns with the mainstream left ideology of this country.
But what you're saying in your prompt that you wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. Somebody brought this up to me in an email, and I haven't made this point recently, but it is a really good point that we're very quick to say that the BLM stuff, like we just kind of like take that one on the chin as like left-wing violence, but it wasn't actually really at all. It was crime. There were people that were out there rioting because they thought they could fucking be opportunists or whatever the fuck over all of the over all the protests that were happening, but like Are we really saying, because conservatives will try to fucking deflect on anything being the fault of their rhetoric ever, right? The Buffalo shooter, all these other things. Oh, well, they don't defend neo-Nazis or whatever. But then it's like, okay, well, for BLM, like all the rioting stuff, that was left-wing violence. Like, was it though? I'm sure some of it probably was, but like a whole bunch of it, which was just like breaking into buildings, like stealing shit, that was just crime. That was people rioting and taking advantage of like a fucking situation. Like, no, there is no democratic rhetoric. Well, no, I'm sure there were some activist people who were like, oh, all businesses suck or whatever bullshit, or Hassan defending fucking shoplifting or whatever. But to just have to take that one on the chin and say, okay, fine, all the BLM rioting stuff counts as left-wing violence, I guess, that's kind of bullshit. I feel like that's a little bit bullshit.
Is that the left is more violent than the right.
The mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right.
Right, the mainstream. And
Indeed.
what I'm trying to tell you is that the data is not
like, was the average BLM rioter like politically motivated? They're like, yes, Kamala and Black Lives, and we're gonna go blow this store up or whatever. Or was it like, time to get some free shit, boy? Hell yeah.
Knowing that is the actual evidence. If you talk, no, it doesn't.
It does. My team has put together over 10 years
75 to 80% of violence, actual violence that is being tracked as domestic terrorism comes from the right. It's white supremacist groups.
And white supremacists are not in a large political party getting voted for.
Yes, they are. The
They're
Republican Party is very largely right wing. It is very far right.
But they're not white supremacists, nor are the Americans voting for a Republican Party because they want white supremacy.
What do you think "Make America Great Again" means?
Oh no!
I think it means making the economy improve. I think it means
a little bit too far.
Building our cultural institutions.
Well, according to what time? According to what time? I'll give you that.
Well, okay. Well, excuse me, Queen. Okay. Yeah, if you want to argue it, that's a good follow-up question. Make America Great Again. What year do you want to go back to? Careful. Careful.
Probably the 80s.
Okay.
Because Trump's an old man.
I
would say
that's so Make America Great Again was about going back to the time period that Donald Trump likes, and that's all it meant, and that's what we know because Trump is old. What a weak answer.
90s. Seriously doubt he meant the 80s. He's much older than the 80s.
Well, your interpretation of
Trump would have been like in his fucking 40s. When was he born? Was Trump born in the 40s? How old was he again? Donald Trump birth date. He was born at 46. God damn. Jesus Christ. 46. This guy might remember seeing stuff on TV about like the fucking Korean War. God damn. 1946. That's an old motherfucker. Holy.
Donald Trump's opinions is separate from when we see a riot, what is motivating the riot. When
his opinions lead his policies, don't they?
Indeed, and no one here is making the
about?
claim that Donald Trump is innocent, nor does he not have individuals who
But you're
engage in
attempting
violence
to make
based
a
on similar
claim
ideologies.
that his type of ideology that leads
True, Donald Trump is older than Israel. True. So is Biden. True.
his policy is not nearly as violent as the left,
How
which
many
is
riots have there been to the right?
largely anti-capitalist, which is largely anti-fascist. None of what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like
It
you're
does.
honestly grifting a lot.
How many Republican riots have there been?
I don't know the
Is it
exact
one?
number.
Maybe one in
but what are you
January 6th? This is a
classifying as a
bad one.
riot? What? Because if you're
Let's say-
conflating
let's say-
protesting with rioting,
We're not.
that's a very different
No,
thing.
we're talking specifically about people ransacking Tesla facilities, vehicles, charging stations.
You're so obsessed with the Tesla thing. Why don't we actually talk
I
about?
think it might be because
I
someone
don't know
took a
if Musk,
rifle and
I
started
don't know
shooting
if
at the
Musk is
building.
like investing in your company or something. But let's like remove the.
What about the guy who took the rifle and was shooting at? I don't even know about this rifle shooting of the building for Tesla. I'm sure it happened. I don't remember the story. Remember the guy who was shooting at the? Was it the CDC? Or was it an NIH building? It was around some vaccine shit. They started shooting up the what the fuck? Gee, you don't remember this? Somebody said people are saying what in chat? Wait. Shots at was it CDC? Was it a CDC building? Oh, not shots. Oh. Ooh, see the AI know what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Shooter attacked CDC headquarters to protest COVID-19 vaccine solidarity. Sorry, the reason why a lot of you guys in chat might not know anything about this is because right-wing violence literally is never spoken about by anybody in the fucking media ever. But anyway, the man who fired more than 180 shots with a long gun at the headquarters of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention broke into a locked safe to get his father's weapons and wanted to send a message against COVID-19 vaccines, by the way. That's a hardcore right-wing violent person, but you know.
The Tesla out of it. That has nothing to do with what your actual prompt is saying.
No, that's
It
actually what my
sounds-
claim is.
No, it sounds a lot like
Well, then you're arguing something else.
decided. No, you're arguing something else because it
I am
sounds
arguing
like you
something
went
else
from
from you.
somebody who was doing really important work in Occupy Wall Street to then
Which is what?
grifting all the way to defending
the important
far-right
work?
people. That's crazy.
What was the important work?
What important work?
You said I was
in
doing-
terms of Occupy Wall Street,
Yes.
I think, you know, in terms of that movement, I thought it was it was one of the first times in our generation that we were able to see an actual organization against capitalism.
Can I ask you how old you were?
No, you cannot ask me
Were,
how
were
old
you
I am.
politically active during Occupy Wall Street?
Yes, I was.
Did you follow the news about me during Occupy Wall Street?
Not specifically.
And the news was that Occupy denounced the violence. I had filmed leftists deflating police tires who physically attacked me, and I was attacked by a masked individual smacking my camera out of his hand.
So
Occupy
this is a
Wall
personal
Street
vendetta for you?
then
because
gave me
a single
indeed,
person
if
or
you're,
a
if you're
small
getting
group of
emotional about
people?
this and you don't want to have an argument, that's fine.
Do I look emotional, guys?
You do,
I feel pretty
because
relaxed.
you don't know what happened during Occupy, and your argument is off because you don't.
This honestly sounds like you have a personal vendetta from your history
argument.
that has absolutely nothing with what your
Not an
actual
argument.
prompt is, which is
Not an
around
argument.
far-right people being much more violent than the left.
We have to pause. Love the passion, but pause. All right. If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
You got it. Nice to meet you. How's it going?
Good. I think we should just get to the heart of it. Donald Trump is a fascist. He has Nazis in his administration. His entire messaging was resonating with Nazis from the very beginning. Donald Trump, when rallying for 2024, had a massive rally in Madison Square Garden. What was the significance of that rally?
You tell me?
Yeah, it's the same place, same date as the Nazis in the 1940s. Literally. Donald Trump said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of America and their environment. Who also said that?
You tell me.
Hitler. Literally. Donald Trump has openly said things as dog whistles. So you may say that it's not mainstream, but the entire ideology of the right speaks to those people.
Let me ask you, what do you mean by fascist?
Yeah.
Far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic, 14 tenets of fascism.
So now you can't. There's a specific definition of fascist. Do you just mean that he's an authoritarian?
No, I mean
Because the
means all
Democrats
14
are.
tenets of fascism.
Which is what?
All
You wanna
14
go
of them.
through all 14 points?
Yes.
I don't. I'm trying to understand your argument, but so my point largely is we see people say Trump is a fascist, but there's. You know, if you go to an academic and you look at fascism, say Italy, there's a common
Mussolini.
argument that you have the merger of corporation and state as the defining element of what fascism is.
There's different forms of fascism, right?
Well, and that's the point. That's
The
why I
actual premise is the authoritarian. Donald Trump is absolutely a fascist. He's, like I said, he has Nazis in his administration. I think
who?
we're shifting. Pete Hegseth.
How is Hegseth a
He
Nazi?
literally has a proud Nazi tattoo on his chest.
He does not.
Stephen Miller is absolutely a Nazi.
Stephen Miller's a
Stephen
better
Miller
example
does not
of
have a
this.
Nazi tattoo on his chest.
That's yeah.
No, he
The
does not.
cross
He
on
has
his
a
chest?
Catholic cross on his chest.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I mean, guys, look, I went to Catholic school when I was little. I left in fifth grade.
So-
Pete Hegseth is not a Nazi.
Yeah, that's okay. Cool. Question for you.
Okay.
When Donald Trump and his administration specifically actually implement policies that go at the heart of what Nazis want,
Which
right?
is?
Targeting
Which is what?
the first group of people they target was the transgender community. Same thing as a Nazi. The actual Nazis specifically targeted people that weren't like them. There's been a persistent and consistent attack on undocumented immigrants, black people, women, anyone that's not a straight white male in America.
My principal claim is not that Donald Trump is innocent, nor perfect, nor good. My claim is that when you look at street level violence, domestic terror, et cetera, you'll find more violence coming from the mainstream left as opposed to the mainstream right.
Sure.
I do think it's fair to point out white supremacists are violent. They do evil and horrible things.
Yeah, I wanted to get
and
to that.
we all condemn them.
The white supremacists are a part of the mainstream right.
But they're not.
They literally are.
There's no circumstance
All right,
where you
we're
can
gonna
go on
pause
TV.
here. Thank you. You can return to your seat. You've been voted out.
Nice meeting you.
Jeez.
All right, if you'd like to be
They
the
vote him
next
out so
debater,
fast
please
on
get
this
to the
show.
chair
Holy fuck.
in 3, 2, 1.
How's it going?
That was an easy grab. You're right there.
So the first thing I'll say is I think it's a bit disingenuous to characterize all of the property damage committed during BLM as left-wing violence.
Yes.
Because there are going to be rogue opportunists during the biggest civil rights protests in American history. That's first and foremost. The second thing I would like to say is I don't think it makes sense to confine political violence strictly in the context of individuals acting with political.
Oh my God. This guy's a full-blown Marxist and accelerationist now? This guy is? Or the last guy? Fuck, he's about to bring up the fact that the government can commit violence on your behalf.
Motive violently. I think it ignores institutional violence. Theoretically, you could say the 1960s civil rights movement was more violent than the counter-protesters, but obviously the institutional violence of segregation.
I completely agree.
Right. So, so what I would say is that the Republican Party is, and the mainstream political right is far more violent because they support ICE ripping and separating families from one another, even from people who have no criminal background. ICE deaths under ICE custody have skyrocketed even as a matter of parade, war abroad, etc. But
domestic. I'd love to talk to war stuff. I'm a big foreign policy guy, but domestically, did this not happen during Barack Obama's administration?
It did, but not to the same extent.
Agreed.
And Barack Obama was criticized for it by who? The political left.
Agreed.
Right.
So
$90 billion. The funding initiative for ICE is just unfucking believable, guys. Holy shit.
Oh, my point is not to say, again, that there's no violence on the right, and I think the institutional argument is actually a good one. However, my view largely is when you look at Occupy Wall Street, for which I was there and I watched police instigate fights, or when I was on the ground during the protests on West Florissant Avenue, and I saw police throw a flashbang grenade at protesters who were not doing anything violent. The issue is these police are under Democrat administration still, where they're...
Yes, the well-known Democrat administration. Barack Obama himself was ordering these cops, I heard, actually.
Their chiefs are often appointed by Democrat politicians. So again, I understand the left and progressives.
That to me is also a little disingenuous because it's not as though the police, as a matter of its institution, is a left-wing institution.
No, it's
in fact, usually the police are protecting and on the other side of left-wing protesters.
If you want to make the argument that ICE under Trump, I'll make the argument of police under the Democrats.
Sir, well, I don't know. Well,
we're not arguing about the police under Democrats or the police under Donald Trump. He's arguing about ICE, which was uniquely expanded by Donald Trump and then uniquely weaponized by Donald Trump in a way that nobody in U.S. history, as far as I'm aware, has ever done before.
Does law enforcement defer to their politicians or not?
No, law enforcement does not answer to politicians. That's not how any law enforcement works. There might be a law enforcement initiative, maybe, that a chief or something undertakes by the mayor, but I don't know what that is a meaningless statement that completely misunderstands how the police function. But
It depends. Because ICE is an executive agency, they do.
And the police department in Minneapolis is under the Democrats, yes.
Right, but
and we all agree that there's problems there.
But they're criticized and often on the other end of left-wing protesters. So, for instance, the protests against ICE here in Los Angeles, it's usually against left-wing. So, what is it? Left-on-left violence? Is that what you're claiming?
Sometimes, yes, absolutely.
You think police protesting against or committing violence against left-wing protesters? It's left-on-left violence, really?
Yes.
I think that's ridiculous and absurd.
The police who live in these cities tend to be more moderate, but they're not hard conservatives.
But is the institution is policing as an institution? Particularly a left-wing institution.
In New York, well, I define a left-wing institution.
Exactly.
What I would say is Democrat politicians are the ones appointing these police chiefs and these administrations who are enacting these policies.
But are they?
So when you are voting for someone into office, this is not conservatives doing it. It's not mainstream right-wingers putting in police that beat protesters.
But who politically supports the police as a matter of their rhetoric and ideology?
Indeed,
the right or the left?
The right. But the right doesn't live in these places.
Yeah, but
nor do they appoint these people.
Sure, but
don't tell me that ICE under Donald Trump, but not police under Democratic politicians.
Hold on. The left doesn't appoint protesters who commit random acts of violence against property.
That's not my argument.
I know, but earlier you were making the case that it's the ideology that motivates what these rioters are doing, and that's the reason why the left is ultimately responsible.
What I would say is the underlying ideology is overlapping with the Democratic Party.
Sure, and so what I'm saying if you want to be consistent, the underlying ideology that supports the police and as a matter of institution, and when the police are cracking down on left-wing protesters, that's overwhelmingly on the side of conservatives.
Except they're not in power in these places, and you're applying a locality to the nation.
They may not be technically
the police are not motivated by the Republican Party to go out under a Democratic mayor to arrest protesters.
The problem is that the police is still, as a matter of institution, is more of a right-wing institution than a left-wing.
Certainly, even
in
Democratic
on the other side of.
But the point is, a police officer who goes out in New York and arrests a protester does so at the behest of a Democratic politician.
I don't.
Pause.
It's true.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat. All right. If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
What's up, young man? Listen.
Oh yeah. I haven't been young for a minute.
Now slow down with that. Listen,
all right.
It's really quick.
Uh-oh. We got the handshake refusal. Hold on. Let me Red Bull it up. Fuck it.
I condemn is a really cheap cop-out that's not going to work.
It's not an argument.
Because the people around us are not low IQ, like your average viewer.
Whoa.
It's important to recognize.
Make an argument.
So I'm about to.
You don't have one? Is that it? If you want to be insults, we can go for insults and
I'm about to.
We can rap.
I'm about to.
You want to rap?
Stop delaying my time. So it's important to recognize that simply I condemn is not sufficient when the Republican Party has created a permission structure for individuals to go out and do violence against, I'm about to tell you, with impunity. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a good example.
Law enforcement.
The Trump administration, they
violated
electoral process. You know they lost in the courts 10,000 times, right?
That's not true.
It is true. Politico actually released a report on it. Yeah, they lost 10,000 times.
The most current published ruling, or the most current published count, is at least 6,850 rulings against the Trump administration's ICE mandatory detention policy out of at least 19,400 federal district court rulings. So he's actually undercounting it. Jeez. Sheesh.
There would be like 10,000.
They murdered numerous American citizens. And guess what happened to the individuals that carried out those killings? What happened to them?
What happened?
Have they been prosecuted? Any investigations? Do you know?
I believe they have not.
Why? It's almost as if when you commit violence,
You're wrong.
You are going to be protected. That's what's going on. That's why Kristi Noem went out and said that Alex Freddie was a domestic terrorist. That's why Stephen Miller said the same thing. And everybody in the entire Republican Party apparatus is echoing those talking points. Because whenever there's violence, they don't condemn it. They condone it, they congratulate it, and they pardon it.
Law enforcement, duly elected by a population that voted in plurality for ICE to go out and engage in these
Kill American
behaviors.
citizens?
Which sometimes, yes, absolutely. And
it's just crazy. Like, Hassan does this too, actually, sometimes. Oh, and I've heard PISSCO and them do this argument. You ever notice that people do this thing where sometimes they'll defend the policy or the thing on its merits, but then other times they'll do this thing where they'll retreat to like, oh, well, that's what the voters wanted, so you're saying the voters are wrong? And it's like, wait, what the fuck? It's very fucking annoying, this back and forth. You said 6K, correct it now? What? Oh, I thought it said 16K. It was 16.8K. That's not an argument. I don't know what the point is. Well, the point is to try to shirk the responsibility from the craziness of the administration. Like, that's not an argument for anything, bro.
They voted for ICE to kill American citizens, really?
Yes. Do you?
The average Republican, I don't think they're that crazy.
Who said the average Republican would vote? But do you not believe that there are people in this country that would vote for ICE?
Who said the average Republican would vote? What? Hello? What are we talking about? Are we lost right now?
ICE to harm people?
Is this your argument?
Do you believe?
This is terrible.
So you think not a single person in this country wants to harm illegal immigrants?
Now, not a single Oh, what?
We're talking about the fact that there's a top-down approach by Republicans like Donald Trump.
Can I ask you the question again?
Can you answer the question? And allow it to happen, foment violence in this country.
Can you answer
and
the
you're running
question?
cover for it.
Actually, you just did it.
No, I didn't.
See, I'm pointing out
ICE violence. You're saying that people vote for it or whatever.
You don't think that there are white supremacists voting for ICE to go and harm migrants?
Oh my God. You should tie this back now to the thing. Wait, I thought you said earlier that they weren't trying to court white supremacist votes. Now you're saying that the biggest funding initiative, the biggest novel funding initiative the Trump administration took, which was that $90 billion funding for ICE, the biggest initiative they did, you're saying that the people most likely to support that would be white nationalists? I thought you said they weren't trying to court those votes. Or is that not the average Republican? Or what is stupid area to retreat into for this on Tim?
Are you saying that white supremacists voted for Donald Trump so they could...
Oh, fuck! Sorry. Yes. I'm mind melded. I feel it. We're tapped into the same...
You don't think that there are white supremacists voting for ICE to go and harm migrants?
Are you saying that white supremacists voted for Donald Trump so they could kill migrants?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Damn, he owned you there, David. Get fucked.
Okay, good to know.
He didn't even respond. You run into these sometimes where they bite like such a crazy bullet. You're like, fuck. You had like 12 steps ahead, and then they just fucking tried to auto asphyxiate themselves. You're like, wait.
White supremacists make up part of the Republican Party, and Donald Trump's doing their bidding.
Yes, I certainly...
That just... Oh, my God. Yeah, see, he got there. And he got there live. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I don't know why Tim would own this in the end after arguing almost the exact opposite with the last person, but okay.
I believe they do.
Okay.
The initial claim that I'm making is that there's absolutely violence on the right. I already agree with one of the previous debaters that there's institutional violence from the right as well. The best argument against my claim actually is that the right, when they get levers of power, will use law enforcement as their vehicle for the violence they want to engage in. Those things are all fair. My point is that we are not
That's a nice, long, drawn-out concession. Thank you for...
But it's not a concession because maybe we agree.
Oh, okay.
See, I think...
didn't you say the modern political left commits more violence than modern political right? So now you're saying...
Just because there are riots coming from the left does not mean they're morally right or wrong, or does not mean the right is better or worse. This is a statement about volume of violence that we see and a meaningful issue to a voter as to what is the underlying motivation that we see pushing violence in this country. So when you have ICE going out and engaging in these actions...
This is like a Clarence Thomas level of interpretation with that prompt. That is not what
I don't know why you're trying so hard to disagree when we actually have common ground.
Pause, we are out of time.
Okay, wait, did they run out of time twice? Or I'm confused. Hold on. What was the last...
Maybe we agree. My point is enforcement as well. The claim that I'm making is that there is absolutely...
And Donald Trump's doing their bidding to kill migrants?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good to know that white supremacists make up part of the Republican Party, and Donald Trump's doing their bidding.
Yes, I certainly believe...
Did they fuck up the sound effect? Did they add this here incorrectly? Or?
They do. My point is, this is innovation.
This is like a Clarence Thomas
We are up.
of interpretation with that prompt. That is not what
I don't know why you're trying so hard to disagree when we actually have common ground.
Pause. We are out
What?
of
Because
time.
it's a debate show. You're here to fight all the claims.
Thank you.
Nicotine, the ultimate biohacker secret weapon, has made a wild comeback. But why is that?
What? Okay.
Lifestyle still fueled by big
Did
tobacco.
you know that stimulants can energize you day to day?
Tobacco's chemical-laden slop. For those who switch out LEDs for incandescents, source raw milk, and read every single label, it's time to stop compromising. Introducing Knick Knack, the nicotine.
Wait, what? Who is this ad for? Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, what the fuck am I listening to? What?
Nicotine, the ultimate biohacker secret weapon, has made a wild comeback. But why is that clean lifestyle still fueled by big tobacco's chemical-laden slop? For those who switch out LEDs for incandescents, source raw milk, and read every single label, it's time to stop compromising. Introducing Knick Knack, the nicotine solution that actually complements a clean routine. This family-owned company
The clean routine is the raw milk, reading all the labels. Fuck, I'd forgotten about what the what was the first example of. Oh, what? I haven't heard this in so long. What that first thing? What was it?
Lifestyle still fueled by big, the ultimate bio.
So I don't even know. I don't even remember what the argument was. That they give you headaches. I don't know if you guys ever remember this, but there was a small period of time where conservatives were trying to push this idea that like LEDs would make you gay or like fuck your brain up or radiation poisoning or whatever. So they didn't like the switch from incandescent light bulbs to LED. Conservatives would just fight against the most random shit. But it wasn't that long that lasted, and I don't think the Maha shit and RFK Jr. had all emerged yet, so maybe it wasn't as popular. But yeah, this was like, it was for a small period of time. They hated LEDs, and I'm like, what? Oh my god.
Introducing Knick Knack, the nicotine solution that actually complements a clean routine. This family-owned company manufactures a superior nicotine lozenge right here in the USA. Affectionately known as a lip ring, this fully dissolvable option is crafted with just 6 premium ingredients, including real essential oils for authentic flavor. There are no pH adjusters, no plastic pouches, and absolutely no waste. Available in 3 and 6 milligram strengths, this is nicotine perfected. Reject the compromise and raise the standard. Go to knickknack.com/surrounded and use code surrounded for 20% off, or use the store locator to find Knick Knacks near you. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
My next surrounded claim is that the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please get to the chair
Sorry.
in 3, 2, 1.
That was fast. Nice to meet you. Let's start off not by, oh God, don't make me defend Republicans. But let's go.
All right, let's talk about authority.
Oh, true. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Hold on. If there's ever a thing that you're like, why do Republicans hate this? And it's not like the most retarded conspiracy ever. There's actually a shortcut that will probably explain it. And the shortcut is because it came under Obama. That was the LED thing. Because Obama was trying to take your cars away, give you green energy bullshit, and then he wanted to steal all your light bulbs that made you look beautiful and natural and replace them with these cold, dead LEDs, so it felt like you were locked in a fucking hospital all day. That's why they hated the LEDs, because it was an Obama thing, and the energy shit, and the cash for clunkers and all that, and yeah, that's why they,
Authoritarianism.
Yeah.
What does an authoritarian government do?
So it's typically, and particularly in my claim, it's a reference to suppression of dissent, suppression of speech, control of voting, or manipulation of voting for the power, let's just call it control by a particular group of
Let's
politically
take those claims one at a time.
Yeah.
First, on suppression of speech.
Indeed.
Just a few hours ago today, Trump subpoenaed reporters for trying to report accurate information.
Oh, so Trump's not allowed to investigate crimes now, by the way. That's what this guy's argument is that Trump can't investigate.
That can't happen.
Awful.
That's way more authoritarian than what we're seeing on the left here.
Well, I mean,
Didn't Obama do it with the IRS? He didn't, by the way. That's a total fucking lie.
It's hard to quantify what is more or less authoritarian, but certainly bad when President Trump is trying to stifle speech.
Wait, can you give any example of Biden doing anything even comparable to that?
I can. We can start with Alex Berenson, who is currently in a lawsuit because the Biden administration personally went to social media platforms using his name to be suspended for his reporting on COVID vaccination.
Journalist Alex Berenson's account was temporarily suspended by Twitter on July 16, 2021, and permanently banned on August 28th for alleged violations of COVID-19 misinformation rules after posts criticizing vaccine effectiveness and mandates. Discovery later showed White House officials had pressed Twitter about why Berenson had not been kicked off the platform. ...
And mandates.
Okay.
At a top level, though, who's doing the majority of the actual suppression of speech here?
I don't really have good words for the Republican Party, to be honest. My issue with this debate is, in fact, what we're seeing right now is that I'll make a claim about the Democratic Party, which has done awful things, and the immediate response is, but the Republicans, and I don't like Republicans.
Here's the thing.
The thing that you should fight on here, although I guess that's a challenging argument depending on where you're at. The thing you should fight on here is why were people, well, actually none of the conservatives would buy this, but why were people getting in trouble for stuff related to vaccine misinformation? It's because, I mean, depending on your thought process, it's supposed to be because they thought that we were going to fucking die in a historic pandemic, and people were really worried that a whole bunch of people posting insane fucking shit constantly on Twitter or Facebook or whatever was going to get people to not get vaccinated and then die in greater numbers, which actually did happen, by the way, to a lot of conservatives. But that was the fear. Donald Trump doing political witch hunts is not born out of any noble cause, and even conservatives won't pretend otherwise.
Live in a two-party system.
Correct.
Right? We can have this great grift of oh, well, the Democrats are bad, but we can, and the Republicans, they might be worse, but the Democrats are still bad. But the option is between Democrats or Republicans.
Yes.
So if Republicans are worse, it doesn't really matter if Democrats are slightly bad.
I think Democrats are worse.
We don't love Democrats, but we feel that Republicans are way worse when they institute these far more authoritarian policies.
It's hard to quantify more. The question is, does it suppress speech? And I certainly think Donald Trump has taken actions.
Let's look at human lives. If we want to do a quantification here, let's look at ICE. 3 American citizens have
Wait,
been
real quick. Do I need the rocket launchers to go to a kilo, or can I do that with lasers and guns?
killed by ICE. That's way more than the number of American citizens killed by immigration enforcement under, say, Obama.
But it's way less than the amount of American citizens killed by Barack Obama.
No.
It is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Look, I don't want to be disrespectful, but one of the biggest issues to me is the extrajudicial assassination of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki by the Obama administration. And this is what, early on...
Extrajudicial? The guy was working with a terrorist group overseas, and we have the president of the United States as the commander-in-chief, and he is fully, totally allowed to do these things. You cannot simply, just think about the cooked rules for this. And by the way, they only give a fuck about this because Obama was the president. But think about the rules here. Are you saying that I can go and join a foreign military and I could be fighting as an enemy combatant out in the field, and you have to treat me like a citizen where only policing powers would come into effect? Of course not. You can do a military strike on you can be a U.S. citizen, it doesn't fucking matter. If you're participating in enemy terrorist or military activities, of course you could be targeted. That's crazy to say otherwise, and they would never say the same if this wasn't for a person under Barack Obama.
In my life, when I was very anti-war, very lefty, still anti-war, and voted for Barack Obama, and then he murdered...
Were you in favor of the war in Iran?
Absolutely not. And Barack Obama killed a 16-year-old American citizen who was at a civilian restaurant in Yemen.
We can play
These are
this
all
game.
bad
we
things.
can be like, oh, well, both parties are pretty bad. But we have to, when they go to the ballot office, when I go to the ballot office as a voter, I have to actually put in a vote. I have to decide Democrat or Republican or throw my vote away and vote for some third party.
Libertarian.
Right? If I'm in between those and there's one candidate who just brought us into a war in Iran, is causing this massive conflict, tons of human suffering, that's foreign. That's foreign policy. Domestically, we see ICE attacks on American citizens. We see 56 people dying in ICE detention camps in just a singular year. You compare that to under Obama, the deporter-in-chief. Across 8 years, 52 people died. Way, way, way fewer. What we're seeing is dangerous conditions domestically. Way more people are dying, right? We have a lot of this qualitative discussion. You bring up a lot of anecdotes. But if you actually quantify the number of deaths that are occurring through these authoritarian mechanisms, it's very, very clear that when I vote, I'm choosing the lesser of two evils and voting Democrat.
Let's talk about a few structures of authoritarianism. We'll go with 2016. And you brought up Donald Trump subpoenaing these journalists. So we'll get broad on
What
this.
about Barack Obama when he kicked some people out of the press pool or whatever? I don't know the full story on this. Every single story I've ever looked up that's Dimple's brought up has always been a lie, though. So I just assume that this is either greatly exaggerated or completely untrue. I feel like he's about to bring this one up, but we'll see. I don't know. Or the IRS thing.
In 2016, Gizmodo published an article that Facebook had been suppressing news and information from conservative outlets. This is Gizmodo. They're a progressive outlet. In fact, I worked for the company that owned them, and I was a Bernie supporter in 2016. And so agreeing with this reporting and knowing the reporters behind it, I reported this. NBC News, all of these major institutions then claimed I was a right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Here's the thing.
Well, let me finish. For claiming that these things were happening, that they...
He also always does this thing where he gets very personal with his stories. I was like, I don't know, what the fuck do you want me to argue on this? I don't know your personal fucking story. You have to learn them all for him.
Reported on. Then what we learned is that under Obama, under Obama and under Biden, and don't get me wrong, this was under Trump as well, there was an active effort from the FBI. They were given a backdoor access to Twitter and Facebook to remove content that they thought objectionable to the government, and it was not done at the behest of Trump or for his benefit, but to the benefit of those who had been defending him in the press. So notably myself, who was calling out these censorship practices, I was falsely slandered and maligned by the media over this.
Thank you, yes.
These are institutions. Now, when you say that Donald Trump is mad at them, I agree, subpoenaing journalists depending on the issue can be bad. But to see that from Obama through Trump and into Biden, they were actively given access. This is a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Tim,
it's a violation of the First Amendment.
We're missing something really important. We're lumping together all of these different types of sort of suppression of speech, but there's a fundamental difference. When we see like left-leaning suppression of speech, often that happens from like a bottom up, where you see some company taking an action.
No, I gave you a specific example of the Biden administration going to a major big tech company, giving them specific instructions to remove people who are saying naughty words.
We saw that in the context of COVID, where vaccination was really, really important. In fact, 800,000 lives were saved.
That's not even close to authoritarianism.
By vaccines. We have a really strong.
You can give me every reason for why you want to be an authoritarian. They always have a reason, and saving lives is always one of them.
There's a fundamental difference between suppressing free speech on, say, the war in Iran, where there's really bad stuff going on and we need to talk about it, and, say, spreading vaccine misinformation. In the U.S., we've had really long.
You have a moral opinion on the differences of importance, and that's fine.
Clear and present danger test has
but
been
we're
well
talking about authoritarianism has many different reasons. Did you think that all the tyrants of the world never gave a reason as to why they needed absolute authority? They always did, and they always do. And even today, it's the case whether it's Trump or anybody else. So when Biden's administration said, because COVID misinformation kills, we will silence you, that's authoritarianism. You can argue that you agree with it, but still is authoritarianism. How about we can use Cuomo in New York as an example? He shut down churches in violation of the First Amendment, and when he was sued and lost, he issued a secondary executive order changing the words to keep the churches closed. That is authoritarianism. And you right now defending it is my point. I have no problem saying Trump should not go after journalists, but you seem to have a problem saying the Democratic administrations should not be doing what they're doing as well.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah.
Clap, clap, clap.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Bing.
Long distance from back.
You made it. I'm surprised you made it.
So one of the key parts about authoritarianism is influence over elections. And we've seen that throughout the history of right-wing and left-wing, the right-wing side of this country has constantly been election deniers. Famously, Trump tried to find votes in Georgia to win the 2020 election. And now we're seeing that they're claiming voter fraud in the city of Los Angeles mayor's race.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many presidential elections in the last 20 years were denied by Democrats?
Were denied by Democrats?
Yeah, but
Unless this guy like knows the specific laws, it's so frustrating when they bring this up. He's going to bring up the quote from Hillary Clinton where she says she feels like something illegitimate in regards to like the fact that Donald Trump was assisted by Putin to win, which he was. Like everybody agrees with this. This isn't even like controversial. Like we already, like even Assange said this openly, that they wouldn't release bad information on Trump, but they did release bad information on Hillary. And then they bring up this what was the other thing? Oh, they might bring up Bush v. Gore, but in both of these instances, the Democrat conceded the actual election. They conceded it instantly. This was not election denialism. This was an instantaneous concession, and they always pretend otherwise, and it's so fucking frustrating.
Mainstream members of Congress going on the floor, rejecting it?
None.
All of them.
Do you see the Democratic Party trying to create an alternate slate of electors to actually try and overturn
that's a different
democratically
argument.
elected?
Certainly a different argument, but no, that was in, I think that would have been 1960, but certainly not in the last 20 years. So we can completely agree Trump's efforts in 2020 were substantially different from, say, a handful of members of Congress and high-profile personalities coming out and saying the election is illegitimate. But I will say, while it is not particularly mainstream, there actively are groups across social media that believe the election was stolen. Just go on Threads for a few minutes.
God, Threads.
You will see tons of progressives arguing the election was stolen.
Tons of bots. You know, I'm really
well,
big
if you don't think
believer
they're real people, that's fine. I agree with the internet theory, actually.
So look, but
so
if you're talking about the right versus the
exists.
left, overall, again, we are talking about the overall picture here. Where is the majority of this coming from?
Well, let me ask you a question. You mentioned California.
Pivot time.
I want to ask you a question. Let's say there's an election that takes place, and a ballot comes in 3 days after that election. It's signed with a picture of Mickey Mouse, and it's hand dated. Do you think that is a real vote?
So guess what? In California, when you don't have a correct signature, you can do this thing called ballot hearing, where you take that ballot back to the voter and you say, is this really you? And you have to get that signature again.
But
in that
I
case, I don't think they registered with the Mickey Mouse signature.
Well, that's actually legal in California. In fact, the example given, I think, in Santa Barbara is a Kirby star image. Now, the challenge with this is, and that's why I'm not a fan of the fraud argument from Republicans. Just stop saying fraud. This is legal in California. In California, you can draw a picture of Kirby star in any manifestation. Now, the problem is signatures are supposed to be unique to an individual.
Santa Barbara Mickey Mouse signature claim traces to a rhetorical comment made by a local Republican official about in-person polling place sign-in sheets, not evidence that a ballot with a cartoon signature was accepted. The same Santa Barbara COP review ultimately found no voter fraud.
Because they would be falsifiable. Meaning, I've never seen your signature before. How can I match it? But if you sign up, register to vote with a picture of Kirby, anyone in the world can draw that picture of Kirby. So in California, the challenge that
but not everybody has the same name, the same social security.
No, but the point is, if a ballot is received by a homeless shelter, anyone can fill it out and draw a picture of Kirby star.
There's a limited number of ballots that get sent to registered voters who are registered with the state.
Well, it's universal mail-in voting. And for instance, there was a homeless shelter in Venice Beach that received 185 mail-in votes despite no one living there. And so
yes, because people that live on the street have addresses registered to shelters because they don't have no else to get mail.
And so what we've already seen is undercover video showing that activists do go to places like Skid Row and secure voter registration, where in one video, a man who's clearly not a woman says his name is Teresa.
It's so crazy that we live in a time. I'm so glad that things are happening the way that. No, actually I'm not, because you'd think you're going to win these arguments, but in actuality they just become more retarded. In a time where Donald Trump controls every facet of government, and you have all these conservative executive bodies all over the country, Trump is willing to charge Comey with incitement to violence. I don't actually know what the actual charge is, but they're willing to go after Comey for that 8647 thing, willing to fabricate mortgage fraud document charges against a whole handful of people. All of this stuff happens, but they haven't found a single person yet to charge over all of this rampant voter fraud. How the fuck is that possible? So much control, so much investigatory ability, so much everything. No, where is all the voter fraud? Where is it? Why haven't you charged anybody? Where the fuck is it?
Teresa, sure, he'll fill it out. Now, the problem is that man will fill this out under the name Teresa. He will sign, he'll put an X, a mark, which is legal in California. The other issue is that ballots can be received, so it gets
Teresa,
complicated, but
yeah.
in California, if a ballot is received before the election, it can be hand-dated. If it's received after the election, it has to be post-dated. However, a ballot can only be rejected if two independent officials can prove beyond a reasonable doubt it has violated one of these tenets. So I do take issue with Republicans saying voter fraud all the time. Received after the election, it has to be post-dated. However, a ballot can only be rejected if two independent officials can prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
I seriously doubt that's the standard, but okay.
It has violated one of these tenets. So I do take issue with Republicans saying voter fraud all the time when it's legal to do this in California. But I think if you go to a regular American and say, you ask him this question, and I'll ask you this question, how did Nithya Raman surpass Karen Bass, both Democrats, in mail-in votes only after Election Day?
Because young people vote later, and Nithya Raman won the young vote.
Well, the truth is that the DSA on their website advocates for ballot harvesting, which is legal, and they're allowed to do it. And more power to them. It's very smart.
So do Republicans. They go to senior centers all across the country and get.
We're going to pause here. It's been voted out by the majority.
Good talking with you.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Dang.
No contest. Likewise.
Elections, as you were talking about the other person before, I think are sacred. I think elections are sacred, and I believe that they are the most fundamental thing to American values and democracy. We have never seen, ever in American history, the attempt to subvert a free and fair election compared to how Donald Trump and his cronies did on January 6th. And I think that it's absolutely ridiculous to claim that that is somehow comparable to the Biden administration talking to Facebook and certain social media platforms to ban Donald Trump, when social media platforms have been under attack by Donald Trump as well. We had in Florida how the right now chair of the RNC is now pursuing legal action against Facebook, Twitter, etc., for banning Donald Trump, which was a decision that they made without Biden's interference.
Well, I don't think arguing like a civil litigation is it's hard to argue civil litigation as a big political issue. If there's a contract violation committed by a company and Trump wants to sue them, certainly if you have the opinion, you don't believe that there, you believe there's malice there.
It's the current RNC chair.
Right. My argument is
pursuing like
anybody can sue
regulatory
anybody.
action against them.
Anybody can sue anybody.
Trump.
Right. So these are civil issues, and the challenge is I don't know the facts. You don't know the facts.
You don't think civil issues can be political?
They certainly can. But the point I'm making is that sometimes companies do bad things, and we need regulatory bodies to go after them. I'm in favor of that. Now, the question is, are the Republicans bad for doing it?
All voting issues like this are brought up civilly. You do understand that, right? Like all of the Trump lawsuits, if it's a person suing another person, those are all civil issues. There were no voter fraud indictments. You didn't have the DAs or the attorney generals or the federal attorney general. Like these were all civil cases. Like all of these voter claims or whatever were investigated on the civil side of things. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know how you're going to say it's civil. It doesn't matter.
Honestly, I don't know because I don't know the underlying issues of the case. Maybe they are, maybe they're not.
So I'll bring up another instance. I mean, in Massachusetts, for example, we just had 2 Republicans who were running for attorney general and lieutenant governor who were literally faking signatures on their ballots.
Lock them up.
Literal dead people.
Yeah, lock them
up. And if you look at the papers, they're the same signature down the ballot.
I hate those people,
It's the same person, this third party that they hired.
What do you want me to say?
Who was literally didn't have the same exact handwriting, and they tried
lock them up.
Thousands of signatures across Massachusetts were then considered moot because they were literal dead
considered
people
what?
from all across the state.
What do you say?
Those
Moot?
2 Republicans,
I heard
and you have. I mean, there are countless instances of Republicans, not just Donald Trump, trying to subvert American elections, and I think that is one of the most authoritarian things that anybody in this country can do is to subvert the free and fair elections of the United States.
I think certainly that we have a problem with 2 ancient political parties. I think the real big
Both
picture is here,
sides,
and I'm
baby.
not saying this to dismiss your anger over what these Republicans did. That's certainly warranted to believe that. I agree. I think they should go to jail for that stuff. The problem is both political parties are playing this procedural game of trying to steal elections through the procedure instead of convincing people. The Republicans are redistricting in all of these different states to give themselves.
January 6th was procedure.
I'm talking right now about both parties engage. Yeah, certainly January 6th was a riot and it was very, very bad. We can agree on those things. I'm saying that both parties have these procedural efforts to increase their ability to win elections. Right now, Republicans are redistricting
I fundamentally disagree with that because Republicans were the ones that voted against a bill to ban gerrymandering federally in the United States.
True.
Republicans were the ones that continuously denied the fact that Joe Biden won the 2020 election free and fair. Democrats have not once, and they have been very consistent on this, on protecting American elections. It's in our name.
Democrats in 2016 accused Donald Trump and his associates of being Russian assets and trying to steal the election as a foreign adversary, going so far to accuse the president of the United States of treason. There was a multi-year investigation that cost tens of millions of dollars that ended up being nothing.
It didn't cost anything. They made all the money back by the assets that were seized by Manafort, a really fucking weirdo dude that was working in an unofficial manner with Russian assets in Ukraine, and that investigation did produce a ton of good stuff, lots of credible indictments, lots of good convictions. So I don't know what any of that, all of that was wrong.
The president of the United States of treason. There was a multi-year investigation that cost tens of millions of dollars that ended up being nothing. That's election denial. Now, I don't think that's as bad as a bunch of people storming the Capitol. That's terrifying and substantially worse, physical violence. But yeah, I think if you look back at the history of this country going back decades, it would be a bit naive to say that the political parties aren't doing everything in their power to steal power from each other.
Again, so I mean, I don't want to pivot to Mueller, which in fact also.
But also, we should get caught up in things
when Mueller passed away, rest in peace, an American hero. Donald Trump literally said, "I'm glad he's dead," and he no longer can hurt innocent people.
I know.
So like again. Another instance of Republicans, I would consider threats against people like that authoritarian.
Throw him out there. When he said that, I said it was disgusting. I mean, it's horrifying. But it doesn't change the fact that Bernie Sanders had the election taken away from him illicitly. I think in 2016, I was fervent for Bernie. He was talking about securing borders because the Koch brothers, industrialists, wanted to bring in cheap labor. He was talking about getting better wages for the working class, supporting unions. And I said, this is the only guy who's been speaking to issues for the past 20 years that actually matter to working class American people. And what did the Democratic, absolutely, and what did the Democratic Party do? They used superdelegates to make sure he could not win.
Okay, so first off, I'm a big fan of Bernie myself, so I guess it's something you could get on there. I will say that if you as a supporter of Donald Trump, I find it kind of ironic that you believe in anything closely related to Bernie Sanders. I'll give you a few examples.
9 million people who are Democrats voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yeah, and I also say 3 million, millions of people, I think it was a couple million in West Virginia, your state, that voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary and then had to switch to Donald Trump. I criticized my own party for that, and I think that was wrong. My point is not that the Democratic Party has never, ever, ever used something or participated in bad faith in elections. My point is that we see consistently from Republicans, consistently over and over again.
Parties.
Again, I think that's both parties are all bad.
Both sides, bro.
Okay, we're gonna pause here.
Pause.
Voted out by the majority.
You just got both sides.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Ding.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
So, yeah, you're not going to have me defending the Democratic Party. I mean,
let's go.
A lot of people,
and I don't want to defend Republicans
we're moving towards fascism on both sides.
Both
I do want to bring up two unique things that Trump has done that no one has ever done in the United States history. So two is suing a pollster for a poll he didn't like in the state of Idaho. And I think the biggest issue is the Israel issue. Yeah. So you have someone like Trump who, sold TikTok to Larry Ellison, and he also owns CBS News.
Oh yeah, Paramount entirely.
Right. I think we both agree that's just not good, where you give someone a media apparatus, and a social media apparatus like TikTok.
These things worry me for sure. I think where we're going to agree with Democrat and Republicans is the issue of Israel, particularly. Yes. If we're talking about authoritarianism, this is why I say don't make me defend Republicans.
Man, if you hate Tim's answers now, man, that's all I got to say. Jeez.
Some things I will, but the Democratic Party and Republican Party, I feel like as an establishment, largely align with each other, and then there are these lesser issues that divide. And I think when you look at TikTok, I'll tell you this: the TikTok was sold explicitly because of Israel.
Right.
So the story is this. Initially, Republicans were very mad about TikTok because it seemed to promote progressive content, progressive ideology. Republicans had been banned. People who support Trump had been banned. So the Republicans come out and say, we got to ban TikTok. We can't do this. Democrats said no. But then something changed. After October 7th, we saw the rise of...
This is a talking point that Taylor Lorenz and a bunch of other slopulous people have seized on, the idea that TikTok was the only place where you could finally truly hold Israel accountable. And the young people were finally getting the accurate information about how evil Israel was, and then they came and they shut down TikTok with the way that Israel used to lose to the Palestinians on propaganda. So they hated that.
Kind of critical of Israel and supportive of Palestine. Yes. All of a sudden, the Democrats are like, you know what, now we agree with Republicans and we've got to ban TikTok. And then Trump comes out and says, no, we're not going to ban it, which he does not have the authority to do. The bill was passed. It was signed by the president. When Trump came in office, he was supposed to initiate that ban. But instead, what did he do? He sold it to a supporter of his to change the structure of that content to benefit his worldview, which does align largely with many establishment Democrats.
Yeah, I agree. And, you have him sanctioning the ICC, the prosecutors. I mean, this is the fascism we're talking about. So when you have, Russia and China that don't want to participate in the Western system, this is why. And then you have France, that's trying to get away from the tech companies because our own politicians in those that legislation, they put that that any country that has these databases will be forced to give the data to them.
I think if it's not a singular issue of Donald Trump. Like clearly the Democratic Party joined in the cheering on of the banning of TikTok because of his content, and so I think that just
to be clear, I think that bill was signed in Trump's first term, and I think Biden kind of just had to go through with it because it was already passed as a law. But then when Trump came on in his second term, he decided to stop enforcing it because he thought TikTok favored him more. So I mean, I don't know. Was Biden supposed to just undo the law? Like it's kind of a bullshit proposition, in my opinion. But
shows that we've got an authoritarian problem in this, elite circle of whatever the military-industrial complex or big banks and all of these, wealthy groups. They're interested in similar things.
No, yeah, I agree.
Okay, we're gonna pause here. You've been voted out by the majority.
Dang. Well, we got a little bit. Nice meeting.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Ding.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Gotta say, I'm not a fan of either party, to be honest.
Let's go.
Same boat as you on that
so
one.
brave.
The left embracing authoritarianism. Right now that they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the White House, they don't have a majority in the Supreme Court. If these guys are authoritarian, they're the crappiest authoritarians I've ever seen. They got to go back to authoritarian school and learn how to be authoritarians.
Well, or how to win. Right, losing, you can still be an authoritarian. Like Nazis lose power, but they're still Nazis.
Well, they're losing. They're losing at all levels. They're losing everywhere.
Yeah, the Republicans crushed them. And I think
doesn't mean they're authoritarians, though.
Well, no, I mean you can be an authoritarian and lose, right?
Okay, so there's 3 actual elements that we need to talk about authoritarianism. One is dismantling of institutions. One is eliminating your opponent.
That's why I hate the fucking this definition thing. Like, what does it mean to be an authoritarian? What does it mean to be a Nazi? What does it mean to be a fascist? Because it's like then you get hung up on all these let's define all of these legs of this thing, and then technically everybody tries to dismantle institutions. Everybody tries, and it's like
and suspending elections.
Those are very specific claims to some authoritarians.
I haven't seen those elements present within the left at all.
Donald Trump was arrested several times.
With exception of one. That was the eliminating opposition. I did see it,
but when they arrested Donald Trump several times and then tried to get a constitution, they filed a suit at the Supreme Court to get Trump banned from being able to run.
I don't remember that, but I do remember some guy at a rally going,
the 14th Amendment
lock her up. Who was that person again? I forget. Oh, right, it was the same guy who weaponized the DOJ against all his political opponents, or deployed the National Guard to beat down on protesters, deployed ICE to terrorize families and tear apart communities, or launched the SAVE Act to try and just put voter suppression tactics in place so we could steal an election. Imprisoned protesters for 10 years for marching down the streets.
I think
Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. I'm ready to mobilize you to launch another insurrection. Let's go,
if you'd like a soapbox,
who is that guy again? I forgot.
If you'd like a soapbox, we can set one up for you. But if you want to have a conversation, I'm sitting right here.
Go for it. I think the position is indefensible, but I'd love to hear your take. Go for it.
Well, you're allowed to not like Trump. He's done a lot of bad things. Thank you. Now, we were talking about the Democratic Party, the things they've done, and I think, and I'm not saying this mercifully, but I think there's many things that you're ignorant of the Democratic Party has done. You talk about suppression of their political opponent. Well, yeah, they sued so that Trump could not run for office. They tried to claim he was an insurrectionist. He was ineligible. He was arrested several times. They arrested his lawyers. Now, by all means, every authoritarian makes the argument they're justified in their use of authoritarian tactics to remove their political opponents. That doesn't change the idea, or I should say the philosophy behind what they're doing. So if you want to accuse Jenna Ellis, for instance, of doing something wrong because she drafted a letter arguing on Trump's behalf, that's authoritarianism. By all means, you can say she was wrong to do it, she's a criminal, but we are seeing, when you start going after people's lawyers, by all means, tell me you think she's a criminal and deserves it, and I will tell you, the people of this country now stand in fear that Democrats are going to arrest them if they engage in illegal practices.
We're going to pause here. We are out of time.
Absolutely. My next surrounded claim is that the United States is tracking towards a civil war.
If you'd like to be the first debater,
how do they keep losing these mics? They're having to pick up on background mics. What's going on?
Welcome back.
Yep. You missed me? So, listen, I think that we are getting closer towards a peak of
Where the fuck was that?
civil unrest in this country, and in all honesty, I'm going to blame people like you. This entire time, you've been trying to blur the line between what separates you and a person like me and everybody in the circle. Okay. The truth is you don't agree. On your show, you have 5 white supremacists around you and 1 liberal lawyer talking about why we should protect the Constitution. On Twitter, you're mentioning the Civil War and why we need to have a civil war 24/7. No, you've said Civil War numerous times. Slates of screenshots over the last 4 years alone.
Saying that I'm not there will
talking
be
about shooting ivermectin up your ass,
I've
and
never
then all the time.
I've never advocated for ivermectin. You have literally no idea what you're talking about. You've not done any research, and you've never used Google. I've never advocated for ivermectin, not once.
He's not going to stop talking. You're going to waste
I've never used it. I've never used ivermectin. I said no. You shouldn't use it.
I'm going to get to the
point here. So if you want to make things up,
are you an intellectual or are you too much of a child
to stop talking? You want to just waste time, then we can waste time. But if you have an actual argument, so if you agree with me on the issue, but you don't like me, then we can agree.
No, I think you're responsible. I think you're responsible.
You can get
an individual like you're mad.
If you agree,
you just don't want to finish. You know where I'm going to go with this.
Do you agree?
You so mistrust the United States institution.
You're allowed to blame me all you want, and then we can agree, and you can leave.
You just want to run away from the conversation?
Are you here to dispute my claim or agree with it?
I think you're responsible.
That's fantastic. Thank you and have a nice day.
You don't want to hear why you're responsible?
It doesn't matter because you're here to dispute my claims, right?
It doesn't matter. You don't. All of a sudden, you want to stick to the definition of your claims when it comes to just about everything.
Are you supposed to agree with me and sit here and agree with me?
You're not going to stop talking, are you?
Are you going to sit here and agree
with me?
You
control yourself. You're like 50 years old, bro. Calm down.
Agree with me?
Calm down.
You come down.
I don't agree with you. I disagree with you on everything.
You make fake claims.
Of course I do. If anybody's doing something that they don't actually believe in, it's you because you're getting paid by the country.
In fact, I argued with Joe Rogan on his show. I advocated on Joe Rogan's show against.
David, can you please address the claim?
I think America is getting closer to civil war, and it's all because of people like Tim Pool.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you're a coward, bro.
Well, if you don't agree with me, I don't know why you're here. Also, I would recommend doing research before you come to a place like this.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3.
What is this
2,
claim?
1.
I think America is tracking towards a civil war. What is? I don't understand what.
Welcome back.
Damn.
What are we
Good
claim?
to see you again.
Yeah.
First time we talked about this was in 2019, so it's been quite a while.
I think it was
since
before
we've
that.
been calling for civil war.
I've never called for civil war.
Or not calling for. I'm sorry. Said that we're on the brink of civil war.
And what was the citation I had for when I said that?
Oh my God.
It was the Atlantic. Okay. And it was a journalist who interviewed several national security experts who said that there is a range of opinions in the national security space that the U.S. is trending towards a civil war. Notably, that when you cite people like Stephen Marsh, journalist, as well as Barbara F. Walter, former CIA, the U.S. academics describe the period that we're in as civil strife, meaning there's a criteria of death that has occurred for political reasons over the past year or years, for which the next phase would be civil war. However, we'll make my point, tracking towards it, I've not said that it will happen, although there have been many people who have said that we are in a cold civil war or some kind of cultural civil war. I always caveat because I don't actually have a strong prediction.
First of all, you do have strong prediction if you've been saying this since 2019. There's 42, people can look this up, there's 42 of your titles that have the word civil war in it with big fonts on the front.
Sure do.
So why is that? It's sensationalist. It's easy to get clicks on that. There's a reason why you say it because it's very profitable for your business.
Not necessarily. We have 1,600 episodes of just IRL.
Oh my there comes a point where people stop taking your prediction seriously.
Are you going to make an argument or are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you.
Okay, then let's make an argument about whether or not we are tracking. No. If you're making an argument, you don't like my thumbnails or you don't, you say my name over and over again.
I'm saying that you say bullshit in order to get money. But
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question you can't
answer. I will
answer.
agree with you that there's increased polarization. I would attribute a lot of that to people being specifically online.
Let me ask you.
There's a lot less interaction with people that are in different camps.
Let me ask you a question.
You're going to sit here and tell me that we're way more polarized than fucking Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr who like shot each other with their disagreements? You're going to tell me that Andrew Jackson, who's the sitting president,
do you want a conversation or are you going to be Why was Aaron Danielson shot in the chest twice?
Sorry?
Why was Aaron Danielson shot in the chest twice?
I'm not disagreeing that political violence is taking place
because he was a favorite
Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, but then when I ask you a question about an assassination, you defer.
You can say that there's a civil war every fucking year and it doesn't happen.
I never said there was.
It just hasn't happened yet.
Let me ask you a
question. Or if it does happen, you say, see, I've had it all along.
Let me ask you a question.
You are the same thing as like the Christian rapture people who say that the rapture's
Christ.
coming every fucking year. When it doesn't happen,
you want a soapbox? You want me to get you a soapbox?
It's really
I can leave.
Did they like get together and decide like we're just gonna fucking try to rattle them, I guess, or jeez?
It's really easy to do what you do. It's really easy to do what you do. Like you literally just say, Civil War is happening next year. Civil War is happening next year. It's coming. Make sure you subscribe to Timcast. Continue to watch my videos, please. Follow us on YouTube. Follow us on Instagram. It's easy to do what you do, bro.
Why?
Nobody's actually had a debate yet. Are we going to actually talk about whether it will or will not happen? I mean, sounds like it's gonna.
All right. If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Ding.
Welcome. Nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you.
I think we are being constantly fueled by the people that are already in charge, that are up on top, that are already wealthy, and that already have power over the entire government. Donald Trump has 8 billionaires in his administration, including himself. You see his sons profiting, you see his friends profiting, you see everyone in close ties with him profiting. They're not going to give up this power. I don't think we're on the verge of a civil war. I think we're due for a revolution. And I hope that's peaceful. I hope that's not violent. I hope we change.
This is fantastic. No, I appreciate this. Can I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
Do you believe that Donald, and I'm not trying to accuse you of believing this, but do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that there are Nazis in his administration?
In his administration? Few. Yeah.
Do you think that I mean, how do you feel about them using the military to go after undocumented migrants in this country?
I think it is an unnecessary use of force when we should be targeting
all of those
violent
things.
criminals.
Describe Barack Hussein Obama.
Should be
do it.
sole
Do
focus
it. Say it.
When 70% of detainees in ICE custody do not have a criminal conviction.
How do you
we're
feel?
wasting resources and trying to use a show of militaristic power, which is a huge proponent of fascism.
How do you feel about the death of Rene Good and Alex Preddy?
Unjustified.
Are you going to do anything about it?
I'm going to rally everyone here.
Is rallying going to stop murder?
I don't do this.
Is rallying going to stop the killing of people?
I annoy my few hundred friends and followers on my Instagram posts by reposting news stories.
Do you think rallying will stop the killing of people?
What I'm doing here now is trying to show people that they need to speak up, that we're not against each other right and left.
Do you believe speaking up will stop ICE from killing people?
I think speaking up will get us to the right process of voting people in the midterms and in the next election so that we can make changes the constitutional way.
How many people do you think will die between now and then?
Too many. There's already been too many people that have died.
So again, this is largely based off, I don't know if it's...
So wait, are you trying to incite a civil war?
No.
Do you want a civil war?
I'm asking
so
if you actually believe...
What do you want to do against ICE?
I like ICE.
Then you're happy that they're killing people?
No.
If you've seen Pim Tool, you would know. Does anybody know what quote I'm thinking of right now? Oof, there's a crazy quote by him. Anybody know? It's in my brain. My boot. That's right. Do you remember that? That was a crazy... He was like, people are like, they call me a bootlicker, or they say they order the boot. Yeah, it's because it's my boot. It's my boot. That's crazy. That was a crazy statement.
First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying, you're coming. First of all,
kind of sociopathic, but you know.
Okay, so what are you going to do?
I'm going to vote for Trump again.
He's the one that's allowing guys to kill people.
To be fair, I'm going to vote for
JD
Vance.
As I just said, he's the one not taking accountability.
See, I think there's a distinction here. For one, the claim is meant to be like nonpartisan, but I have, of course, my partisan views.
Of course.
I like the Trump administration, though they've done a lot of bad things.
And that's fine.
And we can call it those bad things, but I'm going to continue to support it. My point largely is either the progressives will stand up against what they perceve as fascism, or fascism takes over.
Which they are
now,
doing.
by all means,
We just had the largest protest in the history of the United States.
If your argument
We're going to
is...
pause here. Thank you. You've been
Nice
voted up by the
talking to you.
majority.
Clap,
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so the whole thing about civil war is that I do think that you need some sort of leadership, that is being financially disenfranchised to incentivize a civil war. And we don't really have any strong progressive leaders in office currently that are being meaningfully financially disenfranchised the way slavers were. So I think that...
You don't. That's the challenge. I think...
Yes, that is absolutely... Yes, that
you
is
don't. If you take a look at civil wars throughout history, we can use the Syrian civil war as an example. It started with a dozen or so disparate factions, largely of locals, and various ideologies that ultimately coalesced around one group, either the Free Syrian Army, but then ultimately got taken over.
Right, sure,
civil
but the
wars
thing
can
is
be
that,
fomented through small factions that bubble up.
Certainly, but I think that you are vastly overestimating the, kind of militant capacity of the American left. Like, we truly do not have a far left in the U.S. that would be willing to take up arms. It is so small. Furthermore, I do think that technology-wise, it's not, it's not an even battle anymore. Like, the military, the U.S. military, which is largely conservative, and currently, Trump is in charge of them, the technology that they have to track, surveil, to remotely kill people would be absurd. I mean, I guess we could do some sort of guerrilla warfare, but this is American territory. It wouldn't go down like Vietnam, we know where we are, we know where we're going.
This is a fantastic point, by the way, and this gets into what's known as the generations of warfare.
Okay.
So the earliest generation of warfare, obviously, is a guy punching a guy. As we got into the 1700s, well, maybe even before then, you get field battles and drums and trumpets, and they refer to this largely as like third generation. Fourth generation is what they refer to as insurgency, terror, guerrilla warfare tactics, which we saw famously people bring up during the American Revolution. Many people refer to the period we're now in as fifth generational warfare. And the question is, what is the purpose of conflict?
Maybe.
And it's typically, not always, but to gain control of resources or a political group. Usually it's to gain control of something. And it could be for ideological reasons or economic reasons.
Oh, I've never thought about it that way. Like civil war is to gain control of something. That's a super fascinating perspective. Okay.
What I'm saying now, what I would say, maybe we're not going to have what's called a hot civil war, but remain cold, is the use of information
cold civil war
technology for the purpose of controlling populations, like you've described. Right. So in the broader picture, I would argue that what we are seeing now with TikTok and Instagram may actually stop kinetic conflict, which would be people shooting each other.
Yes.
And we may actually just end up with people being brainwashed and waving Israeli flags or something.
Well, I mean, we're already kind of there. I mean, like, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are, the two most powerful tech dudes, and even Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos to some degree. They're in Trump's pocket, or maybe Trump is in theirs. And there's just, online, there really isn't a way for the left to meaningfully take control, not in a real sense. I think that, yes, the country will continue to get polarized, but will we have a civil war?
Jesus
Pause
Christ.
here. Thank you. You've been voted up by the majority.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello. When January 6th happened, I actually thought we were headed towards a civil war then. I thought, oh my God, this is really bad.
It's terrifying.
And so much so that what ended up happening is that gun sales increased predominantly on the left, because they were so afraid of what was going to happen. And we had been seeing documentaries and news networks talking about the far right extremists who were already training with like AR-15s and things like that were attempting to potentially start a coup. And so if we were talking back then, I would actually agree with you. The reason I disagree with you now is because we don't have...
This is such a dog shit claim. The United States is tracking towards a civil war. I don't even know why. Oh, I wonder if he fought to get that one, because it just seems like a dog shit claim.
A faction of the left that is nearly as violently motivated as the right is. So if we were to talk about a hypothetical civil war, then I would argue the far right would start it, specifically because of what you just said. You said that you would like to re-elect Trump, that you would vote for him for a third time. But you didn't say Vance. You said Trump, right?
Well, I corrected it.
And I think that goes down to the ideology of, again, your argument around the Constitution. There is a faction of MAGA that wants him to run again and skirt the Constitution so that MAGA can stay in power. I think in a hypothetical, that would lead towards a civil war.
I agree.
And so, okay, but people like yourself who continue to spew this type of rhetoric of, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? I think you want it to happen.
I think you're exaggerating the things that I've said about it. I think that last conversation was absolutely fantastic.
I think everything that you talked about is online, and people can just look it up.
I've interviewed national security experts to ask them if they think this is going to happen. When you have one gentleman saying, yes, and it's my fault, he doesn't have to like me. You have to like my opinions or what I do. But I think when you also say that when MAGA wants to elect Trump for a third time, you are correct. They do. And I also agree this is going to create an untenable situation for the country that I don't believe progressives or Democrats will accept. I don't see Trump and his base backing down, and I don't see the left, liberals, Democrats, or otherwise agreeing to back down. It's a simple question. Would anyone in this room sit back as Trump seized a third term in power? I don't think they would do it.
Yeah.
So you can have a fascist take over a revolution, or you can have a civil war if this is the case. And I hope to God it's not. Because you know what I prefer? I prefer to watch the soccer match and have some chicken wings. I don't want to deal with conflict crisis. I don't like having to live in. I have multiple bodyguards with me today. I have to have people stand outside my house because we got.
Why are you scared of the progressives in here?
Not scared of anybody in here. Actually, I think you guys have been absolutely lovely. But there are lunatics. In December of last year, someone drove by my property and opened fire on our buildings.
This is a lie, by the way, 100%. I remember when he tried to make this big drama at the time. Never posted a single photo ever of any gunshots, or if he did, it was later on and I didn't see it. Does anybody know? Did he ever actually post proof of this happening? I never saw any proof of this, and it's a pretty grand claim.
You're going to blame that on the left too?
It was a left-aligned individual who did it.
How could you possibly know that?
But I mean, I'm not blaming you guys for doing it, and I certainly would acknowledge that there are people on the right who engage in violence all the same. What I'm saying is, I don't want you to be in fear of your life. I don't want to be in fear in my life. I prefer this. You guys have been absolutely awesome. We disagree. I mean, that guy really hates me, but I don't want him hurt or anything like that. I don't want to live in a country where people are attacking each other without trying to understand each other.
Right, but the rhetoric that you're spewing is leading towards that. You want Trump again. Which means the rhetoric that you're spewing online, the political commentary that you're spewing online,
I don't want
Donald
Trump.
Will they? Won't they? Will they? Won't they?
I don't want Donald Trump for a third term.
But
I would prefer, J.D. Vance, maybe Rubio, but
that's still MAGA.
And indeed, and understand that Trump won the plurality of the vote in 2024, and he has a large support base, despite his polls being very low. He does, and we'll see what happens with the Republican Party in 26 and 28. But you can't just wish away the existence of another political faction with a polarized worldview compared to yours. I do not see a reality where Republicans accept the worldview of the progressives who are gaining ground in multiple places, namely in New York. And I don't see the progressives accepting the Trump worldview as you've described it.
And the reason that we're not going to accept it is because people like you.
And the reason we won't accept it is people like you.
Pause here.
Wow.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jeremiah. Okay, so we know that the USA is very resilient, right? We've weathered so much. So we've stayed intact, and we weathered 1968 riots, McCarthyism, what else? Civil rights era.
Civil War.
So, but the thing is, we've stayed intact, right? So my thing is that we can have polarizing views, right? But nothing that we're dealing with right now is as intense as anything that I've just mentioned, and none of those things led to a civil war. So unless the right plans to enslave the left, how are we going to have a civil war?
So one example that I often say, which I don't know, that a lot of this is probabilistic. I like to use Colorado as an example. Okay. Colorado.
Well, unless you're an actual, fortune teller, of course everything is probabilistic. What no one can know for sure. What a weird.
Sometimes people just say these triggers me.
Allows for abortion up to the point of birth, the woman's discretion, but Oklahoma bans it, and they share a border. So you have a potential for conflict in that regard, because if a woman is with a man and she's 7 or 8 months pregnant and she decides to get an abortion in Colorado where it's legal, the state will try to stop her. We have already had an instance where, I'm not sure, it was a southern state, it might have been Mississippi or Alabama, where they charged, I believe they attempted to charge a woman with conspiracy to commit abortion by fleeing the state. And so the issue that arises is at the ground level when a man says, you are taking my child to be murdered, and the woman says, no, it's a fetus, I'm getting an abortion, and this results in people on the ground traveling between jurisdictions with different laws, which creates a problem for Colorado and a problem for Oklahoma, which probably don't want to fight.
So, but what I'm saying is that if you're saying the nation would...
Those pesky states' rights, God damn it.
Fight. We don't even see internal fights within the states, like separate states. I would think that we would see that first before we'd see the nation fight.
Well, we saw in Texas when the Biden administration deployed federal police, and the Texas National Guard came, and they were actually in dispute over the concertina wire on the border, because Texas doesn't have the constitutional authority to deport. They sent out their state National Guard in defiance.
And we
of
saw
the
that
government.
overreach here in California when Trump did that overreaching.
Right, sending the Marines.
But guess
into,
what? But the thing is, military hasn't defected.
The claim is that we are tracking towards one, and I think that's an academic claim.
Okay, so
but it's also possible we have a
What do you mean by
revolution.
tracking? Tracking like in 100 years? Like
No. Tracking means that what we have seen over the past 10 years historically runs parallel to other stories that have culminated in civil war, but don't always. So that's why academics say today's period in the United States is called civil strife.
Okay, we're going to pause
civil rights
there.
here was civil strife as well.
We're going to pause here. You've been voted out the majority. If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome. Hi. Nice jacket.
Hi, thank you. When you say that the U.S. is heading towards a civil war, I fundamentally disagree with this claim, because I think that for any country to go through civil war, 3 key things need to happen. The first is geographic fracture. The second is the military defecting. And the third is institutional collapse, none of which we see in the United States.
Well, let's address the claim number 1. We actually have seen massive internal migration from blue states to red states and red states to blue states.
That's not at all what he's talking about. I don't know if the states so much as disagree with each other so much as the geography is along like city versus rural lines, which I don't know how that would cleanly separate.
Geographic hyperpolarization absolutely is happening.
I didn't say polarization. I said geographic fracture. There are plenty of blue cities in red states.
Yeah.
Right.
So where's the fracture? Has any state tried to secede?
There have been instances of states trying to secede from themselves.
Not really, no. Which states have tried to secede?
Northern California is trying to secede. You've got Eastern Oregon trying to secede.
No.
You've got a district in Northern Colorado.
What I mean secede is not, are people wanting it to happen? Is there a little bit of a movement going on? Is there mass voting for a state to secede? No, there's not.
The state of Jefferson, are you familiar?
No, there's not.
And Greater Idaho.
Did it happen?
It
doesn't happen.
I believe we had two counties. Hold on. If you don't know this, don't just say you don't. Eastern Oregon had 2 counties voting to secede from the state to join Idaho.
Did it happen?
It did not.
It does not happen, no, because
but whether it did or didn't happen is
extremely
the
polarized in
argument.
this country.
Are people trying to make it happen?
We're extremely polarized in this country,
Maryland
but
tried to
there's no
secede.
geographic fracture.
Western Maryland voted to join West Virginia.
People tried. It doesn't happen.
I understand. I think a lot of people look at American history and then believe all civil wars happen in this context. But in fact, the United States is unique in this regard, in that we were positioned for civil war because you had state jurisdictions with great authority that were in defiance of the federal government.
You use this rhetoric a lot, and it's very, very dangerous to use this rhetoric because it gets people up in arms and gets people rallied up. This kind of rhetoric is the same kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump uses to rally up right-wing conservatives. This is so dangerous that there are only 2 possibilities for why somebody would say this. Either they're blatantly exaggerating and grifting for money, or they genuinely believe what they say and they don't know, and they don't give their audience the 20 seconds of respect on Google it would take to learn otherwise. The U.S. is not heading towards a civil war.
That's
not what's happening.
There's clearly more than 2 reasons why someone would say these things.
No, there's not. Like I said,
and that's being intentionally derisive and not informing anybody.
It's the truth, because we're not heading towards a civil war.
We're going to pause it here.
He said it. He said we're not heading towards a civil war. What are you going to say? You seem pretty confident, too. I don't know, man. I feel pretty good about it now.
The final surrounded claim is that the Constitution effectively does not exist anymore.
What are these claims? I feel like every time I've been on these shows, they usually try to get you to ground your claims out pretty concretely in order to facilitate good discussions. Like if you have weaker claims or claims that are like divisive enough, they'll like say, can we rephrase this or can we do this? Or I'm surprised they're letting these are very when I say weak claims, they're just I don't know where you get a ton of discussion or disagreement out of it. They're very nebulous.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Going well.
So, what is the purpose of the claim?
So the first question is, what is a constitution? A constitution, it actually refers to what constitutes a body politic. As of right now, I'd make the argument that first, what is known to most people, the interpretation of the Constitution dramatically has changed over the past several hundred years, not just with amendments, but with the language itself, though. Many people might argue they're originalists, some might say they're textualists. It doesn't even matter if they claim those things because their view of the Constitution has changed. As of today, there's actually 2 distinct large body politics, if that's the way you say it, and they do not agree on the interpretation of the Constitution. Thus, we are seeing claims the Supreme Court is no longer legitimate. We've seen that for some time now. We see Republicans angry with Amy Coney Barrett and Kavanaugh over their rulings, and we are now hearing arguments that politicians should just ignore the Constitution outright, or the Supreme Court, I'm sorry, in this capacity, even though this would violate the Constitution.
But that wouldn't necessarily work, because if the Founding Fathers were creating the document, they knew that this was going to continuously progress because they believe in the modernization of the United States that was going to continuously go forward. That's why you had Lincoln making the Reconstruction era amendments, and even the Progressive era amendments, like the 16th Amendment with the income tax, the 17th Amendment.
We're not arguing amendments.
But what I'm saying is that the Constitution has always been able to progress and change. If you're looking for the issues when it comes to the Supreme Court and what everybody else believes, that happens on the left and on the right. Everyone has the disagreements when it comes to the Supreme Court. But the problem is when you look at the Trump administration, what they're currently doing right now is making executive orders saying that they're going to ask questions about the 14th Amendment, but the reality is that he wanted to change the first section of the 14th Amendment to his own.
Is anyone stopping him?
The Supreme Court did, actually. Not only did the Supreme Court stop them, initially, that's what he was promised, he was hoping did not have happen. That's why he was sitting in April with the Supreme Court, trying to be basically the muscle of the executive and the judicial.
So Trump hasn't stopped. In fact, they're preparing another executive order under the same line that was just rejected, targeting territories.
But then you would agree with that the fault then would be coming from the political right then in this case, because when
it's not a question of fault. It's a question of we are not seeing. My point largely is there is a left and there's a right in this country that are so distinct. Neither views the Constitution as being upheld.
But that's not necessarily true. When you look at
this guy's hair is like, he kind of looks like a Final Fantasy villain. It's kind of crazy. Jesus.
It is true.
Well, I'll explain to you as the reason as to why.
Do you think this is intentional? The wavy thing here? Damn.
It's not
you think
true.
Trump's upholding the Constitution?
I don't think he's upholding the Constitution, but I know for a fact that the left has been, or the Democrats have been actually holding up the Constitution a lot more. If you look at, for example, with Bush,
do you think Republicans believe the Democrats are holding the Constitution?
Do I think that the Republicans are holding it?
Do Republicans in this country believe Democrats are holding true to the Constitution?
Of course they don't, but that's because
that's the point. There is no unified body politic that operates under the US Constitution.
That's specifically opinion based. When you look at different members, different presidential terms, you look at Trump. He's trying to take it down with the 14th Amendment through executive orders. The AUMF under Bush, he took away the ability for the Congress to actually declare war with that simple document because of September 11th. I haven't seen Obama do that. I haven't seen Biden try and do that whatsoever, especially when it comes to the past 20 years. The reason as to why we're in those situations is because of these two presidents. Now, what my argument is that while they may say, individuals may say this, what we're seeing is actual executive powers, legislative powers,
not the argument.
actual judicial powers on the right that are specifically doing this.
That's a pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Good job, dude. You almost got to say sentence, but they got you.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How's it going? Nice to meet you.
An issue I kind of take with your interpretation of the Constitution is that you're kind of like taking this originalist approach to the Constitution, and that every single word in the Constitution should be taken as literal.
No, I'm not.
So what do you mean essentially by like?
So the Founding Fathers, it was the split between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. There was an argument as to whether we should have an unwritten Constitution or a written Constitution. There was a fear that with an unwritten Constitution it would evolve too dramatically and you'd end up with tyranny. So one faction says, hey guys, write it down. In fact, they wanted not just a Constitution, they wanted a Bill of Rights. So the argument is fundamentally a Constitution is what constitutes the body politic. When you have a group of people that are largely morally aligned, they all basically agree, then you have a Constitution. We are seeing an increase in geographic polarization. This is resulting in the Congress becoming equally polarized with radically different views of what the Constitution actually means.
So our Congress is very, very, very centered, right? Our Congress is very much in the political center. So to say that they're these radical figures, I think it's strikingly ironic.
Well, no, they're polarized, right? They vote on party line almost all the time, even when it doesn't make sense. And if you don't, Trump gets you removed from office like Massey. So that's polarization, right? So they're going to vote for the agenda of the right or the agenda of the left. And I think that the easiest way to explain it is the amendments are the easiest way to approach this in understanding that the Constitution being largely, in my view, non-existent is the suppression of speech that we saw from Democratic Party administration officials. So that violates the First Amendment.
You have to admit, though, like the First Amendment doesn't mean that you can say whatever you want. Like
it certainly means you can express political opinions.
But it has continually, like our judges in our Supreme Court has continually ruled that there are limitations on free speech.
I agree.
I can't scream that there's a fire in a movie.
Yes,
theater,
you can. Brandenburg v. Ohio, you're wrong.
Like there.
Brandenburg v. Ohio. The Brandenburg test has two parts. The first part is whether or not it's reasonable to expect some type of violent thing will occur, and then whether or not you're commanding, I think, some particular violent thing to occur. So, like, if I were to tell a bunch of my gamer friends, like, we need to go blow up Palestine, even though I'm, like, commanding a violent action, I don't think that that's actually going to occur because I'm just talking to my gamer friends. But if I'm talking to a crowd or whatever, I don't know if shouting fire in a crowded theater, I don't know if that's, like, incitement crime. But if it was considered incitement, it would certainly meet the Brandenburg threshold. I don't know. Yeah, there might be like, this is saying like a disorderly conduct or something. But I don't know why he just said like Brandenburg v. Ohio. I don't know what that case, I don't think had anything to do with shouting fire at a crowded theater. So I don't know what. Yeah.
Needs to be a threat of imminent danger. Already said you can't scream fire.
There has to be a threat of imminent danger. Thank you.
That's not.
You've
Yes,
been voted
that's
out by
true.
the majority.
Nice meeting you.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Boom.
Welcome back. Shake your hand again.
All right. you're telling me that the Constitution effectively doesn't exist, right?
Yes.
Not that it's necessarily like low quality, but that it like effectively just does not exist at all.
Well, let's not be super extreme. What I mean is, there's obviously a document, we know what it is, we use it for certain guiding principles as to the power that our parties want.
My specific argument here is that the Constitution, whether or not it's being handled in like exactly the right way, it does exist. It's an important matter. Then great. The thing is, I don't know what your personal views is. My job here is just to dispute your claim. The claim is that it effectively does not exist. My argument is, insofar as we're all talking about the Constitution, is the court flawed or not?
Is the Fourth Amendment being upheld?
That reviews the Constitution.
Question: Is the Fourth Amendment being upheld?
I'm not a constitutional scholar. I don't know, but there's active debate about it.
The answer is that it's not. And we've had a serious issue with flock cameras, for instance. One video I just watched where a guy got pulled over wrongly and arrested because a flock camera flagged his car down. Now, when the police show up at your house and accuse you of a crime with fake evidence and you get arrested, that is a violation of your rights. Now, certainly we can argue that because of the Fourth Amendment, you can go and dispute it in court, but you could dispute it in court with or without the Fourth Amendment.
I'm absolutely against those like flock cameras, but again, that's not the point of this topic. When we're talking about does the Constitution exist, insofar as there's still a court review system.
Let's not argue semantics. Sometimes there's not. A good example is the case of Andrew Arnheimer, where he was arrested in Georgia and brought to New Jersey in violation of his constitutional rights and put in prison because of this, which ultimately resulted in him getting out. So I understand there is a Constitution. I know there's a physical piece of paper, and I know that it does work, but I'm saying effectively, because what I'm saying is it has become so disputed and so ignored in most capacities that we may as like people are not abiding by it. The Democrats don't believe Republicans are. Republicans don't believe Democrats are. That's my point. That it is an ineffective.
Thank you. You've been voted out by the majority.
Good talking to you again.
Man, they vote him out fast here.
All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Luke. What is the point of telling a bunch of different progressives that a bunch of things that we all agree with?
I don't know. You tell me.
What is the point of that? You're sitting within this pocket of safe moderation, right?
Yep.
You are a former Bernie bro, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, I agree with you. I was there when the bird landed on the podium in Portland. I was fucking there,
amazing,
man. I completely agree. And we both probably got disenfranchised by our party, right?
I didn't vote for anybody in 2016.
Yeah. Sure, hell yeah, you did your part then. Right? So my question is, what is the point of arguing this with a bunch of people who agree with you? Shouldn't you be surrounded by a bunch of people that you so-called condemn?
I guess it's a production question. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't know what you to say. I have claims, and if we agree, I guess we can all smile and shake hands.
But like, this is a direct question to you. Like, why sit in this pocket of moderation if you so clearly condemn everything that's going on the right? A group that is so clearly eroding the Constitution. Why are you sitting here arguing with people that agree with you?
Is your argument that I should be a progressive or a liberal because I don't like what's happening to the Constitution?
No, I think
it's just a stupid prompt.
Be a little bit louder about the things that you actually believe instead of this like safe beanie wearing moderate.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, I condemn everything that the right has done.
I didn't say I condemn everything the right has done. Okay. Let's put it like this. When I look at the option in 2020 between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I was actually supporting Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. And the Democratic Party does what the Democratic Party does. So I said, okay, well, who's the guy who's going to have my back more than them? These people I view as authoritarian, bad for a bunch of different reasons. And Trump's first term, it was a nightmare what they were doing. Right. And Donald Trump put out his second term agenda, and I said, you know what, there's a bunch of these things I agree with, and the Democratic Party I find to be, it is untenable what they have done.
Tim, like, you are a smart guy. I'm not going to sit here and call you dumb and shake my head at you. You're a smart guy. How were you so easily conned?
In what way?
Saying that, like, well, no, he's going to do what he says he's going to do.
What do you mean? Like, give me
the guy that you guys spent, this is just the funniest thing about Trump. You guys spent years saying that, well, you know, he doesn't always, you know, he just kind of says some shit. He's not always serious. You know, he just, and it's like, and now he's like, I can't believe you lied to us. It's like, really? Because that seems like the most predictable thing ever based on everything that you guys were saying about him, that he fucking lies and can't be taken at face value all the time, but, you know.
Okay.
Who am I to say?
Like, I appreciate the line of thought, but you got to be specific.
Give me a specific about something that you voted for Donald Trump to do.
Tariffs.
How did that work out?
Fantastic for me.
Oh yeah, we're all rich, right? We're all cruising. That's working out for us.
Well, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding among people who don't do manufacturing or run businesses on the issue of tariffs. So for me, the issue of trade control was extremely important, and we don't see it from the Democratic Party, so I voted for that. Trump did it, and I fully acknowledge that there's negative repercussions, but it's called spending money to fix problems down the road.
Why are you willing to erode the Constitution, something that you so vehemently fought for?
No, I think Democrats erode the Constitution substantially more.
How?
So, we can talk about the First Amendment. We can talk about the Biden administration going in and getting people banned. That's the easiest one.
Right, yeah.
We can talk about the Fourth Amendment.
I remember that nasty Democrat, Brandon Carr, who took down Jimmy Kimmel, the stand-up comedian that I also am.
What did Carr say?
He made a call directly to NBC. Why should unilateral government power be used like that? And why are you just saying, I condemn that, but you're actively doing nothing to fight it?
No, I think the issue largely is regulatory bodies
Kinda
exist.
true.
I agree with the existence of regulatory bodies. Sometimes they do things you don't like. You didn't like it here, but I'm sure you like regulatory bodies elsewhere. So I'm not going to come out and pretend to be angry about something that is complicated or litigation we don't understand because it's tribal points for me. I'm going to say, what did Brendan Carr actually say? What did he actually say when he called NBC?
You need to take Jimmy Kimmel down.
He did not say that.
Then what did he say?
I don't know, and that's why I don't.
Oh my God! And he tries to weasel it back to this. Oh my God, dude! It's actually so shameless. These people are shameless.
Strong opinion about the issue right now.
Right. So
I don't have a strong opinion about freedom. He says the First Amendment so many times he doesn't have an opinion about the FCC making a phone call to get a guy removed from the air. Really?
It's been voted out by the majority.
Good one. Okay.
Appreciate it. Nice meeting you.
Sick meme, by the way.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2,
Good memes.
1.
Welcome back.
So the whole point of it being like, oh, it's the left, it's the right. I'm a constitutional abolitionist. I want it gone.
Oh my God.
Who's the Constitution written for?
It's
White
written for
men.
the original
He's gonna
American
say white
colonists
men.
who started this country.
Which were
largely white Protestants.
So it was written for white men that own land, right?
Mostly, yes.
Yeah, perfect. And after that, everyone else has been given rights.
Boy.
Right?
They've not been given rights. I would argue that over a long enough period of time, there's been advocacy to make the Constitution protect against a government infringement. The Constitution doesn't give
given
you
the rights that protect the white men that own land. Everyone else.
I don't think we're disagreeing. I'm saying the Constitution
Right.
doesn't give us the rights. It stops the government from doing things.
Yeah, sure. It gives you the protection from blah, blah, blah. Fine.
Yeah, and it was like overwhelmingly white European
Yeah,
male
so the point that
landowners.
I'm making is we've seen throughout the history of our country that other people have been attacked, right? Every other marginalized group has been attacked. There's been amendments. There's been back and forth whether people do or do not have access to rights. The whole point that I'm getting to is the United States Constitution needs to be thrown out completely. Thomas Jefferson agrees with me.
Well,
Thomas
that's an
Jefferson said that the Constitution should be rewritten every 19 years. Now, around that time, they were dying early, so I'm thinking it was like 50 years or whatever. But he made the point that if we actually have legislation, laws, or a Constitution that governs people in the future based off of what we've written, then we're doing an injustice. So saying that we should uphold something that was written 250 years ago when I was 3/5 of a person, like, what are we doing?
Oh, back then it was worse than that.
Yeah, no.
Compromising.
Have you read the 1619 Project?
No.
Okay, cool. The reason the Constitution and the way the United States government is set up, it's literally because the founding fathers were slave owners. They were racist slave owners that wanted to uphold that power, and they wanted to give the power to the states.
Well,
so they
there's a lot of context
slavery.
missing from that. You're familiar with the issue of the Declaration of Independence in South Carolina and Georgia. Thomas Jefferson was angry with the king for bringing slaves to the colonies. I'm not saying he wasn't a racist.
No, he wasn't.
He wanted to include a provision
One of the
where
biggest reasons for the Revolutionary War is because Britain no longer wanted to uphold chattel slavery, and the colonies wanted to because they had been so successful as far as making money. The colonies, period.
The Southern colonies did.
The colonies, period. After the Civil War,
Uh-huh.
then they shifted away where you saw kind of a split where the Northern colonies didn't want it as much as the Southern colonies.
Well, that's before the Civil
That's
War.
besides the point.
This is around 1820, in fact.
No, I'm saying after
around 18.
Not after the Civil War. I'm sorry, after the Revolutionary War.
Right. So yes, very shortly after the Revolutionary War,
It's a cringe
Thomas
off.
Jefferson had written a statement for the Declaration that stated, "The king has brought people to this land to wage war against us," something to that effect. And South Carolina and Georgia contested to its inclusion in the Declaration because they wanted slavery so bad. But don't get me wrong, all of the colonists did. We agree on
One of the biggest drivers was the fact that there was a slave that was in the colonies, and his slave owner took him to Britain, and Britain actually had a rule that no one could be slaves, and so he was able to win his freedom for being in Britain, and that shook the foundation of the colonies, which forced them to actually push forward the Revolutionary War and then come with the United States Constitution. The point that I'm trying to make is the United States Constitution needs to be abolished because it does not protect all the people. We need to completely rewrite the United States Constitution and give protections to everyone. Everyone needs to have equal rights under the protection of the law. We can go back and forth about everything else.
Do you think that you're allowed to have the opinion you like the Constitution, all that stuff? I'm not going to argue. How do you think this country would react if you were successful in abolishing the Constitution?
Yeah, I think that it would be a violent revolution.
Pause here. We're out of time.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
He's picking that guy.
Tim,
He's picking that
time for
dude.
the final debate. You'll have 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Get ready.
Now look around the room.
Get ready for
and
it.
choose who you would like to
It's gonna
continue the
be that
dialogue
guy.
with.
I think I'll go with.
I like this guy.
Why did you choose Luke?
He had asked me questions about why I believed what I believe or why I would vote the way that I did, and I thought he was genuine. I thought we could have a good conversation. So I'm interested in hearing also what he thinks and what he believes, and where maybe we'll disagree and agree.
My surrounded claim is that in 2026, all moderates are cowards.
True.
All right. Well,
depending on what he means by moderates.
no.
But, yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And I certainly don't think I am. I think that one of the biggest problems that we have in this country is media polarization. There are family members of mine that only watch MS Now, and there are family members of mine that only watch Fox News, and I watch both. And so then I see, when I turn on MS Now, the only thing they're talking about is going to be in one direction. I turn on Fox News, the only thing they're talking about is the other direction. And this makes people really on edge and then say, I need to be on one side. It crafts a moral worldview. While I certainly understand your point, actually, let me do this. Are you saying take a side, stand up for something?
More or less. I'm saying that over the last, we'll say, 26 years, right, we have been, well, barring 2016. So from 2000 to 2016, we were kind of controlled by a centrist government. And I feel like that, even though Barack Obama was a progressive for his time, we view him now as pretty centrist, right? We're in a room full of progressives.
I would agree.
Okay, never mind. This guy means the other type of moderate.
Just even back then as well.
Right. That opened the door for someone like Donald Trump to come in and actively erode our Constitution and the very foundation that our country is supposed to be.
Well, is your argument that everyone should be against Donald Trump then?
No.
So then what's your gripe with moderates?
Centrism and moderation in 2026, in the age of AIPAC money, in the age of Larry Ellison, Barry Weiss, all of these talking heads, all of these political entities, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, all these, this technocracy that we are not far from, right? Why do you get to sit in the middle and argue both sides while raking in dollars from these exact entities?
Well, what's your proposal? I guess I'm trying to understand. My view of what it means to be moderate is that sometimes the right is correct and sometimes the left is correct.
Sure.
And I think my view is...
What a brave
I come
take.
from interestingly, the area of Chicago where I grew up has turned red. It's firefighters, it's cops, it's working class Joes.
Why is that?
That it turned red?
Yeah.
I think for a lot of these people, they feel that the Democratic establishment has abandoned them on a few issues. The mass migration that we saw, or the large migration, call it whatever you want.
Wasn't there a huge, like you're saying, wasn't there a huge migration of blue to red and red to blue, right? You made that claim.
You mean like California to Texas?
Sure.
And New York
Inner
to
city
Florida,
Chicago to outer city Chicago, suburbs, things like that.
Yeah, the people in my neighborhood didn't really move. They didn't have the money to do so.
Sure.
So there is a large migration. It doesn't mean every neighborhood migrated, but particularly for where I grew up, it's interesting that the politics of the neighborhood kind of tracked alongside myself. Like in 2016, I was for Bernie. The area where I grew up, it was like largely blue. I didn't vote for anybody. In 2020, I said, I guess I'm going to vote for Trump. Those are things I don't like about him, but here's what I agree with him, what I don't like.
Why did you vote for him?
Well,
it was
unfortunately,
funny.
I think one of the big issues with Afghanistan, and I'm not going to say Trump's done well with Iran, particularly, you know what I mean? But there was an issue of, for one, I was for Tulsi Gabbard. I donated the maximum to Tulsi and to Andrew Yang.
How's Tulsi doing?
Moderately well. I mean, she's not particularly in the political limelight as of right now, but I do.
Not particularly in the political limelight. When was this episode filmed? You know she got, like, kicked out, right? Wait, hello? Did I miss something?
I do believe she's going to try and run a spoiler candidacy against Democrats.
Sure.
But
How's Andrew Yang doing?
Andrew Yang not doing so well. I mean, he's got the Ford Party, but...
Why do you think that?
Why do I think what?
Why do you think that Andrew Yang is not succeeding in today's day?
Because I believe the Democratic machine, like they did to Bernie, ices out anybody who wants to actually win up on a populist grassroots level. And I don't know how to vote for someone like Joe Biden, who I think is evil. And I think him and the administration, Hillary Clinton, have done such horrible things that I said, we need... Like, Andrew Yang was my principal guy. A big fan of Tulsi as well, largely because she had military service and was in opposition to these foreign wars. And when we didn't get it for the second time, I said, I guess I'm voting for Donald Trump for a few reasons. He was the only one talking about why we need trade controls. And I agree with these trade controls, but I fully recognize that they do cause short-term economic damage. And that's bad for a lot of people.
The rocketers have to, like, fire. They have to have an open line. They can't be in the middle, right? They can't shoot through things. They have to be at the edge of your ship.
Why are we in the position, or why, as a country, did we end up in that issue with trade? Why did that happen?
There's a lot of arguments for it. If you go back to the 90s, you can look at these general free trade agreements. The belief from a lot of individuals is that when there's trade agreements between countries, you prevent war.
Who passed those?
These laws? Yeah. They go back to both parties since 1950.
Sure.
So
but in the 50s, who passed? Like, where did they align?
Hawaii? Was it Hawaii?
We call it the Uniparty.
I would say they'd probably be pretty close to the center, right? One would call them a moderate.
We call them the Uniparty. Okay. I don't think moderate's the right way to describe a cabal of elites who lie about their views, who attract the most voters possible and steal power from the working class.
Sure.
Like moderate just means.
So if you believe that, what are your views? In 1950, where are you voting? Where are you casting your vote?
Oh, I'm not voting for any of these people.
Well, so
to be fair, I think we're the products of the 1950s. We have all very strange political views. But I would say right now, are you familiar with the liberal economic order?
Yes.
I think it was insane. And then the policies that we got from it leading up to before Trump came in was the continuance of this policy by which the United States imposes economic sanctions and military. We'll just call it.
This is why you can never send the far lefties to debate like if somebody's going to do the populist grift because they'll end up agreeing on everything basically.
And they thought, you know what, this will prevent World War III, and did it? No.
So how
entered into
that?
Foreign sovereign nations and took away the rights of the people to vote as they wish.
How is that different, like the central bank entity, right? How is that different than most of the individuals on the right taking money from AIPAC?
that's not a good thing. I don't agree with that. Those are bad things.
Then why do you actively support that? Why do you actively support a president who's made billions of dollars since he's taken office? Why do you support that as somebody who loved Bernie?
The simple answer is the things that I align with, clearly you don't align with, and that puts me in a Trump position as opposed to a Democrat position.
Sure.
You have a lot of politicians on the Democrat side who got behind authoritarian practices during COVID. I'm not going to support those individuals.
So, but the authoritarian practices today, you're willing to look past?
Some of them, yes.
Come on, man. Come on.
Like, do you want me to lie to you and equivocate and pretend that I think
I like my authoritarian policies.
And I'm so thankful that you're being honest. And I'm glad these cameras can see that, and I hope your fan base can.
And I say this every single night on my show. It is silly that you get people who come on here and try to defend the indefensible. Like, sometimes you're a conservative and you're wrong. Sometimes you're a Democrat and you're wrong.
Sure.
It's silly to come here and be like, no matter what the argument is, I have to tribalistically
now this
defend something
is
that's
P.F.
stupid.
Young's
But here's the
enlightened
issue. There are
centrism.
things that Democrats have done that terrify me and I cannot support. Now, that being said,
is there good that they've done?
There's a possibility. The one thing I like to shout out for Joe Biden is banking and ATM issues. I know it seems a little light, but I can't believe that the right attacked Joe Biden on the issue of trying to get rid of ATM fees. I know it might sound so light, but you got to start from the bottom.
It sounds like a very safe Republican moderate belief. And that's and dude, you are entitled to have those beliefs.
Yeah.
And like, we live in this country. We are allowed to disagree. This Constitution that you allege is fully eroded, we still have the ability to do this, and that fucking rules. But I will say, we've all seen what's been going on in our country this summer. We've been holding the World Cup here. We've been seeing people come here and see this country for what it truly is, and they fucking love it.
They love it.
Right?
It's great.
What do they love about it?
Well, I love when they went to Chicago and got the deep dish pizza.
Right.
I love the people who said
Where'd that
they
deep dish pizza come from?
Giordano's?
Yeah. Okay, that's that last name. That doesn't sound like an American last name. Where'd that pizza come from?
It came from America.
Immigrants.
It didn't.
No, it didn't.
Chicago-style deep dish came from Chicago.
But it's
let's say the descendants of immigrants, if you want to get technical.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is these
because American-style pizza was uniquely American and distinct from Italian-style pizza.
Totally.
Thanks.
I
Do you know where
completely
chicken
agree.
tikka masala comes
But it's
from?
still pizza.
Do you know where chicken tikka masala
It is a
comes
British
from?
inclination.
British, we know.
I get it. Like, I fully get it, man.
We agree. It's amazing.
You are talking to a 365-pound man with a knife tattoo. You think I don't know where tikka masala is from, dog?
We love it. We agree.
I mean, I don't love that it's their national dish.
Bro, I'm part Korean. I had family who fled war and came to America and were welcomed in the beautiful bosom of this nation to live an amazing life.
Then why are you voting for an entity that wants to erase that?
They don't want to erase it. I think you have a misconception. I think it comes down to, I look at a Biden administration that brings in there's wide estimates from 4 to even upwards of 20 million, right? And if you pick what number you think is right or what's wrong, it doesn't matter. We saw mass migration into this country on a large scale, and I think that is bad for the economy. I think it's bad for the younger generation, and I see ideologies pushed by Democratic Party politicians and activists that I think are detrimental to the future of the younger generation of this country, namely my child.
So we keep talking about this Civil War issue, these secessions and everything. The big issue that's going on geopolitically is we've got a massive fucking target on our back. Wouldn't you want more people to be in this country to fight against that? Wouldn't you want more hands?
What's the target? Who's the threat?
We are. Israel, through us, is a threat. So we have.
But you're saying like there's going to be retaliation in the United States from
absolutely.
terror targets?
They are hanging banners calling for the assassination of our sitting president. Yeah. And I don't agree with that. I don't want that to happen. If that were to happen, I do not like the outcome that's going to.
I don't see how bringing in more people from around the world, which whether right or wrong, changes that.
Isn't a larger country stronger? Isn't China vastly more advanced than we are?
Not necessarily. No.
Yes,
like,
they are.
Is India? Like they have high levels of poverty in certain areas. I think
they exist within a caste system. That is.
Wait, is that real? Can somebody fact check that? India has really high levels of poverty in certain areas? That's fucking crazy. Holy shit.
We're comparing different things.
I think the United States likes to put on these airs, particularly Republicans, about how everything's perfect and great when it's not. You've got slums. Japan does this. China does this. Yeah. It's hard to gauge which country is going to be the pinnacle of success of their ground populations.
I don't want us to be the pinnacle. I want us to be the country that we should be.
Which is?
A country that continues to change and grow and develop and welcome people in.
I'm going to pause here. We are out of time. So I want to thank you both. I want to thank all the debaters.
It was great, man.
Woo! Guys, we came together.
I loved it.
We came together and we loved,
guys. That is not easy.
Loved.
Would you like to continue this conversation on our podcast?
Yeah, absolutely.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, thank you.
And I love that you guys watched and tuned in. Thank you for watching and catch us next time.
I think it was great. I think everybody did a pretty good job.
Each other.
As long as we're trying to have a real conversation and get to the heart of it, things usually work out well. Although there was that one guy who seemed really mad at me.
I came here holding Tim to a very high standard.
God damn it, David.
That of at least
you did us
5-year-old
dirty. You were supposed to be the civility debater, and instead, you were just mean to poor Tim, the beanie guy.
Grade school.
I mostly think that Tim doesn't care about what the fallout of his rhetoric is. He's primarily focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's generating profit.
Well, when you tell me that because I want to vote for what I believe and I'm making civil war happen, that's just proving my point.
I think Tim stood on his own 2 feet about his beliefs. He did not lie about his perspective beliefs, but I do believe that his beliefs are inherently cowardly.
People, they get their view of me from clips presented by progressives who,
Out of context.
they accuse me of grifting. I would counter with, if they watched my show even one time, they wouldn't come to me and try and make arguments that I don't believe in.
Wow.
Yeah, cover them up.
Jesus Christ. Dan, the iguanas, they're coming for him. What is this? Another HaSLOP.
You said you wouldn't vote for.
Was this recent or was this? Oh no, 4 months ago.
For Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance
Yeah.
in 2028.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people, including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think like this is the problem. You know, when the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through. You know, the people who say they're building a movement would like rather preserve their own power than do what winning requires and hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter. Okay, because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won and decide you're going to be the sincere candidate that ends up, dealing with the growth of migration in this country. It's a failure. If you were serious about being an anti-fascist, if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously.
Cringe. Okay. What?
Don't fucking talk to me like that.
What would you like, Danielson?
Yeah, that's better. How you doing?
Okay, chilling.
How was your thing?
It was okay. I got to talk to a lot of people behind the scenes, so that was fun.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So you got some massage shit going on then?
Always,
Interesting. Well, that's good. How's Darius? Has he lost his marbles? Are him and Xena a permanent thing yet?
No. Did Xena come back to him or something? Is that a thing that's happening?
It's only a matter of time.
Nah. My boy Darius knows when to chill.
You don't think that that's a couple that's made to be together?
He'll be fine. I believe. I trust the plan.
Huh. Wait, what's the plan?
That Darius is the man.
I don't think Darius knows the plan. I don't think he has a plan.
Why are you snarking Darius?
I watched I'm sorry, I mean to. I watched a video today on your car. Did you know that your car was a joint collaboration between Ford and Volvo? And it's kind of a unique vehicle amongst the Ford lineup?
Yeah, why? What about it?
I mean, did you know that or not?
Yeah, I think they were all even made. I think they were made in Germany before they shipped them over. There weren't that many of them, but yeah. That's why usually it turns heads for the sub or the compact owners, or whatever, just because it's not as common of a car. But any like STI driver or like Evo drivers or whatever will be like, oh, and then sometimes the GTI and the SI. Drivers what about it?
Yeah, they took a like the frame of it is very interesting. They use 4 different types of metal. Like even though it's a small car, Volvo did a lot of engineering to try and keep it safe. So there's like different types of structural metals that they use, which apparently is very rare to do you know, for a normal car. Basically, most cars just use same type of steel across the board, but they have like boron infused steel for like the firewall and a few other places, and then they have like, you know, more bendy steel for the crumple zones and shit. And apparently the rear end of your vehicle, since it's an all-wheel drive vehicle, was something that Ford invented that they brought to the relationship. I don't know, it's kind of cool. It's interesting to learn about this like freak fucking car that you're driving.
Oh. Yeah? I didn't know all that stuff, but cool.
What even made you decide to go with this one in the first place? I don't even remember.
I really liked it on a test drive. And then when I looked at the, with the little bit of the history I read into it, it seemed like an interesting, unique car. You know, you had the Mustang EcoBoost engine, and then the manufacturing process I know was different. I didn't know all these details, but I knew it was quite different from the other cars. And yeah, they were only going to make it, I think, do 2 runs of them in a pretty limited edition. And yeah, the big thing that sold me on it was the it's fast, but the all-wheel drive was really cool. That's what pushed me over the edge between that and like the Honda Civic and the, I think the WRX STI I think was only front wheel, right?
No, that's yeah. Those Subarus are all all-wheel drive. Would you
are those
you get a rear-wheel drive vehicle?
Would I get a real? I don't know. Maybe I like the all-wheel drives are just like super.
Well, they're good in Nebraska, obviously.
Well, they're good everywhere. They handle very, very, very well.
Well, it's good for launches and traction. But I think once you're, actually, I'm not sure if it would be better. No, all-wheel drive car. If you're gonna do, if you're gonna do a race around a fucking drag strip or something, not a drag strip, but like a Nuremberg, no, not Nuremberg, whatever the fuck the name of that goddamn ring is. Like, if you're gonna go around a racetrack or some shit, that a rear-wheel drive car would actually be faster because there's some efficiency loss from the
your powertrain
drive shit.
Yeah, you're losing some horsepower from it. Yeah, that's probably true. But I mean, tracks are designed literally for like perfect driving conditions, right? So being able to fucking drift around corners or whatever is probably going to be a driver skill thing that's going to be better than just a permanent powertrain loss of having an all-wheel drive car. That's probably true. Yeah. Although to be fair, I mean, I know you can put these things in like track mode, so it diverts a lot of the power to the rear wheel. But I'm sure that the all-wheel drive system is probably still a bit of a drag. I'm sure it's more mechanically complicated or whatever bullshit, but yeah.
Did you you happen to watch my little Hassan Piker thing I put together?
I think I retweeted it. Does that count?
No, it only counts if you watched it.
I think I did, but I was tired when I did, so I might have fallen asleep. Why? What about it?
It is the most perfect, complete Dogtober 7th documentary that's ever been made.
Wow.
There was shit that I was forgetting about that came back to me as I was putting this together.
Yeah.
Okay? That's all I'm going to tell you. There's so many lies that Hassan... Did you know that Hassan's dog was in a fucking shock collar commercial?
Oh, I didn't, but I saw somebody tweet that out, so it might be... Yeah, maybe they saw it in your video, but I did see that, yeah.
The shit is so unbelievably funny. Oh my God. And going back to when he was silently saying place to the dog when he can no longer shock it anymore. And you're like, huh, I guess that place training wasn't bad. But the worst shit is when I found, there's a clip of Hassan shocking his dog. He doesn't even say place. He just fucking shocks her. And she's not even not on the bed. She's on the bed, just not in a good angle. So he fucking shocks the dog.
Damn.
Yeah.
Some evil shit.
Pretty fucking crazy. Yeah. You gotta keep that in mind the next time Hassan does one of these "judge me by my enemies" tweets. Get a lot of like Kaya compilation going up to retweet it with.
Oh, I liked the who did I retweet? Was it Black Cat or something with the, or no, it wasn't. It was some other meme. It was like "judge me by my enemies."
Yeah, the golden retriever.
And it was just like a ton of like cute animal things. Yeah.
Oh man. So Moot's gonna be down here soon, right? When's that?
I don't know. Ask him. Isn't it like a couple days?
Damn. Is it a couple days?
He's gonna be here at least for my court.
They're
case,
not gonna.
right?
They're certainly not gonna delay, right?
I mean, I feel like they would have said by now. How long Didn't they give a week's notice or something before?
I don't know. You're the fucking expert.
I think so. The question is just how much we're going to go over this, and then how cringe it could possibly be for this. Like the best case scenario would be the judge screams at them for trying to file more like sanction shit and for trying to waste time on this when they have no evidence of their initial claims, basically. And then saying that she's ruling favorably on our MSJ and, you know, everybody get fucked. That would be like the best outcome. And then the worst outcome would be the docket is so busy and she doesn't know. And she's like, I guess, I don't know, maybe there's more evidence that they need. So let's just reopen discovery and kick everything down the road in 6 months. Would be the worst thing.
Yeah, that would be, that'd be not good. But, you know, God saves his strongest challenges for his strongest soldiers. So,
yeah, I'm just wasting all my time, you know.
Well, it could be worse.
I could be Jewish.
Well, that'd be better then.
Would it be?
Sure.
Why is that?
Well, then you'd get at least the $7,000 a month.
Okay, true.
Did you do anything else exciting today?
Nope, not really. Today? Oh, I just flew back today. And then streamed, you know.
Where's Moot been? How come I haven't seen him in here?
Didn't you guys stream this morning?
Yeah, but normally he keeps streaming after also.
Maybe he's got shit going on. Maybe he's got stuff to do, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe he had the inside track, you know?
No, why? Are you guys like not talking or something, or?
No, we're not. We had a huge fight. We're not talking anymore.
Ooh, damn.
Makes the morning show very awkward.
It's gonna be super awkward.
Just trying to put my hat on and think some stuff. Oh, I did catch the j-stalker and Doobie being on Connor's stream.
Jesus.
I mean, what, you know, that's the expected path to take, right?
The expected anti-fan path to take?
Well, no, that's the expected, like, I expect nothing, like, that's exactly what I would expect j-stalk to do. It's a smart move, right? To try and be like, listen, we want to grow our, you know, it's like you're playing fucking Risk or something and they're trying to grow their empire. The smartest way to do it is to latch onto other communities. For sure.
Oh, well, yeah, but I don't think they're trying to grow. They're just trying to cut me off or
they're trying to grow by absorb it.
Nah, because they can't. I don't think they're ever going to find much in Connor's community. The only thing they can do is destroy that community, right? Because it's just not a community that's like attuned to super drama stuff. So like what's happening right now with Connor is a lot of those people are just going to fall off.
Well, they won't fall off. It's just that they're gonna, like, a portion of them will, well, maybe there'll be some fall off. I'm not sure. I mean, granted, it's all, you know, snarker on snarker violence, so I don't really give a shit. But I think with this situation, the goal is to try and steer the coverage of Connor's content, but also to try and get more audience for themselves as well. But the thing is that, you know, it's kind of a little bit evil because when they do this, right, they're coming in there and they're basically like trying to absorb what parts of, I don't know how many people Connor streams to, but they're trying to absorb that audience to them. Well, j-stalk is to himself. And I wonder if Connor knows, like, hey, you know, these guys aren't still going to be donating to you in 2 months. You know, this is kind of like a, what's the term here? Pump and dump that our buddy Zerka you'd like to use in that situation here?
Yeah, I feel like the problem for a lot of these people is people just think that they're too smart to fall for it. Like, I think that was a huge problem with, like, the soy pill, is they're just like, well, nah, I see what people are doing, so this would never, like, exert any undue influence over me because I'm, you know, fully aware of what's going on and I could never be manipulated that way. I think for a lot of them, it's just that is what happens.
Did I hear today on the thing that he was going to, that it was working on him?
Who?
On Connor. It did work on him, that he was like, yeah, well, I'm going to have to tell my mods, you know, I'm going to try this thing out. Because that's, I think, expected. I don't know. Maybe you held him in higher regard than I did. I was like 100% resigned to the fact that, like, oh yeah, this guy is 100% gonna fucking absolutely go on the on that snark train. Because he's not gonna be I mean, come on, bro. It's kind of like a Lycan situation if you think about it a little bit. It's not like this is like the most difficult person to pull over and do the meme. It would be very easy.
Well, I mean, once he went down the road of the of like getting so insanely fucking personal, at that point, yeah, it was kind of fucked. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say the other thing is, like, he just doesn't stand a chance with, like, those guys going at the community. Like, the community can only, like, defend itself for so long before they essentially, you know, give up and kind of, I guess, as you say, get absorbed or fall off will be the options.
They can only... Wait, what do you mean? Or say that again?
So, like, Connor's community is, it seems like it's trying to fight it off right now.
Yeah, his mods all are, yeah, for sure. And then some of the community people just leave.
His mods and his community, right? But that won't last forever. So eventually, Connor will either stop it, let it keep going, or not. But the only outcomes really here, regardless, are that he's going to either like lose a portion of his community, as you said, like the fall off, or they'll keep fighting it, because the community as itself can't just keep defending itself forever. They'll need him to fucking step in and do something, and I doubt he'll want to. So
yeah, I mean, it just depends on, I guess, if he wants to go down that road, but chances are he would just lose most of the people that watch him, and then, because that's already what's happened. That's kind of what he was complaining about, I think, today.
Yeah, well, is what it is. Why did Andrew Wilson do such a shit job at that debate when he was dealing with a fucking moron? Because I do think that he's smarter and probably a better debater than Candace Owens. So why the fuck did he get dog walked?
I don't know if that's true. There's a couple of issues plaguing him. One, I actually don't know how much this factors into people. I truly am, like, not to virtue signal my libness too hard or whatever, but I'm not like a bigoted person in any way that I like think of my approach to people. Like, I would never have a debate with somebody coming up and I'm like, they're black, you know, they're probably fucking retarded. Like, it's a woman, you know, should be easy. Like these thoughts have never crossed my mind. I don't know if for somebody like Andrew Wilson, if that does factor in. I really am truly not sure how far like the sexist rhetoric like carries over. Like, if you don't think women should vote, do you really worry about losing a debate to one? I truly don't know. I'm not saying that to be like, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I have no idea.
Oh, interesting.
That's one thing. I think the second thing is, I think that people like me make it look easy. I think the issue for people like Andrew is they spend so much time just like beating up on randoms that they debate. They just think that they're like king shit, and they never, you know how people like smurf in video games all the time?
Oh, you know what it also could be? Yes, I do know what you're saying, but you know what else it could be? It could be the fucking Zerka effect. Like, you're a fucking a good debater, but I bet Zerka would fucking molest you if you were having a flat Earth debate. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't compete because he has all that like weird, esoteric, niche knowledge, and it's like you're dealing with a guy who spent his entire life trying to like outdo every possible talking point there is on flat Earth shit, and it's just annoying. And I feel like maybe talking with Candace Owens could be that, and you're like, you know, like,
yeah, I was
the
gonna say,
Jews don't have space lasers.
Yeah, a little bit too is a thing that Andrew probably, because he's on the conspiracy side so much, debating like libtards and shit. Like, Andrew gets to practice so many fun debate things. Like, we joke about it sometimes, how much fun it would be to be like a Republican, where you just like wake up and it's like, whoo, what lies do we get to tell today? And how many fucking retarded things can we say today that it's just like has no basis in reality? Like, oh, this is gonna be fucking awesome, you know? But being on the lib side is like really hard because you got to account for all their bullshit arguments, and you kind of have to understand your own shit to know like what even a good argument is. But Andrew is debating somebody who not only is Candace, she is smart. Say what you want about her. She's a smart lady. She's a conservative type, and all conservatives are fucking shameless, and they have no obligation whatsoever to play in the realm of fact whatsoever. So not only is he debating somebody who's willing to engage in all the dirty tricks that he engages in, which she does, she's also willing to lie, and he's trying actually to defend like the truthful side of the argument for once in his life on the substance, which is also really hard for him. So I think it was probably just, there were a lot of things that were going against him in that debate, and I don't think he was prepared for how difficult it actually would be. And yeah, I don't know if I'm not sure if Andrew has ever had, besides me, I guess, like a difficult debate before, you know? And even for me, like what's the ones that we've done on the substance, it was all like squirmy, wiggle, like did you ever watch the debate that we did on the insurrection stuff?
Yeah, but how long ago was that?
It was a long time ago, but it was just like an autistic 2-hour, struggle session over what's the definition of insurrection, and this is everything is definition, internal critique, definition, internal critique, definition. But here, he showed up to defend a positive argument. He was putting forth an argument for once, not just trying to tear down somebody else's. And then Candace was just playing defense the whole time in all the bad faith ways that Andrew normally would. And Andrew didn't have a strong command of the facts. I am shocked that he didn't even read through the indictment. Apparently, he didn't even read the indictment, let alone follow any of the case or anything like that. That was crazy.
Well, I saw that point. I don't know if I really would give that much of a shit. He was like, which charge do you think is incorrect? Like,
he wanted to bring forth the legal argument.
Pedantic.
You should. It's not pedantic. It's material.
Well,
you should know what he. But it also demonstrates.
It also
demonstrates whether or not you know anything about like what the case at all. There's no way that you could know anything about the case and not know at the very least what the charges are, because everything in the indictment, everything in the trial, everything that the prosecutor is going to bring up with regards to the evidentiary hearings and what can be allowed into trial and not are all going to revolve around what the charges are, because that's at the end of the day what you're arguing towards. So the fact that he didn't even know them, that's like it shows me that he didn't do any reading at all about this, which is insane to me.
So this is another thought I had. It kind of plays into your anti-Semitism. I guess war with PISSCO or whatever right now. So this whole idea of like, how do you define something, which just seems like where it goes. Like you're like, okay, I'm drawing the line in the sand. I'm saying PISSCO is anti-Semitic because of doing this. And he's like, well, define what that is. Define what that is. And it seems like every conversation with people like this turns into just a hyper fixated, like, well, what exactly do you mean when you say this? Okay, that, but what about when you say this? What do you mean there? And it's like, well, I feel like we have to find a good solution to deal with this moving forward. Because, like, for instance, if I was to say, PISSCO, I'm your father. And he's like, well, no, you're not. And I was like, how could you say that you know that I'm not your father? What are you talking about? How do you know I'm not your father? Is it impossible I'm your father? And you say, yes, it's impossible that I'm your father. And be like, no, it's not impossible. It's unlikely. But I could absolutely, when I was younger, I could have been drugged, taken to a facility. They took my sperm and put it in your mother. We have no fucking idea. It's 100% possible. It's absolutely possible. So when you say I'm not your father, you have to explain what you mean. Like the basic what I'm saying here is like there is no. I don't feel it's a ground that you should cede to them anymore. At all. It should always be, what is the likely explanation? If we were to show this to 100 people, what would 90 of them think? And if 90 of them would think you're an anti-Semite, or if 90 of them would think you're not an anti-Semite, that should be the status quo of how we define these words, functionally speaking, moving forward.
Yeah, but repeat that last part again.
So we should use our words to kind of be like, listen, I'm not going to define what the word an anti-Semite is to you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if I was to go to 100 people and say, hey, under this circumstance, if this happened, do you think that person would be an anti-Semite? Yes or no? And if 9 out of 10 of those people would say yes, that we would be like, okay, that is now that's the functional definition, because words themselves are nothing more than, lossy explanations of our thoughts in the first place. They're not exact. I don't know the best way to put it. They're not like exact descriptors. So that all we have is how do people feel about the situation.
Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. Well, people just need to be. I mean, people are just.
You hear what I'm saying, right? Like,
no, I understand what you're saying. It's just people just have to clarify.
Yeah.
People need to go into the arguments with like a much stronger, more confident foundation. You can't let PISSCO lead the argument at all, because the problem is that PISSCO is using words for like logical argumentation that nobody uses the words like that, right? So if I were to tell you, like, is it possible? Like, is it possible that you're
actually?
Is
it
possible that you're like? Is it, no, I don't want to do it because I've rolled this argument so many times. But like, if I ask you, like, is it possible that like you're like Nathan's dad or whatever, right? Like you're saying, like PISSCO would evaluate this and like, is it logically possible? Like, there's not a contradiction there, and if you can't demonstrate a contradiction, then technically it's possible. Whereas most people, when they say the word possible in layman terms, they mean that there's like it's like they're talking about like probability of like what is a thing, like a probability of a thing happening, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that he'll hinge onto that instead of just answering, right?
Yeah, but then you just have to clarify. You just clarify and you just say, when I say possible, I mean, like, is it probable? Like, what do you, like, give an estimate, give a percentage chance estimate, I think is what I would say.
Yeah. So, like, all these, like, even the example I think that you would acknowledge, is it possible to be a Holocaust denier and not be an anti-Semite? Sure. You could be fucking psychotic. You could be someone that is a historian that's been kept in a room their entire life and fed deliberate misinformation. Like, there's a million reasons why. You could have come from an alternate reality where it actually didn't happen. And like, all of these things are like fair things to say. You're like, hey, you're not anti-Semitic. I'm a time traveler. What you want me to say? I saw another reality. It didn't happen. Like, it is true that it's possible, but it's also true that that's not likely, and that if you're in those circumstances and you're doing that it has to be extraordinary, is what I would say.
Sure.
But yeah, the whole thing here is that I think that a lot of time could just be saved with this shit to be like, what do you think most people would think here?
Yeah,
but most people think this.
You can try to ask him that, but usually he won't engage with that. But you could force it. Yeah. What do you think? How do you think the average person would? And then just appeal to like a reasonable person standard. How would the like, how would a reasonable person evaluate that? You could ask them that, but I don't know. It's hard. I don't know how you would respond because they never debate me. They just debate other people about things I say. So it's hard to know, I guess.
What is the So I was surprised to hear about the pondering stuff. So what happened there exactly?
I think it's just he's part of like the other crew of people that cover shit. So it's too much. It's just easier to be on the same team on all this stuff.
Interesting. Predictions on if Hassan will actually drop legal docs on Jennings.
It would just be such a bad idea.
I have a theory that he is announcing that he's doing this and saying that he's doing this because he's trying to scare off additional coverage of him, and that he won't do it actually. And even if he does, it'll be like,
yeah. But I think the issue,
just a cease and dismiss.
This is why I'm not going to send anything out until my court case is done. So I have 100% strong ground to stand on. The scary thing is that if you start threatening stuff like this and you don't follow it up for real, I think people take anything you say very, very not seriously. And then I feel like you're going to invite so much more shit that's going to be said about you.
I do wonder if he's going to actually go through with it, though. I mean, he's said multiple times he will now, but man.
Yeah, but he can always say, like, my agent said not to, and my whatever. Eventually, we reached an agreement, especially because I feel like a lot of these guys are a lot closer behind the scenes than they let on. Like, I doubt that Hassan is personally friends with him, but I bet that, like, his talent agency, who clearly is pretty influential in terms of getting interviews and stuff, I'm sure that they have connections with people that are talent at Fox News and shit. And so I'm sure they're in some kind of talks or something with each other. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, did you see that guy is that motherfucker is about to be the new Caroline Leavitt?
Scott Jennings?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't know. Was that official? Or I know that people have mentioned it, but I don't know if it's like an official thing yet.
It seems like he's going to be the guy. I don't think it's official yet, though.
If that happens, it'd be pretty funny.
You think there's hope for the mending of the Josiah shit or not?
I feel like I'm a little bit ahead of the curve on a lot of my political stuff. So I feel like in a year or two, I think people, or maybe it'll even be in the general, people will realize that this stuff is probably not good. I felt like over the past, I always say past year, I don't know at the time, I have to check, but I feel like my predictions for stuff have been pretty on point for quite a while now. Like I feel like I called a lot of this Hassan stuff like pretty precisely, and like the way that they would attack, the fact that Hassan is never going to get deplatformed, like none of his stuff is threatened whatsoever, like he's not worried about getting Twitch banned or anything, but he's being used as like a cudgel to attack the entire Democratic Party, and they're going to be pulling out all these fucking clips because the libs aren't like holding him accountable on anything, and the Republicans are not going to be anywhere near as friendly with him as all the little spineless libs are. So I feel like all of that's happening, but I mean, I guess, I don't know, we'll see, who knows.
What is the rules, by the way? Like, I don't know this, but with defamation, right? When they, because I will say that like the clips of Hassan they used, like he was impersonating someone else, so it was bad, right? That would be like if you were making fun of a Nazi being like, well, what do you want me to say? I got this here field, or whatever, that type of shit. But they played it as if it was him saying it. Is there some sort of standard that is like, well, he was impersonating someone, he didn't actually mean that, if all they do is play the clips and they don't state that?
I mean, it's definitely bad faith. The only thing that would be scary to me if I was Hassan is that political speech is like your most cherished and protected and valuable category of speech. So this is going to be like the hardest subject matter area for Hassan to win anything in. And man, would it look really bad to lose a lawsuit like this, because it like now you can say you're like officially whatever the guy said, You should look, if you ever get bored, something that will blow your fucking mind is, and I don't think it's that long, the original New York Times v. Sullivan case. Are you familiar with it at all?
I think
that was that reporting on that was really off. They got some facts and characterizations of the events that had transpired. I think Sullivan, I think he was the name of the police chief. I think things that they accused him of saying or doing, and they were completely factually wrong. The original New York Times v. Sullivan case was really surprising when I read the set of facts for that. Again, I don't think it's that long, but so I mean, like in that case, because it was protected speech, like or because it was political speech, there's just so much deference in the courts given to that yeah, it would be, even if somebody's like completely wrong. Like you have to be very, very, very narrow, I think, on what you're going after somebody for.
So this guy, Swan Marcus.
I saw him talking about the pedophile stuff because Hassan had made those claims about him, right?
That's way more dangerous for Hassan, is it not? Because he did this against a private person, and he was told that it was wrong.
So the pedophile stuff, in my mind, is going to be a lot worse because ignore the per se aspect and not proving damages. I think it's a lot harder to make a political argument there than like Hassan said America did 9/11 and was saying this thing about black people and blah, blah, blah. Like these are all, regardless of how wrong or right they might be, these are heavily political topics, super heavy political polarization on both sides of this. Just calling somebody like a rapist or a pedophile or whatever, though, I think is a lot harder to justify the political nature of that speech. But I mean, I don't know if this guy would ever sue Hassan on that or how long.
Well, he said he would. He said that if there was any, any movement at all, that he would go forward with it. I hope he would.
I would also, I don't know how this works in terms of like civil litigation, but one thing that I would be petrified of is like for any tort or things you're trying to satisfy the elements of like, let's say like actual malice. Like imagine you're in a court document making the argument that this guy tweeted this same claim 5 times. He should know, based on how big and popular I am, and based on what I know he's seen on the internet, he should have known that this was wrong. Therefore, it must be actual malice. Like, I don't know if this works this way, but if somebody would have used that argument as the plaintiff in a court case, well, imagine then that they've done that same thing to you, and you're a plaintiff in a court case against them now, like you sue them. Like, could you not cite to their standard that they use? Like, well, this guy argued that he felt as though this is the actual malice standard been met, and he's done all these things to me. So clearly, even if we wouldn't say ordinarily that this, rises to the level of actual malice, he thought it did, which shows the state of mind that he was being defamatory with the way that he, like, I don't know if it works that way, but like that would be interesting to me,
Yeah. The one thing I'm nervous about is, didn't Fox News weasel out of a defamation lawsuit by saying, listen, no one takes us seriously? And also, I can't believe Elon Musk got off of his pedophile comments towards someone else as well. And it's like, if you can get off with what he did, right? Because he called some guy that was trying to build a sub, he said this fucking pedophile, and he got off. It's like, what the fuck?
I would have to go back and check the actual. I know that people like to cite that as a meme, but I don't know what the actual argument was there. Maybe that was a legitimate argument, depending on what they were fighting on. But I don't know the underlying claims made, and I don't know what show was being attacked. Like if this was like a pundit news show, and Tucker Carlson was saying like, I think this guy he's a fucking murderer or something. He's like, well, it is a pundit, it is entertainment. He's not doing like reporting. He didn't actually report a murder. Like there's things that you can say that are like they seem like actionable, verifiable, true or false statements, but like. They're not. So do you know Tilly, that one blonde girl that had her big Charlie Kirk debate moment? Then Andrew fights with her sometimes?
No.
Andrew said that she was going to sue him because she said that he was a rapist. And when Andrew said that, it sounded like she had claimed, she was making like a rape allegation claim against him. But when you go back and you listen to her talking to Erudite, this isn't it exactly, I'm just gonna go, but she was like talking about like, oh, like Andrew thinks that women should be forced to like submit to their husbands even if they don't want to have sex or whatever. Like Andrew's a rapist. Like, well, she's not really saying there that like he raped somebody. Like she's giving an opinion on his behavior and his political view. So like it's different than saying like I'm making a rape accusation against him versus somebody else, So I would have to see like what that we're just an entertainment thing standard or what that statement was about, what Fox News was actually being sued for there to know. I guess if I super disagree or not with that.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck the Elon Musk thing survived.
I don't know if didn't they settle on that? I'm not sure. But it was also this like international shit too, which is always fucking annoying to deal with, so.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, not that I have any fucking idea, but I imagine it is. Man. Crazy how fucking time flies, huh?
Wacky world out there.
Who else is going to be here besides Moot for the old
court case?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see who's in town.
Talk about the new Avengers trailer. I feel like did I miss some? Because I don't know who the fuck that guy is.
Dr. Doom?
Yeah.
Isn't he the?
I thought he died.
The new big bad guy?
He was a rapper.
Good one.
Well, obviously he's a bad guy, but I don't know what the fuck he is.
His name, he must be a bad guy. His name is Dr. Doom, right? Holy shit. Who's Hayden Panettiere, best known for a role in Heroes and Nashville.
I know who that is. She's hot.
Not anymore.
What about her? What? What do you mean? Why? What happened to her?
She died.
She's a cheerleader. Wait, how the fuck she died?
I don't know. 36 years old, though. She's dead.
What? That's younger than me. That's not allowed. How?
Responded to an incident. Police responded. She had been complaining about back pain in the past year. Apparently nobody knows yet. Or there's not a public statement on it. Jeez.
Man, we were talking about Heroes yesterday. That was a big show for its time, by the way.
Well,
you probably didn't watch it.
Nope.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Don't forget your thought, but I have my thought, okay?
No, I was making fun of you. Yeah, what's your thought?
Oh. Steam cleaners. I want to get one. Okay. And I was going to do research, but I was like, you know what? I know the guy that knows everything there is to know about fucking steam cleaners. So now I get to actually do it. Should I buy the Amazon one that plugs into the wall? Or are all of them going to be garbage? Tell me. Because what I want to do is I want to be able to steam clean the carpet of my car and like carpets in my house and shit.
I don't know. I feel like it depends on what the thing is that is on your floor. I always felt like for like things like food stains or like dirt stuff, so like where the carpet is just like dirtied up, and like spilled drinks and stuff, that shit comes out if you have like a steam cleaner super easily. But if you have the biggest things that would piss people off were traffic areas, because what happens is you're walking over it so much, the fibers just start to unwind. Those will always look dull and not good, and there's nothing you can do to clean those. But I mean, the steam cleaner is probably fine to clean out easy things. Yeah.
But you did the one with like the steam cleaner that was in the truck, and then you brought in tubes, correct?
Yeah, those were bad boys. Nothing is better than that. But I mean, like, you're not gonna fucking buy a fucking truck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy a truck. But is there anything in between the one that you plug in to a 110 volt outlet? Is there
I mean, we had a thing, we call them the portable, but you can get like a portable thing, yeah, but that are big that you have to fill with 20 gallons. I don't remember how much water. I'm guessing yours is going to be smaller than that. But the problem is, as soon as you're working with like portable shit, like you're limited so much by the wattage and everything in the house. Yeah, your best bet is probably like having like a good like pre-spray and then like scrubbing, whatever is appropriate for the carpet. And
Bro, how much I gotta pay you to do the carpet of my Z?
Fuck that.
You do car work, bro?
What? Why not just take your car to a detailer?
I know a guy.
It doesn't have a whole detail. Just go to like a whole detail shop.
That's you. You're my guy.
I don't have a detail shop.
Well, we don't need the shop. Also, do they make like a gas powered pressure washer? Like they have like gas powered, or not pressure washer, but steam cleaner. I know they do gas powered pressure washers, but that could be portable. A lot of power.
A gas powered one? I have no idea.
Huh. Well,
true. That's life sometimes.
All right. Well, I'll let you do your thing.
Hayden's younger brother died a few years ago from heart complications. Damn, that whole family's biting the dust. That sucks. Okay. Well, I love you. Stay safe. Be careful, buddy.
I will stay safe. Thank you.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All Destiny does these days is lord over his boring-ass orbiter drama ever since he burnt out on actual politics.
True.
Does chat really care about this?
Yep, they
Please, chat.
They love it.
Please.
Mr. Borelli, can we please, for the love of God, slop IMSO over the DSA anti-Semitism arc? It's boring as hell.
True. What do you want me to say? It's
I don't know how to say this, but I've been thinking about kissing boys a lot lately.
And yet you haven't not once tried to kiss me. What the fuck, Moot? My tongue technique is on fleek.
Okay.
You have crazy fans, totally not me, who would definitely dox these people. The only difference is that you tell your community to not do these things and your community listens.
Wow.
Great observation, Jada Vananda. And you're right to call me out. The TTS is actually not working for AEE, and that's genuinely on me. Should we get started on a fix? Or do you prefer to keep looking at watches you can't afford?
Broke boy?
Damn. Why she gotta come at Jada?
Let's read this email. Hello, Max. Lately, my girlfriend has been complaining about my lack of intimacy. I'm not sure how to deal with this, and she is getting more distant. Yeah, so that is tough. Have you tried beating the shit out of her?
Well, that seems kind of a lot.
Oh my, oh my God, oh my, oh my God, bruh, oh my, oh God, oh my, oh God, oh my, oh God, oh my, oh God, oh my God, oh my God, oh.
Okay. Good points, good points.
Reminder, the impetus for the ramping up of Snark toward Ethan Klein was solely on the basis of him suing people for copyright infringement, but the only arguments you heard were on free speech grounds. Destiny hasn't made this Knessetin yet.
Oh, okay.
Tip Pool sits there, hat on, screaming the sky's falling every single day, same act, then hits you with the sales pitch. Doesn't believe a word of it himself, folks. Not one word. Total con job, total joke, sad, really.
PISSCO, CP, j-stalker, Hassan, Pim Tool. The stream coverage today is the ultimate nightmare blunt rotation, and they're all Pepe, go figure. Ye never lose.
Wow. So brave.
Never ever.
Mr. Morelli, enough with the politics. It's time for you to put that motor mouth to work for a better purpose.
Destiny Hunter Biden said he'll go on anywhere. You should have him on.
Okay, good idea. I'll get right on that.
Okay, here's the plan.
Yep.
The DSA will serve as a retard magnet, drawing out the MAGA army. Then my viewers will come in from behind to hold the army in place while I thrust my mighty liberal dick.
Wow, epic.
All right, Hassan answered this question to get the shot collar off. What is the acronym of the Wu-Tang Clan member, Old Dirty Bastard? OD.
Okay.
S. Sorry, the answer is ODB, Hassan Place.
True.
I'm back, actually.
Good one. Don't know.
Ooh. The carpet stains are cum. I cannot felch it out.
Okay.
Stop laughing. Fuck you.
Good one. All right. Let's hit up our AI created 4x3. Stub, rump, graze, bleat, cut, barge, butt, tuckus, ash. Rump, tuckus, and butt. Or rear. Okay.
Hey, Steven, can you let me know where you're moving to by knocking on the wall? I need to move my belongings to your new walls. 1 knock for DC, 2 for NYC.
Okay. I'll get right on that. A cigarette. Okay. All right. Other guys, I'll be back tomorrow on time like I am every single day because that's... Have you tried this cross tune? I don't know any songs, bro. I don't listen to any fucking pop culture stuff. 1D, artist name.
Hammer time. Go with the flow. It is.
Wait! MC Hammer. Does that count? Okay, hold on.
That someday it would lead me back to you. Someday. That maybe
Okay, I know that, but I'll go on to the next one real quick.
Cause I finally found a girl.
Mitch, fuck you retard. Mitch, fuck you retard.
Grammy Award. That's how much you mean to me. You could be my it girl. Baby, you're the shit girl. Loving you could be a crime.
No idea.
Every time he leave me alone, he always tell me he miss
Fuck
it.
me,
He
dude.
wanna F-R-E-A-K. F-R-E.
I know that, but I'm not going to answer it yet. I know that one. I'm not going to answer it yet, though. Oh, hold on. I'm going to answer this one, though. Okay.
Let me see. They're gonna go
Oh, I know this one. This is live your life. Of course. This is the worst crossword ever, too. It's just like one thing across and then like a few, like, this must be AI generated or just somebody who doesn't do crosswords, I guess, but that's okay. Hold on.
You told me to leave your room. I used to think we'd make it far. It turned out that we are such a shame that we weren't the same at all.
Okay. Is this the same one?
Hammer time.
Oh no. Wait. No. Oh fuck, it's not the same song. Wait. It'll come to me. Okay. It won't come to me. The second part of this artist's stage. Stage name? Oh. The only person I could possibly think was Doja Cat. I don't know if that's her or not, but I'm gonna assume it is because the cat.
Cause I finally found a girl of my dreams. Much more than a Grammy Award. That's how much you mean to me. You could be my it girl.
Is it eighth girl? Is that what he's saying? My eighth girl?
Cause I finally found a girl of my dreams. Much more than a Grammy Award. That's how much you mean to me. You could be my it girl, baby.
Every time he leave me alone, he always tell me.
How do you spell her name? There's no way that's right. Oh my fucking god! I'm so millennial. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Didn't Daft Punk sample this, or is this their song? I don't know. Hold on.
Mitch went to the same Diddy parties as I did. He was the main guy. Mitch loves Diddy parties.
You told me to leave your room. I used to think we'd make it far.
I'm never getting any of these. Never mind. It's over. First word of this song. I didn't know this.
That someday.
Someday? Sounds like Sunday. Fuck. Oh, wait. That's not even telling me if it's right. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Okay, I don't know. I'm done. I give up. Oh, it was Sunday. Oh, Get Lucky is the name of the song. Okay. It Girl. Oh, you could be my it girl, not eighth girl. Okay. Oh, Nicki Minaj was not spelled correctly. Rick James. That's a guy. Pain. Okay. This crossword sucks. There's like no crosses. What? Oh my god. All right. Now that you guys have fun, be careful. Brevino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, duppuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, appuccino, my dude. I will catch you guys next. Slurperino. Be...